Chapter 1 Arrival. An unassuming young man was traveling, in midsummer, from his native city of Hamburg to Davos-Platz in the canton of the Grisons, on a 3-week visit. From Hamburg to Davos is a long journey, too long, indeed, for so brief a stay. It crosses all sorts of country, goes uphill and down dale, Xen5 from the plateau of southern Germany to the shore of Lake Constance, over its bounding waves and on Acro's marshes once thought to be sea bottomless. At this point the route, which has twined so far over trunk lines, gets cut up. There are stops and formalities. At Rorschach, in Swiss territory, you take tram again, but only as far as Landquart, a Mall Alpine station, where you have to change. Here, after a long and windy wait in a spot devoid of charm, you mount a narrow-gauge tram, and as the small but very airful engine gets underway, there begins the thrilling part of the journey, a steep and steady climb that seems never to come to an end. For the station of Landquart lies at a relatively low altitude, but now the wild and rocky route pushes grimly onward into the Alps themselves. Hans Castorp, such was the young man's name, sat alone in his little grey upholstered compartment, with his alligator skin handbag, a present from his uncle and guardian, Consul Tien Tupel, let us get the introductions over with at once, his travel TNG rug, and his winter overcoat swinging on its hook. The window was down, the afternoon grew cool, and he, a tender product of the sheltered life, had turned up THC collar of his fashionably cut, silk-lined summer overcoat. Near him on the seat lay a paar Eka volume entitled Ocean Steamships. Earlier in the journey he had studied it off and on, but now it lay neglected, and the breath of the ting engine, streaming in, defiled it with particles of soot. 2 days' travel separated the youth. He was still too young to have thrust his roots down firmly into life, from his own world, from all that he thought of as his own duties, interests, cares and prospects, far more than he had dreamed it would when he sat in the carriage on the way to the station. Space, rolling and revolving but sent him and his native Cath, Po and essayed and wielded the powers we generally ascribe to time. From hour to hour it worked changes in him, like to those wrought by time, yet in a way even more striking. Spac, KC time, enkindkes forgetfulksai, but it's so by setting us bodily free from our surroundings and giving us back our primitive, unattached state. Yes, it can even, in THC twinkling of an eye, make something like a vagabond of the Phant and Philistine. Time, we say, is luxty, but chunk of air is a similar draught, and, if it works less thoroughly, does so more quiscuckulk / was the uinks of young Hans Castorp. He had not meant to take the journey seriously or commit himself directly to it, to get over quickly, since it had to be made, to rearum as HC had gone. And to tack up his life at the point where, for RHC Mo MCNT, he had to lay it down. Only yesterday he had been sent to see encompassed in the wonted circle of his thoughts, and entirely taken up by 2 matkas. Re-examination HC had just passed, and his approaching entrance into re-firm of Tunka and Wilms, shipbuilders, smelters, and machinists. With as much impatience as lay in his to feel, he had discounted the next 3 weeks, but now it began to seem as though present circumstances required his attention. That it would not be at the thing to take them too lightly. This being carried upward into regions where he had never before drawn breath, and where he knew that unusual living conditions prevailed, such as could only be described as sparse or scanty, it began to work upon him, to fill him with a certain concern. Home and regular living lay not only far behind, they lay fathoms deep beneath him, and he continued to mount above them. Poised between them and the unknown, he asked himself how he was going to fare. Perhaps it had been ill-advised of him, as he was a few feet above sea level, to kick empty arcly to these great heights, without stopping at least a day or so at some point in tween. He wished he were at the end of his journey, for there HC could to live as HC would anywhere else, and not reminded by this continual climbing of the incongruous situation he found himself in. He looked out. The tram wound in curves along the narrow pass. He could see the front carriages and the labouring engine vomiting great masses of brown, black, and greenish smoke that floated away. Water roared in the abysses on the right, on the left, among rocks. Dark fir trees aspired toward a stone-grey sk the train entered through black tunnels, and when daylight came again it showed wic chasms, with villages nestled in their depths. The closed in again, they wound narrow defiles, with traces of snow in chinks and crannies. There were halts at wretched little shanties of stations, also at more tan ones, which the train left in the direction, one loose points of the compass. A magnificent succession of vistas opened before the awed eye of the solemn, phantasmagorical world of towering peaks, into which their route wormed itself, vistas that and disappeared with winding of the path. Hans Castorp reflected that they must have got above the zone of shade trees, also probably of songbirds, whereupon he felt such a sense of the impoverishment of life as gave him a slight attack of giddiness, and Norska and Madkim put his hand over his eyes for a few seconds. It plssed. He perceived that and had stopped climbing. The top of the COI was reached, the tram rolled smoothly along the LCVCL Valsifura. It was about 8 o'clock, and still daylight. A lake was visible in the distant landscape, its waters grey, its shores covered with black fir forests. Chat climbed surrounding heights, thinned out, and gave place to bare, mist-wreathed rock. They stopped at a small station. Hans Castorp heard the name called out. It was soon he would be at journey's end. And stood close to him. Heard a voice, the comfortable Hamburg voice of his cousin, Joachim Ziemsen, saying, "Hello, THCRCU ARC. HCRC's where you get out." And peering through the window saw his cousin himself, standing below on the platform, in a BRMVN ulster, bareheaded, and looking more robust than ever in his life before. He laughed and said again, "Come along out, it's all right." "But I'm not there yet," said Haru Ostorp, taken aback, and still seated. "Oh, yes, you are. This is the village. It is nearer to the sanatorium from here. I have a carriage. Just give us your things." And laughing, confused, in the excitement of arrival and meeting, Hans Castorp reached bag, overcoat, the roll with stick and umbrella, and finally ocean steamships out of the window. Then HC ran down the narrow corridor and sprang out upon our HC platform to greet his cousin properly. The meeting took place without exuberance, as between people of traditional coolness and reserve. Strange to say, the cousins had always avoided calling each other by their first names, simply they were afraid of showing too much feeling. And, as they could not well address each other by their last names, they confined themselves, by stab custom, to the a man in livery with a braided cap looked on while they shook hands, quickly, not without young Ziemsen in military position, heels together. Then he came forward to ask for Hans Castorp 5 luggage ticket. He was the concierge of the International Sanatorium Burghof, and would fetch the guest's large trunk from the other station while the gentleman drove directly up to supper. This man limped noticeably, and so, curious enough, the first thing Hans Castorp said to his cousin was, "Is that a war veteran? What makes him limp like that?" "War veteran? No fear," said Joachim, with some bitterness. "He's got it in his knee, or, rather, he had it. The knee pan has been removed." Hans Castorp bethought himself hastily. "So that's," he said, and he turned his head and gave a quick glance back. "But can't make you've still got anything like that the matter with you. Why, thou look as if you had just come from manoeuvres." And he sidelong at his cousin. Joachim was taller and broader than he, a picture of youthful vigour, and made for a uniform. He was of the very dark type his blonde-peopled country not seldom produces, and his already nut-brown tanned almost to with his large, black cycs and small, dark moustache over the full, well-shaped mouth. He would have been distinct, V handsome if his ears had not stood out. Up to a certain period they had been his only trouble in life. Now, however, he had others. Hans Castorp went on, "You're coming back down with me, Aunt Sec, no reason why not." "Back down with thou?" asked his cousin, and turned large eyes full upon him. Riley had always been gentle, but in these 5 months they had taken on a TTRCD, almost sad expression. "Why, in 3 weeks." "Oh, yes, you are already on the way back home." "In your thoughts," answered Joachim. "Wait a bit. UVC only just come. 3 weeks are nothing at all, to us up here. They like a lot of time to you, because you are only up here on a visit, and 3 weeks vs all you have. GCT acclimatized first, it isn't so easy, you'll see. And THC climate isn't the only queer thing about us. You are going to some things you've never dreamed of, just wit. About me, it isn't such smooth sailing as you think, you with your going home in 3 weeks. That's the class of ideas you have down below. Brown, no, but it is mostly snow burning. It doesn't mean much, as Behrens always says. He told me at the last regular examination would take another half year, pretty certainly. "Half are you?" shouted. They had climbed into the yellow cabriolet that stood in the stone-paved square in front of the shed-like station, and as the pair of brown horses started up, he flounced indignantly on the cushions. "Half a year? UVC been up Herc half a year already. Who's got so much to S&O time?" and nodded straight in front of Ham, his cousin's honest indignation no heed. "They make pretty free with a human being's idea of time, up here. 3 weeks like it to learn all about," he and added, "one's ideas get Chan." Hans Storp regarded him earnestly as they drove. "But seems to me you've made a splendid recovery," he shaking his head. "You really think so, don't you?" answered Joachim. "I think I have too." He drew himself up strmghtcr against the cushions, but immediately rel ed arane. "Yes, I am to," he exclaimed, "but am not cured vet. The left where there were on of sounds and are is not so bad, but lower down it is sital very harsh, and hcre arcranchi in thc second intercostal space." "How learned thou ve got," said Hans Castorp. "Sort of la, unning. God knows I'd had it out of my SVSTCM in the service," responded Joachim, "but I still have sputum," HC said, with a shoulder shrug that was somehow indifferent and vehement both at once, and became him but ill. He half pulled out and showed to INS cousin something he carried in the side pocket of his workore, next to Hans Castorp. It was a flat, curving bottle of bluish glass, with a metal cap. "Most of us up here carry it," he said, shoving it back. "It even has a nickname, RHCY make quite a joke of it." "You are looking at the landscape?" Hans Casto was. "Magnificent," HC said. "Think so?" asked Joachim. Had driven for a space straight up the axis of the valley, along an irregularly built street that followed the line of the way, then, turning to the left, they crossed the narrow tracks and a watercourse, and now trotted up a high road that mounted YCNTLY toward the wood slopes. Before them a low, projecting, meadow-like plateau, on which, facing southwest, a long building, with a cupola and so many balconies that from a distance it looked porous, like a rong. In this building lights were to show. It was rapid colour that had briefly enlivened the overcast heavens was faded now, and there reigned the colourless, soulless melancholy trancy that comes just before re-onset of night. The populous valley, extended and rather winding, now began to show lights not only in the middle, but here and there on the slopes at either hand, particularly on the projectile percent NHT side, upon which buildings mounted in terrace formation ran up the sloping to the left, lost themselves in the vague blackness of the pin forest. Betun THM, WHCRC the Val Na Rao to its entrance, The more distant ranges showed a coal slaty blue. A wind had sprung up, and made perceptible the chill of eve mng. "No, to speak frankly, I don't find it so overpower," said Hans Casto. "Where are the glaciers, and the snow pea and the gigantic IHTS you hear about? These things aren't very high, it seems to MC." "Oh, yes, they are," answered Joachim. "You can see the tree line almost everywhere, it is very sharply defined, the fir trees leave off, and after that dear is absolutely nothing but bare rock. And up there to the right of the asterisk Warhorn, that Toothshire Ed Peak, THCRC is a glacier, can't you see the block? It is not very, it is a glacier right enough, the Skeletor. Piz Michel and in Zenhorn, in the notch you can't see them from here, have snow all the year round." "Eternal SNMV," said Hans Castorp. "Eternal snow, if you like." "Yes, that's all very high. But we are frightfully high ourselves, 1,600 meters above sea level. That's why the peaks don't seem any. Yes, what a climb that, we're scared to death, can tell 1,600 meters, that is over 5,000 feet, as reckon it. I've never been so high up in my life." And Hans ca Scorp took in a deep, experimental breath of strange air. Was fresh, and that was all. It had no perfume, no content, no humidity, it breathed in easily, and held for him no associations. "Wonderful air," he remarked, "polite Ix, yes, the atmosphere is famous. Buck place dosen a look it's tonight. Sometimes it makes a much better impression, especially when there is snow. But you can get sick of looking at it. Of us up here are frightfully fed up, you can imagine," said Joachim, and twisted his mouth into an expression of disgust that was as unlike him as the shoulder shrug. JT looked irritable, dis PR asterisk monate. "Oh, you have such a queer way of talking," said Harris Castorp. "Have F," said Joachim, concerned, and turned to look at his "Oh, no, of course I don't mean you really have, I suppose it just seemed so to me for the moment." Hans Castor hastened to assure him. It was the expression "all of us here," which Joachim had used several times, that had somehow struck him as strange and given him an uneasy feeling. "Our sanatorium is higher up than the village, as you see," went on Joachim. "FLFTV meters higher. In the prospectus it says 100, but I is really only 50. The highest of the sanatoriums is you can't see it from HCRC. They have to be their bodies down on bobsleds in the winter, because they are blocked." "Their bodies? Oh, I see. Imagine," said Hans, Astorp. And suddenly he burst out laughing, a violent, irrepressible laugh, which shook him all over and distorted his face, that was stiff with THC cold wind, until it almost hurt. "On bobsleds? And you can tell it me just like that, in cold blood? You've certainly got pretty cynical in these 5 months." "Not at all," answered Joachim, schmicking again. "Why not? It's all THC same to them, isn't it? But may we do get cynical up here. Behrens is a cynic himself, but he's a great old bird after all, an old corps student. He's a brilliant operator, they say. You will like him. Krokowski is the assistant, devilishly CLCVCR article. They mention his activities specially, in the prospectus. He PSYCHO analyzes the patients." "He what? How disgusting!" cried Hans Castorp, and now GI's hilarity altogether got the of him. He could not stop. The psychoanalysis had been THC finishing touch. He laughed so hard that the tears ran down his cheeks, he put his hands to his face and rocked with laughter. Joachim laughed just as heartily, it seemed to do him good, and thus, in great good the young climbed out of the wagon, which had LV mounted the steep, wind, drive and d-it them before a portal of the Internan May Sanatorium Gov. On their right as they entered, bsen the main door and the inner one, was the porter's lodge. An officier of the French type, in the GRCY livery of the man at the station, was sitting at the typhone, reading the newspaper. He came out and led them through the well-lighted halls, on the left of which lay the reception rooms. Hans Castorp peered in. He passed, but they were empty. Where, then, were the guests, he asked, and his cousin answered, in the RCSR Kirk. I had Ikeof tonight to go out and meet you. Otherwise I am always up in my balcony, after sup fr. Hans Castorp came near bursting out again. What? You lie out on your balcony at night, in the he asked, his voice sharp, in yes, that is the rule. From 8 to 10. But come and see your room now. And get a wash. Entered lift, it was an electric one, worked by the Frenchman. As THCY went up, Hans Castorp, I'm perfectly worn out with laughing, through his mouth. You've told me such a lot of crazy stuff, that about the psychoanalysis was last straw. I'm a bit relaxed from the journey. And my feet are cold, are yours? But my face burns so, it is really unpleasant. Do we eat now? I feel hungry. Is the food decent up here? They went noiselessly along the cocoa matting of the narrow corridor, which was lighted by electric lights in white glaze shades set in the ceiling. The walls gleamed with hard white enamel paint. They had a glimpse of a nursing sister in a white glasses on a cord that ran behind HCR ear. She had a Protestant sister, that is to say, one working without a real cation and burdened with restlessness and ennui. As they went along the corridor, Hans Castorp saw, beside two of the white enamelled, numbered doors, certain curious, swollen-looking, balloon-shaped vessels with short necks. He did not think, at RHC moment, to ask what they were. HCREU, said Joachim. I am next you on the right. The other side you have a Russian couple, rather loud and offensive. But it can't be helped. Well, how do you like it? There were two doors, an outer and an inner, with clothes hooks in the space between. Joachim had turned on the ceiling eye height, and in Urs vibrati brilliance the room 10 okade ist full and key ry, with practical, furniture, white wallable walls, clean linoleum, and AHLTC linen curtains Emma 01 dirked in modern taste. The door stood open, one saw sight lights of the valley and heard distant dance music. HC Good Josium had put a vase of flowers on THCCHCST of drawers, a few bluebells and some yarrow, which he had found himself among the second crop of grass on the slopes. Awfully DCCCNT of you, said Hans Castorp. What a nice room. Can spend couple of weeks here. Pleasure and Amkat can woman died here day before yesterday, said Joachim. Behrens told MC directly that she old be out before you came, and you might have the room. Her fiancé was with her, an English officer of Marines, but HC didn't behave very well. He kept coming out in the corridor to cry, "Just a little boy." He rubbed cold cream on his checks, because HC was close-shaven and the tears smarted. Night before last she had 2 first-class hemorrhages, and that you ace the finish. But she has BCCN gone since yesterday morning, and after they took her away of course RHCY fumigated the room thoroughly with formalin, which is the pro-era thing to use in such cases. Hans Castorp took in this information with a sprightly, you're half-distraught air. He was standing with his sleeves pushed back before the wash-hand basin, THC taps of which shone in the electric light. D gave hard of a glance at the white metal bed with fresh coverlet. That's ripping, he said loquaciously and rather absurdly, as he washed and dried his hands. Methylaldehyde, VES, that's rue much for the bacteria, no matter how strong they percent are. HCO. BNT, it's a powerful stench. Of course, Concentration is absolutely center. He spoke with more of a Hamburg accent. His cousin had broken himself of it since loose student doors. Hans Castorp communicated volubly. But what I was about to was, probably the officer of Marines used a safety razor. One makes oneself saw those things easier than with a well-sharpened, at that is my and use them both by turns. Well, and salt vodka would naturally make a tender skin smart, so HC got in the way, in the service, of rubbing in cold cream. I don't see anything strange about Darrell rattled on. Said that he had 200 Maria Mancinis, his cigar, in his trunk. The customs officers had been very courteous, and gave his cousin greetings from various people at S. Don't they heat he broke off to inquire, and ran to put his hands on radiator. No, they keep us pretty and oi answered Joachim. The weather would have to be different from this before they put on the heat in August. August, said Castorp. But I am a bomb, inably cold, I mean in my body, for my face burns shockingly, just feel it. This demand was entirely foreign to our HC young man's nature, so much so that he himself was disagreeably impressed as he heard himself make it. Joachim did not rake up the offer, but MCRCLY said, that is the air, it doesn't mean anything, it curtains himself is purple in the face all day long. Some people never get used to it. Kick along now, do, or we shan't get anything to cat. Outside they saw the nursing Siska again, peering short-sighted and inquisitively after them. But THC first story Hans Castorp suddenly stopped, rooted to the spot by a perfectly ghastly sound coming from a distance off round a bend in the corridor. It was not a loud sound, but so distinctly horrible that Hans Castorp made a WRV face and looked wide-eyed at his cousin. It was coughing, obviously, a man coughing, but coughing like to no other Hans Castorp had ever heard, and compared with which any other had been magnificent and healthy manifestation of life, coughing that had no conviction and gave no relief, that did not CVCN come out in paroxysms, but was just a feeble, dreadful welling up of the juices of organic dissolution. Yes, said Joachim. That's a bad case. An Austrian crat, you know, elegant. He's a born horseman, a gentleman rider. And now he's come to this. But he still GCTS about. As they went, Hans Castorp discoursed calmly upon the gentleman rider's Clio. You must realize, he said, that I've never heard anything at a fork. It is entirely new to me, and naturally it makes a cat impression. There are different kinds of cough, dry and OSE, and people always say the loose one is BCTTC other than the other, the harking kind. Had croup, in my youth, HC actually said in MV youth I bade Ilka Wolf, and I can still remember how glad everybody was when it got looser. But a cough like this, I didn't know there was such a cough. It isn't a human cough at all. Isn't DB and yet isn't loose either, very far from being the right guard for it. Ire is just as if one could look right into him when he coughs, and see what it looks like, all SHME and O said Joachim, hear it every day, you don't need to describe it to MC. Hans Castorp could not ECT over the coughing he had heard. He kept it kung that he could see right into the glimmin' rider's vitals. When they reached the restaurant his travel-weary eyes had an excited glitter. In the restaurant it was charming in the restaurant. Elegantly appointed and lighted. The room lay to the right of the hall, opposite the salons, and was, explained, used chiefly by new arrivals, and by guests eating out of the usual meal hours or entertaining company. It also served for birthday farewell parties, CVCN to break a favourable report after a general exam. THCRC were lively times here in the restaurant on occasion, Joachim said, and flowed freely. Now, no one here but a solitary lady of some 30 years, reading a book and humming, SHC kept tapping the tablecloth lightly with the middle finger of her left hand. After the young people taken places, she changed hers, in order to sit WLTH her back K to them. Explained low voice that she suffered from shivness as from a discask. And are all her meals in the restaurant? WTH in 0K. Was said that SHC had entered her first tuberculosis sanatorium as a young girl, and had never lived in RHC world since. So compared with her, you are only a novice, with your 5 months, and be when you have a year on your back. Hans Castorp to his cousin, Kriat Joachim, with his NCWLYAC quiet shoulder shrug, took up the menu. They had sat down at the raised table in the window, the pleasantest spot in the room, acing each other the cream collard hangings, their fax lighted by THC red-shaded table lamp. Hans Castorp clasped his freshly washed hands and rubbed them together in agreeable anticipation, of his when he sat down to table, perhaps because his ancestors had grace before meat. They were SCRVC'd by a friendly maid in black frock and white apron. She had a pleasant, throaty vodka, and HCR broad face was healthy coloured. To his great amusement, Hans Castorp learned that THC waitresses Herc were called dining room girls. They ordered a of Gruard Larosk, and Hans Castorp sent it back to have it warmed. The food was excellent, as an ragu soup, stuffed tomatoes, a roast with vegetables, and xicked-in, well-prepared sweet, cheese, and fruit. Hans Castorp ate heartily, though appetite did not turn out quite so stout as he had thought. But HC always ate a good deal, out of perk self-respect, even when he was not hungry. Joachim paid scant honour to the meal. He was tired of the cooking, he said, they all were, up here, and it was customary to grumble at the food. If on had to sit up here forever and AAE. But, on the other hand, HC partook of the wine with gusto, not to say abandon, and repeatedly, though with careful avoidance of emotional language, expressed his joy at having somebody here with whom one could have a little rational converse. Yes, it's first rate you've come, he said, and his gentle voice betrayed some fkling. I must say it is a Corley and CVCNT for me, it iriake in the everlasting mon, it's certainly a change, anyhow, but time must go fast. Living up here was Hans Castorp's fast and slow, as you take it, answered Joachim. It doesn't owe at all, I tell you. You can't call it time, and you can't call it iving either. Fi said with a shake of the head, and fell to his glass. Hans Castorp dranken, though his face was like fire. Yet he was still cold, and felt a curious restlessness in his at once pleasurable and troubling. His words fell over each other, he often misspoke and passed it over with a deprecating wave. Joachim too was in a lively humour, and their conversation continued in a still freer and more convivial vein after the humming, tapping lad had got up suddenly and left the room. They gesticulated with their forks as they ate, nodded, shrugged their shoulders, talked with their mouths full. Joachim wanted to hear about Hamburg, and brought the conversation round to THC regulation of the Elbe. EPCRH making, said Hans Castorp. Epoch making for the development of our shipping. Can't overestimate. We've budgeted 50 millions for immediate expenditure, and you may sure we know what WCRC about. But notwithstanding all the importance he attached to the project improvement, he imped away from the thick and DC man that Joachim tell him more about life up HCRE and about the guests, which the latter straightway did, being only too asked to able to unbosom himself. HC had to repeat the story of the corpses NT down bobsleigh, and vouch for its truth. Hans Castorp being taken another fit of laughing, cousin laughed too, with hearty enjoyment, and told other funny things ro add fuel to their merriment. There was a lady sitting at his table, named Frau Stoer, the wife of a Cannstatt musician, Aretha serious case, she was, and the most ignorant creature he had ever seen. She said diseased for deceased. Quite seriously, and she called Krokowski the assistant. And you had to take it all in without cracking, as she was a regular. Most Pkopok were, up HCRC, and published it broadcast that another EADV, a certain Frau Sterileto her is exactly what she called it, isn't that precocious? They lolled in their chairs, they flung themselves back and laughed so hard that they shook, and they began to hiccup nearly the same time. Now and then Joachim's face would cloud over and he would his LOC. Yes, we sit here and laugh, he said, with a long face, his words interrupted by the heaving of his diaphragm. WC sit here and laugh, but there's no telling WHCN I shall get away. When Behrens says half a year, you can make up your nund it will be Seymour. It is hard, isn't it? You just tell me if you don't think it is pretty hard on had already accepted, could have taken my exams next month. And now I have to drool about with a thermometer stuck in my mouth, and count the howlers of this ignorant Frau Stoer, and watch the time slipping away. A year is so important on through so changes, and makes so much progress, in a single year of life. And I have to stagnate up here, yes, just stagnate a 61 thy puddle, it isn't too craz a comparison. Strange to say, Hans Castorp's reply to all this was as to whether it was possible to get Porter up Herc, when Joachim looked at him, in some astonishment, H.C. perceived that whose cousin was with sleep. That in fact he was actually nodding. But you are going to sleep, said Joachim. Come along, it is time we both went to bed. You can't at time, quoth Hans Castorp, thick-tongued. He went with his cousin, rather bent and satty in THCKNCCS, like a man bowed to the earth with fatigue. However, in the dimly corridor he pulled himself sharply together, hearing ours cousin say, "There's Krakowski sitting there. I think I'll just have to present you, as briefly as possible, of one of Dr. Krakowski sat in RHC bright light at the fire THC reception rooms, close to the folding doors. He was reading a paper, and got up as the young people approached. Joachim, in military position, heels together, said, Herr Tor, ma present my cousin Castorp from Hamburg. He has just Dr. Krakowski greeted the new inmate with a jovial and robustness who should say that with him all formality was superfluous, and only jocund mutual confidence in place. H.C. was about 35 years old, broad-shouldered and fleshy, much shorter than either of youths before him, so that he had to tee back his head to look RHCM in the face. He was unusual, a translucent, yes, phosphorescent pallor, that was further accentuated by the dark ardour of his eyes, the blackness of his brows, and his rather long, full whisker, which ended in two begints and already showed some white threads. He had on a black double-breasted, sack suit, black, sandal-like shoes over grey woolen socks, and a soft turn-down collar, such as Hans Castorp had previously seen worn only by a photographer in Danzig, which did, in fact, lend a certain stamp of the studio to Dr. Krakowski's appearance. Smiling warmly and showing his yellow teeth in his tirade, he shook T.H.C. Young by the hand, and said in a baritone voice, with rather a foreign welcome to our midst, Herr Castorp. May you get quickly acclimatized and FCCL yourself at home among us. Do you come as a patent, may I ask? It was touching to see Hans Castorp labour to master his drowsiness and be polite. I annoyed him to be in such bad form, and with THC self-consciousness of youth HC read signs of indle in the warmth of the assistant's manner. He repeated, mentioning his examinations and his THRCC week's visit, and ended by saying he was, thank God, perfectly healthy. Really? Asked Krakowski, putting his head teasingly on one side. His grew broader. Then you are a phenomenon worthy of study. For onk. Have NCVCR in MV life come across a perfectly healthy human being? What were the examinations you have just passed, if I may ask? An engineer, Herr Doctor, said Hans Castorp with modest an engineer. Dr. Krakowski's smile retreated as it were, lost for the moment something of its splendid calling. And so you will not require any attention while you are here, either physical or psychical. Oh, no, thank thou ever so much, said Hans Castorp, and almost drew back a cap as he spoke. At that Dr. Krokowski's smile burst forth triumphant. He shook the young man's hand afresh and cried briskly, "Well, sleep well, Herr Castorp, and rejoice in THC fullness of your RRFCCT health, SLCCPWCLL, and auf Wiedersehen." With which HC dismissed the cousins and returned to his parf. The lift had stopped running, so RHCY climbed the stairs, in Lentz, somewhat taken aback by the encounter with Dr. Krojochelm went with his cousin to number 34, where the lame pocker had already deposited the luggage of TBC new arrival. They talked for another quarter hour while Hans Castorp unpacked his night and toilet things, smoking a large, mild cigarette the while. A cigar would have been too much for him this evening, a fact which impressed him as odd indeed. "HC looks quite a personity," he said, blowing out the smoke. "He's as pale as wax. But dear me, what hideous footgear he wears. Gruff woolen socks, and then those sandals. Was he really orphaned at THC end, do you think?" "He is rather touchy," admitted Joachim. "You ought not to have refused the treatment so brusquely, at least not the psychical. HC doesn't like to have people get out it. He doesn't take much stock in me or I don't confide him in H. But CVCRY now and then I tell him a dream I've had. So he can AVC something to then I certainly did often him," Hans Castorp said fretfully, for it annoyed to give offence. His weariness rushed over him with renewed force the thought. "Good night," he over. "At 8 o'clock I'll come fetch you to breakfast," Joachim said, and went. Hans made only a cursory toilet for the night. Had HC put out the bedside light when sleep overcame him, but he started up again, that the day BC4 yesterday, someone had entered. That wasn't the first time either, HC said to himself, as 12 other thought were in. It is a regular deathbed, a common deathbed. And he fell asleep. No sooner had he gone off, however, than he began to dream, and dreamed almost without stopping until next morning. Prin he saw his cousin, a strange, dear 1510 caped attitude on a bobsled, riding down a steep course. He had a phosphorescent pallor like Dr. Krokowski, and in front of him sat the gentleman rider and steered. The gentleman rider was indistinct, like stomach anyone has heard cough. "But never it's all the same to us up here," remarked the dislocated Joachim, and THCN it was he and not the gentleman rider who was cougher / in that horribly pulpy manner. Castorp wept bitterly to ear, and then perceived that HC run to the chemist's to get some cold cream. But Frau Iltis, with a pointed snout, sat by the roadside with something in HC a hand, which must be her stiletto but was obviously nothing else than a safety razor. This made Hans Castorp go from tears to laughing, and thus HC was tossed back and forth among varying emotions, until the dawn came through his half-open balcony door and woke him. Chapter 11 of the Christening Basin, RND of grandfather in his twofold guise. Hans Castorp retained only McMorricks of his parental home. His father and mother he barely known, they had both dropped away in the brief period between his 5th and 7th birthdays, first then quite suddenly, on the eve of a confinement, of an arterial obstruction following neuritis, an embolus, Dr. Heidekind had called it, which caused instantaneous cardiac arrest. She had just been laughing, sitting up in bed, and it looked as though she had fallen back with laughter, but really it was because she had died. The father, Hermann Castorp, could not grasp his loss. HC had been deeply attached to his WLFC, and not being of the strongest himself, NCVCR quite recovered from her death. His spirit was troubled, he shrank within himself, his benumbed brain made him blunder in his business, so that the firm of Castorp and Son suffered sensible financial losses, and the next spring, while inspecting warehouses on the windy landing stage, he got inflammation of the lungs. Eye fever was too much for his shaken heart, and in 5 days, notwithstanding all Dr. Heidekind's care, he died. Attended to his rest by a respectable concourse of citizens, he followed his wife to the Castorp family vault, a charming site in St. Catherine's churchyard, with a view of the botanical gardens. His father Chase Senator survived him a short time, then HC2 passed away, likewise of inflammation of the lungs. His death agony was sore, for unlike his son, Hans Lorenz Castorp had been a man of tough constitution, and firmly rooted in life. Before his death, for the spark-tea of a year and a half, the grandfather harboured the orphaned Hans Castorp in his home, a mansion standing in a narrow lot on the esplanade, built in the early years of the last century, in the northern classic style of architecture. It was painted a depressing weather colour, and had pilasters on either side the contralucid door, which was approached by a flight of 5 steps. Besides the parterre, which had windows going down to the furrow and furnished with cast-iron grilles, there were 2 stow in the parterre were chiefly reception rooms, and a very tihoot and cheerful dining a 2m, with walls decorated in stu cu3. TS3 windows, draped with wine-coloured curtains, looked out on the back garden. In this room, daily, at 4 o'clock, for the space of 6 months, grandfather and grandson dined together, served by old feet, who had earrings in his ears and buttons his livery, also a batiste neckcloth like his turris, in which he buried his shaven chin just as Hans Lorenz Castorp did in his. Grandfather said thou to him and addressed him in dialect, not with any humorous intent, for he had no bent that but in all seriousness, because it was his custom so to do in his dealings with the common people, the warehouse hands, weissmen, coachmen, and servants. Hans Castorp liked to hear it, and very much he liked to hear feet in dialect too, bending over is he and speaking into master's left ear, for the senator could hear much better on that side. The old man would listen and nod and go on eating, sitting erect between the towel and the high back of his mahogany chair, and scarcely at all bending over his plate. And his grandson, opposite, watched in silence, with deep, unconscious concentration, grandfather's beautiful, thin, white old hands, with their pointed nails, and, on the right forefinger, the green seal ring with THC crest, watched the small, DCFQ practiced motions with which they arranged a mouthful of meat, vegetable, and potato on the end of his fork, and with a slight inclination of the head conveyed it to his mouth. Then he would look at his own hands, and their still clumsy movements, and see in them the HOF foreshadowed of one day and using his knife and fork as grandfather did. Again, he would wonder whether he should ever bury his chin in such a neckband as that which filled the wide space inside grandfather's extraordinary collar, with its sharp points the old man's cheeks. He doubted it, one would have to be a 015 as grandfather for that, in these days, save for him and his old feet, nobody, far and wide, wore such collars and neckcloths. It was a pity, little Hans Castorp liked the way grandfather's chin NCSTFCD in the high, snow-white band. Even after he was grown, he recalled it with pleasure, something in the depth of his being to it underscore when they had done, RHCY folded their table napkins and put them in their silver rings, a job at which Hans Castorp never acquitted himself very well. For they were the size of small tablecloths. Then the senator got up from his chair, which Fleet drew away TRHTND him, and went with shuffling into his office to get cigar. Sometimes THC Uranson followed him in. Office had come exist of a peculiarity in the arrangement of THC loca floor, namely, that RHC had been planned with 3 windows instead of 2, and ran the of the house, left space 2, instead of the usual 3, and gave to on of them, rig T angles to the dining room. With a single window on the street, a quite disproportionate depth. Of this room, therefore, some tour of the length had BCCN cut off, and turned into a cabinet. It was a strip of a room, with a skylight, twilighted, and not much furnished. There was an ettageria, on which stood the senator's case, a card table, the drawer of which held WHLST cards, counters. Little marking boards with tiny TCCTH that clapped open and shut, a slate and slate PCNCD, paper cigar holders, and other such attractions, and finally, in the corner, rococo case in Pali sandalwood, with yellow silk stretched behind its glass doors. Grandpa Little Hans Casto might say, standing on tiptoes to reach THC Old Man's car, is show me the christening, and the grandfather, who had already pulled back the skirts of his long cashmere frockcoat and taken bunch of KCYS from his trouser pocket, forthwith opened the door of the glass case, whence floated odours odd pleasant to the boys inside were of dissect and fascinating objects, of silver-branched candlesticks, a broken barometer in a wooden case with allegorical carving, an album of daguerreotypes, a cedar-wood case for liqueurs, funny little Turk in rowing silk robes, under which was hard body with a mechanism insel. Once, when you wound him up, HC had been able to leap about all over THC table, but HC was long since out of repair. Then there was a quaint old model of a ship, and right at the bottom a rat trap. But from one of the middle shelves grandfather took a much tarnished, round silver dish, with a tray likewise of silver, and showed them both to the boy, lifting them significantly and turning them about in his hands as he told the story he had so often told before. Plate and basin, one could see, and as the little one heard once again, had not originally belonged together, grandfather said, they had been in use together for around 100 years, or since the time when the basin was made. The latter was very beautiful, of simple and elegant form, in the SCVCRC taste of Recali 9th century. It rested, plain and solid, on a round base, and had onx BCCN gilt within, but the gilding had faded with time to its single decoration was a chaste garland of rosks and serrated leaves at H.U.T. the brim. As for the plate, its far greater be read on inside, the date 1650 was engraved there in ornamental figures, framed in curve engraved lines executed in the manca of the period, and devices and arabesques that were something between star and flower. On the back, engraved in a variety of scripts, were the names of its successive owners, SCVCN in number, CAC with RHC date when it had passed into his hands. The old man named CAC 1 to his grandson, pointing with bearing index finger. There was Hans Kassorp's father's name, there was grandfather's own, RHCRE was GAT grandfather's, Ren the GAR camp doubled, tripled, quadrupled, from the old man's mouth, whilst the ilt lad listened, his head on one side, the eyes full of thought, yet and dreamy too, the childish lips parted, half with awe, half sleepily. That great, what a hollow sound it had, how it spoke of the falling away of time, yet how it seemed the expression of a piously crisped link the present, his own life, and the depth of the past. All that, as his face showed, made a profound impression. As he listened to the great riot great, he to the earthy air of the Vault o' Michael's or St. Catherine's, the gath of regions where one went hat in hand, the could reverently bowed, walking cavingly on the tips of one's toes, seemed, to hear the remote and set-apart hush of those echoing religious feck mingled in Lou's mind with OCSOth and a sense of history, as he listened to the sombre he received there from an ineffable gratification, indeed, it may have BCCN for THC sack of carrying the sound that he so often begged to see the christening basin. Gnditha set the vessel back on the tray, and let the boy look the smooth, golden inside, which caught the light from the window in THC ceiling. Yes, he said, will soon 8 years since we held you over it, and the water flowed into it from your baptism. Lassen, THC sexton of Sister Jacob's, poured it into our good Pastor Bugenhagden's hand, and I ran out over your little top knot and into the basin. We had warmed it, so it should not frighten you and make you cry, and did not, you cried beforehand, though, so loud that Bugenhagen could hardly get on with the cervic, but you stopped when you felt the water, and that, let us hopes, was out of respect for the Holy Sacrament. A few days from now it will be 4 years SMCC your blessed father was a baby at the baptismal iant, and was over whose head the water flowed into the basin. That Herc in this house, he was born, in front of the middle dining room window, and old Pastor Hezekiel was still of _ he was the man the French Neil shot when he was young, because he preached against and looting. He with God these many years. Tyler, 75 years ago, I was the youngster whose head they held over this Suazame basin, that was in the dining room too, and the Minotaur spoke the very that were 5p oaken when you and your father WCRE baptized, and the clear, warm water flowed over my head precisely the same WAV, there much more hair than there is now, into this golden bowl just as it did over yours. The little one looked up at grandfather's narrow grey head, bending over the basin as it had in the time he described. A familiar feeling pervaded the child, a strange, dreamy, troubling sense, of change the midst of duration, of as both flowing and per srstTng, of recurrence in continuity. These were sensations he had felt before on the like occasion, and both expected and longed for again, whenever the heirloom was displayed. As a young man he was aware that the image of his grandfather was more deeply and clearly imprinted on his mind, with greater significance, than those of his own parents. The fact might rest upon sympathy physical for a grandson the grandfather, in so far, that is, as a rosy youth with THC down on his chin might resemble a bleached, rheumatic septuagenarian. I see probably spoke even more for that which was indeed the truth, that the grandfather had the picturesque figure of the family. Long before Hans Lorenz Castorp's passing, Luz Efferson and the things for which he stood had ceased to be representative of his age. He had been a typical gentleman, of the Reformed faith, of a strong conservative cast of mind, as obstinately convinced of THCing 6T of the aristocrat to govern as if he had been born in the 14th century, when the labouring classes had begun to make head against RHC stout resistance of the free patriciate and wrested a place and voice in councils of the ancient civ. HC had little use for the new. His active years had fallen in a decade of rapid growth and repeated upheavals, a decade of prog by forced anarchies, which had made demands on the capacity for incapacity, and he had no part or lot, old Castorp, in the brilliant triumph of the modern spirit that followed hard upon. It was nor his fault. He had held far more with ancestral ways and old institutions than with ruinous schemes for widening the harbour, or godless and rubbishing plan for a great metropolis. HC had put on the brakes, he had whittled things down wherever he could, and if matters had gone to his liking, the administration would have continued to wear the same old-fashioned, idyllic guise as, in his time, his own office did. Such, in his lipstick and afterwards, was the figure the old man presented to the eye of his fellow burghers, and such, in essentials, HC also to the childless gaze of little Hans Castorp, who KNCW naught of affairs of stare, and whose formless, uncritical judgments were rather the fruit of mirk lively perceptions. Yet they persisted into later life, as the elements of a perfectly conscious memo picture, which defied expression or analysis, but was none less positive for that. We repeat that natural sympathy was in play HCRE2, THC close family tie and essential intimacy which not infrequently leaps over an intervening generation. Senator was tall lean. They had bent his back and neck, but he tried to counteract the curvature by pressure in another direction, drawing down his mouth with sedulous dignity, the lips were shrunken against the bare for he lost his teeth, put in ones only to eat. It WLS this posture also which HCLPCD to steady an incipient shaking of the head, gave him his look of being sternly reined up, and caused him to support his chin on his NEC cloth the manner so congenial to little Hans Castorp's taste. He loved his snuff it was a longish, gold-inlaid tortoise shell onk, and on account of his snuff-taking, used a red FN, kit handkerchief, the corner of which always hung out of the back exket of his coat. If this foible added a quaint touch to his appearance, yet the effect only of a slight negligence or it stuck to age, which length of daves either consciously and cheerfully furnirs itself, or if springs its train without the victim's being if weakness it were, it was the one the sharp eye of the ever noted his grandfather's but the old man's everyday appearance was not his real and authentic one, either to THC 7-year-old child, or to THC memory of the around man in after years. That was different, far finer and truer. It was grandfather as he appeared in life-size portrait which had once hung in the house of Hans Castorp's own parents, had over with him to the esplanade on their death, and now hung above the great RCD satin sofa in reception room. The painting showed Hans Lorenz Castorp in his official garb as councillor, the sober, even godly, habit of a bygone CCN, turf, which a commonwealth both self-assertive and enterprising brought with it down the years and retained in ceremony use in order to make present the past and past to bear witness to THC perpetual continuity of tilings, and the perfect soundness of its business signature. Senator Castorp stood at full length on a red-tiled floor, inner of column and pointed arch. His chin was dropped, his mouth drawn down, his blue, musing eyes, with the tear ducts playing beneath them, directed toward the distant view. He wore the black coat, cut full like a robe, more than KNCC, with a wide trimming of fur all round the edge. The upper sleeves were wide and puffed and fur-trimmed too, while from beneath them came the narrow sleeves of clam cloth, then lace cuffs, which covered the hands to the knuckles. The SLCNDCR, elderly XWCRE casqued in black silk stockings, the shoes had silver buckles. But about his neck was the broad, star head down in front and swelling out on THC sides, beneath WHCH, for good measure, a fluted jabot came out over the waistcoat. Under his arm HC held the old-fashioned, broad-brimmed hat, that tapered to point at the top. It was a capital painting, by an artist of some note, in an old masterish style that suited the subject and was reminiscent of much Spanish, Dutch, late Middle Ages work. Little Hans Castorp had often looked at it, not, of course, with any knowledge of art, but with a larger, even a fervid comprehension. Only once, then only for a moment, had he seen grandfather as he was HCRC represented, on the occasion of a procession to the Rath.Tus. But HC could not help feeling that this presentment was the genuine, the authentic grandfather, and the one MCRCLY subsidiary, not really conformable, a sort of interim grandfather, as it were. For it was clear that the deviations and idiosyncrasies presented by his everyday appearance were due to incomplete, perhaps even unsuccessful adaptation. They were not quite credible vestiges of grandfather's pure and genuine form. The choker collar and band, for instance, were old-fashioned, an adject GVE it would have been impossible to apply the admirable article of apparel whose incremacpaxton THCY were, namely, the rough. The same was true of the outlandish top hat grandfather wore, with the bell-shaped crown, to which the broad-brimmed felt in the painting corresponded, only with a higher degree of actuality, and of the voluminous frock-coat, hock archeripk and original was for little Hans Castorp the lace and fur TNMRNED ceremonial garment. Thus he was glad from HLS he art that I should the authentic, the perfect grandfather who lay there resplendent on that day or when he came to take last leave of Hint. It was in the room where often they had sat facing each other at table side, and now, in the centre, Hans Lorenz Castorp was lying in a silver-mounted coffin, upon it landed beer. He had fought out the attack on his lungs, fought long and stoutly, despite his air of being at home in the life of the day only by dint of his PMVCRS of adaptability. On hardly knew whether he had won or lost in the struggle, but in any case there he lay, with a stern yet satisfied expression, on his BCA of state. He had altered with THC illness, his nose looked sharp and thin, THC lower half of his body was hidden by a coverlet on which lay a palm branch, the head was lifted high by the silken pavot, so that his chin rested beautifully in the front swell of the ruff. Between the hands, half shrouded in their lace cuffs, their visible cold, dead fingers artfully arranged to simulate life, was stuck an ivory cross. HCSCCMCD to gaze, beneath drooping lids, steadfastly down upon it. Hans Castorp had probably seen his grandfather several times at the beginning of this last illness, but not toward the end. They had spared him the sight of the struggle, THC more easily that it had been mostly at NTGHT, he had only felt it through the surcharged atmosphere of the house, Old Feet's red eyes, the coming and going of TE doctors. What he gathered as HC stood now by RHCBM the dining room, was that grandfather had final and formally surmounted his interim and assumed for any time his true and adequate shape. And that was a gratifying result, even though Old Feet continually wept and shook his head, even though Hans Castorp himself wept. As he had at sight of the mother he had abruptly bccnt reft of, and father who, so little time after her, lay in his turn still and strange before the little boy's eyes. Thus for the third time in so shorter and in such young years did death uv the spirit and, but chiefly on the senses, of the ad. His sight was no longer strange, it was already right familiar, and as on those earlier occasions, only in still greater degree, he himself in THC presence of death with an air, quite self-controlled, showing no nervous weakness, if some natural dejection. HC was unaware of the practical result the loss would mean to his overt life, or else with childlike indifference instinctively confident that he would be taken cark of somehow. Thus, at the beer, HC displayed both an uncomprehending coolness and a detached alertness of observation, Tohick were added. On this third occasion, a feeling and expression of connoisseurship. And something more. A peculiar, precocitums Vanerian, HC seemed no longer think of Teres, either the coutant outburst of GNCF or the contagion from of others, as a natural reaction. In 3 or 4 months after his father's passing he had forgotten about death, but now he remembered, and all the impressions of that rhyme recurred, precise, immediate, and piercing in their transcendent strangeness. Reduced to order and put into words, they would have been like the following. In one aspect death was holy, a spiritual state. Posked of a certain mournful beauty. In another it was quite different. It was precisely the opim, sitk. It was VCR physical, it was material, it could not possibly be called either cory, or pensive, or beautiful, not CVCN mournful. The solemn, spiritual side expressed itself in the ceremonial state of the in the fan-leaved palm and the wealth of CRS. All which Svambobsk peace of God and the heaven of kingdom, Asdra even more explicitly THC ivory cross stuck BCTWCCN the dead fingers of what was once grandfather, second the bust of Christ BV at the head of the bier, with towering candelabra on either side. Was these last that gave a churchly air to THC scene? All such arrangements had thermork precise justification in the fact that grandfather was now clothed forever in his true and proper guise. But over and atuvc that dietry they had another, of a more profane kind, of which little Hans Castorp was disrenctlv aware, though without admitting it in so many words. One and all of them, but expressly the flowers, and of these more expressly the of Tubkrosks. There to palliate the other aspect of death, the sidk which was neither beautiful nor exactly sad. But somehow almost improper, its lolly, sidk, to slur over and prevent from being conscious of it was this other aspect of death that made grandfather himself look so strange, not ilk grandfather at all, more like a life-size wax doll. Which death had put in his place to be CTHC centre of ale pious and reverent he who lay there, or more correctals, that which laved there, was not grandfather himself, but a shell, made, as Hans Castorp was aware, not of wax, but of its own substance, and on, v of that. Thgrain, purchasely, was the impropriety. It was scarcely sad at all, as things are not which have to do with the bodv and only with it. Little Hans Castorp regarded that substance, yellow, and fine-grained cheese, of Vic RHC life-size figure made. The fac funds of what had been grandfather. Had SCRTLCD on the quiet brow, and began to move its up and down. Old Feet SHCOCD cautiously away, taking cark not to couch the forehead of the dead, putting on a seemly air of absent-mindedness, of obscurantism, as though he neither might nor would take notice of what he was doing. This correctness of demeanour obviously had to do with the fact that grandfather was now no longer anything but body after flight, Camato, father's fingers, close to the ivory cross. And Hans Castorp, watching, thought he detected, more plainly than ever before, a familiar, strange exhalation, faint, yet oddly clingy. He blushed to find his classmates because he suffered from a certain unpulcher for the drowning out of which the tuberoses were thcre, and which, with all their luxuriance and the strongness of their scent, they yet failed to overpower. H.C. stood 3 times by his grandfather's bier. Once alone with old, once with great uncle the wine merchant, and his 2 uncles, James and Peter, the third and last when a group of harbour hands in their Sunday clothes came to take leave of the head of the house of Castorp and Son. Then came the funeral. There was full of people, and Pastor Bugenhagen of St. Michael's, Thc. Samp, who had baptized little Hans, preached the sermon in a rough. He was most friendly with the boy as they out together to the cemetery, in the first carriage behind the hearse. Thus did another in the of Hans Castorp come to an end, and again H seemed married to a new homage and new surroundings, for the second time in his young life. At Tynapels, and of young Hans's moral state the change was no loss to him, for he entered the home of his appointed guardian, Consul Tynapel, WHCRCHC wanted for nothing. Certainly this was true so far as his NCCDS were con, and not less in the sense of safeguarding interests, about which H.C. was still too young to know anything at, for Consul and uncle of deceased mother, was Mimster Attero Te Castorp estate. He put up the property for sale, took in hand the business of liquidating the firm of Castorp Son, importers and exporters, and realized from the whole nearly 400,000 nulks, the inheritance of young Hans. Invested in trust funds, and rook unto this Consul Tyner himself 2% o' the interest CVCRY quarter, without impairment of his kinsmanly feeling. The Tynapel house lay at the foot of a garden in Harvest Huda Strasse. The windows looked out on a plot of lawn in which not TBC yacht was suffered row hounsh, then upon public rose borders, and then upon the river. The consul went on foot morning to his business the old Chov.n, although he possessed more than on fine, in order to get little zirkles, for he came suffered from cerebral congestion. He returned in the same wave at 5 mthc afternoon, at which time the due and fitting ceremony. He was a weighty man, whose suits were aluis of the BCSR English cloths, his eyes were Warco blue and prominent G.D. his gold-rimmed glasses. His nose was rudd, and loose square-cut beard was grey. H.C. wore a flashing brilliant on the stubbed little finger of his left hand. His wife was long since dead. He had 2 sons, Peter and James, of whom one was in the navy and seldom at home, the other occupied in the paternal wind trade, and destined heir to the business. The housekeeping, for many years, had been the cark of an Altona goldsmith's daughter, named Scalene, who wore starched white ruffles at her plun and round wrists. Hers it was to SCE to a TLWT the table, morning and evening. Was richly laden with cold meats mth crabs and salmon, cc and a smoked breast of goose, with ketchup for the roast beef. SHC kept a watchful CYC on the hired Wengaver, and SHC it was NIMO, so far as in her lay, took the place of a mother to Hans Castorp. So he growth.v up, in wretched weather, in the TCCTH of wind, and grew up, so to save, and, generally speaking, he throve. Atl Anksmick he had always been, so Heldekel said, and had him take a good glass of porter after third breakfast every day, when he came home from school. IINS, as Eve Vont knows, a curry drink, dr_, and sem, Viflins Castorp found it most sooth to his spirits and encouraging to a prop of his, which his uncle Tynapel called dong, namely, sitting staring into space, with jaw dropped and thoughts fixed on it all. On THC whole HCA as sound and fit, an adequate tennis player and rower, though act of handling the oars was less row his taste sitting of a summer even gone tfie terrace of the Altenhorst ferry house, with a good drink before lum and the sound of music in his ears, while he watched the lighted boats, and the swans mirrored in the bright water. Hear him talk, sedate and sen a rather monotonous voice, just tinged observe him in his blonde correctness, with his WCLL-shaped head which had about it some stamp of the classic. And his self-possessed, indolent bearing, the fruit of innate, inherited, perfectory unconcise self-esteem, you would swear that this Castorp was a legitimate and genuine product of the soil in which he flourished, and strikingly at home in his environment. Nor would he, had H.C. ever put such a question to himself, have been for a single second doubtful of the answer. Yes, he was thoroughly in his element in the atmosphere of this great seaboard city, this reeking air, compact of living and a retail trade that embraced the four corners of earth. It had been the breath of his father's nostrils, and the sun drew it in with acquiescence and a sense of being. The exhalations millimetre water, coals, and tar, the sharp tang in THC nostrils from stacks of colonial produce, the huge steam, cranes at the dock side, imitating the quiet, the intelligence, and the giant strength of cookfants at work, as they hoisted tons of sacks, bales, vats, and carboys out of the bowels of ships and conveyed them into waiting trains and scales, the businessmen, in yellow rubber coats like his to the bourse at day, where, as he knew, there was oftentimes pretty sharp work, and a man might have to strengthen his cadit at short notice img out invitations to a big dinner, all this he FCLT, saw, he W. Besides it all, there was the field in which later was to lie his own particular interest, the confusion of the yards, the mammoth of gat ships, Asiatic and African liners, lying in dry dock, keel and propeller bare, supported by props as thick as tree trunks, lying therein swarmed over by of men like dwarfs, scouring, whitewashing, hammering. There were the roofed overways, wrapped in wreaths of smoke like mist, holding the cowering frames of rising ship, among which moved the engineers, blueprint and loading scale in hand, directing all the SC sites to Hans Castorp from his youth upwards, awaking in him only THC agreeable, homely sensations of training which were the gative of his years. Such sensations would reach their height when he sat of a Sunday forenoon with James Tyrenaple or his cousin Ziemson, in the at Ulster, feasting on hot cuts and smoked maccat, with a glass of old port, or when, having eaten, H.C. would icon back in his chair and give himself up to his cigar. Futhkasin especially was H.C. truck to type, that he liked good living, and notwithstanding his thin bloodness and of over-refinement clung to the GN.'s pleasures of life as a greedy suckling to its mother's breast. For 2 by E, not without dignity, he carried the weight of cultura with which the governing upper class of the commercial city endowed its children. He was as clean as a well-cared-for baby, and dressed by the tailor in whom the young men of his social sphere felt most confidence. Scallion canterful care of his small stock of carefully marked linen, which was in a dressing chest on the English plan. When H.C. studied away from home, he regularly sent his lawn to be washed and mended, for it was a saying of his that outside Hamburg nobody in the kingdom knew how to iron. A rough spot on the cuff of his Dane-coloured shirts filled him with acute discomfort. His hands, though not particularly aristocratic, were well tended and fresh-skinned, and he wore a platinum chain ring as well as the seal ring inherited from grandfather. His teeth were rather soft and defective, and H.C. had a number of gold fillings. Standing and walking, he rather stuck out his abdomen, which hardly made an impression, but his bearing at table was beyond cavil. Sitting very erect, he would turn the whole upper part of his body to speak to his Nsibor, with SCLF on, of Comet and a little P.R.T.T., and he kept his elbows well in as H.C. dismembered his fowl, or deftly, with the appointed tool, the rosy flesh from a shell. His first requirement after a meal was the finger bowl of perfumed water, ours second the Russian cigarette, which no duty, as he a convenient WAV of getting them smuggled in _ after the cigar, He favoured a Bremen brand called Manna Mancini, of which we shall hear more hereafter, the fragrant narcotic blended so soothingly with the coffee. Hans Castorp protected his supply of tobacco from the injurious effects of steam heating by keeping it in the cellar, whither H.C. would take himself every to his case with his for THC Dav. J.T. went a gafenser his gram to cat barter SCRVCD in the piece instead of in little flut balls. It will be seen that we mean to say everything that may be said in Hans Castorp's favour, yet without fulsomeness, not making him out better, or worse, than he was. He was neither genius nor dunderhead, and if, in our description of him, W.C. have avoided THC use of the word, it has been for reasons quite unconcurred with his intelligence, hardly even with any bearing upon his whole simple personality, but rather out of regard for his lot in life, to which W.C. incline ascribe a certain importance above and beyond personal considerations. His headpiece sustained without undue strain the Gmans mad upon it by the course at the real gymnasium, strain, indeed, was something to which he was quite definitely disinclined, whatever the circumstances or the object of his effort, less out of fear of hurting himself than because he positively saw no reason, or, more precisely, saw no positive reason, for exertion. This then, perhaps, is why we may not call him that, somehow or other, he was aware of the lack of such a reason. A man nor only his personal life, as an individual, but also, consciously or unconsciously, the life of his epoch and his contemporaries, may regard the general, impersonal foundations of his existence as definitely settled and taken for granted, and be as far from assuming a critical attitude toward them as our good Hans Castorp really was. YCT it is quite conceivable that he may non-THC less BC vaguely conscious of the deficiencies of his and find THCM prejudicial to his own moral well-being. All sorts of personal aims, ends, HOFS, prospects, hover before the eyes of THC individual. And out of these he derives the impulse to ambition and achievement. Now, if the life about him, if his own times seem how outwardly stimulating, to BC at bottom empty of such food for his aspirationcy, if he privately recognize it to be hopeless, viewless, hell SS. Opposing only a hollow silence to all the questions man puts, or unconsciously, yet somehow puts, as to the final, absolute, and abstract meaning in all his efforts and activities, then, in such a case, certain laming of the personality is bound to occur, the more inevitably the upright the in question, a sort of palsy, as it which may even extend from his spiritual and moral over into his physical and organic part. In an age that affords no satisfying answer to the critical question of why, to what a man who is capable of achievement over and above the average and expected modicum must be equipped either with a moral remoteness and single which is indeed and of heroic mould, or else an exceptionally robust vitality. Hans Castorp had neither the one nor the other of these, and thus he must be considered mediocre, though in an entirely honourable sense. All that we have said reference to the inward state of the young man not only during his school years, but also in those that followed, after he had made choice of his civil profession. On his way through his forest school, he had now and again to take one for the second time. But in the main his origin, his go-o-de breeding, and also a prairie if unimpassioned gift for mathematics got him forward, and when he his 1 year service certificate, H.C. made up his mind to continue at school, principally, it must be said, because he thus prolonged a situation he was used to, in which no definite decisions had to be taken, and in which H.C. had further time to think matters over and decide what he really wanted to do, which H.C. was far after he had at the top form. Even when it was finally decided, to say Hans Castorp final decided it would be saying too much, he had that it might quite as well have been DCCT somic other way. So much, however, was truck, that he had always liked ships. As a small boy H.C. had filled the pages of his notebooks with drawings of fishing barks, 5-mast rockers and vegetable BRGCS. When he was 15, He had had a front scat at RHCCHNSTCMNG ceremony of the new double and screw steamer. He had watched her leave the ways at Blom and Voss, and afterwards made quite a happy watercolour of the graceful ship, done with a good deal of attention to detail, and a loving and not unskilful treatment of the glassy green, rolling waves. Consul Ticknapple hung in his private gofk, and somebody told him that showed Raulknk that the artist might develop into a Guode marine painter, a remark which the consul could safely toward, for Castorp laughed good-humouredly, and not for a moment considered crediting himself in for a car-cur of BCMG eccentric and not getting enough to eat. "You haven't so much, you know," his uncle Tiernapple would say to him. "James and Peter will get most of what I have, that is to save, T stops the business, and Perker will draw his interest. What belongs to you is well invested, in something safe. But it's no 10k living on yon interest today, unless one has at least 5 times what you have, and if you want to be see somebody herk in this town and I've as you lave been brought up to, you'll have to earn a good bit more row put with you mark any words, my son." Hans Castorp marked them. H.C. looked about for a profession suitable in his own eyes and those of his fellow citizens. And when he once chosen, it came about at the of old of the of tea under and to at the Saturday whist table that young Castorp ought to study shipbuilding. It would be a good idea, he could kick into his and he wouldn't see why see on, he had not chosen. H.C. thought very highly of his calling. It was, to be sure, confoundedly complicated and fatiguing, but all the same it was VCRY first rate, very solid, very important. And certainly, being peaceful in his tastes, he preferred it to that of his cousin the son of his Mothka's half-sister, who was bent on taking Anwick in the chest, and officer. But Joachim Ziemsen as rather for that reason a calling which would keep him in the OERN, and in which there was no mental strain or fatigue to speak of, might be see quite the right thing for him, Hans Castorp thought with easy condescension. He had the greatest RCSFCT for work, though personally he found that he tired easily. And here we revert to our suggestion of a few pages back, the idea that an unfavourable enouement exerted upon a man's personal life bv the times in which he lives may even extend to his physical organism. Hans Castorp reefed work, as how should he not have, it would have been work was for him, in the nature of things, thc most estimable attribute of IFC, when you camp down to it, there was nothing else raw was estimable. It was the book by which one stood or fell, absolute of the time, it was, so to speak, its own justification. His regard for it was thus religious in its character, and, so far as he knew, unquestioning. It wag another whether he loved it, and that he could not do. However great his regard, the simple reason beat that it did not agree with him. Exacting IQ on dragged at his nerves it wore out, quite open of H.C. Con essayed that he liked better to have his tune free, with the leaden load of effort, lying spacious before him, not divot up bv obstacles one had to grit one's text and conquer, one after the oilier. These conflicting sentiments on the subject of work had, strictly speaking, to be reconciled. Is it? Perhaps possible, if H.C. had been able to believe in work as a positive value, a self-estimating principle, believe in it in the VCRYDCPTH of his soul, even without being himself conscious of doing so. Thus his body as well as his spirit, first the spirit and through it the body as well, would have been able to devote itself to his task with more of joy and constancy, would have BCCN able to find peace therein. Here is posed the question of Hans Castorp's mediocrity or more than mediocrity, to which we would give no hard and fast answer. For we do not set up as che young man's incomeist, and prefer to leave room for other via, namely, that his works too, de somic war in the way of his clouded enjoyment of his Maria Mancini. To military service H.C. was not inclined. His being revolted against it, and found ways of making difficulties. It may 1k, coup, that Staff Medical Officer Dr. Birding, who visited at Harvest Kudashayus, heard from Consul Tianapple, in the course of conversation, that Young was leaving home to begin his technical studies, and would find a call to the colours a very sensible interruption to his likely to know best in all contingencies, or would he side with the opposition in the assembly? In his blue eyes, under their reddish-brown brows, his fellow citizens read no answer to their curious reasoning. And he probably knew none himself. Hans Castorp, T9HLS still unwritten page. When he took THC journey upon which we have encountered him, he was in his 23rd year. He had spent 4 semesters at the Danzig Polytechnic, 4 more at the technical schools of Braunschweig and Karlsruhe, and had just previously passed his first Fall, quite rescraby, if without any fanfare of trumpets. And now he was preparing to enter the firm of Tundeyer and Wilms, as volunteer apprentice, in order to get his practical training in the shipyards. But at this point his life took the following turn. He had had to work hard and steadily for his examination, and came homing rather paler than a man of his blonde, rosy type should do. Dr. Heidekin scolded, and insisted on a change of air, a complete change, not a stay at Norderney or WK on Farah. That would not mend matters this time, H.C. said. If wanted his advice, it was that Castorp should for a weeks to the high mountains before H.C. took up loose work in THC yards. Consul Tianapel told his nephew and foster son he approved of THC plan, why that in that case they would part company for the summer, for wild horses couldn't drag him into the high mountains. They work not for him, he required a reasonable atmospheric pressure, else he ought an attack. Hans Castor would deek enough to go by himself, let him his cousin a visit. It was an obvious suggestion. Joachim Ziemsen was ill, not ill like Hans Castorp, but in all seriousness, critically. There had been a great scare, in fact. He had always been subject to feverish catarrh, and one day he actually spar bloody, whereupon H.C. had been rushed off to Davos, heels over head, to his great distress and affliction, for he had just then arrived within sight of the goal of all his hopes. Some exemptions long, he had complied with the wish of his family and studied law, then, yielding to irresistible inward urging, he had changed over, presented himself as ensign and been accepted. And for the past 5 months, H.C. had stuck in the International Sanatorium Burghof, directing physician Hofrat Behrens, and was bored half sick, as he wrote home on postcards. If Hans Castorp wanted to do himself a good turn before he entered his post at Tundeyer and Wilms's, what more natural than that should go up to Davos and keep his poor cousin company for a while? It would be serviceable on IKTH sides. It was midsummer, before he made up his mind to go. Already the last week in July. He left for a stay of 3 weeks. Chapter 111 Drawinji the veil he had so utterly carved, he had feared to oversleep, but he was on his legs rather earlier than usual, and had a superfluity of leisure in which to perform the accustomed ritual of his morning toilet. In which a rubber tub, a wooden bowl of green lavender soap, and THC accompanying little brush played the principal parts. HC had even time to do some unpacking and moving in. As he covered his cheeks with SCCNTCD lather and drew over them the blade of his silver-plated safety, he recalled his confused dreams and shook his head indulgently over so much nonsense, with the superior feeling a man has when shaving himself in the clear light of reason. H.C. did not feel precisely rested, yet had a sense of morning freshness. With powdered cheeks, in his Scotch thread drawers and red Morocco slippers, he walked out on the balcony, drying his hands. The balcony ran across the house and was divided into small separate compartments via opaque glass partitions, which did not quite reach to the balustrade. The morning was cool and cloudy. Trails of mist lay motionless in front of the heights on one side and the other, while great cloud masses, grey and white, hung down over THC distant peaks. Patches and bands of blue showed here and there, now and then a 9 of sunshine lighted up the village down in the valve, till it glistened whitely against the dark fir-covered slopes. Somewhere there was music, very likely in the same hotel where there had been a concert the evening before. The subdued chords of a hymn floated up, after a pause came a march. Hans Castorp loved music from Lou's heart. It worked upon him in much the same way as did his breakfast fudgeta, with deeply soothing, narcotic effect, tempting him to doze. He listened well pleased, his head on one side, his CYCS a little bloodshot. He could see below him the winding road up to the sanatorium, by which he had cooked the night before. Among the dewy grass of short STCMMCD, star-shaped gentians stood out. The SIO in Part TKCT, playground had been enclosed for a garden, with flower beds, GL-inths, and GN artificial grotto under a stately silver fir. A hall, with reclining chairs and a galvanized roof, opened the south. Near it scoot a flagpole, painted reddish-brown, on the flag fluttered open and then on its cord. It was a fancy rag, green and white, with the caduceus, the emblem of Calling. The centre. A woman was walking in the garden, and of melancholy, even tragic aspect. Dressed all in black, a black veil wound about her grey-black hair, with brow and coal-black eaves that had hanging pouches of dotkin-catham, she moved with rapid, restless step along the garden paths, staring straight before her, her knees a little errant, her arms hanging stiffly down. The aging face in its southern glow, with the large, wide mouth drawn down on one, reminded Hans Castorp of a trait he had once seen of a famous tragic actress. And strange it was to how the black-clad woman unconsciously matched long, irrevocable to the music of the march. He looked down upon her with pensive sympathy. It seemed to him the apparition darkened the sunshine. But in the same he became a walk of something else, something Audi BLC, certain nor CS penetrating to his hearing from THC room on the left of his own, which was occupied, Jochen had said, by a Russian couple. Agam HC felt a discrepancy. These sounds no more suit HC blithe freshness of CHC morning than had the sad sight in the garden below, rather they seemed to buffer the air, make it thick, sticky. Hans Castorp recalled having heard similar sounds the evening before, though his weariness had persevered him from heeding them, a struggling, a pannering and giggling, RHC offensive nature of which could not long remain hidden to the young man, try as HC good-natured did to put a harmless construction on them. Perhaps something more or other than good neurok was in play, something to which we give a variety of names, calling it now purity of soul, which sounds insipid, again by that grave, beautiful name of chastity, and yet again disparaging as hypocrisy, as hating to look facts in the face, even ascribing it to an obscure sense of awe and piety, and, in truth, something of all these in Hans Castorp's face and bearing as he listened. He seemed to be practicing obscurantism, to be mentally drawing the veil over RHCSC sounds that he heard, to be telling himself that honour forbade his taking any cognizance of them, or it gave him an air of propriety which hearing them at all, was not quite native, though he knew how to get on with this mean. Then, he drew back from the balcony into his inn in order not to listen further to proceedings which, for all the giggling asterisk that went with them, were plainly in dead earnest. Even but from indoors the noise could heard even more plainly. HC seemed to hear a chase about the room, a chair fell over, someone was caught and seized, loud kissing ensued, and the music below had changed to a waltz, a popular air whose hackneyed, melodious phrases a quartal asterisk tell invisible scene. Against his better judgment. And he began to blush through the powder, for what he had all along seen coming was come, and the game had quite frankly over into the bestial. Good Lord, he ought. He turned to NY and made as much noise as able while he con his toilet. Well, at least they are married, as far as that goes, he said to himself. But in broad daylight, it's a bit thick. And last night too, I'm sure. But of course they are ill, or at least on of them, or they wouldn't be here. That may be some excuse. The scandalous part of it is, the walls are so thin one can't help hearing everything. Simply in roll book. The place is shamefully jerry-built, of course. What if I should see them, or even be intro? I simply couldn't endure it. Here Hans Castor remarked with surprise that the bush which had mounted his freshly shaven CQR did not subside, nor its accompanying warmth. His face glowed with the same dry heat as on the evening before. He had got free of it in sleep, but the blush had made it set in again. HC did not feel the friendlier for this discover towards the wretched next door. In fact, he stuck out his lip, and muttered a derogatory word in their direction, as he tried to cool his hot face by bathing it in cold water, and only made it glow the more. ELC felt put out. His voice vibrated with ill humour as he answered to his cousin's knock on the wall, and HC appeared to Joachim on his entrance like anything but a man RCFRCSHCD and invigorated by a GCNJD night's sleep. "Break fast morning," Joachim said. "Well, that was your first night up here. How did you find it?" He was dressed for out of doors, in sports clothes and stout boots, and carried his ulster over his arm. The outline of the flat bottle could be seen on the side as yesterday. He wore no hat. "Thanks," responded Hans Castorp, "it was well enough. Won't try to jug yet. I've had all sorts of mixed-up dreams, and this building poses the disadvantage of tring the sound goes straight through it. It's annoying." "Who is that dark woman DCNVN in RHC garden?" Joachim knew at once whom HC meant. "Oh," he said, "that's to Slezdguks. We heard that up HCRC, because it's the only thing she says. Mexican, you know, doesn't know a word of German and hardly any French, just a few scraps. She has been here for 5 weeks with her eldest son, a hopeless case, to go. He has it all over, tubercular through and through, you might say. Behrens says it is much like typhus, at the end, horrible for all concerned. Well, weeks ago the second son came up, to see his brother before THC end, handsome as a picture, both of them were that, with eyes like live coals. They fluttered the dovecot asterisk, I can tell you. He had been coughing bit down below, but otherwise quite lively. Well, HC no sooner GCRS up Herc than his genes to run a TCM Kra Turk, high fever, you know, 03.ATHEV put him to bed, and if he gets up again, Behrens says, it will be more good luck than good management. But it was high time HC came, in any case, BCHRCNS says. Well, and since then the Mofka goes about, she is not sitting with them, and if you speak to her, she just says, to Sai East Day she can't say any more, and for the moment there is no onc up here who understands Spanish. So that's it, Hans Castorp said. Will she say it to me, when I GCT to know her, do you think? That will be queer, funny and weird at the same. Eyes looked they yesterday. They felt hot and heavy, as if bred with weeping, and yet Nhan too, with the gleam that had been kindled in them yesterday, the sound of that strange, new cough on the part of the gentleman rider. He had RHC feeling that he had been out of touch with yesterday since waking, and had only now PCKCD up the threads again where he laid Thurn down. He told his cousin he was ready, sprinkling FE.V drops of lavender water on his chief as he spoke and dabbing his face with it, on the brow and under the icks. If you like, we can go to breakfast, to Slezdu, he recklessly joked. Joachim looked with mildness at him, then smiled his enigmatic smile of mingled melancholy and mock cry, or so it seemed, for HC did not express himself otherwise. After looking to his supply of cigars, Hans Castorp took coat also, rather defiantly, his hat. HC was far too sork of himself and his station in life to alter his ways and acquire new M's for a mere 3 weeks' visit, and they went out and down the steps. In the corridor Joachim pointed to this and that door and gave the names of the occupants. There were German names, but also all sorts of foreign ones, with brief comments on them and the seriousness of their cases. They met FN Opel already coming back from breakfast, and WHCN Joachim said good morning. Hans Castorp courteously lifted his hat. He was TCNSE and nervous, as a young Einan is when about to present himself before strangers, when, that is, he is conscious that his eyes are heavy and his face red. The last, however, was only truck in part, for he was rather pale than otherwise. "Before I forget it," he said abruptly, "you may introduce me to the lady in the garden if you like, if it happens that way, I have no objection. She would just say, 'Tis Lesday to me, and I shouldn't mind it, being reverent, and knowing what it the Russian pair, do you hear? I expressly don't wish it. They are very ill-behaved lot. If must live for 3 weeks next to them, and nothing else could be, at least I know them. I am justified in that, and I sim why and explicitly decline." "Very good," Joachim said. "Did I disturb you?" "Yes, the barbarians, more or less, uncivilized, told you before. FLE comes to THC table in a leather jacket. Very shabby, I always wonder CRE curtains doesn't make a row. And she isn't the cleanest in this world, with her feather hat. You may mark yourself quite easy, they sit at the bad Russian table, a long way off us. There is a Russian table, you see, where the nicer sit, and there is not much chance of you coming into contact with them, even if you wanted to. I see it is not very easy to make acquaint here, partly from the fact that there are so many foreigners. Personally, as long as I've hanged here, I know very few." "Which of the two is ill?" Hans Castro asked. "He or she?" "The man, I think." "Yes, on the man," Ochim answered. They passed hat and coat racks and entered the light, low-vaulted hall, where there was a buzzing of voices, a clattering of dishes, and a running to and fro of waitresses with steaming jugs. There were 7 tables, all but 2 of them standing lengthwise of room. They were good-sized, seating each 10 persons, though not all of them were at present full. A few steps diagonally into the room, and they stood at their places. Hans Castorp's was at the end of a table placed between the 2 crosswise ones. Erect behind his chair, he bowed stiffly but amiably to each table-mate in turn, as Joachim formally presented him, hardly seeing them, much less having their names penetrate his mind. H.C. caught but a single name and person, Frau Stoer, whom he received to have a red face and greasy ash-blonde hair. Looking at her he could quice the malapropisms Joachim told of. Her face expressed nothing but ill nature and ignorance. He sat down, observing as he did so breakfast was taken seriously up. There were pots of marmalade and honev, basins of rice and oatmeal porridge, dishes of cold meat and scrambled eggs, a plenty of butter, a cheese dropping moisture under a glass of fresh and friars stood either of table. A black and asked Hans Castorp whether H.C. could drink coffee, cocoa or tea. She was small as child, with a long, oldish face, a dwarf. He realized with he at his cousin, who only shrueked indifferently with brows and shoulders. As though to say, WCLL, what of so H.C. adlusked himself as speedily as possible to the fact that he was being served by a dwarf. And per special consideration in his voice as he asked for text, then he'd gone eating rice with quinine and sugar, his eves roving over the table full of other inviting viands, and over the guests at the 6 remaining tables, Joachim's companions and F.E., low victims, who WCRC almwoodly infed, and now sat THCRC breakfasting. There was done in that modern which knows how to give the touch of individuality to in reality very simple. It was rather shallow in proportion to its length, and opened in great arched base into a sort of lob surrounding it, in which serving tables were faced half up with wood finished to 100K sandalwood, the part ilk CTHC ceiling and upper half of the walls. They were STCNCLLCD in gay-coloured bands of simple and velvet designs which were repeated on the girders of the vaulted seating. The 100M was further enlivened by several chandeliers bright brass, consisting of 3 rings placed horizontally one over the other and held together by delicate woven work, the lowest ring SCR with globes of milky gliss like emerald moons. T-hook were 4 glass doors, Quo on RHC opposite wall, on the veranda, a third of the horom of the room on the left, leading into the front hall, and a fourth, by which Hans Castorp entered through a vestibule, as Joachim had brought him down a different stair from the one they had used yesterday evening. He had on his right eine look-old woman in black, with a dull flush on her tea skin of which downy-looking, an older persons often is. She mkcd to him like a seamstress, or home dressmaker, the idea being suggested by the fact that she took only coffee and buttered rolls for breakfast. Since his child he had always somehow associated dressmakers with coffee and buttered rolls. On his left sat an English spinster, also well on in years, very ugly, with frozen, withered-looking fingers. She sat reading H.C. Ahomic letters, which were written in round hand, and drinking tea the colour of blood. NCX her was Joachim, and then Frau Stoer, in a millimetre, iron blouse of plaid. She held her left hand doubled up in a fist near her cheek as she ate, and drew her upper lip back from her long, narrow, rodentilk teeth. She spoke, obviously trying to mark an impression of Kulturk and refinement. A young man with thin moustaches sat next beyond. His facial expression was of one with something bad tasting in his mouth, and he atc without a word. He had come in after Hans Castorp was already seated, with his chin sunk on his breast, and sat down so, without even lifting his head in greeting, by his bearing plumply to being mad acquainted with RHC new guest. He was, perhaps, too ill to have thought of or care for Apf's rances, or even to take any interest in his surroundings. Opposite him there had sat for a short rhyme a very lean, light blonde girl who emptied of yogurt on her plate, ladled it up with a spoon, and took herself off. The conversation at table was not hvcly. Joachim talked politically with Frau Stoer, inquired after her condition and heard with I feel so relaxed, she said with a drawl plain and an uncurbed, affect manner. And she had had 99.1 when SHC got up that morning. What was she likely to have by afternoon's tea? Fi dressmaker confessed to the Sam Temperaturk, but she on the contrary felt excited, tense, and restless, as though some militant CVCNT work about to happen, which was certainly not the case. The excitation was pure physical, quite without emotional grounds. Castorp thought to himself that she could not be a dressmaker after all, she too correctly, even for Dantakai. HC found HCR excitation, or rather the expression of it, saw how unsuitable, almost offensive, in so homely and insignificant a creature. He asked her and Frau Stoer, one after THC other, how long they had been up here, and found that on had 5 THC other months to her credit. Then he mused her at his English to inquire of his neighbour on the right what sort of tea she was drinking. It was made of rose hips, if it tasted good, which SHC almost passionately affirmed. Then HC watched coming and going in the room. The first breakfast, it was not regarded as irregular in any strict sense. He had been little afraid of UNEs and impressions, but found himself agreeably disappointed. He room W as lively, one had not the least feeling of being in place of suffering. Tanned young people of sexes came in humming, spoke to the waitresses, and fell to upon the vines with robust appetite. There were older people, married couples, a whole family with children, speaking Russian, and half-grown lads. The women wore chiefly close-fraying jackets of or silk, the so-called swerka, in white or colours, with turnover collars side pocket *, they would stand with hands thrust deep in these pockets and talk. It looked pretty at some tables photographs were being handed about, amateur photography, no doubt, at another stamps were being exchanged. THC talk was of the weather, of how on had slept, of what one had measured in the mouth on rising. Nearly seemed good spirits, probably on no other grounds than that were innumerous and had no imtit carcass. Herc and there, indeed, sat someone who rested his head on his hand and stared before him. They let him stark, and paid no heed. Hans Castorp gave a sudden angry start. A door was slammed, it was the one on the left, leading into the hall, and someone had let it fall shut, or even banged it, a thing he had never been able to endure. Whether from his upbringing, or out of a natural he loathed the of doors, and could have struck the guilty person. In this case, the door was filled above with small glass panes, which augmented the shock with their ringing and ratching. Oh, Connick, he thought angrily, what kind of damned carclexness was that? But at I and he time the seamstress addressed Hunvey had no time to see who the transgressor had been. Deep creases furrowed his blonde brows, and his face was contorted as he turned to reply to his neighbour. Joachim asked whether THC doctors had come through. Yes, someone answered. THEV had there once and left the room just as RHC cousins contact. Then it would be better not to wait, Oden thought. An opportunity for introducing his cousin would surely come in the course of THC day. But at the they near ran Hofrat Behrens, as he entered with hasty steps, Dr. Krokowski. Hulk-io there. Take care, gentlemen. That might have been rough on all of our corns. He spoke with a strong Saxon broad and mouthingly. Oh, so here you addressed Hans Castorp, whom Joachim, heels together, presented. Well, glad to see you. Reached the young man a hand the shovel. Was some 3 heads taller than Dr. Krokowski, a man, his hair all cardy quit, his neck stuck out, his large, goggling bloodshot blue eyes were swimming in cars. Had a snub nose, and a close-trimmed little moustache, which made a crooked line because his upper lip was drawn up on one side. What Joachim had said about his cheeks was fully borne out. THCY were really purple, and SCT off his head garishly against the white surgeon's coat HC wore, a belted smock of more than knee length, beneath which showed striped trousers and a pair of enormous feet in rather worn laced BCN, TS. Dr. Krokowski was in professional garb, but his smock was of some shiny black scuff and made like a shirt, with elastic bands at the wrists. It contrasted sharply with the pallor of his skin. His manner suggested that he was present in his capacity as assistant. He took no part in the greeting, but a certain expression at the corners of his mouth betrayed the fact that he felt the strain of his subordinate position. The Hofrat asked, motioning with his hand from one to the other of the 2 young men and looking at them with his bloodshot eyes. Is he going to follow the drums like you? He addressed Joachim, jerking his head at Hans Castorp. God forbid, eh? I could tell as soon as I saw you. He spoke now directly to the about you, not like our saber-rattling Corporal HCRE. You'd be a better patient than he is, I'll wager. I can tell by it people, whether they'll make good patients or not. It takes talent, everything takes talent, and this Myrmidon HCRE hasn't a spark. Maybe he shows up on THC parade ground, for aught I know, but he's no good at eyeing ill. Will you believe it? He's always wanting to clear out. Badgers me all the time, simply can't wait to get down there be skinned alive. THCRE's doggedness for you. Won't give us even a measly half a year. And yet it's quite up here, one leave it to YOU if it isn't, Zikmskin, what? Your co-W'll appreciate us, even if you don't. He'll get some fun out of it. Crescent no shortage in the lady market here, either, we have CHC most charming females. At least. Some of them are very picture on the outside. But you ought to have colour yourself, no, if you want to please the sex. Golden tree of life is green as the says, but it's a colour for the complexion, all the same. Total anemic, of course he broke off. And without more ado pat up his index and middle fingers and drew down Hans Castorp's eyelid. Precisely. Totally anemic, as I was saying. Wasn't such a bad idea of yours to let your native Hamburg shift for itself a while. Great Insti Hamburg, revels in humidity, sends us a tidy contingent every year. But if I may tact the occasion to give you the benefit of my poor opinion, sine pect mis, you under MND, quite sine pecuma, L would suggest that you do just as your does, while you are up HCRC. Why couldn't turn a better trick than to behave for the time as though you had a slight tuberculosis pulmone, and put on a little flesh? It's curio use about the mera polisn of protein with us up here. Although the process of combustion is heightened, yet the bod at the same time puts on flesh. Well, Ziemson, slept why we what? Splendid. Then get on with the out of 00B, but not more than half an hour, you hear, and afterwards stick the silver cigar in your face, eh? And be good and write it down, Ziemson. That's a conscientious lad. Saturday I'll look at the curve. Cousin BCTTCR2. Measuring can't hurt any bod. Morning, gentlemen. Have a good time. Morning, morning. Krokowski joined him as he sailed off down the hall, swinging his backward, directing to right and left the question about SLCCPRNG well, which was answered on all sides in the affirmative. Banter. Viaticum. Interrupted mirth. Very nice. Hans said, as after friendly nod to the lame concierge, who was sorting icters in his IADC, THCY passed out into the open air. The main entrance was on THC with WCST Sidk of the White Budding, the central portion of which was a story higher than the wings, and crowned by a turret with a roof of dare-coloured tin. You did not isik from this side into the hedged-in garden, but were immediately in the open, in sight of the steep mountain meadows, dotted with fir trees of moderate size, and then, stunted pines. The way they took, it was the only on RHCY could take, outside the driv going down to THC Valsy, Rosk by a gentle ascent to the left, in the sanatorium, past THC kitchen and domestic offices, where huge dustbins stood at the area rails. Thence it in the same direct ion for a goodish piece, then made a sharp send to the right and mounted more rapidly along the thinly wooded slopes. It was a reddish path, firm and yet rather moist underfoot, with boulders here and there along the edge. The cousins were by no means alone upon it. Guests who had finished breakfast not long after them followed hard upon their steps, and groups of others, already returning, approached with the stalking gait of people descending a steep incline. Very nice man, repeated Hans Castorp. He has such a flow of words, I enjoy listening to him. Quicksilver cigar was capital, I got it at once. But I'll just light up a real one, he said, pausing. I can't hold out any longer. I haven't had a proper smoke since yesterday after luncheon. Excuse me, Mtnutk. HCO ed his automobile leather case, with its silver monogram, and drew out a Maria Mancini, a beautiful specimen of the first layer, flattened on one side as he particularly liked it. He cut off the tips slantingly with a sharp little tool he wore on his watch chain, then, striking a tiny flame with his pocket apparatus, puffed with concentration at the long, blunt-ended cigar until it was alight. There. V said. Now, as far as concerned, we can get on with the exercise. You don't smoke, out of sheer dog-jedness, of course. Never do smoke, answered Joachim. Why should I begin up here? I don't understand it, Hans Castorp said. I never can understand how cannot smoke. It deprives of the best part of life, so to speak, or at least of a first-class pleasure. When I wake in the morning, I feel glad at the thought of being able to smoke all day, and when I eat, I look forward to smoking afterwards. I might almost say I only eat for the sake of able to smoke, though of course that is more or less of an exaggeration. But a day without tobacco would far, stale, and unprofitable, as far as I am concerned. If I had to save to MVSCLF tomorrow, no smoke today, I believe I shouldn't find THC courage to get up, on my honor, I'd stop in bed. But when a man has a good cigar in our mouth, of course it mustn't have a side draft or not draw well, that is CXTRCMCLY irritating, but with a good cigar in his mouth man is perfectly safe, nothing can touch him, literally. It's just like lying on the beach. When you lie on the beach, why? You lie on THC beach, don't you? You don't require anything else, in the line of work or amusement zither. People smoke all over the world, thank goodness. There is nowhere 1GCC2, so far as know, where the habit hasn't punctracked. Even polar expeditions feed themselves out with supplies of tobacco to HCLP them carry on. I've always felt a thrill of sympathy when I read that. You can be very miserable, I might be fecaling perfectly wretched, for instance, but I could always stand it if I had my smoke. It is rather flabby-minded of, but after all Joachim said, you to be so dependent on it. Behrens is right, you are certainly a civilian. He meant it for a sort of compliment, I dark say, but the truth is, thou after civilian, incurable. Brr then, you are healthy, you and do what you like, he added, and his eyes took on their tired look. Yes, healthy except for the anemia, said Hans Castorp. That was certainly straight from the shoulder. He's telling MC 100k green. But it true, I've noticed myself that I look green in comparison with the RCST of you up Herc. Though INCVCR struck me down home. And it was nice of him to give me advice gratis eke that, sign Petunia as he put it. I'll gladly undertake to do as he says, and live just as you do. After all, how else should I do while I'm up here? And it can't do me any harm, suppose do put on little flesh, then. In God's name, though it sounds a bit disgusting, thou will Joachim coyed slight of NMV, and then as they walked, it seemed to strain him to go uphill. WHCN he did so for the third time, he finished and stood still with a frown. Go on ahead, he said. Hans Castorp hastened to do so, without looking. THCN he slackened his ence, and finally almost stopped, as it seemed to him HC must have got a good distance ahead of Joachim. But he did not look round. A troop of guests of both sexes approached him. He had seen them coming along THC level path halfway up the slope, now RHCYWCRC stalking downhill directly towards Kim. He heard their voices. They were all 7 persons, of some in the bloom of youth, others rather older. HC took a look at them, from the side, as he walked with bent head, thinking about Joachim. They were tanned and bareheaded, the women in sweaters, the men mostly without overcoats or even walking stacks, all of them like Gopuk who have just gone out for a turn in the open. Going downhill involves no sustained muscular effort, only an agreeable process of putting on the brakes in order not row finish by running and tripping head over heels. It is really nothing more than just letting yourself go, and thus the gait of these Inapel had something loop-jointed and tlphty about it, which communicated itself to the appearance of the whole group and made on almost wish to be of their HVCLY parry. They camped close up to him. He saw their faces clearly. They were not all brown, 2 of the ladies were, on the contrary, distinctly pale, one of them thin as lath, ivory white of complexion, the other shorter and plump, disfigured by freckles. They all at him, smiling rather tie-eyed. A tall young girl in a green sweater, with untidy hair and foolish, half-open eyes, brushed past Hans Castorp, nearly touching him with her arm. And as she did so she whistled, "Oh, impossible." Yes, she did, though, not with her mouth, angst. For she did not pucker the lips, but held them firmly closed. She whistled from somewhere inside, and looked at him with her silly, half-shut eyes. It was an extraordinarily unpleasant whistle, harsh and penetrating, yet hollow-sounding, a long drawn-out note, falling at the end, like the sound made by those rubber pigs one buys at fairs, that give out the air in a wailing key as they collapse. The sound issued, inexplicably, from her breast, and then, with her troop, she had passed on. Hans Castorp stood and stared. In a moment he turned round, understanding at least so much, that the atrocious thing must be an AA put up I0B, for he saw over shoulder that they were laughing as they WCNT, that a stodgy, thick-lipped youth, whose coat was turned up in an unseemly way about him so that he could put both handles in his trouser pockets, turned his head and laughed quite. Joachim approached. He had greeted the group with his usual punctiliousness, paws and dollar, and bowing with heels. Now he catted mildly up to cousin. "Why are you making such a face?" he asked. "She whistled," answered Hans Castorp. "She whistled out of her inside as she passed. Will you have the goodness to explain to MC Hufo?" Joachim said, and laughed curtly. "Nonsense, SHC didn't do it with her inside. That was Herman Klukfeld. SHC whistles with her pneumothorax." "With her what?" Hans Castorp demanded. He felt wrought up, without knowing why. His voice was BCRWCCN laughter and tears as he added, "You can't expect me to understand your along," Joachim said. "I can explain it to you as we go. You looked root to THC spot. It's a surgical, they often perform it up here. Behrens is a regular dab at it. When one of the lung, STS very much affected, you understand, and the other one fairly healthy, THEV make the bad one stop functioning for a while, to give it AH estimated. That is to say, thin incision air, sore new ear on the side, don't know the precise place, but Behrens has it down fine. Then they 611 UU with gas, nitrogen, you know, and that puts the cheesy part of the lung out of zero fashion. THC gas doesn't last long, of course, it has to be renewed every 2 weeks, they fill you up agam, it were. Now, if that keeps on a year or two, and all goes well, RHC lung gets healed. Not always. Of course it's a RKY business. But they say they have had a good deal of success with it. Those roll you saw us now all have it. Vara was Frau with the Reis, and the thin, pile on was Fräulein 6, that had to so long in bed, you know. They have formed a group, for of course a thing like the pneumothorax brings people to, they call themselves the Half-Lung Club, everybody them by that name. And H. Erman Kleefeld is the pre of THC Club, because she can whistle with hers. It is a special gift, by no means Gvarita, dear, why can do it. I can't tell you how it is done. And she herself can't exactly describe it. Right when she has been walking rather fast, she can make it whistle, and of course they are new to the place. To refilled once week. Then was that Hans C. L. Storp laughed. His excitement, while Joachim was speaking, had fixed for its outlet laughter rather than tears. And he laughed as he walked, loose hand over his eyes, his shoulders bent, shaken by a succession of subdued chuckles. "They incorporated?" he asked as he could speak. His voice sounded weak and tearful with suppressed laughter. "Have THCY any bylaws? Pity you aren't a member, YOL could get me in as a guest, as associate half-lunger. You ought to Behrens to put you out of, then perhaps you could learn to whistle too, it must be something one could learn, well, that's funniest thing ever I heard in MV life." He finished, heaving a deep sigh. "I beg your pardon of it like this, but they seem very jolly over it themselves, your pneumatic freaks. The way they were coming along, and to think that was the Half-Lung Club. Tootle tie too, SHC went MC, she must be out of her senses. It was utter check. Will you tell me why they behave 50 check RL?" Joachim sought for a reply. "GCK, dear Lord," he said, "they are free, mean, they are so young, and time is nothing to them, face. Why should they make a iron just a QRT of loafing about and masting time? Life is only serious down below. You will get to understand that after a while, but not until you have some time up here." Surely, Hans Castorp said. "I'm sure I shall. I really feel great interest in the life up here, and when one is interested, the understanding Folmes. But what is the matter with me? It doesn't taste good, he said, and took his cigar out of his mouth to look at it. I've been asking myself all this rhyme what the marker was, and now I see it is Maria. She tastes like papkamush, I do assure you, precisely as when on has a estion. I can't understand it. I did eat more than usual a Brea fast, but that cannot be the reason, for she usually tastes particularly good after a 2-hearty meal. Do you think it is cause I had such a disturbed night? Perhaps that is how I got out of order. No, I really can't stick it, he said, after another attempt. Every pull is a disappointment, THCRC is no sense in forcing it. And after a hesitating moment he tossed the cigar off down the among the wet pine boughs. Do you know what I think it has to do with? HC asked. I'll feel convinced it is connected with this damned heat I feel all the time in my face. I have suffered from it ever since I got up. I feel as though I were blushing the whole time, deuce take it. Did you have anything first, Camp? Like that when yes, said Jim. I was rather queer at first. Don't think too much of it. I told you it isn't so easy to accustom oneself to the life up here. But you will get right again after a bit. Look, that bench is in a pretty place. Let's sit down a while and then go home. I must take my cure. The path had become level. It ran now in the direction of Davos-Platz, some third of the height, and kept a continuous view, between high, sparse, wind-blown pines, of the settlement below, gleaming whitely in the bright air. The bench on which they sat leaned against the steep wall of the mountain side, and near them a spring in an OFN wooden trough ran gurgling and plashing to the valley. Joachim was for instructing his cousin in the names of the mist-wreathed alpine heights which seemed to enclose the valley on the south, pointing them out in turn with his alpenstock. But Hans Castorp gave the mountains only a fleering glance. He sat BCNT over, tracing figures on the end with The ferrule of his Citus H silver mo unted walking s. There were other things he wanted to know. What I meant to ask you, Hitagan, the case in me had died last before I got here. Have there been many deaths since you came? Several, certainly, answered Joachim. But they are very discreetly managed, thou understand, vu hear nothing of them, or on love by chance afterwards. Everything is kept strictly private when there are death, out of regard for the other patients, especially of the ladies, who might easily get a shock. You don't nonce it. Seen when somebody dies next door. The coffin is brought very early in while you are asleep, and the person in question is fetched away at a suitable time, for instance, while we are caring, said Hans Castorp, and continued to draw. See. That sort of thing goes on behind the scenes, then? Yes, for THC most part. But lately, ICTMCC, wait a minute, it might be possibly 8 weeks ago, you can say lately. Hans Castorp on him crisp. What? Well, not lately, then, since you're so precise. I was just trying to reckon. Well, then, some time ago, it was, I got a glimpse behind THC scenes, purely by chance, and I remember it as if it were yesterday. It was when they brought the sacrament to little Huius, Barbara Hooteles, she was Catholic, the last sacrament, no, extreme she was still about when I first came up HCRC. And she could be see wildly hilarious, regularly giggly, lickagittic kid. But after that went PRCRTY fast with her, she didn't get up any more, her mom was 3 doors off mine, and then her parents arrived, and now the priest was on to while everybody was at tea, not a soul in the passages. I had NETC sleep in the afternoon RCSC and overslept himself, I hadn't heard the gong and was a quarter of an hour late. So they're at the decisive moment where all the others were, but behind the scenes, as you call it, I go along the order, they come toward me, in their lace robes, with the cross in front, gold cross with lanterns. It made MC rink of the Skellenbaum they march with, in front of the what sort of comparison is that Hans Castorp asked, it looked like that to me, I couldn't help thinking of it. But listen. They came towards me, marching, quick step, 3 of them, so far as I remember, the man with the cross, the priest, with glasses on his nose, and a boy with the priest was holding the sacrament to his breast. It was cocked up, and he had his coat bent on one side and looked very sanctified. It is their Hall of Holies, of course. Exactly, Hans Castorp said. And just for that reason I wonder at your making the comparison you did. Why CS, but wait a bit, if you had been there, you wouldn't have known what kind of face you would make remembering it afterwards. It was the sort of thing to give you bad guns. Like this, I ask myself how I am supposed to behave, under the circumstances. I had no hat to take off, there, you see, don't you? Hans Castorp interrupted him again. You see now, one ought to wear a hat. Naturally I've noticed chat none of you do up here, but you should, so you can have something to take off when it is proper to do so. Well, but what then? I stood against the wall, Joachim went on, as respectfully as I could, and bent over a little when they were by me. It was just at door, number 28. The priest seemed to be pleased that I saluted. He acknowledged very courteously and took off his cap. But at the same time they came to a stop, and Ministrant RHC knocks, and the latch, and makes way for his superior to enter. Just try to imagine my sensations, and how frightened I was. The minute the priest sets his foot over the threshold, there begins a hullabaloo from inside, a screaming such as you never heard the like of, 3 or 4 aims running, and then a shriek, on and on without stopping, the top of her lungs, rhhh. So full of horror and rebellion, and anguish, second, well, perfectly indescribable. And in it came a gruesome sort of begging. Then it suddenly got all dulled and hollow-sounding, as though it had sunk down into the earth, or were coming out of a cellar. Hans Castorp had turned with violence to face his cousin. Was that the Whoas? He asked abruptly. And how do you mean, out of a cellar? She had crawled down under the covers, said Joachim. Imagine how I felt. The priest stood on the threshold and spoke soothingly. I can see now just how HC stuck his head out and drew it back again while he talked. The cross-bearer and the acolyte hesitated, and couldn't GCT in. I could sec between them into the room. It was just like yours and mine, the bed on the side wall left of the door, and people were standing at the head, the relatives of course, the parents, talking soothingly at the bed, where I could sec nothing but a formless mass that was begging and protesting horrible, and kicking about with its legs. You save she iked. With her mtght. But I did her no good. SHC had to take the sacrament. The priest went up to her, and the 2 others went inside the room, and the door closed. But first I saw little Huus's head cock up for a second, a shock of blonde hair, and look at the priest with staring CYCS. That WCRC without any colour, and then with a wall no down under the sheer again. And you tell me Al that now for the first, Hans Castorp said, after a pause, can't understand how you came not to speak of it yesterday evening. But, good Lord, she must have had strength to defend herself like that. That takes strcn, th. They ought not fetch the before one quite weak. She was weak, responded Joachim. Oh. There's so much to tell, one doesn't have to pick and choose. She was enough. It was only the fright gave her so much strength. SHC was in a state when she was going to die, and she was such a young girl, it was excusable, after all. But grown men behave like that too, sometimes, and it's deplorably feeble of them. Of course 7QNS knows how to treat CHCM, HC takes just the right tone such cases. What kind of tone? Hans Castorp asked with drawn brows. Don a behave lke that he tells them Joachim Ian scred. At chat is not he told somebody lat klv, WC card it from the we present and help to hold reman. He was one of those who make regular scene at the end, and simply one are so barons brought him up around turn, do MC the favour not to have that HC said to him, and the patient quite come and died as quiet of piace. Hans Castorp Slappel rode his thigh and threw HNSSCLF back against die bench, looking up at the sky. I say, that's pretty steep, he cried. Goes at him that, and Simple tells him not to behave that way. To a dying man. But after a dying man ours something in a way, sacred about him. One can't coolly. IIKE that, a dying man is sore of whole, I should think. I don't acne it, said Joachim. But when one behaves as feeble as that, no, persisted Hans Casto, with a violence out of Oripa onto the opposition he met, I insist that a dying man above any chap that is going about and laughing and earning his living and eating his THRCC macals a day. It isn't good enough, his voice quavered, it isn't broad enough, for one to calmly, just calmly, his words trailed off in a fit of laughter that sizzed and overcame him, the laughter of yesterday, a profound, illimitable, exotic shaking laughter, that shut up INS eyes and made tears well from beneath their lids. Sh! Went Joachim, suddenly. Keep quiet, he read, and nudged his uncontrollably hilarious cousin in the side. Hans Castorp looked up through tears. A stranger was approaching them from the left. A dark man of graceful carriage, and curling moustaches, wearing coloured check trousers. He exchanged a good morning with Joachim in accents agreeable and precise, and then remained standing before them in an easy posture, leaning on his cane, with his legs crossed. Satan his would have been hard to say, probably be quick 30 and 40, for though he gave an imitation of youthfulness, yet the hair on his temples was sprinkled with silver and gone quite thin on his head. Two bald bays ran along the narrow scanty parting, and added to the hair-dollar height of his forehead. His clothing, loose trousers in light yellowish checks, and two long double-breast TCD pilot coat, with very wide lapels, made no slightest claw to elegance, and his stand-up collar, with rounding corners, was rough on the edges from frequent washing. His black cravat showed wear, and HC wore no cuffs, as Hans Castorp saw at once from the lax way the slip hung round THC wrist. Not despite all that, he knew he had a gentleman before him, the stranger's easy, even charming and cultured expression left no doubt of that. YCT by this mingling of shabbiness and grace, by the black eye and softly waving moustaches, Hans Castorp was irresistible RC-minded of certain foreign who used to come to Berg at Christmas to play in THC streets before people's doors. He could see them rolling up their velvet eyes and holding out their soft hats for the coins tossed from the windows. A hand organ man, he thought. Thus he was not surprised at the name he heard, as Joachim rose from the bench and in some embarrassment presented him, my cousin Castorp. Herr Setum Hans Castorp had got up at THC same time, the traces of his burst of hilarity still on his face. But the Italian courteously bade them both not to disturb themselves, and made them sit down again, while HC maintained his easy pose before them. He smiled, standing there and looking at the cousins, in particular at Hans Castorp, a smile that was a fine, almost mocking and crisping of one corner of the mouth, just at the point where the moustache beautiful upward curve. It had the cousins a singular effect, it somehow constrained them to mental alertness and clarity, it sobered the reeling Hans Castorp inner and made him ashamed. Bryony said you are in good, and with reason too, with excellent reason. What a splendid morning! A blue sky, a smiling, with an easy, adequate motion of THC arm HC raised a small, yellowish-skinned hand to the heavens, and sent a lively glance upward after it. One could almost forget whereon his ILC spoke without accent, only the precise enunciation betrayed the fortseneca. His lips seemed to take a currain pleasure in forming the words. It was most a remarkable to hear him. You had a pleasant journey hither, I hope, he turned to Hans Castorp. And do you really know your fate? I mean, has the mournful ceremony of the first examination taken HCRC? If HC had a reply, he should have paused. He had his question, and Hans Castorp prepared to answer. But HC went on, did you get off casually? One might hear he paused second, and the crisping at the corner of mouth grew crisper, more than one interpretation upon why our laughter. How many months have our Minos and Radamanthus knocked you down for? The slang phrase sounded droll on his lips. Shall I say 6? 9. You know are free with the time up HCRE, Hans Castorp laughed, astonished, at the same racking his to whom Minos and Radan thus answered, not it, no, really, you are under a misapprehension, Herr SCPTCM, Stambrini corrected the Italian, clearly and with emphasis, making as he spoke mocking Herr Setembni, beg your pardon? No, you are mistaken. Really I am nor ill. I have only come on a visit to my cousin Ziemsen for a few weeks, and shall take advantage of the opportunity to QCT a good rest, zounds. You don't save? Then you are not one of us? You are WCLL. You are but a glad here, like Odysseus in THC Kingdom of the Shades, you are bold indeed, thus to descend into these NPTHS peopled by the vacant GND idle dead, descend, Herr Sertembrini? I protest. Here have climbed up Somic 5,000 feck to get here, that was only seeming. Upon my honour, it was an illusion, the Italian said, with decisive wave of the hand. We are sunk enough we, Lieutenant. He said to Joachim, who, no little gratified at this method of address, thought to hide his satisfaction, and answered reflectively, suppose we do get rather one-sided. But we can pull selves together, afterwards, if we try. At least, you can, I'm sure, you are an upready man, Setembni said. Yes, 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 he said, repeating TE word 3 with a sharp S, to Castorp again as he spoke. And then, in the same measured way, clucking 3 times with his tongue against his palate. I see, I said, he said again. The S the same sharp sound as before. He looked the comer so steadfastly ill the face that his eyes grew fixed in stare, then, becoming lively again, he went on, you come up quite of your own free will to NS sunken ones, and mean to bestow upon us the pleasure of your company for some little while? That is delightful. And what term had you thought of putting to your stagey? I don't mean precisely. I am merely interested to know what the length of a man's sojourn would be. WHCN it is himself and not Radamanthus who prescribes the limit. Ulrich Weeks, Hans Castorp said, rather pridefully, as he saw himself the object of envy. Oh, dull Weeks! Do you hear, Lieutenant? Does it not sound to you impertinent to hear us? I am stopping for 3 and then I am going away again. We up here are NCV. Acquainted with such an unit of time as the week, if I may be permitted to instruct you, my dear sir. Our smallest unit is the month. We reckon in THC grand style, that is a privilege shadows have. We posks are the such, they are all of the same lity. May I ask what profession you practice down below? More probably, for what profession are you preparing yourself? You see, we set no bounds to our thirst for information. Curiosity is another of the prescriptive rights of shadows. Pray don't mention it, said Hans Castorp, and told hint. A chevet, bewilder. Magnificent! Cried Setembrini. I assure you, I find that magnificent, though my own talents lie in quite another direction. Herr Setembrini is a literary man, Joachim explained rather self-consciously. He wrote RHC obituary Norix of Cap Duxi for the German papers, Car Duxi, you know. He go. NWRE self-conscious still, for his cousin looked at him in a maze and meant. As though to save, Car Duxi? What do thou know about him? Not and more ran I do, I'll wager. Yes, said, I had the honour of your counterfeit in the story of our great poet and free when HFE had to knew I can myself among his pupils. I sat at his FCCT in Bologna. I may think for what culture can call MV own, and for what of but we were speaking of you. Do you have sensibly you represent now, in my eyes, the world of labour and practical genius. Herr Settembrine, I am only a student as yet, I am just certainly. It is the beginning that is hard. But all work is hard, mt it. That deserves the none, that's enough, God knows, or the devil Hans Ostorp said, and the words came from his heart. Settemni's eyebrows went up. Oh, he said, so you the devil to witness that the devil incarnate, Satan himself, did you know that Master wrote HVMN to him, your pardon Fians Castorp said, a hymn to the THC very devil himself, and no other. It is sometimes sung, in my native land, on festal occasions. O salute, O sana, O ovin.rct. It is magnificent Robur it was hard love Karduk-size devil you had in Nund when you spoke, for he is on the very best of terms with HNRD work, whereas yours, who is afraid of work and hates it like poison, prohibity of whom we are told that we hold out even the lurk finger to him. All this was making the very oddest impression on our good Hans Castorp. He knew no and the rest of it sounded no uncomfortable, and reminded him of Sunday sermons, though delivered quite casually, in a light, even JCSTWNG tone. He looked at his cousin, who kept his eyes cast down, then HC said, you take my words far too literally, Herr Settembrine. WHCNTHC devil, it was JUSC a manner of eking, I assure you somebody must have some it, Skatemrini Psi, looking tra, GHT acad, a air. Then recovering himself, he skillfully got back to their former subject. And went on Emily, at all events, I am probably right in concluding from words that the calling you have embraced is as strenuous as tea is honourable. As for myself, I have no mechanical ingenuity, however sincere my respect for tea. But I can well understand that the theory of your craft clear keen mind, and its practice not less than diaman. Am I right? You certainly are, I can go all the way with thou there Hans Castorp answered. Unconsciously he made an effort to ripple with the demands to, day on in my are simply enormous. It is better not to have too clear an idea of them magnitude, might take away one's career, no, it's no oak. And one isn't the strongest the world, T is true that here on a visit, but not robust, and cannot with truth assert that my work agrees with me so wonderfully well. It would look a great deal truer to say that it rather takes JT out of I feel fit when doing nothing at as now. For example, so up here, I am still rather wildered, you can imagine. Yes, and I did not sleep so very well, and the early breakfast was really too solid. I am to fault breakfast, but this was a little too rich for my blood, as the saying goes. In short, I feel a sense of opposition, and for some reason or other, MV cigar this morning hasn't the right taste, something, had as good as never happens to me, or on love when I am seriously upset, and today it is like leather. I had TD throw it away, there was no use forcing it. Are you a smoker? Marv I ask, no then you cannot imagine the annoyance and disappointment it is for anyone like MC. Who have smoked from MV youth up, and taken such pleasure I am without experience the field Settembrine answered, but I find that my lack of it is in no poor company. Man fine, self-denving spurls refrained. Karduk-si had no use for THC practice gut you will find our Radamanthus a kindred spirit. HC is a devotee of Dor vice. Vice, Herr Settemni, why nor, one must call things by their right names, life is enriched and ennobled thereby. I too have my vices. Hofrat Behrens is a connoisseur, a charming man. Thou find him so, then you have already made his acquaintance. Yes, last now, as we camped out. It was almost like a prof's ugliness. Malice, my dear sir, is the animating spirit of criticism, and criticism is the beginning of progress and enlightenment. And he began to talk about Petrarch, whom he called the father of the modern spirit. I think Joachim said thoughtfully, that we ought to going to lie down. THC man of Leticus had been speaking to an accompaniment of graceful gestures, one of which he now rounded off in Joachim's and said, Lieutenant presses on to the service. Let us go together, our way is the same, the path on the right that shall lead to the halls of the Myrtix dis, Virgil. Virgil. He is unsurpassable. I am a believer in progress, certainly, gentlemen, but Virgil, he has of epithet no modern can approach. And on their path he recited Latin verse with an Italian pronunciation, interrupting Hernsdorf, however, as he saw coming towards them a young girl, a girl of the ville as it seemed, and by no means remarkable for her, whom he laid himself out to smile at and ogle most killingly, sweet, 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 he chirrufed. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Then come kiss me, sweet and 20 he quote as they passed, and kissed his hand at the girl's embarrassed back. What a windbag at his hands Castorp thought. He remained of that opinion still, after the Italian had recovered from his attack of gallantry and begun to again. His animadversions were chiefly directed upon Herr Hofrat Bchrcns, H. Siege grid at Thc size of his feet. And at the title H.C. had received from a certain prince who suffered from tuberculosis of the brain. Of the scandalous courses of that royal personage the whole neighbourhood still talked, but Rhadamanthus had shut his eye, both eyes, in fact, and caved every inch a Hofrat. Did the gentleman know that he, the Hofrat, had invented the summer season? He it was, and no other. One must give the devil his due. There had been sent a rhyme when only the faithfulest of the faithful had foot chase summer in Thc High Valley. Then our humorist, with his unerring eye, had conceived that this neglect was simply the result of unfortunate prejudice. He got up the idea that, so far at least as his own sanatorium was concerned, the summer cure was not only nor less to be recommended than the winter one, it was, on the contrary, of great value, really quite indispensable. And he knew how to get this theory put atx, ut, to have it come to cars, wrote articles on the subject and launched them the press, since when the season had been as the winter one. Genius! Said Settembrini. In Russian. He went on to criticize the proprietors of all the other sanatoria in the place, praising their acquisitive talents with mordant sarcasm. There was Professor Kafka. Every year, at the critical moment, when the snow began to melt, and several patients were asking leave to depart, he would suddenly find himself obliged to be away for a week, and promise to take up all requests on his return. Then H.C. would stop away for 6 weeks, while the poor wretches waited for him, and while, incidentally, their bills continued to mount. Kafka was once sent for to go to Lummach for a consultation, but he would not go until he was guaranteed 5,000 Swiss francs, and thus 2 weeks were lost in Port Clerge. Hen he went, but the day after R.H.C. arrival of the great man, T.H.C. Tyant died. Dr. Salmon asserted that Kafka did not keep his syringes clean, and his patients got infected one from the other. He also said he wore rubber soles, that dead might not hear him. On the other hand, Kafka told it about that Dr. Salmon's patients were encouraged to drink so much of the fruit of the vine, for the benefit of Dr. Salmon's pocketbook, that they died off like flies, not of thighs but of the liver. Thus H.C. went on, Hans Castorp laughing with good-natured enjoyance at this glib and prolific stream of slander. It was, in D.C. great fun to listen to, so eloquent was it, so precisely rendered, so free from every trace of dialect. The words came, round, clear-cut, and as though NCWLY minted, from his mobile lips. He tasted his own well-turned, dexterous, biting phrases with obvious and contagious relish, and seemed to be far clear-headed and self-possessed ever to misspeak. "You have such an amusing way of talking, Herr Setum, briny Hans Castor said. So lively, so, I don't quite know how to characterize it, responded the Italian, and fanned himself with plastic. His handkerchief, though it was far from warm. That is probably THC word you seek. You mean I have a pluck-stick way of speaking? But look! He cried, war do sighs behold. The judges of our infernal regions. What a sight! The walkers had already put behind them the turn in the path. Whether thanks to Setum Briny's conversation, the fact that they were walking downhill, or merely that they were much nearer the sanatorium than Hans Castorp had thought, for a path is always eye on sea the first time we traverse it, at all events, the return had accomplished in a surprisingly short time. Briny was right, it was the two physicians who were walking along the free spack at the back of the building, THC Horfrat ahead, in his Hwick smock. His neck stuck out and his hands moving like oars, on his heels the black-shirted Dr. Krokowski, who looked THC more self-conscious that medical etiquette constrained him to walk his cheek WHCN they mad Sir rounds togther. Ah, Krokowski Serem Briny cried. There he goes, he who knows all the secrets in the bosoms of our ladies, pray serve the delicate symbolism of his Turk, HC cars black to indicate that his prof field of study is the night. The man has but one idea in his head, and that a smutty one. How does it happen, engineer, that we have not spoken of him until now? You have Hans Castorp answered in the affirmative. Well, I am beginning to suspect that you like him, too. I don't know, Realv, Herr Briny. I've seen him only casually. And I am not very quick in my judgments. I am inclined to look at people and say, so that's you, is it? Very good. That is apathetic of you should judge, to that end you have been given your eyes and your understanding. You FCLT that I spoke maliciously, now. If I did, perhaps it was not without intent to teach. WC humanists have all of us a pedagogic itch. Humanism and schoolmasters, there a historical connection between them, and it rests upon psychological fact, the office of schoolmaster should nor, cannot, be taken from the humanist, for the tradition of THC beauty and dignity of man rests in his hands. The priest, who in troubled and inhuman rhymes arrogated to himself the office of guide to youth, has been dismissed, since when, my dear sirs, no special type of teacher has arisen. THC Humanistic Grammar School, you call me reactionary, Ginker, but in abstracto, generally thinking, you understand, I agmaten and adcrent, he continued in the lift to expatiate upon this theme. And left off only when the cousins got out as the second story was reached. He himself went up to the third, where H.C. had, J6 Akim said, a little back. He hasn't much money, I suppose. Hans Castorp said, enter in, Joachim's room, which looked precisely like his own. No, I suppose not, Joachim answered, or only much as just his stay possible. His father was a literary man, you know, and, I believe, his grandfather as well. Yes, of course, Hans Castorp said. Is he seriously ill? Not dangerously, so far as no, but obstinate, keeps coming back. HC has had it for years, and goes away in Bitcoin, but soon has to return again. Poor chap. So frightfully keen on work as he seems to be, enormously chatty, goes from one thing to another so easily. Rather though, it to me, with that was quite put off, but when he talked about human dignity, afterwards, I thought it was great, sounded like an address. Do you see much of him? Mental GYNM stick. Joachim's reply came impeded and incoherent. He had taken a small thermometer from a red leather, velvet-lined case on his table, and put RHC mercury-filled end under his tongue on THC left side, so that the Zeus instrument stuck slantingly upwards out of his mouth. Then be charmed into indoor clothes. Put on shoes and a braided jacket, took printed form and pencil from his table, also a book, a Russian grammar, for HC was studying Russian with the idea that it would be of advantage to him the Servic, and, thus equipped, took his place in the reclining chair on his balcony, throwing his camel's hair rug lightly across his feet. It was scarcely needed. During the last quarter hour the lava of cloud had grown steadily thinner, and now the sun broke through in summer-like warmth, so dazzling that Joachim protected Lou's head with a white linen shade which was fastened to the arm of his chair, and furnished with a device by means of which it could be adjusted to the position of the sun. Hans Castorp ICD this contract. HC wished to await the result of Joachim's ment, and meanwhile I oaked about to how everything was done, observed the fur-lined sleeping sack that stood against the wall in a corner of the loggia, for Joachim to use on cold dabs, and gazed down into the garden, with his elbows on the balustrade. The $Emerald Rest Hall was populated by reclining patients, reading, writing, or conversing. He could see only a part of the interior, some 4 or 5 chairs. "How does that go on?" he asked, turning round. Joachim used Sifkningus. SCVCN minutes. But they must be up. Joachim shook his head. A little later he took the thermometer out of his mouth, looked at it, and said, "Yes, when you watch it, the time, it goes very slowly. I quite like the measuring, 4 times a day, for then thou know what minute, or 7 of them, actually to, up here in this place, the 7 days of our HC week whisk BV the way they do." "You save actual, Hans Castorp answered. He sat with one flung over the balustrade, and his sides looked bloodshot. After all, time if a cruel underscore when it SCCMS long to you, then it is long, when it seems short, WHV, then it is short. But how long, or how short, I actually is, that dy knows." He was unaccustomed to philosophies, yet some underscore felt an impulse to do so. Joachim gainsaid him. "How so? We do make it. We have watches and calendars for the PUWJSE, and when a month is up, why, hen up it is, for you and for me, and for all of us." "Wait," said Franz Castorp. He held up his forefinger, to his tired CYCS. "A minute. Then, is as long as it seems to you when you measure yourself. A minute is as long, it lasts as long, as IC takes the second hand of my watch to complete a circuit. But it takes such vain length of time, to our senses. And I say taking it just as a matter of fact he as a matter of fact, RT peaked." Pressing his forefinger so hard against his nose that HC bent the end of it quite round. "It is motion, isn't it, motion in space, wait minurk. Means that we measure time by space. But that is no better than measuring space by time, a thing only very unscientific people do. From Hamburg to Davos is 20 hours, that is. By train. But on foot how long is it? And in the mind, how long, not a second. I say," Joachim said, "what's the matter with you? Seems to MC it goes to your head to be up HCRC with us keep vev clear head then, what is Timk?" asked Hans Castorp, and TRNT the tip of his nose so far round that it became white and bloodless. "Can you answer me that space WC perceived with our organs, with our senses of sight and touch? Good. Bad which is our organ of, tell me that if thou can. You see, that's WHCRC thou stick. But how can we post-biv measure anything at K, UT where we actually know nothing, not even single 6ne of its properties? We say of time that it passes. Very good, let it pass. But to be able to measure it, wait a minute, to be susceptible of being measured, time must even live, but who CVCR said it did that? As far as our consciousness is concerned it doesn't, we only assume that it does, for the sake of convenience, and our units of measurement are purely arbitrary, sheer conventions," good Joachim said. "Then perhaps it is pure convention that I have 5 points too much here on my Tviatnomica. but on account of those lines I have to drool about here instead of joining up, which is a disgusting fact. Have you 99 to 3A, it's going down already, and Joachim magged the entry on his chart. Last night it was almost 1000, that was Yorksrivel. A visit always makes it go up. But it is a good thing, notwithstanding. I'll go NMV, said Hans Castor P. I've asterisked till a great many ideas in my head about the time, a whole complex, if I may say so. But I won't excite you with them now, you've too many degrees as it is. I'll KCCPTHCM all and return to them later, perhaps after breakfast. You will call me when I is Timk, I some se. I'll go now and lie down, it won't hurt MC, thank goodness. With which he passed round THC glass partition into his loggia, where stood his own reclining chair and side table. He fetched Osen's ships and his beautiful, soft, dark red and green plaid from within the room, which had already been put into perfect order, and sat himself down. Soon he too had to put up the little sunshade, the heat became unbearable as he lay. But he was uncommonly comfortable, he decided, with distinct satisfaction. He did not recall in Ali his ex-crick so acceptable an easy chair. The frame, 11 a.m. till old-fashioned, perhaps, a mere matter of taste, for the chair was obviously new, was of polished red-brown wood, and the mattress was covered in a soft cotton material, or rather, it was not a mattress, but 3 thick cushions, extending from THC foot to the very top of the chair back. There was a head roll besides, neither hard nor too yielding, with an embroidered linen cover, fastened on by a cord the chair, agreeable to the neck. Hans Castorp supported his elbow on the BRCND, smooth surface of the chair arm, blinked, and reposed the landscape, rather severe and sparse, though brightly sunny, look CD like a framed painting as viewed through the arch of the loggia. Hans Castorp gazed thoughtfully at it. Suddenly HC thought of something, and said aloud in the stillness, "That was a dwarf, wasn't it, that waited on us at breakfast?" "Sh," went Joachim. "Don't fack loud." "Yes, a dwarf." "Why?" "Nothing. We hadn't mentioned it." He mused on. It had been TCN o'clock when he lay down. An hour passed. It was an ordinary hour, not long, not short. At its close a bell sounded through the house and garden, first afar, then near, then from afar again. "Breakfast," Joachim said, and could be heard getting UX. Hans Castorp too finished with his kirk for the time and went into his room to put himself to rights a little. The cousins met in the corridor and descended the stair. Hans Castorp said, "Well, the lying down is great. What sort of chairs are they? If they are to be had here, in buy one and take it to Hamburg with me, they are heavenly to lie in. Or do you think Behrens had them made to his design?" Joachim did not know. They entered the dining room, where the meal was again in full swing. At every place stock nigh a large glass, probably a half-litre of milk, the room shimmered white with it. "No," Hans Castorp said, when he was once more in his seat Tavine the seamstress and the Englishwoman, and had docilely unfolded his skavik, though still heavy with the earlier mickle, "no, God help me, milk I never could abide, and least of all now. Is there perhaps Somic Porter?" He applied himself to the dwarf and put his question with the gentlest courtesy, but alas, THCRE was none. She promised to bring Kulmbach beer, and did so. It was thick, dark, and foaming brownly, it made a capital substitute for the porter. Hans Castorp drank it thirsty from a half-lure glass, and ate some cold meat and toast. Again THCRC was oatmeal porridge and much butter and fruit. He let his eyes dwell upon them, and he looked at the guests. The groups began to break up for him, and individuals stand out. His own table was full, except the place at the top, which, he learned, was the doctor's place. For the doctors, when their work allowed, ATC at the common table, sitting at each of the 7 in turn, at CAC 1 a place was kept free. But just as they WCRC $, it was said. The young man with the moustaches came in a gam, sank his chin once for all on his breast, and sat down, with his self-absorbed, careworn mien. The lean, light blonde was in her seat, and spooned up yogurt as though it formed HCR sole article of dict. Next her appeared a lively little old dame, who addressed THC silent young man in Russian. He read HCR uneasily, and answered only by nodding his head, looking as though he had a bad taste in his mouth. Opposite him, on the other side of the elderly lady, there was another young girl, pretty, with a blooming complexion and full chestnut hair that waved agreeably, round, brown, childlike eyes, and a little ruby on her lovely hand. She laughed often, and Russian. Hans Castorp learned that her name was Mariska. He noticed further that when she laughed and talked, Joachim sat with eyes cast sternly down upon his plate. Settembrini appeared through the side door, and, curling his moustaches, strode to his place at the end of the table diagonally in front of that where Hans Castorp sat. His table mates burst out in peals of laughter as he sat. He had probably said thing cutting. Hans Castorp recognized the members of the Half-Lung Club. Herman Kleeteld, heavy-eyed, slid into her place at table in front of Onk of the veranda dues, faking as she did so to the thick-lipped youth who had worn his core in the unseemly fashion that had struck Hans Castorp. The ivory-coloured Levi and the fat, FRCCKLCD Ilta sat side by side at table at right angles to Hans Castorp. He did not know any of their table mates. "There are your neighbours," Joachim said in a low voice to his cousin, bending forward as HC spoke. The pair passed close beside Hans Castorp to the last table on the right. The bad Russian table, apparently, where there already sat a whole family, one of whom, very ugly boy, was gobbling great quantities of porridge. The man was of chite with a grey, hollow-cheeked face. He wore a brown leather jacket. On his feet he had clumsy felt balls with buckled clasps. His wife, likewise small and slender, walked with tripping steps in her tiny, high-heeled Russia leather boots, the feathers swaying on her hat. Around HCR neck she wore a soiled feather boa. Hans Castorp at them with a ruthless stare, quite foreign to his usual manner. HC himself was aware of its brutality, yet at the same time conscious of relishing that quality. His eyes felt both staring and heavy. At that moment the glass door on the left slammed shut, with a rattle and ring of glass. He did not start as he had the first occasion, but only made a grimace of lazy disgust. When he wished to turn his head, he found the effort too much for him. It was really not worth while. And thus, for the second time, HC was unable to fix upon the person who was guilty of having in that reckless about a door. The truth was that the Book.part BCCR, as a rule only mildly ebbed for scaring to the young man's sense, had this time completely stupefied and befuddled him. He felt as though he had received a blow on the head. His eyelids were heavy as lead, his tongue would not his simple thoughts when out of politeness he tried to talk to the Englishwoman. Even to alter AC direction T disinclination, and, added to all this, the hateful barung in, ways had reached though. Sam height as yesterday, his cheeks FCLT puffy with heat, he breathed with difficulty, his heart pounded dull, like a hammer muffed in cloth. If all sensations caused higher or no high DCGRCE of suffering, that was only because his head felt as though he had inhaled a few whiffs of chloroform. He saw as in a dream that Dr. Krakowski abfarked at breakfast and took the place of FYSLTC to his, the doctor. However, repeatedly looked him sharply in the eye. While HC conversed in Russian with the ladies on his right. The young girls, THC blooming Maruzia and Che Icon consumer of yogurt, cast down their eyes modestly as the doctor spoke. Hans Castorp did nor, of course, bear himself otherwise than with dignity. In silence, since his tongue refused its office, but managing his kengf and with propriety. When his cousin nodded to him and got up, H.C. rose too, bowed blindly to the rest of the table, and WLTH cautiously followed Joachim out. "When do we H.C. down again?" he asked, as they left the house. "It's the best thing up HCRC, so far as I can see. I wish I were back again in my comfortable chair. Do we take a long walk?" "A word too much, NM," answered Joachim. "I am not allowed to go far. At this period I always go down below, through the village as far as the Platz if I time. THCRC are shops and people, and one can buy what one needs. In Tiwarav, we rest for an hour again before dinner. And then after it until 4 o'clock went down the drive in the sunshine, crossed the water course and THC narrow track, having before their eaves the Mountam heights of the western Sidk of the valley, the little Horn, the Green Tower, and the Dorfkirche. Joachim mentioned their names. The little walled cemetery of Davosdorf lay up there, at some height. Joachim pointed it out with his stick. THEV reached the Hitz Road, that led along the terraced slope a story higher than the valley floor. It was rather a misnomer to speak of THC village, since scarcely anything but the word remained. THC Resort had swallowed it up, extending further and further toward the of HC Valley, until that part of the settlement which was called the Dorf passed Imkaktabov into the Platz. Hotels and pensions, amply equipped with covered verandas, balconies, ND reclining halls, lay on both sides of their way, also private houses with rooms to let. Here and THCRC were NEV built-in but also open spaces, meadows, which present a view toward the Hans Castorp, craving his familiar and wonted indulgence, had once more lighted a cigar, and, thanks probably to the beer that had gone before, he succeeded now and then in getting a WHFF, the longed-for aroma, to his inexpressible satisfaction. But now and then, but only faintly, the anxious receptivity of his attitude was a strain on RHC nerves, and the hateful leathery taste distinctly prevailed. Unable to reconcile himself to his impotence, H.C. struggled a while to regain the enjoyment which sith escaped him wholly, or else mocked him by its BNCF presence. Out and disgust, he flung the cigar desk. His numbed condition, he felt it incumbent upon him to be polite, to mark conversation, and to this end he sought to accall those howliant ideas he had previously had, on THC subject of time. Alas! They had fled, THC whole complex of them, and left not a trace behind, on the subject of time. Not on single idea, however insignificant, found logment in his head. He began, therefore, to talk of ordinary anatkas, of the concerns of the body. What he said sounded odd enough in his mouth. "When do you measure again?" he asked. "After eating, yes, that's a good time. When the organism is in full activity, it show itself." Behrens must have been joking when he gilled to tack my temperature. Settembrini laughed like an at the idea. "There's really no sense in it. I haven't seen a thermometer." "Well," Scratchim said, "that is the cast of your difficulties. You can get one anywhere, they sell them in almost CVCRY shop should know, the lying down is very the thing. I'll gladly do it, but measuring would be raka too much a guest. I'll leave that to the RCST of you. If I only a Srorp went on, and laid his hands like a lover on his car, if I only have palpitations the whole time, it cy disquieting, xip thinking about it. For, thou see, a person ordinarily has palpitation of THC heart when he is frightened, or when he is looking forward to some great, but when the heart palpitates by itself, without reason, of its accord, so to speak, that's your body was going its own dolate without any refkick to the soul. Like a dead body, only it not really dead, there isn't an such thing, of course leading a very active existence all on its own account, growing hair and nails and doing lively business in the physical and chemical line. So I've been told. What kind of talk is that? Joachim with serious reproach. Doing lively business, and perhaps he recalled reproaches he had called down on his own head earlier in the day. It's a fact, it is very lively. Why do you object to that? Hans Castorp asked. But I only happened to mention it. I only meant to say that it is disturbing and unpleasant to have the act as though it had no connection with the soul, and put on such airs, by which I mean these senseless palpitations. UKCCP trying row find an explanation for them, an emotion to account for them, a feeling of joy or pain, which would, so to speak, justify them. At least, it is that way with me, but I can only speak for myself. Yes, Joachim said, sighing. It is the same thing, I suppose, as when you have FCVCR. There are pretty lively goings on the system then too. To talk the you do, it easily be that involuntarily tries to find an emotion would explain, or even halfway explain the goings on. But we are talking such unpleasant stuff, he said, his voice trembling a little, and he broke off, whereupon Hans Castorp shrugged his shoulders, with the very gesture, indeed, which had, the evening before, displeased him in his cousin. They walked a while in silence, until Joachim asked, well, how do you like the people up here? I mean the ones at our table. Hans Castorp put on a judicial air. Dear me, HC said, I don't find them so very interesting. Some of the people at the other tables look more so, but that Marv BC only SCCMMG. Frau Stover ought to have her hair shampooker, it is so greasy. And that Mazurka, or whatever her name is, seemed rather silly to me. She accepts and stuffing her handkerchief in HCR mouth. Joachim laughed loudly at the twist his cousin had given the mazurka. Is capital, he said. Her name is Maruzia, with your kind permission, it is the same as Marie. YCS, she really is undisciplined, and after all, she has every reason to be serious, he said, for her case is by no means too tea. Who would have our dollar height it, said Ans Castorp. She looks so very fit. Chest trouble is the last thing one would accuse HCR of. He tried to catch his cousin's eye, and saw that Joachim's sunburnt face had gone all spotted, as a tanned complexion will when RHC blood leaves eye with suddenness. His mouth too was pitifully drawn, and woke an expression that sent an indefinable chill of fear over Hans Castorp and made him hasten to change the subject. He hurriedly inquired about others of their table mates and tried to forget Maruzia and the 100k on Joachim's face, an effort in which HC presently succeeded. The Englishwoman with the tea was Miss Robinson. The seamstress was not a seamstress but a schoolmistress at Lycée in Königsberg, which accounted for the precision of her HCR name was Fräulein Englert. As for the name of the lively little old lady, Joachim, as HC had been up here, did not know it. All HC knew was that she was great-aunt to the young lady who ate yogurt, and lived with her permanently in the sanctorium. The worst cask at their table was Dr. Blumenkopf, Leo Blumenkopf, from Odessa, the young man with the moustaches and the absorbed and careworn air. He had been here years. They were now walking on the city pavement, the main street, obviously, of an international centre. THCY met the guests of the cure, strolling about, young people for the most FMRT, gallants in sporting without their hats, white-skirted ladles, also hatless. On heard Russian and English. Shops with gay show windows were on either side of the road, and Hans, Istorp, his curiosity struggling with intense weariness, forked himself to look into them, and stokel a long time before a shop that purveyed fashionable male wear, to decide whether its display was really up to the. They reached a rotunda with covered galleries, where a band was giving a concert. This was the Cahors. TCNMS was being played on sur courts by long ICHID, clean-shaven youths, accurately pressed flannels and RUR-soled shoes, their arms barked to the elbow, and sunburnt girls in white frocks, who ran and flung themselves high in the sunny their efforts to strike the white ball. The WCL, KCPT courts looked as though coated with flour. THC cousins sat down on an CMPTY bench to watch and criticize the AME. You don't play here. Hans Castorp XSKED. I am not allowed, Joachim answered. WC have to tick, nothing but lie. Serem Briney says we live horizontally, he calls us horizontalists, that's one of his rotten jokes. Those are healthy people, there, or Sisk they are breaking the rules. But they don't play very seriously anyhow, more for the sake of the cos, tum see. As far as breaking the rules goes, there are more forbidden things besides tennis that get played here, poker, and petties kbevksucks, in this and that hotel. At our place there is a nonce about it, it is supposed to be the most harmful ring one can do. Even so, here up couple who slip out after the evening visit and come down here to gamble. That prince who gave Barons his title Alwovs did it, they say. Hans Castorp barely attended. His mouth was on, for he could not have breathed through his nose without. He felt with dull discomfort that his heart was hammering out of time with the music, and with Kai's combined sense of discord and disorder he was about to doze off when Joachim suggested that they go home. They returned almost in silence. Hans Castorp stumbled once or twice on the level street and grinned ruefully as he shook his head. The lame man took them up in the lift to their own story. They parted, with a brief see you later at THC door of number 34, Hans Castorp piloted himself through his room to the balcony, WHCRC he dropped just as he was upon his deck chair and, without once shifting to a more comfortable posture, sank into a dull half-slumber, broken by the rapid beating of his unquiet heart. Of course, a female. How long it lasted he could not have told. When the moment arrived, the gong sounded. But it was not the gong for the meal, it was only the dressing bell, as Hans Castorp knew, and so he still lay, until the metallic drone rose and died away a second time. When Joachim came to FCTCH him, Hans Castorp wanted to change, but this Joachim would not allow. He hated and despised unpunctuality. Would he be likely, he asked, to get on, and get strong enough for the Skavike, if HC was too feeble to observe the hours for meals? Cousin he was, of course, quite right, and Hans Castorp could only say that he was not ill at all, but only utterly and entirely he confined to washing his hands, and then for THUECH time they went down together to the dining. The guests streamed in through both entrances. They even came through the open veranda. They all sat at their several tables as though they had never risen. Such at least was Hans Castorp's impression, a dreamy and irrational impression, of course, but on which his muddled brain could not for an instant get rid of, in which it even took a certain satisfaction, so that several rhymes in the course of the meal he sought to call it up again and was always perfectly successful in reproducing the illusion. The gay old lady continued to talk in her semi-fluid tongue at the careworn Dr. Blumiak hole, diagonally opposite, her lean niece actually at last ATC something else than yogurt, namely, the thick cream of barley soup, which was handed round in soup plates by the waitresses. Of this she took a few spoonfuls and left RHC rest. Pretty Marisja giggled, then stuffed her dainty handkerchief in her mouth. It gave out a scent of oranges. Miss Rabia one read though. Same letters, in the same round script, which she had read at Cookfast. Obviously she knew not a word of German, nor wished to do so. Joachim, pro chevalier, said something to her in English, which she answered in a monosyllable without ceasing to chew, and relapsed again into silence. Frau Stoer, sitting there in her woolen blouse, gave table to SHC had been examined that forenoon. SHC went into particulars, affectedly drawing back her upper lip from the ignient-like teeth. There weren't she to be heard in the upper right side. And under the left shoulder blade the breathing was still very limited. The old said she would have to stop another 5 months. It sounded very common to hear her refer thus to HCR Horfrat Barons. She spied, moreover, a feeling of injury. The old man was not sitting at her table today, where he should by rights be sitting if he had taken them à la, by which she presumably meant in torn, instead of going to retable again. There in fact, he really was sitting, his great hands folded before his place. But of course that was Salomon's table. Fat from Amsterdam, who came decaliti to table CVCN on weekdays, a sight which the old man liked to see, though for her part, Frau Stoers, she never could understand why, since he could see all he wanted to Frau Salomon at every examination. She related, in an excited whisper, that last night, in the Neural Rest Hall up for under the roof, somebody had put out which she designated as transparent. THCOD man and storm, so you hear it all over the place. He had not discovered the culprit, of course, but it didn't take a university education to guess that it was Captain McCloskey from Bucharest, for whom, when in the society of ladies, it could never be dark enough, a man without any and, though he did wear a corset, and, by nature, simply a beast of prey, a perfect beast of prey, repeated Frau Stoer. In a stilled whisper, beads of perspiration on her brow and upper lip. The eclosions between him and Frau Consul General Vermrand from Witten were known throughout Dorf and Platz. It was idle any longer to speak of them as clandestine. Not merely did the captain go into the Frau Consul General's while SHC was still in bed, and remain there throughout her toilet. Last Thursday he had not left the Vermbrand's room until 4 in the morning, that THY knew from the nurse who was taking care of young Franz M. number 19, his pneumothorax operation had gone wrong. SHC had, in HCR embarrassment, mistaken her own door, and burst suddenly into the room of Herr Paravant, a Dortmund lawyer. Lastly Frau Sroy held forth for some time on the merits of a cosmic establishment down in the village, where she bought her mouthwash. Joachim gazed stonily downwards at his plate. The meal was as faultlessly prepared as it was abundant. Counting die hearty soup, it consisted of no less than 6 courses. After the fish followed an exceeding meat dish, with garnishings, then a separate vegetable course, then roast fowl, a pudding, not inferior to yesterday evening's, and lastly cheese and fruit. Each dish was handed twice and nor in vain. At all 7 tables they filled their plates and ate, they ATC like wolves. THEV displayed a voracity which would have been pleasure to see, had there not something else about it. An effect almost uncanny, not to say repulsive. Tea was not only the light-hearted who thus laced into the food, those who chatted as they ate and threw pellets of bread each other. No, the Samka Petite was convinced by the silent, gloomy ones as well. Those WO in the pauses between courses leaned their heads on their hands and stared before them. A half-grown youth at the NCXT table on the left, by his years a schoolboy, with his wrists coming out of his jacket sleeves, and thick, round eyeglasses, cut all THC heaped up food on his plate into a sort of mash, then bent over and gulped it down. He reached with his serviette behind his glasses now and then and dried his CYCS, WHCTHCR. It was scat or tears he dried, one could not tell. There were 2 incidents during the course of the meal of which Hans Castorp took note, so far as his condition permitted. On was the banging of the glass door, which while they were having the fish course. Hans Castorp gave an exasperated shrug and angrily resolved that this time he really must find out who did it. HC said this not only within himself, his lips formed the words. I must find out, HC whispered with exaggerated earnestness. Miss Robinson and the schoolmistress Hoff looked at him in surprise. He turned the whole upper half of his body to the and opened wide his bloodshot eyes. It was a lady who was passing through the room, a woman, or rather girl, of middle height, in a white sweater and coloured skirt, her reddish blonde hair wound in braids about her head. Hans Castorp had only a of her profile. She moved, in singular to the noise of her entrance, and without sound, passing with a peculiarly gliding step, her head a little thrust forward, to her place at the furthest table on the left, at right angles to the veranda door, the Russian in fact. As she walked, she held one hand ECP in the pocket of her close-fitting jacket, the other she lifted to the back of her head and arranged the plaits of her hair. Hans Castorp looked at the hand. He was habitually obstinate and critical of this feature, and accustomed when he made a new acquaintance to direct his attention first upon it. It was not particularly ladylike, this hand that was putting the braids to rights, not so fine and well kept as the hands of ladies in Hans Castorp's own social sphere. Rather broad, with stumpy fingers, it had about it something primitive and childish, something indeed of the schoolgirl. The nails, it was plain, knew nothing of the manicurist's art. They were cut in rouge and ready schoolgirl fashion, and chase skin at the side as though someone were subject to childish vice of finger-biting. But Hans Castorp rather saw this, owing to the distance. They greeted her table mates with a nod, and took her place on the inca side of the table with her back to the room, next to Dr. Krokowski, who was sitting at the tap. As she did so, she turned her head, with the hand still raised to it, toward the dining room and surveyed the public. Hans Castorp had opportunity for the fleeting observation that her cheekbones were broad and her eyes narrow. A vague memory of something, of somebody, stirred him slightly and fleetingly as he looked. Of a female, he thought, or rather he actually uttered, in a murmur, yet so that the schoolmistress, Engelart, understood. Poor old spinster snulked in sympathy. That is Madame Chauchat, SHC said. She is so heedless. A charming creature. And the downy flush on her cheek grew a shade darker, as it did whenever she spoke. A Frenchwoman? Hans Castorp asked, with severity. No, she is a Russian, was the answer. Her husband is very in French or of French descent, I am not sure. Mans Castorp asked, still irritated, if that was HC, to a Jen Lemon with drooping shoulders who sat at the good Russian table. The schoolmistress answered, he isn't here, he has never been here, no one knows him. She ought to learn how to shut a door, Hans Castorp said. She always lets it slam. It is of ill-breeding. And on the meekly accepting this reproof as though she herself had been sent to the guilty party, there was no more talk of Madame Chauchat. Event was the absence of Dr. Blumenkohl from the room, nothing more. The mildly disgusted facial expression suddenly deepened, he looked with sad fixity into. Then obtrusively wed back his chair and went out. Stowe's essential breeding showed itself in the clerk's light, probably out of vulgar satisfaction in the fact that she was less ill than Dr. Blumenkohl. She accompanied his exit with comments half pitying, half contemptuous. Poor creature, SHC said. He'll soon be at his last gasp. He had to go out for a talk with his Blue Peter. Quite stolidly, without repulsion, she brought out THC grotesque phrase. Hans Castorp felt a mixture of repugnance and distraught. Presently Dr. Blumenkohl came back in the same obtruse way, took his place, and went on eating. He too ate a great deal, twice of CVCRY dish, always in silence, with the same melancholy. Thus the midday came to an end. Thanks to the skilled cervic, the dwarf at Hans Castorp's table was one of the guests on her feet. It had lasted only a round hour. Breathing netly, and not quite sure how he got, Hans Castorp lay once more in his capital chair, his loggia. After this there was rest cure until tea time, the most important and rigidly adhered to rest period of the day. Between the opaque glass walls that divided him on the one side from Joachim, on the other from the Russian couple, he lay and idly dreamed, his heart pounding. Breathing through his MC. On using his handkerchief, HC discovered it to be red with blood, but had not enough energy to think about the fact, though he was rather given to worrying over himself and by nature inclined to hypochondria. Once more he had lighted a Maria Mancini, and this time he smoked it to the end, no matter how it tasted. Give and or pressed, He considered as in a dream how very odd he had felt since he came U2O. At times his breast was shaken by inward lag / the horrid expression which that ignorant creature, Frau Stoer, had used. Herr Albin below in the garden, the fanciful banner with the caduceus lifted itself now and again in a breath of wind. THC sky was once more evenly overcast. The sun was gone, the air had grown almost inhospitably cool. The general rest hall seemed to be full, talking and laughter went on below. Herr Albin, I implore you, put away your knife, put it in your pocket, there will be an accident with it, a high, uncertain voice to Sut. Then, dear Herr Albin, for heaven's sake spare our nerves, and take that murderous tool out of our sight, a second voice chimed in. A blond young man, with a cigarette in his mouth, sitting in the outside easy chair, responded pertly, couldn't think of it. I'm sure the ladies haven't the heart to prevent MC from in myself a little. I am at Dharanifkin Kalkara, of a blind WRNRD. HC could swallow it. And then have his boff dig it up 50 paces from where he stood. Do 100k, it is sharp around a razor. You only need to touch the blade, it goes into your flesh like cutting butter. Wait Jninutk. I'll show it you close by. And Herr Albin stood up. A shriek arose. Or rather, said he, I'll fetch my revolver, that will be more interesting. Piquant little tool, useful too. A bullet through anything. Go up and edit it. No, don't, pray don't, Herr Albin, in a loud outcry from many voices. But Herr Albin had already come out to go up to his room, VCRY young and lanky, with a rosy, childish face, and little strips of side whisker close to his ears. Herr Albin, cried a lady's voice from within, do fetch greatcoat instead, and put it on, do it just to ask me. Weeks long you have Ian with inflammation of THC lungs, and now you sit herk without an overcoat, and don't even cover yourself, and smoke cigarettes. That is tempting Providence, on my word it is, Herr Albin. He laughed scornfully as he went off, and in a few minutes returned with the revolver in his hand. Silly geese squawked worse than four, and some of them even made if they would spring from their chairs, wrap their blankets round them, and flee. Look how little and shiny he is, said Herr Albin. But when I press him here, then he bites. Another outcry. Of course, he is loaded, to the hilt, he continued. In this disc here are the 6 cartridges. It turns 1 hole at each shot. But I don't keep him for a joke, he said, noticing that the sensation was wearing off. HCICT, the revolver slipped into his breast. Arkka sat down again, flung one leg over the other, and lighted a fresh cigarette. Certainly not for a joke, HC repeated, and compressed two hat fought. Then, what for? They asked, their voices trembling. Horrible, came a sudden cry. And Herr Albin nodded. I see you begin to understand, he said. In fact, you are right, that is what I keep it for, went on airily, inhaling. Despite the recent inflammation of the lungs, mass of smoke, and breathing it slowly out again. I keep it in readiness for the day when I can't stand this farce any longer, and do myself the honor to bid you adieu. It is all very simple. I've given the matter some study, and I know precisely how to do it. Another screech at the word. I emanate the region of the heart, the aim is not very convenient there. I are to annihilate MV consciousness at its VCRY center by introducing charming little foreign direct into this organ. Herr Albin indicated with his index finger a spot on his close-cropped blonde pate. You aim here. He drew the nickel-plated revolver out of his FN kit once more and tapped with the barrel against his skull, just here, above the artery. Even without a mirror the thing is simple. A chorus of imploring protest arose, mingled with heavy sob. Bing. Herr Albin, put it away. Take it from your temple, it is dreadful to see you. Herr Albin, you will get well, you will return to reworld. everybody will love, but put on your coat and lie down, cover yourself, go on with your cure. Don't drive and think Masker away next time he comes to rub you down with alcohol. And stop smoking cigarettes, HCRR Albin, we implore you, for the sake of your precious life. But Herr Albin was inexorable. No, no, he said, let me alone, all right, thanks. Never refused lady anything yet, but you see it's no good trying to put a spoke in the wheel of fate. I'm in my third year up here, sick of it, fed up, can't play the game any more. Do you blame MC for that, incurable? Ladies, as sit her before you, an incurable case, the Horfrat himself is hardly at the nins any longer to pretend I not. Grant me a cast the freedom which is all I can get out of the situation. In school, when it settled that Sorniank was not too up to the next form, he just stopped. WHCRCHC was, asked him any more questions, HC did not have to do any more work. It's like that with me, I am in that happy condition now, I need do nothing more, I don't count. I can laugh the whole thing. Would thou like some chocolate? Do tack some. No, thou 1 ti of it in my room, 8 boxes, and 5 tablets of galapita and 4 pounds of lint. The ladies of the sanatorium gave it to MC when I was ill with my inflammation of the lungs. From somewhere a bass voice was audible, commanding quiet. Herr Albin gave a short laugh, a ragged, wavering laugh. Stillness reigned in the rest hall, a stillness as of a vanished dream. Disappearing wraith. Afterwards the voices rose again, sounding strange in the silence. Hans Casterpier listened until they were quite hushed. He had an indistinct notion that Herr Albin was a puppy, yet could not resist a certain envy. In particular, the Scholl days Comparison made an impression on him. He himself had stuck in the lower second and well remembered this situation, of Corgan third, to be ashamed of and yet not without its funny side. In particular he recalled THC agreeable sensation of being totally lost and abandoned, with which, in the fourth quarter, he gave up the running. He could have laughed at the whole thing. His reflections were dim and confuser, it would be difference cull to define them, but in effect it seemed to him that, though honomy possessed certain advantages, yet shame had others, and not increa, advantages, that were well nigh boundless in their scope. He tried to put himself in Herr Albin's place and see how it must FCCL to be finally relieved of the burden of a respectable life and made free of the infinite outcomes of shame, and the young man shudcocked at the wild wave of sweetness which swept over him at RHC thought and drove on his labouring heart to an even quicker pace. Sidney makes proposals that touch our honour. After a while he lost consciousness. It was 3:30 by his watch when he was roused by voices behind the left-hand glass partition. At hour made the rounds alone, and HC was talking in Russian with the unmannerly pair on the next balcony, asking the husband how HC did, it seemed, and infting the fever chart. He did not, however, continue his route by the balconies, but skirted Hans Castorp's Sacrian, passing along THC corridor and entering Joachim's room by the door. Hans Castorp felt rather hurt to have Krokowski circle round and leave him out, even though with the gentleman was something he was far from hankering after. Of course HC was healthy, HC was not included with the other inmates. Up here, he reflected, it was the sound and healthy person who did not count, who got no attention, and this the young man found vastly annoying. Krokowski stopped with Joachim 2 or 3 minutes, then he went on down row of balconies, and Hans Castorp heard his cousin say that it was time to get up and make ready for tea. Good, he answered, and rose. But he was giddy from long lying, and the unrefreshing half-slumber had made his face burn anew, yet he chilly, perhaps he had not been well enough covered as HC lay. He washed his eyes and hands, brushed his hair, put his clothing to rights, and met Joachim outside in the corridor. "Did you hear that, Herr Albin?" he asked, as they went down the steps. "I should say I did," his cousin answered. The man ought to be disciplined, disturbing the whole rest period with his gabble, and exciting the ladies so that I see puts them back for weeks. A pick of gross insubordination. But who is there to denounce him? On THC contrary, that sort of thing makes quite a welcome. Do you think HC would really do it, put a bullet into himself? It's a very simple matter to use his O, answered Joachim. It isn't so out of the question, more's the pity. Such things do happen up here. 2 months before came, a student who had been here a rhyme hanged himself down in the wood, after a general examination. It was a go-quee deal talked about still, in the early days after I came. Hans Castorp gaped excitedly. Well, HC declared, I am certainly far from feeling fit up here. Couldn't say did. Think it's quite possible I shan't be able to stop, that I'll have to leave. You wouldn't take it amiss, would you? Leave? What is the matter with? Cried Joachim. Not a sense. You've just come. You can't judge from the first though. Good Lord, is it still only the first day? It seems to me I've been up here a long time, ages. Don't begin to philosophize again about time, said Joachim. You had MC perfectly bewildered this morning. No, don't worry, I've forgotten all of it, answered Hans Castorp, the whole complex. I've lost all the clear-headedness I had, it's gone. Well, and so it's time for tea. Yes, and after that we walk as far as the bench again, like this morning. Just as you say. Only I hope we shan't meet Setrembrini again. I'm not up to any more learned conversation. I can tell you that beforehand. At tea all the various beverages were served which it is possible to serve at that meal. Miss Robinson drank again her brew made of rose hips, the grandniece spooned up her yogurt. There were milk, tea, coffee, chocolate, even bouillon, and on every hand the guests, newly arisen from some 2 hours' rips after their heavy luncheon, were busily spreading huge slices of raisin cake with butter. Hans Castorp chose tea, and dipped zwieback in it. He also tasted sommick marmalade. The raisin cake he contemplated with an interested eye, but literally shuddered at the thought of eating any. Once more he sat here in his place, in this vaulted room with its gauve yet simple decorations, its 7 tables. I was the 4th rhyme. Later, at 7 o'clock, he sat there again for our HC 5th time, and that was supper. In the BNCF and trifling interval the cousins had taken a turn as far as the bench on the Chiuntam side, beside the little the Pa had full of patience, often to lift his hat. Hour of rest on the balcony, a fugitive and empty interlude of an hour and a half. He dressed for evening and, sitting in his place between Miss Robinson and the schoolmistress, he ate julienne soup, baked and roast meats with suitable accompaniments, 2 pieces of a tart made of macaroons, buttercream, chocolate, jam and marzipan, and lastly excellent cheese, and as before, he ordered a bottle of but. The time he had half emptied his tall glass, he became clearly and unmistakably aware that Tea Road was place for him. His head roared, his eyelids were like lead, his heart went like a SCT of kettle drums, and he began to torture himself with the suspicion that pretty Maruzia, who was bending over her plate covering her face with the hand that the ruby ring, was laughing at him, though he had taken enormous pains not to give occasion for laughter. Out of the far distance he heard Frau Stott telling, or asserting, something which seemed to him such utter nonsense that he was conscious of a despairing doubt as to whether he had heard aright, or whether HC had turned her words to nonsense in his addled brain. She was declaring that she knew how to make 28 different sauces to SCRVC with fish. She would stake her reputation on the fact, though her husband had warned her not to talk about it. Don't talk about it, he had told her, nobody will click it, or, if they do, they will simply laugh at you. And yet she would say it, say once and for all, that it was 28 fish sauces she could make. All seemed too mad for words, of which, to our good Hans he clutched his brow with his hand and in his amazement quite forgot that he had a bite of pump carmichael and kchurk still to be chewed and swallowed. When he rose from table, He had it still in his mouth. They went out through the left-hand glass door, that fatal door which always slammed, and which LCD'd outly to the front hall. Nearly all the guests went out the same way. It appeared that after dinner a certain amount of social intercourse place in the hall and the adjoining salons. Of the patients stood about in little groups chatting. Games were begun at 2 green extension tables, at THC onc, dominoes, at the other, bridge, and here only the young folk played, among them Herman Kleefeld and Herr Albin. In the first salon were some amusing diversions. The first a stereoscope, behind the lenses of which one inserted a photograph. For instance, there was one of a Venetian gondolier, and on looking through, you saw the figure stand out in the round, lifelike, though bloodless. Another was a idoscope. You put your eye to THC lens and slightly turned a wheel, when all sorts of gay-coloured stars and arabesques danced and juggled before it with the swift changefulness of magic. A third was a revolving drum, into which you inserted a strip of cinematographic film and then looked through the openings as it whirled, and saw a miller fighting with a chimney sweep, a schoolmistress chastising a boy, a leaping rope dancer and a sand pair dancing a folk dance. Hans Castorp, his cold hands on his knees, grzed a long time into each of these contrivances. He paused a while by the card table, where Herr Albin, the incurable, sat with the corners of his mouth drawn down, and handled the cards with a supercilious, man-of-the-worldly air. In a corner sat Dr. Krokowski, absorbed in a brisk and hearty conversation with a half-circle of ladies, among them Frau Stoer, Frau Iltis, and Fräulein V. The seccupants the good Russian table had withdrawn into a neighbouring small salon, seat-mated from the card-room by a porty and where they formed a small and separate coterie, consisting, in addition to Madame Chauchat, of a languid, blonde tea-narded youth with a hollow chest and prominent eyeballs, a young of pronounced brunette type, with a droll, original face, and wild woolly hair. Besides these, Dr. Blumenko, who had joined their circle, and 2 other youths with drooping shoulders. Madame Chauchat wore a blue frock with a white lace collar. She sat, the centre of her group, on the sofa behind the round table. At the bottom of the small salon, her face turned toward THC card-room. Hans Castorp, who could not look at the unmannerly creature without disapproval, said to himself, "She reminds me of something, but I cannot tell what." A tall man of some 30 years, growing bald, played the wedding march from the Midsummer Night's Dream 3 times on end, on the little brown piano, and on being urged by some of the ladies, began the melodious piece for THC 4th time, gazing deep and silently into their eyes, one after the other. "May I be permitted to ask after the state of your health, engineer?" inquired Settembrini, who had up among THC other guests, hands in FWCKCLS, and now presented himself before Hans Castorp. He still wore his pilot coat and check trousers. He smiled as he spoke, and Hans Castorp felt again the sobering effect of that fine and mocking curl of the lip and the waving black moustaches. HC looked rather stupidly at the Italian, with lax mouth and red-veined eyes. "Oh, it's you," he said. "The gentleman we met this morning on our walk, at that bench up there, near the— Yes, I knew you at once. Can you believe it?" he went on, though conscious of saying something gauche. "Can you believe it? I took you for an organ grinder when I first saw you, of course. That's all utter rot," he added, seeing a coolly inquiring expression on Briney's face. "Perfectly idiotic. I can't comprehend how in the world don't disturb yourself, it doesn't matter," responded Setter N. Briney, after fixing the young man with a momentary intent regard. "WCLL, and how have you spent your day, the first of your sojourn in this gay resort?" "Thanks very much, quite accord to the rules," answered Hans Castorp. "Prevailingly 100%, as I hear you prefer to call it." Settembrini smilked. "I may have taken occasion to express myself thus," he said. Well, and you found it amusing, RHS manner of existence amusing or dull, whichever you like, responded Hans ca Storp. It isn't always so easy to decide which, thou know. At all events, I haven't been bored, there are far too lively goings on up here for that. Much that is new and unusual to hear and SCE, and yet, in another way, it SCCMS as though I had been here a long time, instead of just a single day, as if I had got older and wiser since that is the wow I feel. Wiser, said Briney as lead, and raised his eyebrows. Will you permit me to ask how old you are? And behold, Hans Castorp could not tell. At that moment he did not know how old he was, despite strenuous, even definite efforts to bethink himself. In order to gain time he had the question repeated, and then answered, how old I am. In my 24th year, of course. I'll soon 24. I beg your pardon, but I am very tired, he went on. Fired isn't the word for it. Do you know how it is when you are dreaming, and know that you are dreaming, and try to awake and can't? That is precisely the way I feel. I certainly must have some fever, otherwise I simply cannot explain it. Imagine, my feet are cold all the way up to my knees. If one may put it that way, of course one's knees aren't one's feet, do excuse me, I am all in a muddle, and no wonder, considering I was whistled at in the morning with the PN, humid thorax, and in the afternoon had to listen row this hair Albin, in the horizontal, on top of that, it SCCMS to me I cannot any more trust my five senses, and that I must confess disturbs me more than my cold feet and THC heat in my face. Tell me frankly, do you think it is FSSLBLE Frau Stoll knows how to make 28 different kinds of fish sauces? I don't mean if she actually can MTKC them, that I should consider out of the question, I mean if she said at table just now she could, or if I only imagined she did, that is all I want to say. Briney looked at him. He seemed not to have been listening. His eyes were set again, THEV had taken on a fixed stare, and he said, yes, yes. Yes, and IISCE, see each 3 times, just as he had donk in the morning, in a considering, deriding tone, and giving sharp sound to the SS. 24, he asked after a while. No, Cry8. Hans Castorp said. 28 fish sauces. Not sauces in general, sir, I sauces for fish, that is the monstrous part of it together, and talking this know nothing about it. Nor do I wish to. You are in your 24th year, you save, HM. Permit me to put another question, or rather, with your permission, a suggestion. As your stay up here with us does not appear to be conducive, as you don't TCCL comfortable, either physically or, unless I mentally, how would it be if thou renounced the prospect of growing older on this spot, in escort, hat if you were to pack to Nig and be up and away with the first suitable train? You mean I should go away? Hans Castorp asked, when IVE hardly come? No, why should I try to judge from the first, as HC to direct his into the next room, saw full face, with its broad what is it, what or whom in all THC world docs she remind me of. But his weary brain, despite the effort HC made, refused an answer. Of course, he went on, it is true it is not so easy for MC to get acclimatized up here. But that was to be expected. I'd be ashamed to chuck it up and go away that, just because felt upset and feverish, or a daze. I'd feel perfect coward. It would be a senseless thing to do, you admit it yourself, don't? He spoke with a sudden insistence, jerking his shoulders. HC seemed to want to make the Italian withdraw his Susian in firm. I foo ECVCRY homage to reason set it, he answered. Anything have seen beautiful cases of was Nefa, Ottilie Nefa, last year. SHC came of a good family, THC daughter of an important government official. She was here some year and a half and had grown to feel so much at home that when her health quite restored, it does up here, people do sometimes get well, shc couldn't bear to ikirk. She implored the Hofrat to let her stop, she could not and would not go, this was HC a home, shc was happy hcrc. But the place full, they wanted HC a room, and so all prayers were in vain, they stood out for discharging her cured. Otatik was taken with high fever, her curve went well up. But they found her out high exchanging her regular for a sister. You aren't as CT the term, it is a thermometer without figures, which the physician measures with a little rule, and plots the curve himself. Dually, my dear sir, had 984, she was normal. Then she went bathing in the lake, it was the beginning of May, we WCRC having frost at night, the water was not precisely ice cold, say a few degrees above. She remained some time in the water, trying to contract some illness or other, alas, shc was, and remained, quite sound. She departed in anguish and despair, deaf to all THC consolations her imrents could give. What shall I do down there, she kept crying. This is my home. I never heard what became of her. But oh, you are not listening, engineer. Unless I am much mistaken, Sci Y remaining on Y our legs Koskiao an effort. Lieutenant. He addressed himself to Joachim, who was up. Take your cousin put to bed. He the virtues of courage and moderation, but now he is a little groggy. No, really, I understood everything you said, protested Hans Castorp. The silent sister is mercury thermometer without figures, you see, I got it all. But he went up in the lift with Joachim and several other as well, Re was over for the evening, the guests were separating to seek the and lodgers for the Kvenning cure. Hans Castorp in row his cousin's room. The corridor with its strip of narrow cocoa matting, billowed his feet. But thus, apart front it was not pleasant. HC sat down in Joachim's great oaked armchair, there was one just like it in his own room, and lighted his Maria. It tasted like glue, coal, like anything what it should taste. Still he smoked 00, as he watched Joachim making ready for his cure, putting on his house earth, then an old overcoat, then, armed with his night lamp and Russian primer, going into the balcony. He turned on the light, lay down with his thermometer in HVS mouth, and began, with astonishing dexterity, to wrap himself in the 2 camel's hair rugs that were out over. Hans Castorp looked on with honest admiration for his skill. He flung the covers over him, one after the other, first from the LCFR side, all their LCNGTH up to his shoulders, then from the feet up, then from the right side, so that HC formed, when timshed, a neat compact out of which stuck on all his head, shoulders, and arms. How well you do that, Hans Castorp said. That's he practice I've had, Joachim answered, holding the thermometer tier 2 cc in his text in order to seek. You'll learn. Tomorrow we certainly get you of rugs, you can use them afterwards at home, and up herk they are indispensable, particular as you have no sleeping sack. I shan't lie out on the milkoni at night, Hans Castorp declared. I can tell you that at once. It would seem perfectly weird to me. Evkirchen has its limits. I must draw the line Sometkirk, since I'm really only up here on a visit. I will sit here a while and smoke my cigar in the regular way. It tastes vile, but I know it's good, that will have to do me for TCE. It is close on 9, it isn't even quite 9 yet, more's the pit why, but when it is half st, there is lack enough for a man to go to bed at least halfway ntly. A shiver ran over him, then several, one after the other. Hans Castorp sprang up and ran to the thermometer on the wall, as if to catch it in according to the mercury. There were 50 firm of heat in the room. He clutched the radiator, it dead. He murmured something incoherent, to THCCFFCCT that it was a scandal to have no heating, even if it was August. It wasn't a question of the name of the month, but of the temperature that obtained, which was such that actually he was as cold as a dog. YCT his face burned. He sat down, stood up again, and with a murmured request for permission fetched Joachim's coverlet and spread it out over himself that he sat in the chair. And thus he remained, hot and cold by turns, torturing himself with his nauseous cigar. He was quickum bv a wave of wretchedness. It seemed to him he had never in his life before felt quite so miserable. "I feel simply wretched," he muttered. And suddenly he was moved by an extraordinary and extravagant thrill of joy and suspense, of which he was so conscious that he sat motionless waiting for it to come again. It did not, only the miser remained. He up at last, flung Joachim's Kofkuka on the bed, and got something out that sounded it good night, don't freeze to death, call MC again in the morning, his lips hardly shaping the words. Then he staggered along the corridor to his room. He sang to himself as he undressed, certain love knock from CXCCSS of spirits. Mechanically, without the care which was their due, he went through all the motions that made up the ritual of his nightly toilet, poured the pink mouthwash and DRSCRCCTLYGLED, washed his hands with his mild and excellent violet SMP, and drew on his long batiste nightshirt, with HC embroidered on the breast pocket. Then he laved down and put out THC light, letting his hot and troubled head fill upon the American woman's dying hour. HC had thought to fall asleep at once, but HC was wrong. His eyelids, which he had scarcely been able to hold up, now declined to close. They twitched rebelliously open when he shut them. He told himself that it was not his regular bedtime, that during the day he had probably rested too much. Someone seemed to be beating a car foot out of doors, which was not very probable, and proved not to be the case, for it was the beating of his own heart he heard, quite outside of himself and away in the night, exactly as though someone WCRC beating with a wicker clatter. It had not yet grown entirely dark in the room. The light from the little lamps in the loggias, Joachim's and the Russian pair's, fell through the open balcony door. As Hans Castorp lay there on his back blinking, he recalled an impression amongst the host received that day, an observation he had made, and then, with shrinking and delicacy, sought to forget. It was the look on Joachim's face when they spoke of her physical characteristics, an odd of pathetic facial distortion, and a spotted pallor on the sun-browned cheeks. Hans Castorp saw and stood what it meant, saw understood in manner so new, so sympathetic, so intimate, that the carpet beater outside redoubled THC swiftness and severity of its blows and almost drowned out the sound of the evening serenade down in the Platz, for there was concert again in the same hotel as before, and they were playing a symmetrically cockle-structured, insipid melody that came up through the darkness. Hans Castorp whistled a bar of it in a whisper, Onken whistle in a whisper, and beat time with his cold feet under the plumeau. That was, of course, the right way not to go to sleep, and now he felt not the slightest inclination. Since he had understood in that new, penetrating sense why Joachim had changed colour, the whole world seemed altered to him. He felt pierced for THC second tint by that feeling of extravagant joy and suspense. And he waited for, expected something, without asking himself what. But when he heard his neighbours to right and left conclude their Kveningkirk and RCCNTC Sir rooms to exchange the horizontal without for the horizontal within, he gave orang to the conviction that at least this evening the barbaric pair would keep the peace. "I can surely go to sleep without being disturbed, they will shave themselves," he said. But they did not. Nor had Hans Castorp been sincere in his conviction that THEV would. For his art, to tell the truth, he would not have understood it if they lad. Notwithstanding which, he indulged in Soundl's express signs of utter astonishment as he listened. "Unheard of," he whispered. "It's incredible, who would have believed it?" And between such exclamations joined again in the impede music that swelled insistently up from the Platz. Later HC went to sleep. But with sleep returned THC-involved dreams, even more involved than those of the first night, out of which he often started up in fright. or pursuing some confused fancy. He seemed to see Hofrat Behrens walking down the garden path, with bent knees and arms hanging stiffly in front of him, adapting his long and somehow solitary XKMG stride to the time of distant march music. As he paused before Hans Castorp, the latter saw that he was wearing a pair of glasses with thick, round lenses. He was uttering all sorts of nonsense. "A civilian, of course," he said, and without saving "by your leave," drew down Hans Castorp's eyelid with the fur, tea and middle fingers of his huge hand. "Respectable civilian, as I saw at once. Not without talent, not at all without talent for a heightened degree of oxidization. Wouldn't grudge us a year, he wouldn't, just one little short year of service up here. Well, hello. Gentlemen, on with the exercise," he shouted, and putting his enormous first fingers in his mouth, emitted a whistle of such peculiarly pleasing quality that from on-site directions Miss Robinson and the schoolmistress, much smaller than life-size, camped B.VTNG through the air and perched themselves right and left on the Hofrat's shoulders, just as they sat right and left of Hans Castorp in the dining room. And the Hofrat skipped away, wiping his eyes behind his glasses with a tabby napkin, but whether it was tears or sweat HC wiped could not be told. Then it seemed to the dreamer that he was in THC school courtyard, where for so many years through he had spent his recesses, and was in the act of borrowing a lead pencil from Madame Chauchard, who seemed to there too. She gave him a half-length red pencil in a silver holder, and warned him in an agreeable, husky voice to be sure you return it to her after the hour. And as SHC looked at him, with HCR narrow, blue-grey eyes above the broad cheekbones, he took himself by violence away from his dream, for now he had it fast and meant to hold it, of what and whom she so vividly reminded him. Hastily HC fixed this occurrence in his mind, to have it fast for the morrow. Then sleep and dream once more overpowered him, and he saw the act of flight from Dr. Krokowski, who had Ion in wait for him to undertake some psychoanalysis. He fled from the doctor, but his feet were leaden, inst the glass partitions, along THC balconies, into the garden. In his extremity he tried to climb the red-brown flagstaff, and woke perspiring at the moment when the pursuer asserted him by his trouser leg. Hardly was he come when slumber claimed him once more. The content of his dream entirely changed, and he stood try to shoulder Settembrini away from the where they stco the Italian smiling in his subtle, mocking way, under the full, upward curving moustaches. Second, it was precisely this smile which Hans Castorp found so injurious. "You are a nuisance," he distinctly heard himself say. "Get away, you are only a hand organ man, and you are in the way here." Settembrini would nor ICT himself be budged. Hans Castorp was still standing considering what was to be done when he was unexpectedly vouchsafed a signal insight into the true nature of time. It proved to be nothing more or less than a silent sister, a mercury column without degrees, to be used by those who wanted to cheat. He awoke with the thought in his mind that he must certainly tell Joachim of this discovery on the morrow. In such adventures, among such discoveries, the night wore away. Hermann Kleefeld, as well as Herr Albin and Captain Mile Lozic, played fantastic roles. The last carried off Frau Stdhr in his fury, and was pierced through and through with a lance by Lawyer Paravant. One particular dream, however, Hans Castorp dreamed twice over during the night, both times in precisely the same form, the second time toward morning. He sat in the dining hall with the 7 tables when there came a great crashing of glass as the veranda door banged, and Madame Chauchat entered in a white sweater, one hand in her pocket, the other at the back of her head. But instead of going to the good Russian table, the unmannerly female did noiselessly to Hans Castorp's side and without a word reached him her hand, not the back, but the palm, to kiss. Hans Castorp kissed that hand, which was not awfully well kept, but rather broad. With stumpy tinkers, the skin roughened next the nails. And at that Burke swept over him anew, from head to foot, the feeling of reckless strength HC had felt for the first time when he tried to himself free of the burden of a good name, and tasted the boundless joys of shame. This feeling he experienced anew in his dream, only 1,000-fold stronger than in his waking hour. Chapter 4 Necessary Purchases. Is your summer over now? Hans Castorp ironically asked his cousin. On the third day, there had come a violent change of scene. On the visitor's second full day up here, the most brilliant summer Kafka prevailed. Above aspiring lang-and-shaped taps of the fir trees THC sky gleamed DCCPCST blue, the village down in the valley glared white in the heat, and the air was tilled with the sound, half gay, half pensive, of bells, from the cows that roamed the slopes, cropping the short, sun-warped meadow grass. At early breakfast the ladles upcarked in lingerie blouses, some with Opton-work SLCCVCS, which did not become them Ali alike. In particular it did not suit Frau Stoer, the skin of whose arms was too porous, such a fashion distinctly not for her. The masculine population too had in various ways taken cognizance of the Finch weather. They sported mohair coats and linen suits. Joe Emson had put on white flannel trousers with his blue coat, and thus arrayed looked more military than ever. As for Stambrini, HC had more than once announced intention of changing. Heavens, how hot the sun, he said, as he and the cousins strolled down to the village after luncheon. Elsek, I shall have to put on thinner clothes. Yet after this explicit expression of his intentions, he continued to appear in his check trousers and pilot coat with the wide lapels. They were probably all his wardrobe could boast. But on the third it seemed as though nature suffered a sordid reserve, everything turned topsy-turvy. Hans Castorp could scarcely trust his size. Happened when they were their balconies, some 20 minutes after the midday meal. S.50 the sun hid its face, ugly turf-coloured clouds drew up over the southwestern ridge, and a wind from a strange quarter, whose chill pierced to the marrow, as though it came out of some unknown icy region, swept suddenly through the valley. Down went the thermometer, a new order obtained. Snow, said Joachim's voice, behind the glass partition. What do you mean, snow? Hans Castorp asked him. You don't mean to say it is going to snow? Gdenly answered Joachim. We know that wind. When it means rubbish. Hans Castorp said. If I remember rightly, it is THC beginning of August. But Joachim, versed in the signs of the Ichgen, knew whereof HC spoke. For in FCW minutes, accompanied by repeated claps of thunder, a furious SNMV storm set in, so heavy that the landscape seemed wrapped in white smoke, and of village and valley scarcely anything could be seen. It snowed away all the afternoon. The heat was turned on. Joachim availed himself of his fur sack, and was not kicked from the service of the cure, but Hans Castorp took refuge in his pushed-up a chair to the hot pipes, and remained there, looking with frequent head shakings at the enormity outside. By next morning the storm had ceased. THC Regaromometer showed a few degrees above freezing, but the snow lay a foot deep, and a completely wintry landscape spread itself before Hans Castorp's system-shut eyes. They had turned off the heat. The temperature of the room was 450. Is your summer over now? Hans Castorp asked his cousin, in bitter irony. Why, oh, you can't tell, answered the matter of fact Joachim. We may have fine summer weather yet. Even in September it is very possible. Truth is, the seasons here are not so from each other, THEV run in together, so to speak, and don't accept to the calendar. FHE sun in winter is often so strong that you take off your coat, and perspire as you walk. And in summer, well, you see for yourself. And then the snow, that pulls out all one's calculations. It snows in January, but in May not much less, and, as you observe, it snows in August on THC whole. One may save THCRCRS never a month without snow, you may take chat for a hulk. In short, There are winter days and summer days, spring and autumn days, but regular seasons we don't actually have up here. A fine mixed-up stare of affairs, said Hans Castorp. In overcoat and galoshes, H.C. went with his cousin down to the village, to boo himself blankets for the out-of-doors cure, since it was plain wrist-plaid would not suffice. For the moment he even weighed the thought of purchasing a fur sack as well, but gave it up, indeed, felt a certain revulsion from the idea. No, no, he said, we'll stop at the I'll have use for them down below, and everybody has covers, there's nothing strange or exciting about them. But a fur sack is altogether special, if I buy one, it is as if I WCRC going to settle down here. As if I belonged, understand what I mean? No, for the present we'll let it 20 at that, it would absolutely not be worthwhile to buy a sack the few weeks I'm up here. Joachim agreed, and they acquired 2 camel's hair rugs like his own, in a fine and well-stocked shop in the English Quarter. They were in natural long, broad, and delightfully soft, and were to be sent at once to the International Sanatorium Berghof, 34, Hans Castorp looked forward to using them that very afternoon. This, of course, was after second breakfast, for otherwise the daily programme left no time sufficient to go down into the Platz sea. Was raining now, and the snow in the streets had turned to a slush that spattered as they walked. They overtook Settembrini on the road, climbing up to the sanatorium under an umbrella, bareheaded. The Italian looked CD sallow, his was obviously elegiac. In well-chosen, clearly enunciated phrases he complained of the cold and damp from which he suffered so bitterly. If they would only heat the budding! But the ruling powers, in THCM Penuriasnks, had the fire go out directly it stopped snowing, an idiotic rule. An insult to human intelligence. Hans Castorp objected that presque maybe a moderate temperature was part of the regimen of the cure, it would certainly not do to coddle the but certainly answered with embittered scorn. Oh, of course see, the of the cure. Those august and inviolate rolks. Hans Castorp was right in referring to them, as he did, with bated breath. Yet it was rather striking, of course only in the pleasantest sense, that the rule's most honoured observance were precisely those which chimed with the interest of H.C. proprietors of the establishment, whereas, on the other hand, to those less favourable THEV were Schutternick. The cousins laughed, and set him for Emgen to speak of his deceased father, who had been brought to in connection with the talk about heated rooms. M.V. father, he slowly, replete with filial piety, my bather was a most decathlete or 5 njzed man, skinsen in body as in soul. How he did love tiny, warm study. In winter a temperature of 20 degrees Reaum must always obtain there, by means of a small red-hot stove. W. Henu entered it from THC corridor on a day of cold and damp, or when the cutting tramontana blew, the warmth of it laid itself about you like a shawl, so that for very pleasure your eyes would fill with tears. The IIRTLC room was stuffed with books and manuscripts, some of them of great value. He stood among them, at his Narm.V desk, in his blue flannel nightshirt, and devoted himself to the service of letters. He was small and delicately built, a good head shorter than I imagine, but with great tufts of grey hair on ours temples, and a nose, how long and pointed it was! And what friends! One of the first of his time, with a rare mastery of our own tongue, and a Latin stylist such as no longer exists, a uomo lettero after Icciccio's own heart. From far and wide scholars came to converse with him, one from another Krakow. They came to our city of Padua, expressly to pay him homage, and NC received them with dignified friendliness. He was of distinction too, composing his leisure tales in the most elegant Tuscan. He was a master of the idioma gentile, Settembrini said, rolling his syllables with THC utmost relish on his tongue and turning his head from side to side. He laid out his little garden after Virgil's plan, and all that he was sane and beautiful. But warm, warm he must have it in his little room, otherwise HC would tremble with cold, and he could weep with anger if they him freeze. Imagine, engineer, you, lieutenant, what the son of father, must suffer in this and Baru's land, where even at summer's height the body shakes with cold, and the spirit is tortured and debased by the CHTS it sees. Oh, it is hard. What types us? This frantic Davy of a Horfrat, Krokowski, pretended to trip over THC, Krokowski, the father confessor, who hates MC because IVC too much human dignity to lend myself to his papish practices. And at my table, what sort of society is that in which I am forced to take MV food? At my right sits brewer from Hal E, Magnus by with a moustache like a bundle of hay. Don't talk to MC about literature, says HC. What has it to offer? Anything but gottleful characters? What have I to do with beautiful char actors? I am a practical man, and in life I come into contact with precious few. That is the idea he has of literature, beautiful characters. Mother of God! His wife sits there opposite him, losing flesh all the time, and sinking further and further into idiocy. It is a filthy shame. Hans Castorp and Joachim were in silent agreement. This talk of Settembrini, THEV found it quemless and seditious in tone, if also highly entertaining and plastic in its verbal pungenki and animus. Hans Castorp laughed good-humouredly over Che bundle of Halik quis oathka the beautiful characters, or, rather, the drolly despairing way Sertimbrin spoke of them. Then he said, I rode, yes, RHC is always mixed in a place like this, I suppose. One's not allowed to choose one's table mates, that would lead to goodness knows what. At our table there is a woman of the same sort, too, Frau Stoer. I think you know he ghastly ignorant, I must say, sometimes when she rattles on, one rsnt know where to look. But she complains a lot about her temperature, and how relaxed she feels, and I'm afraid she is by no means a light case. That seems so strange to MC, diseased and stupid both. I don't exactly know how to press it, but it gives me a most peculiar feeling, when somebody's so stupid, and then ill into TE bargain. It must be the most melancholy thing in life. One doesn't know what to make of it. One wants to feel a proper respect for illness, of course, after all there is a certain dignity about it, if you like. But when such asininity kicks on top of it, cosmic for cosmetic and other howlers like that, one doesn't know whether to laugh or to weep. It a regular dilemma for the human fklings. I find it more deplorable than I can say. What I mean is, it's not consistent. It hang together, I can't get used to the idea. On always has the idea of stupid man as perfectly healthy and of illness too s making on fint and clever and usual. At least as a rule, or I don't know, perhaps I am saying more than I could stand for, he finished. It was only because WC happened to speak of, stopped in confusion. Joachim too looked rather uncomfortable, and Settembrini lifted his eyebrows and said not a word, with an air of waiting political for the end of his spec. He was, in fact, holding until Hans Castorp should break down entirely before HC would. But now he said, Sapristi, engineer. You are displaying a most unexpected gift of philosophy. By your own theory, you must see yourself more ailing than you look, you are so obviously posques d'esprit. But, if you will permit say so, I can hardly subscribe to deductions, I must deny them. My position is one of absolute discount. I am, as USCC, rather intolerant round Athenvisk in things of the intellect. I would rather be reproached as a pedant than suffer to pass unchallenged a view which seemed to me so untenable as this of yours. But, Herr Settembrini, MIT me. I know what you would say, that the views you represent are not, of necessity, your own, that you have only chanced upon that onc of all THC possible ones THCRCR, as it were, in the air, and you try it on, without personal adottensibility. It befits your TTMC of Lifk, thus to avoid THCSCRTLCD convictions of the mature man, and to make experiments with a variety of points of view. Placer experire, HC quoted, giving the Italian pronunciation to receive that is a good saying. But what troubles me is that yours should lead you in just this direction. I doubt if it is a question of sheer chance. I fear the presence of a general tendency, which threatens to crystallize a trait of character, unless one makes head against it. Feel it my duty, therefore, to correct you. You said that the sight of dullness and disease going hand in hand must be THC most melancholy in life. I grant you that. I too prefer an intelligent ailing person to consumptive idiot. But I take issue where you regard the combination of disease with dullness as a sort of aesthetic inconsistency, an error in taste on the part of nature, a dilemma for the human feelings as you were pleased to express yourself. When you profess to regard disease as something so refined, so, did you, possessing a courage and idolatry, that it doesn't go with stupidity. That was the expression you used. Well, I say no. Disease has nothing refined at it, nothing dignified. Such is in itself pathological, or at least tends in that direction. Perhaps I may best arouse your mistrust of it if I tell you how ancient and ugly this concoction is. It comes down to us from a past seething with superstition, in which the idea of humanity had degenerated and deteriorated into sheer caricature, a past full of fears, in which well-being and harmony were regarded as suspect and emanating from the devil, whereas infirmity was equivalent to a free pass to heaven. Reason and enlightened men have banished the darkest of these shadows that tenanted the soul of man, nor can for even yet the conflict is in progress. But this conflict, my dear sirs, means work, earthly labour for the earth, for the honour and the interests of mankind, and by that conflict daily STCCLCD anew, the powers of reason and enlightenment will in the end set humanity wholly free and lead it in the path of progress and civilization toward an even brighter, milder, and purer light. Laura bless us, thought Hans and Storp, in shamefaced consternation. What a homily! How, I wonder, did I call all that down on my head? I must say, I end it rather prosy. And why does he talk much about work all the time? It is his constant then not a very up here, one would think. Aloud he says very well worth uttering, and see old not be more, nigher plastically expressed, should think. Backsliding, continued Settembrini, as he lifted his umbrella away above the head of a passer-by, spiritual backsliding in the direction of that dark and tortured age, that, believe me, engineer, is disease, a disease already sufficiently studied, to which vari names have given one the of psychology, another from the domain of politics, all of them academic terms which are not to the FW int, and which I will spare you. But as in the spiritual life everything is interrelated, one thing growing out of another, and since one may not reach out one's little finger to the devil, lest he take the whole hand, and therewith the whole man, since, on the other side, a sound principle can produce only sound results. No matter which end one begins so disease, far from being something refined, too worthy of reverence, to be associated with dullness, is, in itself, a degradation of mankind. A degradation painful and offensive to conceive. It may, in the individual case, be treated with consideration, but to pay it homage is, mark my words, an aberration, and the beginning of intellectual confusion. This woman you have mentioned to MC, you will me if do not trouble to recall her name, thank thou Frau Stower, it is not, it seems to me, the case of this ridiculous woman which places the human feelings in the dilemma to which you refer. She is ill, and SHC is limited. HC our case is hopeless, and the matter is simple. There is nothing left but to pity and shrug one's shoulders. N.E. dilemma, my dear sir, the tragedy, BCGMS where nature has been cruel enough to split the personality, to shatter its harmony by imprisoning a noble and ardent spirit within a body not fit for the stazes of life. Have you heard of Leopardi, engineer, or you, lieutenant? An unhappy poet of my own land, a crippled, ailing man, born with a great soul, which his sufferings were constantly humiliating and dragging down into the depths of irony, its rend the heart to, and Settembrini began to excite in Italian, icting the beautiful syllables melt upon his tongue, as he closed his eyes and swayed his head from side to side, heedless that his carcass understood not a syllable. Obviously it was all done for the sake of impressing his companions with his melody and his pronunciation. But you don't understand, you hear the words, yet without grasping their tragic import. My dear sirs, can you comprehend what it means when I tell you that it was the love of woman which the crippled Leopardi was condemned to renounce, that this it principally was which rendered him incapable of avoiding the embitterment of his fame and virtue were shadows to him, nature can evil power, and so she is, stupid and evil both, I agree with him there, he even despaired, horrible to say, he even despaired of science, and here, engineer, is the true tragedy. Here you for the human feel here, and not in the case of that wretched woman, with name I really cannot burden my memory. Do not, for heaven's sake, speak to me of the ennobling effects of physical suffering. A soul without a body is as inhuman and horrible as a body without a soul, though the latter is the rule and the former the exception. It is the as a rule, which flourishes inly, which draws everything to itself, which usurps the pre-dominant place and lives repulsively emancipated from the soul. A human being who is first of all an invalid is all body, therein lies his inhumanity and his debasement. In most cases he is little than a carcass, funny Joachim said, bending forward to 100k his cousin, on Herr Settembrini's farther side. You were saying something quite like that just lately. Was F. said Hans Castorp. Yes, it may be something of the kind went through my head. Was S. a few paces. Then he said, much the better. So much the better if that is true. I am far from claiming to expound an original philosophy, such is not my office. If our engineer here HLS been TMKLNG excavations in harmony with my own, that only confirms my surmise that he is an intellectual amateur and up to the present, as is the wont of gifted youth, still experimenting with various points of view. THC young man with parts is no unwritten page, he is rather on upon which all the writing HSS already donk, in sympathetic ink, the good and the bad Togthka, it is the schoolmaster's task to bring out the good, to obliterate forever the bad, by the methods of HS fashion. You have been making purchases? He asked, in a terror tone. No, Hans Castorp said. That is, nothing but, we ordered a pair of blankets for my cousin Joachim and Sword unconcernedly. For the cure, it's got so beastly cold. And I am supposed to do the Romans do, up here, Hans C.A. Storp said, loughing and looking at THC ground. Aha! Blankets, the cure, Settembrini said. Yes, yes. In fact, placet er periari, he repeated, with his Italian pronunciation, and took his Eichhoff, for their conversation had brought them to the door of THC sanatorium, where they greeted the lame concierge in his lodge. Settembrini turned off into one of our HC sitting rooms, to read the newspaper for us before luncheon. He evidently meant to cur our HC second rest period, bless us xipas. Hans Castorp said to Joachim, as they stood in THC lift. What a pedagogue it is. He said himself that he had the PC gig itkvi. One has to watch out with him, not to say more than one means, or he is down on you at once with all his doctrines. But after it is worth listening to, HC talks so well, the words come jumpin' dollar out of his mouth so round and appetizing, when I HSRCN to him, I keep seeing a picture of FRC, H hot rolls in M mind's eye. Joachim laughed. Better not tell him that. He'd be very put out, I'm sure, to hear the sort of imag his words call up in your mind. Think so? I'm not so cerk. I get our HC impression that it is nor simply and solely for the sake of edifying us that HC talks, for that's only a motive. The important one, feel circ, is THC talk itself, the way he makes his words roll out. So resilient, just like a lot of rubber balls. He is very pleased when notice the effect. I suppose Magnus, THC brewer, was rather stupid, after all, with his beautiful characters, but I do think Settembrini might have said what the FV gent really is in literature. I did not like to ask, for fear of putting my foot in it, am not just clear about it, and this is the first time I have ever known a literary man. But if it isn't the beautiful characters, then obviously it must the beautiful words, and is the impression I get from being in what a vocabulary. And he the word just that, the slightest embarrassment. What do you make of that? I've never taken the word in my mouth as long as IVC lived. In school, when the book said Cyrus we always just said valor or something like that. It certainly gave MC a queer in MV inside, to hear him. And it nervous to hear him about the cold, and Barons, and Frau Magnus because she is losing weight, and well everything. HC is a born objector, saw that at once, down on the existing order, and that always gives me the impression that the person is spoiled, can't help it. You say that Joachim answered consideringly, and yet he has a kind of pride about him that makes an altogether different impression, to us of a who has great for himself, or for humanity in general, and I like that him, it has something good, in my eyes. You are right, there Hans Castorp answered. His even austere, HC marks one feel rather uncomfortable, as if you were, well, shall I say as if you WCRC taken to task? That's not such a bad way to describe it. Can you believe it? I had the feeling he was not at all pleased at my buying the blankets. He had something asterisk against it, and he kept dwelling on it. Oh, no. Joachim said after reflecting, in some surprise. How could he have? I shouldn't think so. And then, though in mouth, with sack pack, he went to down, while Hans Castorp began at once to wash and change for dinner, which was rather less than an hour away. Excursus on the sense of time when they came upstairs after the meal, the parcel containing the blankets lay on a chair in Hans Castorp's room, and that afternoon HC made use of them for the first time. The experienced Joachim instructed him in THC of wrapping himself up, as practiced in the sanatorium. They all did it, and each had to learn. First the covers were spread, one after the other, over the chair, so that a sizable piece hung down at the foot. Then you sat down and began to put the inner one about you, first lengthwise, on both sides, up to the shoulders, and then from the feet up, stooping over as you sat and grasping the folded over end, first from one side and then from the orca, raking care to fit it neatly into THC length, in order to ensure the greatest possible and evenness. Then you did precisely the same thing with the outer blanket. It was somewhat more difficult to handle. Our neophyte groaned not a little as stooped and stretched out his arms to practice the gris his cousin showed him. Only a few old hands, Joachim Psy could wield both blankets at once, flinging them into position with 3 self-assured motions. This was a rare and enviable facility, to which belonged not only long years of practice, but a certain knack as well. Hans Castorp had to laugh at this. Lying back in his chair with aching muscles, Joachim did not at once see anything funny in what he had said, and looked at him dubiously, but finally laughed too. There HC said, when Hans Castorp lay at last limbless and cylindrical in his chair, with THC yielding roll at the back of his neck, quite worn out with all these gymnastic exercises, there, nothing can touch you now, not even if we were to have 10 below zero. He withdrew behind the partition, to do himself up in his turn. That about the 10 below zero Hans doubted, he was even now distinctly cold. He shivered refatedly as he lay looking out through the WCX den arch at the reeking, dripping damp outside, which seemed on the point of passing over into snow. It was strange that with all that humidity his cheeks still burned with a DRV heat, as though he were sitting in an overcast room. H.C. felt absurdly tired from the practice of putting on his rugs, as held up to read it, the book shook in his hands. So very fit he certainly was not, and totally anemic, as Hofrat Behrens had said. This, no doubt, was why H.C. was so susceptible to cold. But such unpleasant sensations were outweighed by the great comfort of his position, the unanalysable, the almost mysterious properties of his reclining chair, which he had applauded even on our first experience of it, and which reasserted themselves in the happiest way whenever he resorted to it anew. Whether due to the character of the upholstering, the inclination of the chair back, the exactly proper width and height of the arms, or only to the appropriate consistency of the neck roll, the result was that no more comfortable provision for relaxed limbs could conceive than that purveyed by this XCCLLCNT chair. The heart of Hans Castorp rejoiced in THC Buxted fact that 2 vacant and securely tranquil hours lay before him, dedicated by the rules of the house to the principal cure of the day. He felt it, though himself but a guest up here, to be a suitable arrangement. For H.C. was by nature and temperament passive, could sit without occupation hours on end, and loved, as we know, to see time spacious before him, and not to have the sense of its passing banished, wifed hour or eaten up by activity. At 4 o'clock H.C. partook of afternoon tea. Cake and jam. Followed a little movement in the open air, then rest again, then sopka, which, like all other meal times, afforded a certain stimulus for eye and brain, and a certain sense of strain. After that a peep into one or other of the optical toys, the steroscope, the kaleidoscope, the cinematograph. It might be still too much to say that Hans Castorp had grown used to the life up here, but at least he did have the daily routine at his funkers ends. There is, after all, something peculiar to the process of habituating oneself in a new place, the often laborious fitting in and getting used, which one undertakes for its own sake, and of set purpose to break it off as it is complete, or not thereafter, and to rear to one's fond estate. Is an interval, an interlude, inserted, with the object of recreation, into the tenor of life's main concerns, its purpose the relief of the organism, which is perpetually busy at its task of self-renewal, and which was in danger, almost in process, of being vitiated, slowed down, relaxed, by the bald, unionted monotony of its daily course. But what then the cause of this relaxation, this slowing down that takes place when one does the same thing for too long at a time? It is not so much physical or mental fatigue or exhaustion, for if that were the case, then complete RCST would be the best restorative. It is rather something psychical. It means that the perk-prion of NMC tends, through periods of unbroken uniformity, to fall away, the perception of so bound up with the consciousness of that the one not be weakened without the other suffering a sensible impairment. Many false conceptions are held concerning the nature of tedium. In general it is thought that the interesting and novelty of the time content are what the pass, that is to say, shorten it, whereas N10 enatony and contents check and restrain its flow. This is on love time with reservations. Vacuity, monotony, have, indeed, the property of lingering out the moment and the hour and of making them, but they are capable of contracting and dissipating RHC larger, THC very large time units, to the point of reducing them to nothing at all. And conversely, and interesting content can put wings to RHC hour and the day. YCT it will lend to the general passage of Timkaway tines, a breadth and solidity which cause the eventful years to W far more TTOR, B, empty SOV, which the wind passes and they are gone. Thus what call TC dium is rather an abnormal shortening of the rhyme consequent upon monotony. Great spaces of time passed in unbroken uniformity tend to shrink together in way to make the heart stop beating. Fear, when one day is like the others, then they are all ilk. Once I complete uniformity would make the longest life seem short, and as though it had stolen away from us unawares. Habituation is a fading or fatiguing of the sense of time, which explains why young years pass slow, while later life flings itself faster and faster upon its course. are aware that the intercalation of change and novelty is the only means by which we can refresh our sense of time, strcngthcn, retard, and rejuvenate it, and therewith renew our perception of life itself. Such is the puri-wise of our changes of air and scene, of all our sojourn, at cures and bathing resorts. It is the secret of the healing power of change and inshun. Our first days in a new place, time has a youthful, that is to say, a broad and sweeping flow, persisting for some 6 or 8 days. Then, as one gets used to the place, a gradual shrinkage makes itself felt. He who clings or, better expressed, wishes to cling to life, will shudder to see how the days grow light and lighter, how they scurry by like dead leaves, until the last week, of some 4, perhaps, is uncannily fugitive and fleet. On the other hand, the quickening of the SCNSC of time will thaw out beyond the internal and reassert itself after the return to ordinary existence. The first days at home after the holiday will be lived with a broader flow, freshly and youthfully, but only the first few, for one adjusts oneself more quickly to RHC rule than to the exception, and if the sense of time BC already weakened or, and this is a sign of low virality, it never very developed, one drowses quickly back into the old life, and after hours it is as though one had never been away, and the journey had been but watch in the night. We have introduced these remarks here only because our Vang Hans Castorp had something like them in mind. WHCN, a days later, he said to his cousin, and fixed him with his bloodshot eyes, "I shall never cease to find it strange that the time seems to go so slowly in a new place. I mean, of course it isn't a question of my being balked, on the contrary, I might say that I am royally entered, but when 100k back, in retrospect, that is, you stand, it seems Romy I've been up HCRC goodness onlove knows how long, it seems infinity back the tink when I arrived, and did not quite understand that I was there, and you said, just you're out here, don't you remember, that has nothing whatever to do with reason, or with THC ordinary ways of measuring time, it is purely a matter of feeling. Certainly it would be nonsense for me to say, I feel I have up here 2 months, it would be still. All I can say is very long. Yes, Joachim chronometer in profit by 2, while you hear, one can sort of as simply, without explanation. He practices his French. No, after all, he was by no means, even yet, adjusted to his roundings. Neither in a familiarity with the furrows peculiar to life lived up here, a familiarity impossible to achieve in so few days, which, as he was quite aware, even said to Joachim, he could hardly hope to acquire in the 3 weeks of his stay, nor in the adaptation of his physical organism to the prevailing collier atmospheric conditions. For this addition was bitterly rowed, so hard, indeed, that it looked as it would never be a success. The daily routine was clearly articulated, carefully organized, one fell quickly into step and, yielding oneself to the general drift, was soon proficient. After that, indeed, within the WCCKLY round, and also within other larger divisions of time, one discovered the existence of certain regular variations of the program, which showed themselves, one at a time, a second one sometimes rearing only after the first had refated itself. But even the phenomena of life held much that Hans C.A. Storp had still to learn, faces and facts noted had to be new to be absorbed with receptivity. Though great-bellied vessels, for example, with THC short necks, which he had noticed the first evening standing in THC corridors before curtain doors. They contained oxygen, he had asked, and Joachim informed him. That was pure GCN, 6 francs the con e.g. was G the IA effort to kindle or reinforce their strength. Drew it up through HA for behind those doors where such vessels were lay the dying, the moribundi as Herr Hofratbergens called them when Hans Castorp met him one day in RHC first story. Purple of cheek, in his white smock frock, HC rowed along THC corridor, and they went down the steps together. "Well, and how are you, you disinterested seater, you?" said Behrens. Are we favor in your critical eye? What? Thanks so much. Yes, yes, our summer season, it's not bad, there's some $1 to be said for it. I've a little money myself to push it. Brr, it's a pity you won't be here in the winter, you're stopping only 8 weeks, here? Ah, thrcc? That's nothing but a weekend. Won't pay you to take off your hat. Oh well, just as you think. Only it a pity you won't be here for the winter, that's when the said comically, the international knobs, down in the Platts, they don't come except in winter, you ought to SCE them, if only for the sake of your education. Regular high dollar H's. You ought to SCE THC jumps they make with those SKLS of theirs. And then the ladies. Oh Lord, the ladies. Birds of paradise, I tell you, and regularly out for adventure. Well, I must go into my 27. Stage, you know, off-center. 5 dozen fiascos of oxygen he's had altogether, yesterday and today, RHC soak. But he will be going to class by middle day. Well, my dear Reuter, he was saying as entered, what do you say, shall we break the neck of another bottle? The sound of his words died away as he closed the door. But Hans Castorp had had a moment's glimpse into the background of the room, where the pillow lay the waxen profile of a young man with a little chin beard, who slowly rolled his great eyeballs toward the open door. This was the first dying man Hans Castorp had ever seen, for his father and mother, and his grandfather too had died, so to speak, behind his back. How full of dignity the young man's head, with the little beard thrust upward, had IAM upon his pillow. How speaking the glance those unnaturally great eyes had slowly turned upon the door. Hans Castorp, still quite absorbed by that glimpse, instinctively tried to make his own eyes as large, as slowly gan and meaningful as those of the dying man, walking on as HC did so, toward the stairs, and encountering a lady who came out of a room behind him and overtook him at the landing. He did not at once realize that it was Madame. She, on her side, smiled at the eyes he was making at her, put her hands to rebraids at the back of her head, and passed before him down the stairs, soundless, supple, with her head somewhat thrust out. Acquaintances he made walkly any in these early days, nor for a long time afterwards. The daily routine was not favorable. Hans Castorp, too, was of a retiring disposition, felt himself VCRY much the disinterested flitter, Ms. Hofrat Behrens had called him, and was in general content with the society and conversation of his cousin Joachim. The corridor nurse, indeed, continued to crane her neck after them, until Joachim, who had already favored her with a little converse now and then, introduced his cousin. She wore the ribbon of her pince nez tucked behind HCR ear, and spoke with excruciating affectation. On closer acquaintance, indeed, on got the impression that her reason had suffered on the rack of continual boredom. It was hard to get away from her, SHC showed such evident distress whenever the conversation gave signs of languishing, when THC cousins seemed about to on their way, she saw to hold them by a stream of woe glances and despairing smiles, until, for very pity, they refrained. SHC spoke at random, of her papa, who was erst, and of her cousin, who was a Physician, obviously with the idea of presenting herself in a good and impressing them with her cultured origin. Her present charge, she said, the son of a Coburg doll manufacturer, enammed rot-bean, the disease had attacked young Frias' intestinal tract. That was hard for all concerned. The gentlemen could understand how it was, for one who came from cultured surroundings and had THC delicacy of feeling of upper classes. And one couldn't turn one's back a minute. A little ago she had just gone out a few minutes, to get some tooth powder. In fact, when she came back, there sat her patient in bed, with a glass of stout, a salame, a thick wedge of bread, and pickle before him. These clandestine dainties his family had sent to give him strength. The next door, of course, He was more dead than alive. He was himself his end. But that would be only a mercy for him, a blessed relief. For her, Sister Bera, however, whose real name was Alfreda Schildent, it would mean little or nothing. She would go on to another case, in a more or advanced stage, sitha here, or such was the prospect that opted before HCR, and there was no other. Yes, Castorp said, her calling was a hard one, but satisfying. HC should think. Of course, she answered, it was satisfying, but very hard. Well, kind regards to the patient, and the cousins tried to take leave. But she so hung upon them, with words and looks, that it was painful to see, putting forth her powers to hold them a little longer. It would have bccn cruckle not to have vouchsafed her another few minutes. He is asleep, she said. He does not need our here for a second or so. SHC began complaining about Horfrat Behrens, whose manner with her was altogether too free, considering her origin. She much preferred SHC found him so full of soul. Then she returned to her papa and her cousin, HCR mental resources being exhausted. In vain she struggled to hold the young men, letting her voice rise until it was almost a shriek as she saw THCM moving. They escaped her finally and went, she KCPT on looking after them a while, her body bent forward, her gaze so avid it seemed as though she would fairly suck them back with her eyes. Her breast was wrung with a sigh as she turned and went into HCR Entien's room. Hans Castorp made but one other acquaintance in these days, the pale, black-clad Mexican lady H.C. Hadson in the garden, whose nickname was Tslesdu. It came to pass that H.C. card from her own lips the tragic formula, second being forearmed, preserved a suitable demeanour and was satisfied with afterwards. Cousins MCTHCR before the front door, as they were setting forth on their prescribed walk after early breakfast. SHC was restlessly ranging there, with her pacing step, her legs bent at the knee joints, wrapped in a black cashmere shawl. A black veil wound about her disordered silver hair and tied under her CHTN, her aging fac, with THC large writhen mouth, gulcaming dead white against her mourning. Joachim, buck-headed as usual, greeted her with a bow, which she slowly acknowledged, the furrows deepening in her narrow forehead. She looked at him. Then, S7NCW face, SHC paused and waited, nodding GCNRLV as they came up to her. Obviously she found it of importance to learn if the stranger was acquainted with her sad case, and to hear what he would say. Joachim accented his cousin. SHC drew her hand out of her shawl and gave it to him, a veined, emaciated, yellowish hand, with many rings, as she continued to gaze in his face. Then it came, Tslesda, monsieur, she said. Tslesda, vous êtes JEIE size, madame a Hans Castorp answered gently, et JEIE. The lax pouches of skin under her jet black eyes were larger and heavier than HC had ever seen. She exhaled a faint odour as of fading flowers. A mild and pensive feeling stole about his heart. Merci, she said, with a loose, clacking pronunciation, oddly consonant with HCR broken appearance. H large mouth drew D tragically at on corner. She drew her hand back beneath a mantle, inclined her head, and turned away. But Hans Castorp said as they walked on, you see, didn't mind it at all, I got on with her quite well, I always do with such people, I understand instinctively how to go at them, don't you think so? I even think, on the whole, I get on better with Sadpo plc than with, knows why. Perhaps it's 'cause I'm an orphan, and lost my parents early, but when people are very serious, or down in THC mouth, or somic body dies, it doesn't deject or embarrass me, I feckle quite in my Clement, a good deal more so than when everything is going on casqued wheels. I was thinking just lately that it is pretty of the women up here to take on as they do about death and things connected with death, so that they take such pams to shield TM from contact with it, and bring the Eucharist at meal times, and that. I call it very feeble of them. Don't you like the sight of a coffin? I really do. I find it a handsome piece of furniture, even empty, when someone is lying in it, then, in my eyes, it is positively sublime. Funerals have something very edifying, I always think on ought to go to a funeral instead of to church when one feels the need of being uplifted. People have on good black clothes, and they take their hats and ICHK at the coffin, and behave serious and reverent, and nobody dares to make a bad joke, the way they do in ordinary. In a certain way it wouldn't have suited me so badly. I hope I didn't mark any mistake in my French. No, Joachim answered, was factly right as far as it went. Politically suspect regular variations in the daily routine began to discover themselves. The first was Sunday with a band on the terrace, which, it appeared, played church once a fortnight. Hans Castorp had arrived in the latter half of one of these peonods. He had come on a Tuesday, and thus the Sunday was his fifth day up here, a day whose spring-like character contrasted with the late extraordinary chunk and a collapse into winter. It was mild and frcsh, with pure white clouds in blue sky, and gentle sunshine over vale and slopes, which diycd once more rhcn proper to the scam, n, for the recent snow had bccn fated to speedy melting. All hands, it was plain, took pains to observe Sunday and distinguish it from the rest of the week, management and guest onding cack other in their efforts to this end. At breakfast there was seed cake, and each guest had before his place a glass with a few dowers, mountain pinks and even alpine roses, which the gentlemen stuck in their buttonholes. Lawyer Paravant from Dortmund had put on a black forsake coat with a spotted waistcoat, and the ladies' toilets were suitably festal and naus. Frau Schochat ap frcd in a flowing lace matinee, with open sleeves. As she CNRCRCD and the glass DCW crashed into IR5 lock BC behind her, she paused a second facing the room and gracefully as it were presented herself before she to her table. The garment so came her that Hans Castorp's neighbour, the Danzig schoolmistress, was quite ravished. Even the barbaric pair at the Russian table had taken notice of THC Day, HC by exchanging his leather jacket for a short coat, and the felt boots for leather shoes. She still wore the soiled feather by putting on Grecan silk blouse with a neck rush. Hans Castorp wrinkled his brows when he saw them, and coloured. He seemed, since he had been up here, to blush so easily. Directly after second breakfast the concert began on THCTC a race. There were all kinds of horns and woodwind, and they played by turns sprightly and soft crow, until calve luncheon time. The morning rest, during the concert, was no obligatory. A few guests did regale themselves with this feast for the ears, at the same time lying on their balconies. In THC Garden Rest Hall a few chairs were occupied. But the majority sat at RHC small, white tables on the covered platform. While THC more frivolous spirits, finding it too prim to sit upon chairs, encamped on the stone steps that led down into the garden. Here they presently gave evidence of their hit spirits. These were youthful patients of both sexes, most of whose names or faces Hans Castorp knew by now. Were Hermann Kleefeld, and Herr Albin, carried about great flowered box of chocolates, and offered them to all the guests, himself eating none, but with a benevolent, paternal air smoking gold-tipped cigarettes. There were the thick-lipped youth who belonged to the Half-Lung Club, the thin and ivory-coloured Fräulein Levi, an ash-blonde young man who answered to the name of Rasmussen and carried his hands breast-high, with the wrists relaxed, like a pair of flippers. Frau Salomon from Amsterdam, a woman of full bodily habit, in a red frock, who had attached herself to the up of young folk. THC tall, thin-haired young man who could why out of the night's dream sat on the step behind her, his arms about his bony knees, and gazed steadfastly down on the tanned back of her neck. There was a red-haired Greek girl, another of unknown origin with a fact like a topaz, the voracious lad with the thick eyeglasses, and another 15 or 16-year-old youth, with a monocle stuck in his eye, who carried his little fin, with abnormally long nail-shaped salt spoon, to when HC and was manifestly a KRST class donkey. These, and Nummercrus with the fingernail, Joachim related in a low voice, had bitten only a light cask when he came. H.C. had had no fever and had been sent up merely as a precautionary measure, by his father, who was a physician. The Hofrat had advised a stay of 3 months. The 3 months had passed, and now he had to 100.5 degrees of fever and was seriously ill. But he lived so wide of all common sense that he needed his ears boxed. The cousins sat at a table by themselves, rather apart from the others, for Hans Castorp was smoking with his dark beer, which he had piped out from breakfast. From time to time his cigar gave him a little pleasure. Rendered torpid, as often, by the beer and the music, he sat with his head on Onxie and his mouth slightly open, watching the gay, resortish scene, feeling, not as a disturbing influence, but rather as heightening the general singularity, and lending it one mercantile fillip the more, the fact that all these Pkopok were inwardly attacked by well-nigh resistless decay, and that most of them were feverish. They sat at the little tables drinking effervescent lemonade. THC group on the steps were graphing each other. Postage stamps were exchanged. The red-haired Greek girl sketched Herr Rasmussen's portrait on a drawing pad, but would not let him see it. She turned this way and that, laughing with wide OFI mouth, showing her broad 4 alert teeth. It was long talk he could snatch it from her. Hermine Kleefeld fetched on her step, eyes half open, bearing rhyme to the music with a rolled-up newspaper. She permitted Herr Albin to fasten a bunch of wildflowers on the front of her blouse. The youth with THC voluptuous lips, sitting a Frau Salomons FCCR, turned his head upwards to talk with her, while Chkindam the thin-haired pianist directed his unchanging gaze down the back of her neck. The physicians came and mingled with the guests of the cure, Hofrat Behrens in his smock, Krokowski in his black. They passed along the row of rabbis, THC Hofrat letting fall a pleasantry at nearly everyone, till a wave of merriment followed in his wake, and so down KHE steps among the young folk, the female element of which stray Itway trooped up sidling and begging about Dr. Krokowski, W. Ilk the Sibboth by performing a stunt with his bootlaces before THC gentleman's CYCS. He rested one mighty foot upon a step, unfastened the laces, gripped them with practised technique in on hand, and without emoying other, hooked them up again crosswise, with such speed and agility that THC called Kazmankulkt, and many of THCM tried to cumulate him, but in vain. Somewhat appeared on the terrace. He came out of the dining room on his cane, dressed as in his pilot corps and yellow CHCCK trousers, looked about him with his critical, alert, and elegant air, and approached the cousins' table. "Braw," he said, and asked permission to sit with them. "Beer, tobacco, and music," he went on. "Behold I rejoice to see you in your element, engineer, you are feeling for atmosphere, it seems. May bask in RHC sun, shink of your WRLL being." Hans Castorp IH.KED lowering, his features TCK, K on that C expression directly he set eyes on the Italian. He said, "You are latk for the concert, Herr Settembrani, it must nearly over. You don't care for music?" "Not to order," responded Settembrani. "Not by the calendar week. Not when it are CCKS of the prescription counter and is doled out to me by the authorities for THC of my health. I cling to NY freedom, or rather to such vestiges of freedom and Ursinae dignity remain to the likes of us. At these affairs I play THC guest, as you do up here. I come for a quarter hour and go away. It gives me the illusion of independence. That it is more than an illusion I do not claim. Enough if it please me, it is different our cousin. For him it all belongs to the service, that height, is it not, Lieutenant, in which you regard it? Ah, yes, no, you have the trick of hugging your pride, even in a state of slavery. A puzzling trick not everybody in Europe understands it. Music? You were asking if I pro to be an amateur of music. Well, when you say amateur, Hans Castorp could nor recall saying anything of the sort. the word perhaps not ill-chosen. It has a slight suggestion of superficiality. Yes, very well, I am an amateur of music, which is not to say that I set great store by it, not as love reverence the word, the bearer of the spirit, the tool and gleaming ploughshare of progress. Music? The half-articulate art, dubious, the irresponsible, the insensible. Perhaps you will object she can be clear when she likes. But so can nature, so can a brook. What good is that to us? That's not true clarity, it is a drgamy. Inexpressive, irresponsible clarity, without consequences and therefore dangerous, because it betrays one into soft complacence. Let music play her loftiest role, SHC will thereby but kindle the emotions, whereas what concerns us is to awaken the reason. Music is to all appearance movement itself, for all that, I suspect her of querism. Let me state my point. The method of exaggeration, my aversion from music rests on political grounds. Hans cast aught could nor refrain from slur his kncc as he hafen, beard the like exclaimed that never in all his life before. Pray do not, on that account, refuse to entertain it. Setemni said with a smile. Music, as a final incitement to the spirit of men, is invaluable, as a force which onward and upward the spirit she finds prepared for her new ministrations. But literature must precede her. By music alone the world would get no further forward. Alone, she is a danger. For you, personally, she is beyond doubt dangerous. I saw it you as I came you Hans and Storp laughed. Oh, you shouldn't 100k at my face, Herr Settembrini. You can't behave how the air up here sets me on fire. It is harder than I thought to get acclimatized. I fear you'd chive yourself. How so? I know, at least, how deucely hot and tired I am all the time. It seems to me we should be grateful to THC management for the concert, Joachim said reflectively. I wouldn't contradict you, Herr, because you 100k at the from a higher point of view, so to speak, as an author. But I find one you, high to be grateful, up here for a bit of music. I am far from being particularly musical, MD. Then the pieces they play are nor exactly elevating, neither classic nor modern, but just ordinary band music. Still, it is a pleasant change. It takes up a couple of hours very decently, it breaks them up and fills them in, so there is something to them, by comparison with the other days, hours, and sex that whisk bevelicht nothing at all. You see, an unpretentious concert number lasts perhaps 7 minutes, and those 7 minutes amount to something, they have a beginning and an end, they stand out, THEV don't so easily slip into the RC a humdrum round and get lost. Besides, they are again divided up by the figures of the piece that is being played, and these again into beats, so there is always a sort nothing going and every has a certain meaning, something you can take hold of, whereas usually, I don't know whether I am marking myself. Bravo! Cried Ravo, Lieutenant. Why you are scribing very indeed an aspect of music which has indubitably a moral value, namely, that HC upkili ali life enhancing method of measuring time MTS a spiritual awareness and out to its passage. Music quickens time, she quickens us to the finest clearment of time, she quickens, and in so far she moral art has moral value, in so far as it quickens. But what if it does the opposite? What if it dulls us, sends us to sleep, works against action and progress? Music can do that too, she an old hand at using opiates. But the opiate, my dear sirs, is a gift of the devil, it makes for lethargy, inertia, slavish inaction, stagnation. There is something suspicious about music, GCNTLCMCN. I insist that SHC is, by her nature, equivocal. I shall not be going far in saying at once that she is politically suspect. He went in this vein, Hans listened without pre-siscally following, first on account of his fatigue, and second because his attention was distracted by the PR readings of the light-headed young folk on the steps. Did his eyes deceive him, or was the topper-faced girl really occupied in sewing on a button for the monocled youth, and, forsooth, on the knee-band of his knickerbockers? She breathed asthmatically as she sewed, and he coughed and carried his little linger, with the salt spoon-shaped nail, to his mouth. Of course they were ill, but, after all, these young folk up here did have peculiar social standards. The band played a polka. Hip thus Sunday passed. The afternoon was marked by drives undertaken by various groups. Several times after tea carriage and pair drove up the winding road and halted before the portal to renew its occupants, these being, for the most part, Russian ladies. Russians drive a great deal, Joachim said to Hans Castorp, as THCY stood before the entrance and amused themselves with watching the carriages move off. They will be going to Klavidal, or into the valley of the Flula, or as far as Klosters. Those are the usual objectives. We might have Kadriv to while you are up here, if you like. But for the present I think you have enough to do to get used to things, and don't require more diversion. To which Castorp agreed. He a cigarette his mouth, and his hands in his trouser pockets, and stood so to watch the lively little old Russian lady, as she, with her icon grandniece and two other ladies, took their seats in a carriage. THC ladies CRE Madame Shochat and Maruzia. Madame Shochat had put on a thin dust cloak belted in at the back, but no hat. She sat down beside the old dame in THC body of the carriage, while the two girls took their places behind. All four WCRE in lively vein and chatted without stopping in their soft, spineless Ajangook. They chatted about the top of THC carriage, which was hard and for them all to get underneath, about the Russian comforts the great-aunt had brought for them to munch, in IIRTLC wooden box lined with cotton wool and lace paper, and was all could hand in, round. Hans Castorp disengaged with interest Frau Shochat SSHGHTLV husky voice. As all was whenever he eyes on that HCCD-less creature, the lynx reasserted itself which had puzzled him for a while and then been revealed in a dream. But Maruzia's laugh, RHC expression of her round, brown eyes, staring childlike above the tin handkerchief she held over her mouth, the full TNOM, which YCT so ailing within, reminded him of something else. Something which gave him sudden thrill and mad Kairu glance cautiously at his cousin without turning his head. No, thank good NCSS, Joachim had not gone mottled, like that other time, his 2FB were not so painfully complexed. But HC was gazing at Maruzia, and his bearing, the expression in his eyes, was anything but military. Indeed that absorbed and yearning 100K could only have been characterized as RYY civilian. Ho W ever, he pulled himself quickly togged the stole $1 lance at Hans Castorp, which the latter had only just time to avoid, by turning his own eyes away and staying up into the sky. He felt his heart give sudden beat, without rhyme or reason, of its own accord, as it had taken to doing up here. THC Sunday was not further remarkable, except perhaps for the meals, which, since could not well be more abundant than THEV already were, displayed greater refinement in the menu. At Lunatian there was a Schadenfreude of chicken, garnished with crayfish and stone cherries, with the ices came pastry served in base KCRS of spun sugar, and fresh pineapple in the kvkning. After he had drunk his beer, Hans Castorp felt heavier in the limbs and more chilked and horse red than on the day before, toward to his chin, night, drew but next day, the first Monday spent by the gooks up here, there can are another regularly occurring variation in the daily routine, the lectures, one of which Dr. Krokowski delivered WCRY other Monday morning in the dining room, before THC Turk adult population of the sanatorium, with exception of THC moribund and those who could not understand the language. The course, Hans Castorp learned from his cousin, consisted of a SCNCS of a pillar scientific lectures. Under THC control title, Love as a Horse Contributory to Disease. These instructive entertainments took place after second breakfast. It was not permissible, reiterated, to absent oneself from them, or, at absence was frowned upon. It was thus very daring of Sir Briney, who surely must have more command of the language than anyone else, not only never to appear, but to refer to the entertainment in most disparaging terms. For Hans Castorp's part, he straightway resolved to be present. In the first place out of courtesy, but also with unconcealed curiosity as to what he should hear. Before the appointed hour, however, he did something quite perverse and ill-judged, which proved worse for him than one could possibly have guessed. He went out for a long, solitary walk. Now listen to me had been his first words, when Joachim entered his room that morning. I can sec that it can't go on with me like this. I've had of the horizontal for the ant's very blood goes to sleep. Of course it is different with thou, you are a patient, and I have no intention of tempting you gut I mean to take a proper walk after breakfast. If you don't mind, just walking at random for a couple of hours. I'll stick a little somic thing in my pocket for second breakfast, then I shall be independent. We shall see if I am not quite a different chap WHCN I come back. Joachim warmly agreed, as he saw his cousin was in earnest in his desire and his project. But don't overdo it, HC said, that's my advice. It's not the same thing up here as a home. And be sure to come back in time for the lecture. In a Chi-Fi young Hans Castorp had more ground than the Phi cycle for his present resolve. His oval % heated head. The prevailing bad taste in mouth, the fitful throbbing of his heart, were, or so HC felt, less evil accompaniments to the process of acclimatation than such things as the goings-on of the Russian pair next door, the table talk of the stupid and afflicted Frau Stoer, the gentleman rider's pulpy cough daily heard in the corridor. The utterances of Herr Albin, THC impression he received of the manners and morals of the ailing young folk about him, the expression on Joachim's face when he looked at and 100 observations more made him feel it would be good to escape a while from the Berghof circle. To breathe the air deep into his lungs, to get some proper exercise, when HC at MGHT, HC would at least know why. He took Eichhoff of Joachim in a spirit of enterprise, when his cousin addressed himself, after to the usual round as far as the RHC watercourse. Then, swinging his walking stick, he took his own way down the road. It was about 9 o'clock of a cool with a Kofkut sky. According to program, Hans du in DCCP drafts of the pure ill-awning air, the fresh light atmosphere Vara breathed in so easily, Vara held no HTNT of damp, that was without associations, without content. HC crossed the stream and the narrow gauge road to the street, with its scattered buildings, but left this again soon to strike into a meadow path, which went a short way on the level and then slanted steeply up to the right. The climbing rejoiced Hans Castorp's heart, his chest expanded, he pushed his hair back on his forked with the crook of loose stick, having gained some little height HC looked hack, and, seeing in the distance the mirror-like lake he had passed on his journey hither, he began to sing. He sang what songs he had at his command, all kinds of sentimental folk ditties, out of collections of national ballads and students' song, books, of THCM, that went, let poets all of love and wine, your oft of virtue sing the praises, he sang at first softly, in a humming tone, then louder, finally at the top of his voice. His baritone lacked flexibility, yet today he found it good, and sang on with mounting enthusiasm. When he found he had pitched the bem rung too high, he shifted into falsetto, and even that pleased Lum. WHCN his memory left Lum in the lurch, he helped HTMSCLF out by setting to the melody what the words and syllables came to hand, heedless of the sense, giving them out like a operatic singer, with arching lips and strong palatal R. He even began to improvise both words and music, accompanying loose performance with theatrical gesturings. It is a good deal of a stram to sing and climb at the same time, and Hans Ca Storp found his breath growing scant and scanter. Yet for sheer pleasure in the Idka, for the joy of singing, he forced his voice and sang on, with frequent gasps for breath, until BC could no more, and sank, quite out of wind, half blind, with coloured sparks before his eyes and racing pulses, a sturdy pine. His exaltation gave way on the sudden to evading gloom, he fell a prey to dire and bordering on despair. When, his nerves being tolerably restored, he got to his feet again to continue his walk, he found his NCCK indeed his could shook in precisely the same way now, at his age, in which the head of old Franz Lorenz Castorp once had shaken. THC phenomenon so freshly called up to him the memory of his dead grandfather that, far from finding it offensive, he took a certain pleasure in availing himself of that accredited and dignified method of swatting the chin, by means of which his grandfather had been wont to control the shaking of his head, and to which the boy Bad responded with such inward sympathy. He mounted still higher on the zigzag path, drawn by the sound of cowbells, and camped at length upon THCHCRD, grazing near a hut whose roof was weighted with stones. Two bearded men approached him, with axes on their shoulders. They parted, a little way off him, and thank YC kindly, and God be with you, said the one to the other, in a deep guttural voice, shifted his axe to the other shoulder, and began break MG through crackling pine boughs to the valve. THC words sounded strange in this lonely spot, they camped dreamlike to Hans Castorp's senses. Strained and numbed. HC at cat THCM, softly, trying to repeat loose the guttural, rustically formal syllables of the mountain tongue, as he climbed an orca stretch higher, the hut. He had in mind to reach the site where the trees left off, hut on glancing at his watch resisted. He took the left-hand path in the direction of the village. It ran level for some way, then led downhill, among tall-trunked pines, where, as he went, he once more to sing, tentatively, and despite the fact that he felt his knees to tremble more than THEV had during the instant. On issuing from the wood he paused, struck by THC charm of the small enclosed landscape before him, a scene composed of elements bore peaceful and sublime. A mountain in its shallow, stony bed down the right-hand slope, poured itself foaming over THC terraced boulders lying in its path, then coursed more calmly toward LHE crossed at this by a picturesque railed wooden footbridge. The ground all about was blue with hebel-like blossoms of a profusely growing, bushy plant. Sombre fir trees of even, mighty growth stood in THC of the ravine and climbed its sides to the height. One of them, rooted in the steep bank at the side of the torrent, thrust itself aslant into the picture, with bizarre effect. THC Holkut Mutk and lovely spot were wrapped in a sounding solitude by the noise of the rushing waters. Hans Castorp remarked a bench that stood on THC farther bank of the Strom. HC crossed the footbridge and sat down to regale himself with the sight of the foaming, rushing waterfall and the idyllic sound of its monotonous yet modulated prattle. For Hans loved like music the sound of rushing water, perhaps he loved it even more. But hardly had HCSCRTLCD himself when HC was overtaken by a bleeding at the nose, which came on so suddenly HC had barely time to save his clothing from soilure. The bleeding was violent and persistent, taking to stanch it nearly half an hour of going to and fro between bench and brook, snuffing water up his nostrils, rinsing his handkerchief and lying flat on his back upon the wooden scat with the damp cloth on his nose. He lay here, after the blood at Len-Th was stanched, his KNCCS elected, hands folded behind his hair, eyes closed, and ears full of the noise of water. He felt no unpleasant sensation. The bloodletting had had a soothing effect, but he found himself in a state of extraordinary reduced vitality, so that when he exhaled the air, he felt no several quiet heartbeats, BFF for the space of 6 CIAI breath. Quite suddenly he found himself in THC far distant theatre to a scene which had kicked back to INM some nights before, summoned by certain impressions of the feudavs. but so strongly, so resistlessly, to the annihilation of time and a space, was he wrapped back into the past, one might have said it was a lifeless body lying here on the bench bv the waterside, while the actual Hans Castorp moved in that faraway AMC and place, in situation for its sprint with daring and adventure. It all happened when he was a lad of 13, in knee breeches, in the lower third form at school. He stood in the schoolyard in talk with another boff of ilk years, from a higher form. The conversation had been begun, rather arbitrarily, by himself and, dealing as it did with a narrowly circumscribed subject of a practical nature, could in no case be prolonged, yet it gave him the greatest satisfaction. It took place the break between the last two periods, a history and a drawing hour for Hans Castorp's form. The pupils were walking up and down, or standing about groups, or lounging against glazed abutments of the school building one. A murmur of voices filled the red-tiled courtyard, which was shut off from the street by a wall topped with shingles and profiled with two entrance gates. Supervision was exercised by the master in a slouch hat, who munched a ham sandwich while he with whom Hans Castorp spoke was called Hip, Priboslav Hip. A peculiarity of this GVCN noun was that you were to pronounce it as though it was spelled Priboslav, and the singularity of the appellation suited the lad's appearance, which did indeed have something exotic about it. Hip was the son of a scholar and history professor in the gymnasium. He was, by consequence, a notorious model pupil, and, though not much older than Hans Castorp, already the form higher up. He came from Mecklenburg and was in his person obviously the product of an anchor.nt mixture of racks, a grafting of Germanic stock with Slavic, or the reverse. True, his close-shorn round PGTE was blonde, but the eyes were a grey-blue, or a blue-grey, an infinite, ambiguous colour, like the hue of FNR distant mountain ranges, and of an odd, narrow shape, were even, to be precise, a little slanting, with strongly marked, prominent cheekbones directly under them. It was a type of fact which in this instance, far from sickmen an abnormality, was distinctly pleasing, though odd enough to have one for the nickname of his schoolmates. Hief and already wore long trousers, and a blue jacket belted at the back and closed to the throat, the collar of which was usually whitened by a few scales of dandruff. Now, the thing was that Hans Castorp, for a long time, had had his eye upon this Priboslav, had chosen him out of the whole host, known and unknown, in the courtyard of the school, taken an interest in him, followed him with HFSCYCS, shall we say admired him, at all events observed him with peculiar sympathy. Even on the way to school HC looked forward with pleasure to watching him among his fellows, seeing him speak and laugh, singling his voice from the others by its pleasantly veiled, husky quality. Granted that there was no sufficient ground for his preference, unless one might RCFCR to Hip's heathenish name, lose character as model pupil, this latter was, of course, out of the question, or to the Kirghiz eyes, whose grey-blue glance could sometimes melt into a mystery of darkness when one caught musing sidewise, whichever it might be, or none of these, Hans Castorp troubled not a whit to justify his feelings, or even question by what name they might suitably be called. For, since HC did not know Hip, the relation could hardly be one of friendship. But in the first place there was not the faintest need of calling it anything, it could never be a subject of discussion, that would be out of place, and he had no desire for and, in the second, giving a thing a name implies, if not passing judgment on it, at least defining it, that is to say, classifying IC among the familiar and habitual. Hans Castorp was penetrated by THC unconcise conviction that an inward good of this sort was above all to be guarded from definition and classification. But whether well or ill-founded, and however far from being the subject of conversation, or even from being touched on in Hans Castorp's own mind, these feelings of his flourished THCRC in great strength, as they had done for almost a year now, or a year as nearly as one could fix the time, for it was hard to be precise about their beginnings. For about a year, then, he had carried them about in secret, which spoke for THC loyalty and constancy of his character, when one reflects what a great space of time a year is at that age. But alas, every characterization of this kind involves moral whether favourable or unfavourable, though, to be sure, each trait of character has two sides. Thus Hans Castorp is loyal. Upon which, be it said, he was not prone to plume himself, consisted, baldly, in a certain temperamental heaviness, sluggishness, and quiescence. A fundamental tendency to feel respect for conditions of duration and stability, and the more respect, the longer they lasted. He engineered to believe in the firmament of the particular stare or circumstances in which he for the moment found himself. He prized it for that very quality, and was not bent on change. Thus he had grown used to his silent and remote relation to Pribislav Hip, and considered it regular feature of his life, loved THC emotions it brought in its tram, the suspense as to whether he was likely to that day, whether Pribislav would pass close by him, even 100 km at him, loved THC subtle and wordless satisfaction imparted by his secret, loved CVCN the disappointments inseparable from it, the greatest of which was from when this penned, the schoolyard became a desert, THC day lacked. All charm, hope alone lingered. The affair had lasted a year, up to that intrepid and culminatite moment, after which, thanks to Hans Castorp's constancy spirit, it lasted another. Then it was over. And it is a fact that he marked no more the loosening and dissolving of the bond which united him to Pribislav than he had previously ed its begin MNGS. Moreover, in consequence of his father's taking another position, Pribislav left the school and re-city, but that was all one to Hans Castorp. HC had already forgotten him before he went. On may put it that the figure of the Kyrgyz had glided out of the mist into Hans Castorp's life, and slowly grown vivid and tangible there, up to that moment of the Gatgestinkiness and corporeity, in RHC court, had stood a while thus in the foreground, then SLCNVLY receded, and, with no pain of parting, dissolved again into the mist. But that moment, that bold, adventurous situation, into which Hans Castorp found himself transported after all THCSC years, the conversation, an actual conversation with Pribislav High came about thus. THC drawing lesson the next period and Hans Castorp found himself without a pencil. His classmates did so own, but he had among the other uphills this and our acquaintance, of whom he might have sought a own. YCTHC found it was Pribislav who after all stood nearest to him, with whom, in secret, he had to do, and with a joyous impulse of his entire being HC determined to seize the opportunity, so he called it, and asked Pribislav for a pencil. It was rather an odd thing to do, since he did not, in reality, know Pribislav at all, but this aspect of the affair him in his recklessness, or he chose to guard it. So there he stood before Pribislav Hip, among the bustling crowd that filled the tiled courtyard, and he said to him, "Excuse me, can you lend me a pencil?" And Pribislav looked at him, with his Kyrgyz eyes above prominent cheekbones, and spoke. In his pleasantly husky voice, without any surprise, or, at least, without showing any. With pleasure he said. "Rut, you must be sure to give it me after THC period." And drew his pencil out of his PKKCT, silver pencil holder with a ring in the end, which one screwed in order to make the red pencil kick out. He displayed the impel mechanism, their two heads bent over it together. "Only be careful not to break it," HC added. Vivid him that, as if Hans had intending to handle it carelessly or keep it after the hour. They looked at each other, and then, as there remained nothing more to say, THCV turned, first their shoulders and then their backs. And went. That was but never in his life had Hans felt so supremely content as in this drawing hour, drawing Pribislav Hip's pencil, in the immediate prospect of giving it back into the owner's hand, which followed as a marker of course out of our hat had gone before. He took the liberty of shawling thee a little, and crisp thrcc of the shavings nearly a year, in an inner drawer of his desk. No on seeing them there could have guessed what significance they possessed. Return of the pencil was of the simplest quite after Hans ca Storp's heart, indeed. He prided himself on it no little, in the valorous state his intimacy with Hip produced. He said, "And thanks very much." And Pribislav said nothing at all, only hastily tried the screw and stuck the fi seal in his pocket. Never again did they speak to Kak other, but this one time, thanks to the enterprise of Hans Castorp, they had spoken. He wrenched his eyes open, amazed at the depths of the trance in which he had been sunk. "I've been dreaming," he thought. Yes, that was Pribislav. It's a long time since I of him. I wonder what became of the shavings. My desk is the attic at Uncle Tionapple's, they must be there yet, in the little inner back drawer. I rook them out, never thou enough about them to throw them away. That was certainly Islav, his cry own self. I shouldn't have thought I could remember him so clearly. How remarkably like her he, like this girl you hear. Is that why I feel interested in, or was that why I felt so interested in him? What rubbish! Anyhow, I must be stirring, and pretty fast, too. Brr, he lay another moment, musing and calling, before he got up. Then thank you kindly, and God be with you, he said. The cars came to his eyes as H.C. smiled. And with that H.C. would have gotten off, but instead sat suddenly down again with his hat and sock in his hand, forced to the realization that his knees would not support him. Hello, he thought, this won't do. I am supposed to be back in the dining punctually at Elkton, for the lecture. Taking walks up HCRC is very beautiful, but appears to have its difficult side. Well, I can't stop here. I must have got stiff from lying, I shall be better as move about. He tried again to get on and, by dint of great effort, succeeded. But the return home was lamentable indeed, after the high spirits of hours setting forth. He had repeatedly to rest by the way, feeling the colour recede face, cold SW cat break out on his brow, the wild beatany of his heart took away his breath. Thus painfully he flew his way down rewinding path and reached the bottom in TE neighbourhood of the Cahors. But here it became clear that his own powers would never take him over TBC stretch BCR. Him and the Bergoth, and accordingly, as THCRC was no tram and HC saw no earages for Herc, HC hauled a driver going toward the Dorf with eye shied of empty boxes and asked Pair Ion to climb into his wagon. Back to back with the man, his legs hanging down out of the end, swaying and nodding with fatigue and the jolting of the vehicle. Regarded with surprise and sympathy by the passers-by, he got as far as the railway crossing, where he dismounted and paid for his ride, whether much money or it'll HC did not heed, and hurried headlong up the drive. Monsieur, said to him the French concierge. La conference de vient de commencer. Hans Castorp tossed hat and stick on the stand and squeezed Imskli with much precaution, tongue between whose teeth, through the partly open glass door into the dining room, WHCRC the Society of the Cure on their chairs, and on the right-hand narrow side of the room, behind a covered table adorned with a water bottle, Dr. Krokowski, in a frock coat, stood and delivered his. Luckily there was a vacant seat in the cummer, near the door. He slipped into it and assumed an air of having been sent here from the beginning. The audience, hanging raw on Dr. Krokowski's his face white as a sheet, his coat spotted with. He might have been a murderer stealing from his crime. The lady in front of him did, indeed, turn her head as HC sat down, and measured him with narrow eyes. With a sense of exasperation he recognized Madame Chauchat. Deuce take it, was he never to have a higad thought having arrived at his goal, HC could sit here quietly and now he had to have her under his nose. In other circumstances he ought conceivably have found Herrnkunks rather pleasant than other now, Worn out and harassed as he felt, what was it to him? It could onlove new demands on his he-to-rt and keep him from drawing a long breath during the whole lecture. With Ndlslav's very eyes she had one M.K.E.D. at him. And a THC of bloquee on his coat. Her look had been rather bold and ruthless as a woman's would be who let doors bang behind her. How badly she held herself. Not like the ladles of Hans Castorp's social sphere, who sat erect at their tables, turned their kids towards their lords and masters, and spoke with mincing correctness. Frau Schochat sat relaxed, with drooping shoulders and round back. She even thrust her head the vertebra at the base of the showed the rounded décolletage of her white blouse. Pribislav had held his head like that. But he had been a model pupil and of honours, which not reason Hans Castorp borrowed his pencil, whereas it was abundantly clear that Frau Schochat's bad courage, her door slamming, and the directness of her gown all had to do with her physical condition, yes, were even expressive of that want of restraint in which young Herr Albin RC0 iced, which was not honourable at all, yet possessed boundless advantages as its own. Ilanz Castorp's thoughts, as he sat and looked at Frau Schochat's flaccid back, began to blur. Thev ceased to be sea thoughts at all and began to be a reverie, into where Dr. Krokowski's aurawling baritone, with THC soft-sounding came from afar. But the stillness of the room, the profound attention that wrapped all the rest of THC audience, had the effect of rousing him too. He looked about. Near him sat the thin-haired pianist, with bent head and folded arms, listening with his mouth open. Somewhat farther on was Fräulein Enklart, avid-eyed. With a dull red spot on Kakchek, Hans Castorp saw the Samk signal flame on the faces of other ladies, on Frau Salomon's, and Frau Magnus's. The same who was wife to the brewer and lost flesh persistently. Frau Stohr sat somewhat farther back. An expression of ignorance and credulity painted on her face, truly painful to behold, while the ivory-complexioned Levi, leaning back in her chair with half-closed eyes, her hands lying open in her lap, would have looked like a corpse had not her breast risen and fallen with such profound and rhythmical breaths as to remind Hans Castorp of a mechanical waxwork he had once seen. Many of the guests had their hands curved behind their cars, some even held the hand in the air half-way thither, as though arrested midway in the gesture by the strength of their concentration. Lawyer Paravant, a sunburnt man who looked to have had the strength of a bull, even flicked his ear with his forefinger to make it hear Utah, then turned it again to catch the words that flowed from Dr. Krokowski's lips. And what was Dr. Krokowski? What was his line of thought? Hans Castorp summoned his wits to discover, not immediately succeeding, however, since he had not heard the BC innings and lost still more while musing on Frau Schochat's. It was about a power, the power which, in short, it was about the power of love. Yes, OTCCMRSC, THC subject was already given out in the general title of the whole course, and, moreover, this was Dr. Krokowski's special field. Of what else should he be talking? It was a bit odd, to be sure, listening to a lecture on such a theme, when previously Hans Castorp's courses had dealt only with such matters as geared transmission in shipbuilding. No, really, how did one go about discuss a subject of this delicate and private nature, in broad daylight, before a mixed audience? Dr. Krokowski did it by adopting a Maic terminology, partly poetic and partly erudite, ruthlessly scientific, YCT with a vibrating, sing-song delivery, which impressed young Franz Castorp as wiring unsuitable, but may have been the reason why the ladies looked flushed and the gentlemen flicked their cars to make hear better. In particular, the speaker employed the word love in a somewhat ambiguous sense, so that you were never quite sure where you were with it, or whether HC had reference to its sacred or its passionate and fleshly, and this doubt won a slightly sexic feeling. Never in all his life had Hans T. Torp heard the word uttered so many times on end as he was hearing it now. When he relooked, it seemed to him he had never taken in his own mouth, nor ever heard it from a stranger's. That might not be the case, but whether it were or no, the word did not seem to him to repay such frequent repetition. Thc peri monosyllable, with its lingual and labial, and the blearing vowel, it came to sound positively offensive. It suggested watered milk, or anything else that was pale and insipid, the more so considering the meat for strong men Dr. Krokowski was in fact serving up. For it was plain that when one said about it like that, one could go pretty far without shocking anybody. He was not content to allude, with exquisite tact, to certain matters which are known to everybody, but which most people are content to pass over in silence. H.C. Demwished illusions, H.C. was ruthlessly enlightened, he relentlessly distrived all faith in the dignity of silver hairs and the innocence of the sucking babe. And he wore, with Thc frock coat, his neglige collar, sandals, and grey woolen SCWKS, and, thus attired, made an impression foundly otherworldly, though at the same time not a little startling to young Hans Castor P. He supported his statements w.th a wealth of illustration and anecdote from the books and loose notes on the table before him, several times he even quoted poetry. And he discussed certain startling manifestations of the power of love, certain extraordinary, painful, uncanny variations, which the majestic phenomenon at Timsk displayed. It WXS, H.C. said, the most unstable, the most unreliable of man's instincts, the most prone of its very to error and fatal perversion. In Thc which there was nothing that should cause surprise. For this mighty force did not consist of a single impulse, was of its neuroic complex, I was built up out of components which, however legitimate they might be in composition, were, taken each by itself, sheer perversity. But, continued Dr. Krokowski, since refuse, and rightly, to deduce the perversity of the whole from the perversity of its parts, we are driven to claim, for Thc commencement some part at least, though perhaps not an, of the justification which attaches to their united product. We were driven by sheer force of logic to this conclusion. Dr. Krokowski implored his hearers, having arrived at it, to hold it fast. Now there were psychical kachivks, forces working the other direction, instincts tending to conformability and regularity. He would almost have liked to characterize them as bourgeois, and these influences had the effect of merging Thc components into a valid and irreproachable whole, a frequent and gratifying result, which, Dr. Krokowski almost contemptuously added, was, as such, of no further concern to the thinker and Thc physician. But on the other hand, there were cases where this salt was not obtained, could not and should not be obtained, and who, Dr. Krokowski asked, would dare to say that these casks did not, considered, form higher, more exclusive PC? For in these cases the Ruopfian groups of instincts, commissive force of Jove, and the sum of the impulses urging in the Kura direction, among which he would particularly mention shame and disgust, both exhibited an extraordinary and abnormal height and intensity when measured by the ordinary bourgeois standards, and the conflict between them which took place in the abysses of the prevented the erring instinct from attempting to that safe, SHCLTCRCD, and civilized state which alone resolve in the prescribed harmonies of the love life as experienced by the average human being. This conflict between the of love and chastity, for that was what tea really amounted to, what was its issue? It ended, apparently, in the of chastity. Love was suppressed, held in dark, and by fear, conventionality, aversion, or a tremue, irons ye mng ro be pure. Her confused and tumultuous claims were never allowed to rise to consciousness or to come to proof in anything like their entire strength or multiformity. But this triumph or chastity was only an apparent, a PVRHLC victory, for the claims of Ioth could not be CCNPPLCD or conform BV any such means. The love whose suppressed was not dead, it lived, laboured after fulfilment the darkest and secretest depths of the Irindola. It would break through the ban of it would emerge, if in a form so altered as to uncognizable. But what then was this form? this in which suppressed, uncharted love would reappear. Dr. Krokowski asked the question, and looked along the listening rows as though in all seriousness expecting an answer. But H.C. had to say it himself, who had said so much CLSE already. No one knew save him, but it was plain that he did. Indeed, with his ardent eyes, his black beard sting off THC waxen pallor of face, and grey woolen socks, he seemed to swim at 7A in his own person. That conflict between passion and WHLCH was theme. At least so thought Hans, as with the others H.C. waited in the greatest suspense to hear what form love driven below the surface would repair. The ladies Berelv breathed. Lawfer Paravant rattled his ear and knew that the critic for moment might find it open and receptive. And Dr. Krokowski answered whose own question, and said, in the form of illness. Symptoms of disease are nothing but a disguised manifestation of the power of love, and all disease is only love transformed. So now THEV knew, though very probably not all of them WCRC capable an opinion on what THCY heard. A sigh passed through the assemblage, and Lawyer Paravant weightily nodded a pro-line as Krokowski proceeded to develop his theme. Hans for his part sat with bowed head, trying to reflect on what had been said and test his own understanding of it. But he was unpracticed in such cases, and rendered still further capable of mental exertion by the unhappy effect of the walk he had taken. His thoughts were soon drawn off again by the sight of Frau Schochat's back, indeed the arm Abkrame, which as lifting and turning itself, close before Hans Castorp's eyes, so the hand could hold the braids of hair. It made him uncomfortable to have the hand so close beneath his neck, to be forced to 100k at it whether H.C. wished or no, to study it in all its human blemishes and imperfections, as though under a magnifying glass. No, THCRC was nothing aristocratic, this stubby schoolgirl hand, with the badly-cut nails. He was not quite sure that the ends of the fingers were perfectly clean, and the skin round the nails was distinctly bitten. Hans Castorp made a face, his CYCS main fixed Schochat's back, as he vaguely recalled what Dr. Krokowski had BCCN saying, about counteracting influences of a bourgeois kind, which themselves up against the power of love. The arm, in its gentle upward curve, was bare around the hand, it as scarce clothed, for the material of the sleeve was thinner than that of the blouse, being the lightest gauze, Uhik had the CFFCCR of lending the arm a sort of shadowed radiance, making it prettier than it would otherwise have been. It was at once both full and slender, in all probability cool to the touch. No, so far as the arm went, the idea about counteracting influx did not apply. Hans Castorp mused, his gaze still bent the way women DRCSSCD. They showed their necks and they transfigured their arms by veiling them in illusion. They did so, the world over, to arouse our desire. Oh God, how beautiful life was! And it was just such accepted commonplaces as this that made it beautiful, for it was a commonplace that one dressed themselves alluringly. It was so well known and recognized a fact that we NCVCR consciously realized it, but merely enuiated without a thought. And yet he had an inward conviction that we ought to think about it, ought to realize what a well-nigh miraculous arrangement it was. For of course it all had a certain end and aim. It was by definite design that women were permitted to array themselves with irresistible allure. T was for the sake of wistility, for re-perpetuation of the species. Of course. But as a woman were inwardly diseased, unfit for motherhood, what then? What was the sense of HCR wearing gauze sleeves and attracting male attention to her physical parts if these were actually unsound? Obviously there was no sense. It ought to be considered immoral, and forbidden as such. For an to take an interest in a woman inwardly diseased had no more sense than the interest Hans Castorp had once taken in Priboslav Hip. The comparison was a stupid one, it risked McMorrick's better forgotten, he had not meant to make it, it came into his head unbidden. But at this point his musings broke off, largely because Dr. Krokowski had missed his voice and so drawn it, and Moore was standing there behind his rulebook, with his arms outstretched and his head on one side. Almost, despite the frock coat, he looked like Christ on the cross. It seemed that at RHCCND of his lecture making propaganda for PSYCHR analysis, with open arms he summoned all and sundry to CNME unto him. C/me unto me he was the not in those words, come unto me, ye who are weary and heavy laden. And HC no doubt of his shin that all those present are weary and heavy laden. He spoke of secret suffering, of shame and sorrow, of the redeeming FM.ver of the analytic. HC advocated the bringing of light into the unconscious mind and explained how the abnormality was metamorphosed into the conscious emotion. He urged them to have confidence. He let fall his raised his head, RHCRCD up his norks and WCNR by the corridor door, with his ad in the air, and the bundle of papers held schoolmaster fashion, in his LCFR hand, against his shoulder. His audience rose, pushed back its chairs, and slowly began to move towards the SAM door, as though converging upon him from all sides, without volition, hesitating, though with one accord, like the throng after the Pied Piper. Haytus Castorp stood in the stream without moving, his hand on the back of his chair. I am only a guest up HCRC, HC thought. Thank God I am held, that bizn asterisk has nothing to do with me, I shan't see VCNBC here for the next lecture. He watched Frau Schochat going out, gliding along with her head thrust forward. Did she have Geselfsverkehr forced, he wondered. And his heart began to thump. He did not Otis Joachim, coming toward him among the chairs, and started when his cousin spoke. You got here at the last minute, Joachim said. Did you go far? How was it? Oh, very nice, Hans Castorpmswood. Yes, I went rather a long way. But I must confess, it did me less good than I thought it would. I won't repeat it for the present. Joachim did not ask how he liked the lecture, neither did Hans Castorp's present opimon. By common consent they let the subject rest, both then and thereafter. Doubts and Considerations was the last day of our hero's week, you hear, and accordingly he found his weekly bill in his room on his rearm from the morning walk. It was a clear and businesslike document, in a green envelope, with a picture of THC Berghof building at THC top. And extracts from the prospectus carried in a narrow column down the left-hand side of the sheet. Psychoanalytic treatment, by the most modern methods, was attention to by means of spaced type. The items, set in a hand, came to 180 francs almost exactly, 8 francs a day for his chamber, 12 for board and medical attendance, transfer 20, disinfection of room 10, while small charges for laundry, beer, and the late dinner of the first evening made up. Hans Castorp went over the bill with Joachim and found naught to object to. Of course I made no use of the medical attendance, he said, but that was my own affair. It is included in the price of pension, and I couldn't export them to make any deduction, how could they? As regards the disinfection, they must show a neat profit there, they never could have used 10 francs worth of HCO to smoke the American woman out. But on the whole I must say I find it cheap rather than dear, considering what they offer. And before second breakfast THCV went down to the man meant in order that Hans Castorp might acquit himself of his. The management was on the ground floor. You reached it after passing the hall, THC garderobe, the kitchens and domestic offices, you could not miss the door. I had a porcelain shield. Hans Castorp took an interest in this glimpse into the business side of the enterprise. There was a neat little office, with a typist busy a hermac and 3 clerks bending over desks. In an adjoining office a man who looked like a head or director was working at desk in the middle of the room, he flung a and calculating glance at the clients over the top of his glasses. Their affair was dispatched at the cashier's window. A knock changed, money archived, the bill received, the cousins preserving throughout these transactions THC solemn. discreet, almost to a raw bearing which the vain German's respect for authority leads him to assume in the presence of pens, ink, and paper, or anything else which bears to his Minden official stamp. But on the way to breakfast, and later in the course of the day, they talked about the direction of the Burghof sanatorium, and Joachim, in his character as inmate, answered his questions. Hofrat Bchrcns was not, though he gave the impression of hang, owner and proprietor of the establishment. Above and behind stood invisible powers, which to a certain extent manifest their existence in the office they had just visited. THEV con of a supervisory head and a stock, in it was not a bad deal to hold shares, according to Joachim, since the members of it divided a fat dividend each there. The Hofrat he was an agent, a functionary, associate of higher powers, the first and high and his, of course, and the soul of the concubines, with a well-defined influence upon it and upon the man Agmachn itself, though of course as directing physician he was of all with he was of northwestern Germany, and it was common knowledge that when H.C. took reposition, years ago, he had done so contrary to his previous intention and plans. Had come here on account of his wife, whose remains had long reposed in the village churchyard, that picturesque churchyard of Dorf Davos, which lay high up on the right-hand slof, nearer the entrance of the valley. She had been a charming person, rouged from her likenesses, though too large-eyed and asthenic-looking. Photographs of her about everywhere in the Hofrat's house, even oil P_Tauremts BV his own amateur hand hung on the walls. 2 children, a son and a daughter, had been born, then they had brought her up here, THC fra $I, body fever smitten, a few months had seen recompletion of the wasting away process. Behrens, they said, had adored her. He was bruised so low by the blow that he got VCRV odd and melancholy. Poe saw him gesturing, sniggering, and talking to himself, on the street. He did not go back to his original place, but remained where he was, in part, no doubt, because he could not tear himself away from her grave, but also for THC less sentimental reason that he was himself in poor health and, in his own professional opinion, actually belonged HCRE. HC had settled down as one of the physicians who are companions in suffering to the patients in Thor care, who do not stand above disease, fighting her in the armour of personal se but who themselves bear her mark, an odd, but by no means isolate, case, and one which has its good as well as its bad side. Sympathy between doctor and patient surely desirable, and a case might be trade out for the view that only he who suffers can be the guide and healer of the suffering. And yet, can true spirit masketh oathker power be won by him who is counted among her slaves? Can he free others who himself is not free? The physician remains a paradox to the avenged mind, nomenon, may not his scientific knowledge tend to be clouded and confused by arduous own participation, rather enriched and moral reinforced, he cannot face disease in clear-eaved hostility to her, he is a pursuit his view cision ls equivocal. With all due reserve it must asked whether a man who himself belongs among the ailing can give himself in the cure or cark of others as can a man who ls himself in real sound. Hans Castor / expressed some of these doubts and speculations, as he gossiped about its head. Bur Joachim Thara whether Rat was still a patient, he was probably long cured, it was ages ago that he had first begun to pray case here, independently at first, and Carly winning for himself as gifted auscultator and skillful surgeon. Then the Burghof had cured him, it would soon be 10 years that HC had been in intimate association with it. His private residence was in the end of the northwest wing of the building. Krockhausels was not far off, and that lady of the lofty lineage, the nursing sister and directress of the Esther 61ishment, of whom Settemblom had made such utter fun, and whom thus far hands scarcely sided over the small household. The Hofrat was otherwise alone, for his son was at the university and his daughter already married to a lawyer in one of the French cantons. Young Behrens sometimes visited TCD father in the holidays, He had so once during Joachim's time up here. The ladies, he related, had been quite thrilled, their temperatures had gone up, petty jealousies had led to bickering and quarrels in the rest hall and an increase of visits to Dr. Krokowski's private office. The assistant had his own office hours, in a special room, which, together with the lab examination rooms, the laboratory, operating routers and X-ray studio, was the Basque MCNT of the building. We call it the basement. For the stone steps icing down it from the ground floor created the impression that it was such an erroneous, for not only was the ground floor somewhat elevated, but the entire building stood on a side hill, part way up the mountain, and these basement rooms faced the front. With a view of the gardens Valdsee, a circumstance negative to some extent by THC fact of the steps leading down to them. One descended, as one supposed, from the ground floor, only to find oneself at the bottom still on it, or practically so. Hans Castorp amused himself with this illusion when HCAC. Ed his cousin one afternoon do WN to the bathing Mars turt that Joachim might get himself weighed. A clinical brilliance and spotlessness reigned in this sphere. Everything was as white, the doors clamped with white enamel. The end leading to Dr. Krokowski's with the doctor's visiting card tacked on it, was reached by 2 more steps down from the corridor, which gave the room behind it an air of being more spacious and withdrawn than the rest. This door was at the end of THC corridor, on your right as you camped downstairs. Hans Castorp kept his eye on it. He walked up and waiting for his cousin. Saw a lady come out, a recent arrival, whose name he did not know, a small, dainty person, with curls on her forehead, and gold earrings. Bent over as she mounted the stairs, and held up her frock with on-bearing hand, while with THC other she pressed her tiny handkerchief row her lips and, all as she was, stared up over it into nothing, with great blue, distracted eyes. She hurried with small tripping steps, her rustling, to the stairs, paused suddenly as though something had occurred to her, then went on tripping upward, and still over and holding her handkerchief to her mouth. Behind her, when SHC opened the office door, it had been much darker than in the Whit corridor. Obviously the brilliant lighting of these lower regions did not extend so far. Hans Castorp remarked that a shadowed dusk, a profound twilight, prevailed in private sanctum. Table talk. Young Hans Castorp noticed that the ancestral tremor brought on by his ill-advised walk continued to trouble him. He found it rather and when in the dining room. Almost as a RC, thing now, his head would begin shaking at table. He found THLS impossible to prevent and hard to dissemble. HC tried various devices to disguise the weakness, for he could not continually support his chin on his collar. He would keep his head in action, turn it to the right and left in conversation, or bear hard against the table with the left forearm when he carried a spoonful of soup to his mouth, and support his head with his hand. In the pauses he even rested his elbow on THC table, this although it was in his CNVN eyes a piece of ill-breeding, which would not pass in any save the lax abnormal onc where he now found, but the weakness was burdensome too and went far to spoil the meal hours. For him, which he had otherwise continued to find diverting and full of interesting episode. But the truth was, and Hans Castorp was entirely aware of it, that the absurd manifestation against which he struggled was not solely physical in its origin, nor wholly to be accounted for the air up herc and the efforts his system made to adjust itself. Rather was it the outward expression of his inca stimulation, and bore directly those very episodes and diversions. Madame Gochat almost invariably came late to meals. Until she came, Hans Castorp could not sit and keep his feet still, but must wait in suspense for the crash-in of the glass door. He knew it would make him start and that his would feel cold all over, and this was what regularly happened. At first he had jerked round his head infuriated and followed the offender with angry eyes to her at THCU'd Russian table. He may even have muttered some abusive epithet between his teeth, some outragged cry of protest. But now he only bent over his plate, bit his lips. Or Etley turned his head away. It seemed to him that anger was no longer in place. He even had an obscure feeling that he was partly responsible, that he shared the blame with her before the others. In short, it would be no longer so true to say he was ashamed of Frau Schochar as that HC was ashamed for her, a feeling he might well have spared himself, for not a soul in the room troubled either over Frau Chauchat's misconduct or Hans Cass's sensitive angst to ire, with the possible exception of the SC Frühlsinn on his right. This poor creature had perceived that, thanks to his sensibility in the matter of slamming doors, a certain emotional attitude toward THC Russian lady was come to subsist in her young neighbor's mind. Further, that the grounds of the attitude were of little annulment compared to the fact of hers existence, and, finally, that his assumed indifference, very if only assumed, for Hans Castorp had neither talent nor training as an actor, did not mean a decrease of interest, but on the contrary indicated that the affair was high phase. Fräulein Engelart was for her own ensing into person quite which uthoers or preterusions. She therefore launched out into extravagant enthusiasm over Frau Schochat, which quite the most extraordinary thing was that Hans Castorp saw perfectly how SHC was egging him on, not all at once, perhaps, but in the course of time, saw through it and even felt disgusted at it, yet without the less willingly led on by her and made a fool of. Slam, bang. The old spinster said was she. No need to x.k up to tell who just came in. Of course, THCRE she goes, like a kitten to saucer of milk, how pretty it is. I wish WC might change places, so you could look at her as much as you liked. Naturally you don't care to keep turning your head, that would flatter her far too much. She ts greeting her table, you call out to look, it is so refreshing to see her. When she smiles and tal as SHC is doing now, a dimple comes in one cheek, but not always, only when she likes. What a love of a woman! A SM ilt kai, that is why she is so heedless. Creatures like that one has to Jove, whether one will or no, they vex you with their heedlessness, but that is only one reason the more for loving them, it makes you so happy to have to care for them in spite of yourself. She whispered on, pinned her hand, for his ear alone, the flush that mantled on her downy old cheek bespoke a rising temperature, and the suggestiveness of her talk pierced Hans Castorp to the very marrow. It did him good to hear someone else confirm his view that Aladdin Schochat was an enchanting creature. He was a young man of nor very independent judgments, and glad to be encouraged in certain feelings HC had, upon which both reason and conscience united to frown. Fräulein Engelart, however much she UX_ULD have liked to, could tell him practically nothing about Frau Schochat. SHC knew no more than THC whole sanatorium and his conversations with her bore little practical fruit. SHC did not even know lady to speak to, nor she boast a single common acquaint, her only title to importance that she lived in BCRG, nor VCRY far from the Rusian border, also that she knew a few scraps Russian. These were but meagre distinctions, yet Castorp was prepared to see in them something resembling an extensive personal connection with I see that she wears no ring, no wedding ring, he said. Why is they she is a married woman, I think you told the school mistress was quit she segment to feckle driven into a corner and sought for words to talk herself out again, so very responsible did she feckle for Frau Schochat _ you must not attach to that she finally I'm positive she is married. There is no doubt of it. Of course I know some foreigners do use the madam when they are getting a little on in years. For the sake of the greater risk QT people pay a married woman. But it is not the case here. Everyone knows she really has a husband, somewhere in Russia. Her maiden name was not French but Russian, something in now or Yukov, I did know it, but I have forgotten. I will ask if you like. There must several people here who know it. No, she wears no ring, I have noticed it myself. Dear me, perhaps SHC finds it makes her hand look too broad. Or she thin ks it is too bourgeois and domestic to car in gold wedding ring. She might as well carry a key basket. Oh, she is built on broader arms than that, are you Ian? Women all have something free and large about, hem. And then, a wedding ring sccms so prosaic, it is almost repellent of passes con, it is always saying hands of a turns evkaf woman into a nun. I should not be at all surprised if that is why Frau Schochat thinks. A charming her, the of, h should she, every time she gives a man her hand to kiss, tell Lal straightway that she is bound in wedlock. Lord, thought Hans Castorp, how she docks run on. He looked into HCR face, quite alarmed. But she counted his gaz.c with her embarrassed, half-frightened one. THCY were both silent a while and sought to recover themselves. Hans Castorp ate his luncheon and supported his chin. At length he sat, and her husband, he doesn't trouble self and jut her, docs he never visit her up here. Do you know what he does, official? Russian government official. In some distant province. He was ordered there. No one ever him up, and time she has been here going on 3 months. She was here before, then, is the 3rd time. And between times she goes to other places, other sanatoriums. But it is SHC whose son Etimx visits HTM, not often, once in the ver for a little hilk. One may say they live separated, and she visits him now and again. Well, of course, she is ill, yes, of course, but not so ill. Not so ill as have to live all her life in sanatoriums and apart from her husband. There must be other reasons for that. Every cup Herc thinks there must be other reasons. Perhaps she does not like to live out THCRETN Daghessen, the other side of the Caucasus. It would not be strange, such a wild, remote place. But there must be something about the man too, if she can't bear to be with him. He has a French name. But after all he is a Russian official, and that is a very rough type, I do assure you. I once saw one of them, with an iron grey beard and a red face. They are all frightfully corrupt too, and drunk quantities of vodka, you know. They will ear a little something. For the look of the clung, a mushroom marine, some caviar, and then drink out of all measure and call it a light lunch. You are putting everything off on him, Hans Castorp said, but WC can I know if the responsibility is not hers, of their not jiving together. One ought to be when 100k at her and see the unmannerly way she behaves about the door. I assure you SHC's no angel, excuse me for saying so. I wouldn't trust her cross THC it. But you are so par CGI. Thou are blinded by prejudice in her favour. This was the line he some turns took. With a cunning otherwise foreign to his nature he would make out that the school mistress's ravings Oathka Madame Chochar were not what HC very well knew them to be, but an independent phenomenon, of a quaint and amusing kind, about which he, Hans Castorp, Madk FRCC to tease the old spinster, feeling his own withers unwrung. HC risked nothing by Tyus' attitude, being confident that his accomplice would agree to anything he said, no matter how wide of the mark. Good morning, he greeted her, I hope you slept well and dreamed of your charmer? Mistress Mary, quite contrary, or whatever her name is. My word, one has only to speak of her to make you blush. You have completely lost your head, her, VO you can't denying the school mistress, who really had blushed and tucked her head down over her cup, would out of the left-hand corner of her mouth, on you, Herr Castorp. It is too bad of you to embarrass me like this. Can we are talking about her and that you have said something to make me get it was an extraordinary game the two of them were playing, each ectly aware that they licked and double-lied, each knowing that ANS Ostorp T said the school mistress only in order to be able to talk at KUT Frau Schochat. He took a morbid and extravagant pleasure in thus trifling with Fräulein Englert. And she on her side reciprocated, first out of a natural instinct to be THC go-between in a love affair, secondly because to oblige Hans Casto she had actually contrived to fall victim to Schochat's charms, and finally because she felt a pathetic joy in having him tease and blush. He well knew, she well all this about each other and themselves, each knew that the other knew and that the whole situation was equivocal and almost questionable. Equivocal and questionable situations were, in general, repugnant to Hans Castorp's taste, and the present one was no exception. H.C. felt disgusted, yet for all that he went on fishing in these troubled waters, committing his conscience with the assurance that he was only up here on a visit and soon be leaving. He pronounced youth on the unequals woman's charms with the air of a connoisseur, said she was sloppy, she looked younger and full face than profile, that her size were too far apart, that she carried herself in a way that left much to be desired, that her arms, on the other hand, were pretty and soft-looking. He felt his head shaking as he talked. He tried to suppress the trembling, and not that schoolmistress must see his but, with profound disgust, that her head was actually shaking too. But he went on. He had purposely called Franz Schochat Mistress Mary, in order that he might put the question her so now. H.C. said, I suppose her name is not Mary at all, do you know what it is? Mean her given name? You must know it, being as much smitten as you are. Schoolmistress, wait half a minute, she said. Knew it, once. Was it Tatiana? No, nor Nataska. Nataska, no, that was not it. Wait, I have it, it was Evdokia. Or at least something very like that. It was nor Karinka or Ninoshka, of that I am certain. I can't quite get it, for the moment. But I can surely recall it if you would like to know. And next day she actually did know the name, and uttered it the moment the glass door slammed. Frau Schochat's name was Claudia. Hans Castorp did not grasp it at first. He had to have her repeat the name, even to spell it, before he understood. Then H.C. pronounced it twice or thrice. Turning his bloodshot eyes in Frau Schochat's direction, in order, as a WCRC, to try if it suited. Claudia, he said. Yes, that is probably it fits her quite well. He could not hide his pleasure in the degree of intimacy Russ achieved, and from now on referred always to Frau as Claudia. Your Claudia appears to be making bread pills. That's not very elegant, I should think. It depends on who does it, the schoolmistress would answer. Claudia, it comes unquestionably the meal times in the hall with the servant tables had great charm for Hans Castorp. He hated to have one come to an end, and his consolation was that soon, in 2 or 3 hours, he would be back again. While he was sitting there, it as though he had never risen. And for the time in between? It was nothing. A short turn as far as the watercourse or THC Platz. A little rest on his balcony, no great burden, no serious interruption. Not as though he had to look forward to some increst or effort, which would not have been so easy to overleap in spirit. Effort was not the rule in the well-regulated Berghof life. Hans Castorp, WHCN he rose from one meal, could straightway by anticipation begin to reel 01 CE in the next, if, indeed, rejoicing is not too facile, to please and a word for the sentiments with which he looked forward to another meeting with the afflicted fail one. The reader, on the other hand, may very likely find such adjectives the only ones suitable to describe Hans Castorp's personality or emotions. But W.C. suggests that a young man with a WCL-calculated conscience and sense of fitness could not, whatever else he did, simply rejoice in Frau Schochat's proximity. In fact, we, who must surely know, are willing to assert that he himself would have repudiated any such expression if it had been suggested to him. It is a small detail, yet worthy of mention, that he was growing to have a content for certain ways of expressing himself. He went about with that dry fish on his back and hummed continually under his breath, being in a state of mind when music particularly appeals. He hummed a ditty heard he knew not where, in some evening company or chat ITV concert, sung by some thicket of a soprano voice. It hummed up now in his memory, a soft nothing, that went, one word from thy sweet lips can strangely thrill me. He was about to go within my heart, its slips and raptures fill me, but broke off instead, with a disdainful shrug. Idiotic, he said, suddenly finding the tender ditty altogether tasteless, wishy-washy, and sentimental. He put it from him with manly sobriety, almost with regret. It was THC sort of ring to satisfy a young man who had given his heart, as we say, given it wholly, legitly and with quite definite intentions, to some healthy little goose in the fiat land, and thus might be justified in abandoning himself to his orthodox and gratifying sensations, with all the consequences THEV entailed. But for him and for his relations with Madame Chauchat, we are not responsible for THC word relations. It was the word Hans Castor used, not we. Such songs had nothing to do with them. Silly, he said sententiously, and put his nose in the air. But after pronouncing this aesthetic judgment he lay silent in his DCCK chair, not thinking of anything more suitable to sing in its place. One thing there was which pleased him, when he lay listening to the beating of his heart, his corporeal organ, so plain liable in the ordered silence of the rest period, throbbing loud and peremptorily, as it had done almost ever since he came, the sound no longer annoyed him. For now he need nor FCCL that it so beat of its own accord, without sense or reason or reference to his non-corporeal part. Could say, without stretching truth, that such a now existed. Or was induced, he was aware that HCFCTT an emotion to correspond with the action of his heart. He needed only to think of Madame Chauchat, and he did think of her, and he felt within himself the emotion proper to the heartbeats. Mounting misgivings of the CHOGRMDFLTHERS. And the boat ride in the twilight TBF weather was vile. In this respect Hans Castorp had no luck during the brief term of his visit. It did not snow. It rained all day long, a hateful downpour, thick mist wrapped the valley, while electric storms, an absurd and uncalled for phenomenon, considering it was so cold that reheat had been turned on, rolled and reverberated disagreeably through THC Valley. Too bad, Joachim said. I thought we might take our lunch cons and climb up to the Scotsat, or something. We'll see that. But at SCCMS it not to happen. Us hope the last week will be Sebto. But Hans Castorp answered, let I am not so anxious to undertake anything for the moment. MV first excursion was no success, it does me more to take the day as it comes. Without too much variation. I like that sort of THMG to who have been up here for years. What do I want of variety in my 3 weeks' time, did, indeed, find time well taken up, just as was. What, ever his hopes, they would come to fruition, or else THEV would not, here on the spot and not on time did not hang heavy on his hands, rather he BCG, to feel the end of his stay approach all near. The second week was passing, soon 2/3 of his holiday would be gone, the third WCCK would no sooner begin than at old BC time to think of packing. The refreshment of his sense of time was long since a thing o' the past, the days rushed on, yes, in the mass THEV rushed on, though at the same time each single day stretched but long and longer to hold the crowded, secret hopes and fears that filled it to overflowing. Time is a riddling thing, and hard it is to XFK and its essence. Must we put plain a name to those inward experiences which at once both waited and gave wings to Hans Castorp's days? We all know them, their emotional inanity ran true to type. They would have taken no different core asterisk even had their on been such as to make applicable the silly song on which H.C.'d pronounced his severe aesthetic judgment. Impossible that should know nothing of the threads that were weaving between her and a certain table. Indeed, Hans Castorp definitely, wilfully that she should know something, or even a good deal. We say wilfully because his eyes WCRC open, he was a walk that reason and good sense were against it. But when a man is in Hans Castorp's state, or the state he was beginning to be in, he longs, above all, to have her of whom he dreams aware that he dreams, let reason and common sense say what they like to the contrary. Thus are we made. so, after it had happened twice or thrice that Madame Chowchat, impelled by chance or magnetic attraction, had turned and looked in the direction of Hans Castorp's table and met each time his eyes fixed upon her, she turned the fourth time with intent, and met them again. On the fifth occasion she did not catch him intent, he was not at his post. Yct he straightway fclt her eyes upon him, turned, and so ardently that she looked away. Ra-ree, and, filled at sight of that smile. Did she him for a child? Well, she should sce. HC cast about for means to refine upon the position. On the sixth occasion, when he felt, he divined, and in a voice whispered him, that shc was Lq, king, he pretended to be absorbed in enthusiastic contemplation of a ply dame who had to talk with the great aunt. To guns for a space or two or until he was certain the eyes been withdrawn, a marvellous piece of play acting, which Frau Schochat not only might, but was expressly intended to sec through, to the end that she be impressed with Hans Castorp's subtlety and self-control. Then came the following episode. Frau Schochat, between courses, turned carelessly about and surveyed the dining room. Hans Castorp was on guard. Their glances met, she peering at him with a Y-millimeter-kin look on her face, he with a determination that made him clench his teeth. And as they looked, her serviette slipped down from her lap and was about to fall to the floor. She kicked after it nervously and he felt the motion in all his limbs, so that HC half rose from his chair and was about to spring wildly to her aid across 8 yards of space and an intervening table, must ensue if Che serviette were to dire touch, floor. She possessed herself of it just in time, then, stole stooping, holding it by the corner, and frowning in evident vexation at the contretemps, for which she seemed to hold him Sybil, shc looked back once more and saw him with lift sitting there ised for a spring. Again she smiled and turned away. Hans Castorp was in the 7th heaven over this true, he had to pay for it, for full 2 days, that is to say, for the space of 10 meal times. Schochat looked his way. She even intermitted her habit of pausing on her entrance, to survey the room and, as it were, press henkelf to it. That was hard to bear, yet, since it undoubtedly happened on his account, I see prescuffed the relation between them, if only on its negative side. That was something. HC saw how right Joachim had been in saying that I was hard to get acquainted here. Except with one's table companions. For one brief hour after the evening meal social relations of a sort did obtain. But they often shrank to 20 minutes length, and always Madame Schochat spent the time, whether longer or shorter, with her own circle, in the small salon. Her friends were the hollow-chested man, the whimsical girl with the fuzzy hair, the silent Dr. Blumenkohl, and the youth with the drooping shoulders. The good Russian table had, it seemed, preempted the room for its own. Furthermore, Joachim was all was urgent an early withdrawal. He said it was in order to spend time mthccvc in cure, but there were perhaps other disciplinary reasons left unspecified, which his cousin surmised and respected. We have reproached Hans Castorp with wilful but certainly, whatever the goal toward which his wishes led, it was not that of social intercourse with Madame Schochat. He concurred, generally speaking, in the circumstances that militated against it. The realer, Tunbit sent him and the young Russian, a tense though tenuous bond, the product of his assiduous glances was of an sort. It entailed, and could entail, no obligations. Could subsist, in his mind, along with a degree of distaste for any social approach. It was one thing for our young friend to call Claudia to AC count for the bearings of his heart, but quite another for him, the grandson of Hans Lorenz Castorp. To be shaken in the smallest degree in the sure inward conviction that this door-slamming, who carried her ring on her finger careered from one resort to another, that this $4 was indubitably not a son for him to cultivate, not, that is, over and the secret relation we have indicated. A deep gulf divided their two existences, he felt, he knew, that he was not up to defending HCR in THC face of any recognized social authority. Hans Castorp was, for his own foot-son, quite without arrogance, yet a larger arrogance, the pride of caste and tradition, stood written on his brow and in his sleepy-looking eyes, and voiced itself in the conviction of his own superiority, which came over him when he measured new show chat for what SHC was. It was this which H. neither could, nor wished to, shake off. Strangely enough, he first became vividly conscious of his conviction on a day when he heard Frau Schochat speaking in his native tongue. She stood in the dining room after meal, her hands in the pockets of her sweater, and charmingly struggled to converse in German with another patient, probably a rest hall acquaintance. Hans Castorp felt an unwanted thrill. Never before had he been so proud of his mother tongue, yet at the same time experienced a temptation to offer up his pride on THC altar of quite a different feeling, the exchequer which filled him at the sound of her pretty stammer-ins and manglings of his speech. A word, Hans Castorp envisaged in this opening affair between him and the heedless creature who was member of THC Berghof Society no more than a holiday adventure. Before the tribunal of reason, conscience, and common sense it could make no claims to be heard, principally, of course, because when all was said and done, Frau Schochat was an ailing woman, feeble, verkühlt, and rain-rocked within. Her physical condition had much to do with the questionable life she led, as also with Hans Castorp's instant reservations. No, it simply did not occur to him to seek her society, while as for the rest, well, however the thing turned out, it would be over in one way or another inside 10 days, when he would enter upon his apprenticeship at Tundeyer and Wilms's. For the moment, however, he had begun to live in and for the emotions roused in him by the pretty patient, the and down of suspense, fulfillment or disappointment, characteristic of such a stare. He came to regard these feelings as the real meaning and content of our stay. His MCU depended wholly upon their event. All the circumstances of life up HCRC favoured their development. For the inviolably daily program brought the two constantly together. True, Frau O'Morchats was on a different story from his own, and she performed her cure, so our HC schoolmistress said, in the general rest hall on the roof, the same in which Captain McCloskey had lately turned off the light. But their WCRETHC 5 meal times, and besides them, innumerable occasions in the daily goings and comings when not only might they meet, but it was practically unoffendable they should. And that, Hans Castorp thought, was all to the good. So was the fact that he had literally to do this in one occasion and the next, except think about them. He found, inked, something almost breathless about being thug, as it were, immured with opportunity. Which did not prevent him from employing all manner of devices to improve the position. His charmer came regular of late to meals, he did the same, with intent wovleth her. I.C. Dalid Oathka his toilet, was not ready when Joachim creocked, and I.C.T. his cousin go on before, H.C. would catch up with him. He would wait until the intuition proper to his state can't him of right moment, then he would hurry down. Not by his own stair, but BVTHC one at the end of the corridor, which would rake him past a certain door, number 7, in the first story. Every moment of way, every step of the stair, offered a chance. Ain the door might open, and in practice it often did. OUTSHC would slip, not still and lie, THC door would slam behind her, SHC would glide to the stairs. She would FMSS down ahead of him, with her hand up to her braids of hair, or else he would lie in front of her, feel her gaze in his back, and experience a thrill as from an ant crawling down it. His bearing, of course, was that of unaware of her presence, leading a free and independent existence of own. He would bury his hands in his pockets, a swagger, cough an entirely unnecessary cough, and stnkc himself on the chest, anything to his utter unconcern. On 2 occasions he refined vet further. Alt Cadv seated at the table, HC felt himself with both hands, and said tine show of irritation, "There, I've forgotten handkerchief. That mine's trot again to fetch it." Went hack, to he and she might meet on the A, since that afforded a kccnc throb than when she merely walked in front of or behind him. The first time he executed this mantruva, she measured him with her eyes from a distance, swept him from head to foot, quite bold and unblushing. Then approaching nearer, turned two-way indifferently and passed him by. Why that HC got but little out of the DEMRRCBE. The SCCTND time she stared him in the face without flinching, almost forbiddingly, even turning her head as they crossed, follow him with her look, I went through our poor young friend like a knife. We need not pry him, for was it not all his own doing? But the encounter was gripping at the moment and even more afterwards, for only in retrospect was he clear as to what had actually happened. HC had never seen Frau Schochat's face so close, so clear, in all its details. He could have counted the tiny hairs that stood up from the braid SHC wreathed round her head. RHCY were reddish blonde, with a metallic SHCCN. No more than a hand's breadth or so of space had been between his face and hers, whose outline and features, peculiar though they were, had been familiar to him as long as he could remember, and spoke to his very soul as nothing else could in all the world. It was an unusual face, and full of character, for only the unusual seems to us to character. Its mystery and strangeness spoke of the known north, and it teased the curiosity bec% lusk its proportions and characteristics were somehow not very easy to determine. Its keynote, probably, was the high, bony structure of the prominent cheek bones. They seemed to the, which were unusually far apart and unusually level with the face, and squeezed THCM into a slight oblique while at THC same time they apkarked exponsigic for the soft concavity of the cheek, and this, in turn, to result in the full curve of the slightly pouting lips. Then THCRCWCRC the eyes themselves, Renaro Kurgi's eyes, whose was yet to Hans Castorp a simple enchantment and whose colour was the grey-blue or blue-grey of distant mountains. They had the trick of sidewise, unseeing glance, which could sometimes melt them in the very huck of and darkness. These eyes of Claudia, which had gazed so orby-dingle into his very face, and which so awfully resembled Priboslav eye shape, expression, and colour that they fairly FNGHTE resembled not the word. They were the same eyes. The breadth, too, of the upper part of the face, the flattened nose, everything, even to the flush in the white skin, the healthy colour of the cheek, which in Frau Schochat's case, as in so many others, merely counterfeit health and was a superficial effect of the 0F1 air cure, everything was precisely Priboslav, and no differently would he have looked at Hans Castorp were they to meet again as of old in the school courtyard. It had been staggering in the Kstern. Franz Castorp thrilled at the encounter, yet experienced a mounting uneasiness like that he felt WHCN. He realized how narrow was the proximity that enclosed him and the fair Russian. That the long-forgotten Priboslav hip should appear to him in THC guise of Frau Gochat and look at him with those Kurgis eyes, this was to be immured, not with our tuanty, but with the inevitable, the unescalar, to an extent as to him with affecting emotions. TW trickened a icking of esness, and set in motion a vague instinct to cast about, to grow and feel for help or counsel. One after another HC McTanney summoned up various people, the thought of whom might serve him as some sort of mental support. There was the good, the upright Joachim, firm as yet whose eyes in these past months had kicked to held such a tragic shadow, and who had never ceded to shrug his shoulders, as HC did so often now. Joachim, with the blue Peter in his fuka, as Frau Stoll called the receptacle. When Hans Castorp the height of her hard, crabbed face it made him shiver. Yes. There v. as OHM, who kept constantly at Hofrat Barons to let him get away and down to the longed-for service in the plain, the flatland, as the Helve, normal world was called up here, with a faint yet nuance of contempt. Joachim Scrvcd the cure single-mindedly, to the end that he might arrive sooner at his goal and save some of the time which those you here so wantonly flung away, served it unquestioningly for sake of SLUCDYRC cover E, but also Hans Castorp detected, for the sake the cure itself, which, after all, was a service, like another, and was not duty, wherever performed. Joachim invariably went upstairs after only a quarter hour in the drawing-rooms, and this miliary precision of his was a prop to the civilian laxity of his cousin, who would otherwise be likely to loiter unprofitably below, with his eye on the company in small salon. But Hans Castorp was convtnccdthcre was another and private reason why Joachim withdrew so early. He had known it since the time he saw his cousin's face rake on the arenottal pallor, and his mouth assume the pathetic twist. He ectly understood. F. or Marussia was almost always there in evening, laughter-loving Marussia, with the little ruby on her charming hand, the handkerchief with the orange went, and the swelling bosom, reigned within. Hans Castorp comprehended that it was her presence which drove Joachim away, precisely because it so strong love, so fearful drew toward her. Was Joachim too, and even worse off than himself, in that he had 5 limes a day to sit at the same table with Marussia and her orange-scented handkerchief? However that might be, it was clear that Joachim was preoccupied with his own troubles. The thought of him could afford his cousin no mental rt. That he took refuge in daily flight was a credit to him, but that he had to flee was an asterisk thing but reassuring to Hans C. Castorp, who even began to think that Joachim's good example of faithful service of the cure and the initiation which he owed to his cousin's experience might have also their side. Man's percent in op here wx_, but it seemed longer, and the daily routine which Joachim so piously observed had begun to take in his a character of sanctity. From the point of view of those up here, he considered life as lived down in the flatland. It seemed somehow queer and unnatural. H.C. had grmvn skilled in THC handling of his rugs and the art of making a proper bundle, a sort of mummy, of himself, when lying on his balcony on cold days. He was almost as skillful as Joachim, and yet, down below, there was no soul who knew aught of such an art or the practice of it. How strange, he thought, yet at THC Sam moment wondered at himself for finding it strange, and there surged up again that uneasy sensation of groping for support. He thought of H. Offrat Behrens and his professional advice, bestowed sign pecunia that he should, while he was up here, order his life like the other patients, even to the taking of bis temperatura. He thought of Settembrini, and of how he had laughed at that same advice, and quoted something out of the magic flute. Did thinking of either of these two afford him any moral support? Hofrat Trenz was a white-haired man, old enough to be Hans Castorp's father. He was the head of the establishment, the highest authority. And it was a fatherly authority that the young man now felt an unconscious need. But no, it would not do, he could not think with confidingness of THC Hofrat. The physician had buried his wife up here, and been brought so low by grief as almost to his then HC had stopped on, to be near her grave and because he himself somewhat infected. He sound again. Was H.C. single-mindedly bent on making his patients whole, so they could go back to service in the vault below? His cheeks had a purple hue, he looked fevered. That might only the effect of the air up here. Hans Castorp, without fever, so far as he could elude without a thermometer, felt the same dry heat in his face, day in, day out. Of course, when on the Hofrat talk, one might easily conclude H.C. had fever. There was something not quite right about it, it all sounded very jovial and lively, but on the whole forced, particular when one thought of the Eves, WHSCCMCD to BC still weeping for his wife. Hans Castorp what Settembrini had sat ALNUTTHC Hofrat's vices and chronic depression, that might have been malicious, it might have been sheer windiness. But he did not find it sustained or fortified him to think of Hofrat Behrens. Then there was Settembrini himself, of course, the chronic three-positionist, the windbag, the no-hinims as he styled himself. Hans Castorp thought him well over, with his gift of the gab, his florid harangue on the combination of dullness and dis-ea.e, and how he, Hans Castorp, had been esken to task for it a dilemma for the human intelligence. Our him, vivode the thought of him be and way efficacious. Hans Castorp recalled how several times, in the extraordinarily vivid Dreyun's hat visited his sleep in this place, H.C. had taken umbrage at the dry and subtle smilk curling the Italian's lip beneath flowing mosaic, how he had railed at him for a hand organ man, and tried to shove him away because H.C. was a disturbing influence. But that was in his dreams. The waking Hans Castorp was no such matter, but a much less untrammeled person, not disinclined, either, on the whole, to try out the influence himself of this novel human widely its critical animus and accompany. Despite the fact that he owned the Italian both carping and garrulous. After all, Settembrini had called him Skilferdagig, obviously he was anxious to exercise influence, and Gans Castorp, for his part, fairly yearned to be influenced, though of course, not to an extent which should cause him to pack his trunk and leave before his time, as Settembrini had in all seriousness proposed. Placet experire, he thought to himself, with a smile. So much Larian he had, without calling himself a homo *armanus. The upshot was that he kept his eye on Settembrini, listened keenly and critically to what he had to say when they met on their prescribed road walks to the bench on the mountainside, or down to the Platch or wherever and the opportunity offred. Other occasions there were, too. For instance, at the CND of a meal Settembrini would rise from table before anyone else and saunter across among the 7 tables, in his check trousers, a toothpick between his lips, to where the cousins sat. H.C. did this in defiance of law and custom, standing there in a graceful attitude, with his legs crossed, talking and gesticulating with the toothpick. Or he would draw up a chair and sit down at the corner of the table, between Hans C.A. Storp and the schoolmistress, or between Hans Storp and Miss Robinson, and on while they ate their pudding, which he seemed to have foregone. "May I beg for admission into this charmed circle?" he would say, scaking cuns the cousins, and see you, nputchkending thcrcst at the table in a sweeping bow. My brewer over there, not to ingaze of thc breweress. But, really, this mention the HCR Magnus. Just now he has BCCN delivering a discourse on folk psychology. Shall I tell you what he said? The fatherland, it is true, is one enormous barracks. But all the same it's got a lot of solid capacity, it's genuine. I wouldn't change it for the think manners of the rest of THCRN. What are think manners to me if I'm cheated right handled.z and more o' the kind? I am at the end of my patience. And opposite I have Kaporkakarua, with churchyard roses blooming in her cheeks, an old maid from Sibbenburgern, who never stops talking her brother-in-law, a man we none of us either know or wish to know. I could stand it no longer, I shook their dust from my feet, I bolted. You raised your flag and took to your Frau Skopri, shouted Settembrini. I read with my flag. Ah, what an apt phrase. I sec I have cut to the right place, nobody herc knows how to coin phrases like that. May I be permitted to inquire after the state of your health, Frau Sroer? It was frightful to see Frau Stoprin herself. Good land, she said. It is all was the same, you know yourself, 2 steps forward and 3 back. When you have been sitting here 5 months, along comes the old man and tucks on another 6. It is like the torment of Tantalus, you shove, and think you getting to the top. Ah, delightful of you, to give poor old Tantalus a new job, and let him roll the stone uphill for a change. I call that true benevolence. But what are these mysterious refuRTS I have been hearing of you, Frau Stoff THCRCR tales going about, tales about doubles, astral bodies, and the like? Up to now I have lent rem no credence, but this latest story puzzles me, I confess. Are you poking fun at me? Not for an instant. I beg you to set my mind at rest about this dark side of your life, after that it will be time to jest. Last night, Bxen half-nink and RCN, I was taking a little exercise in the garden, I looked up at the row of balconies, there was your light gleaming through the dark, you were performing your cure, led by THC dictates of Javi and reason. A rougher eye, there lies our charming invalid, obeying the rules of the house, for the sake of an early return to THC ands of HC awaiting husband. And now what do I hear? That you were seen at that very hour at the Kerr house, in the cinematographo, Herr Settembrine gave the WQRD the pronunciation, with the on the fourth syllable, and aften was in THC cafe, Pneo eyeing punch and kisses, and, Stoa wriggled and giggled into her serviette, nugged Joa, Chim and the silent DR in the ribs, winked coy and altogether gave a perfect of fatuous complacent. She was in the habit of leaving the light burning on her balcony, and stealing off to seek distraction in the water below. Her husband D, meanwhile, in Cannstatt, awaited return. He was not the only patient who practiced this duplicit Z and went on Settembrine, that you were enjoying those isses in the company of, whom, do thou think? In the company of Captain McClozic from Bucharest. They say he wears a, but that is little to the point. I conjure you, Maddock, to tell me. Love you a double? Was it your earthly part which lay there done on your balcony, while your spine revelled below, with Ain McClozic and his kisses? Mu Stoa wreathed and bridled as though she were being equalled. One LSKS oneself, had it not been better the other way about? Settembrine went on, you annoying the kisses by yourself, and rest cure with Captain McClozic, tittered Stoa. Have the ladies and gentlemen heard the latest? The went on, without pausing for breath. Percent Mebody has been flown away with, by the devil. Or, to speak literally, by his mamma, a very determined lady, I quite to her. It was young Schneemann, Anton Schneemann, who sat at Mademoiselle Cleef, DS table. You see, his plaque is empty. It will soon be filled up again, I am not worried about that, but Anton is off, on THC wings of the wind, in the twinkling of an eye, wrapped away before HC knew WHCRC he was 16 years old, and had been up here a year and a half, with 6 months to go. But how did it happen, who knows? Perhaps somebody a little word to Madame HL's mother, how, she got wind of his goings-on, in Baco etc. She appears unannounced on the scene, something heads taller than I am, white-haired and exceeding wroth, fetches Herr Anton a couple of boxes on the ear. Takes him by the collar, and puts him on the train. If he's going to THC dogs, she says, he can do it just as well down below. And off they go. Everybody within earshot laughed. Herr Settembrine had such a droll way of telling Stowe. Despite his contemptuous attitude toward the society of the ace, he always knew everything that went on. He knew THC name and circumstances of each participant. He knew that such and such a person had been operated on for rib resection, had it on the authority that from the autumn onward no one with a temperature of more than would be admitted into the establishment. He told them how last night the little dog belonging to Madame Capet Soliers from Mittelk stepped on the button of the electric signal on his mistress's night table and occasioned much commotion and running hither and yon, particularly because Madame Capet Soliers had been found not alone, but in the society of Assessor Dussmund from Friedrichshagen. Even Dr. Blumenkohl had to laugh at that. Pretty Maris well-nigh choked in her orange-scented handkerchief, and Frau Stoll yelled with laughter, holding her breast with both. But to the cousins Ludovico talked of himself and his early life, whether on the walks they took together, or during the evening in the salon, or perhaps in the dining room itself, after a meal, when most of the patients had left and the three sat together at their end of the table, while the waitresses cleared away and Hans Castorp smoked his Maria Mancini, which in the 3rd week had regained a little of its savour. he critical of what he heard, and often he felt put off, yet he listened rective to the Italran's talk, for it opened to his understanding a world utterly new and strange. Settembrim spoke of his grandfather, a Milanese lawyer, but even more a patriot, with something of the political agitator, and orator and journalist to boot. He too, like his grandson, had always been in the opposition, though he had been able to perform his role upon a larger stage than had Ludovico. The latter remarked with that his own activities had confined to heckling and castigating RHC frolics and frailties of the guests at THC International Sanatorium Burgos, and to protesting against them in the name of the free and iolios human spirit. But his grandfather had had his finger in the phoning of he had conspired against Austria and the Holy Alliance, which had dismembered his native land and then held it in the heavy bond of servitude. He had been a zealous member of certain secrets so, that had spread Italy, a Settembrini ain't, suddenly dropping his voice, as though it might still be dangerous to utter the word. In fact, from his grandson's narrative, the two hearers got a picture of a dark and tempest-tossed figure, a ringleader, agitator, and conspirator. Despite their pains, they did not quite succeed in hiding a feeling of mistrust, even repulsion. True. The circumstances had been extraordinary. What they heard had happened long ago, almost 100 years. It was history, and they were familiar in theory, particularly from ancient history, with the traditional figure of the tyrant hater and liberator, such as they now heard of, though they had never dreamed of being brought into actual human contact with him, like this. Settembri's grandfather, so THEV were told, united with his conspiratorial a profound love his native land, which was his dream to see free, and indeed, it was out of this very combination, as a natural consequence, that his revolutionary activities flowed, and strange this mingling of Catholicism and patriotism seemed to THC cousins, in whose minds an abiding sense of order was on an equal footing with Rousseau's love of country. But they privately admitted, none the less, that at that time, and in that situation, it might have been conceivably possible that rebellion should go paired with civic virtue, and law-abidingness lie down with lazy indifference to the public weal. But grandfather Giuseppe had been not only Italian patriot. He had been fellow citizen and brother in arms to any people struggle it / for ICQ liberties. Thales after the shipwreck of a certain plot had aired in Turin for the overthrow of the military civil government, a plot in which HC had been deeply involved, he had escaped by a hair's breadth the clutches of Feternicus hirelings, and spent the rime of his exile fighting and bleeding, first in Spain for the cause of constitutionalism, then in Greece for the independence of the Hellenic peoples. It was in GRCCCC that Settembrini father had seen the light, which probably accounted for his being a humanist and lover of classical antiquity. His mother had taken of German stock. Settembrini had married her in Switzerland and taken her about with him in his further adventurous career. He had been allowed, after 10 years of exile, to return to Milan, where he had practiced his profession, without for a moment ceasing to labour, with voice and pen, in verse and prsse, for the United Republic, and to draw up subversive programs characterized by dictatorial ardor, in which were promulgated in the clearest style the unification of the liberated people and the attainment of general felicity. One detail mentioned by the grandson made a profound upon Hans Castorp, grandfather Cagius, to the day of his death, wore black, in token, he said, of his mounting for the state of fatherland, languishing in misery and servitude. Hans Castorp, at this piece of information, thought of his own grandfather, as he had once or twice before during Settembrini's narrative. He too, for as long as his grandson had known him, wore black clothes. But for how different a reason! Hans Lorenz Castorp had worn the quaint old fashion to indicate his oneness with a bygone time and his essential lack of sympathy with the present, worn it up to THC end of his days. When HC had returned in death to his true and adequate presentment, with the starched ruff, certainly these were two strikingly different kinds of grandfather. Hans Castorp pondered, his CYCS fixed in a stark cautiously shaking his head in a way that might as well taken for a sign of admiration for Giuseppe Settembrini as for the appair. H.C. honourably refrained from judging what H.C. did not understand, but simply made mental note of the contrast and let it go at that. He colosected the narrow head of old Hans Lorenz, as it bent musing over the tail gold rim of the christening basin, symbol of the passing and the abiding, of continuity through change. He had his mouth open, Hans C.A. Storp knew the words great were about to issue from it, the sombre syllables which always remind him of places where one walked with bent head and reverent gait. And then he saw with the tricolour on his arm, waving his sabre and breathing a vow to heaven with dark gaze rung aloft. As H.C. saw angry heights of despotism at the head of a liberty-loving host. Well, he thought, each of them had his fine and splendid side. He made the greater effort to be fair, because he knew himself to be partisan, on personal or partly personal grounds. For Grandfather Settembrin had fought to obtain political rights, whereas the other grandfather, or his ancestors, had originally had all the rights, and THC scoundrels had taken them away from him, in the course of THC centuries, by violence or pettifoggery. So both grandfathers had worn mourning, the one in the north and the one in the south, and both in the same idea, namely, to put a great gulf between them and the evil Prusken. But whereas THC one had assumed it in token of his pious reverence for the past and the dead, to whom he felt himself with his whole being to belong, the other had worn it as a sign of rebellion, in the event in a spirit of toward the past. These were different worlds. As Herr Settembrini talked, and Hans Castorp stood, as it were, between them and cast his critical eye upon one and the other, they called back to his conscious mind two scenes from own past life. He saw himself rowing on a lake in Holstein, on late summer evening, THC sun was down, the almost full moon rising above the bushes that bordered the lake. He rowed alone and slowly over the quiet waters, gazing to right and left at a scene fantastic as any dream. In the west it was still broad day, with a fixed and glassy air, but in the he into a landscape, wreathed in the magic of rising mists and equally convincing, to his bewildered sense. The strange combination lasted some brief quarter-hour before the balance finally settled in favour of Nihut and the moon. All the time Hans Castorp's dazzled eyes went shifting in lively amazement from one scene to the other, from day to night back again to the picture returned to him the same time the thought crossed his mind that lawyer Settembrini could scarce have trained much of a jurist, consider in his other occupations, indeed the extended sphere of his activities. Asseverated, H.C. Viva, and Hans Castorp found it crcdlie, that the grandfather had been from early dry down to the last day of his life inspired by the fundamental prin of justice. Our hero, heavy-headed as he was and idly preoccupied by THC 6-course burgoth meal he had last eaten, made an effort to understand what company meant when he called this principle the source and fount of libcre and pres. Progress, up to now, had had to do, in Hans Castorp's none with such things as the 19th century development of cranes and lifting tackle. He was accordingly gratified to icon that Grandfather Settembrini had not the importance of such matters. Of course, his own grandfather hadn't either. The Italian paid a tribute to the native land of his two listeners. For the inventions of gunpowder, whereby the armour of feudalism had been thrown on the scrap heap, HND the printing press, which had made possible the democratic propagation of ideas, and the propagation of democratic ideas, which were one and the same. For these good gifts he praised Germany, praised HCR for her past, but awarded his own country the palm, because she had been the first to unfurl the banner of freedom, culture, and enlightenment, at a time when all other lands were wrapped in the darkness of superstition and slavery. Vet in paying due honour, as upon their first meeting, at the bench by the watercourse. To commerce and technology, Hans Castorp's own field, Settembrini apparently did so not for the sake of these forces themselves, but purely with reference to their significance for the ethical development of kind. For such a significance, he declared, H.C. joyfully ascribed to them. Technical progress, H.C. said, gradually subjugated nature, by developing roads and telegraphs, mine using climatic differences, and BV the means of communication which it created proved itself to be most reliable agent in the task of drawing together the peoples of the earth, of making them acquainted with other, of building bridges to compromise, of destroying prejudice, of bringing about THC universal brotherhood of man, who had sprung from the depths of darkness, and hacked. But it was emerging, it was moving onward and upward, toward goal of fellow-feeling and enlightenment, of goodness and useness, and upon this path, he said, the industrial arts were the vehicle conducive to the greatest progress. But all this mad confused impression on Hans Castorp. Herr Settembrini seemed to bring together in a single breath categories which in H.C. Youngman's mind had heretofore been as THC asunder, for example, technology and morals. Positively, he made the statement that Christ had been the first to proclaim the principle of equality and union, that the print and press had propagated the doctrine, and that finally the French Evolution had elevated it into a law. All which our poor young friend found very muddling, he scarce knew why, though the feeling definite in all consequence, and though Herr Settembrini had couched thought in the clearest and roundest of periods. Once, the Italian went on, once only in his life, and that in his early manhood, had his grandfather known what it was to feel profound that was at the time of THC Paris July Revolution. He had one about proclaiming to all and sundry that some day men will place those 3 days alongside THC 6 days of creation, and reverence them alike. Hans Castorp felt utterly dumbfounded, involuntarily he slapped the table with hand. To compare those 3 summer days of the year 1830 when we Parisians had taken unwrote themselves a new constitution, to THC 6 in which God had divided the land from the water and created the lights in the firmament of heaven, as well as flowers, TRCCS, birds, and fishes, and all other living things, that seemed to him Roe BC going too far. H.C. talked over later with Knessin Joachim, and gave clear expression to his opinion that it really was pretty thick, that Hans Castorp, for part, found it positively offensive. But still open-minded, at least in the sense that he knew the experiment he was making, he restrained the objections which his sense of fitness have raised against the Settembrinian scheme of things. Restrained them on that what seemed sedition to him might to another seem dauntless courage, and what he called bad taste might have been, in that far-off time and circumstance, but display of the noble excesses of high-hearted nature, for instance, when Grandfather Settembrini vacated the throne and talked about dedicating the burger's pike on the altar of humanity. Hans Castorp KNCW, without putting it into so many words, why he lent an ear to HCRR** Brini. Partly it was out of a sense of duty, though also out of that holiday mood of taking everything as it came, rejecting nothing, in the knowledge that in another day or so he would spread his wings and fly back to the wonted order of things. Yes. He knew it was largely the promptings of conscience to which H.C. hearkened, to be precise, the promptings of a conscience nor altogether KC, as he sat listen mg to the Italian, one leg crossed over the other, drawing at his Maria Mancini, or when the 3 of them climbed the hill from the English quarter. 2 principles, according to the Settembrinian cosmogony, were in perpetual conflict for possession of the world: force and justice, tyranny and freedom, superstition and knowledge. The law of permanence and the law of change, of ceaseless fermentation is suing in progress. One might call the first the Asiatic, the second the European principle, for Europe was the sphere of rebellion, the sphere of intellectual discrimination and transforming activity, whereas the East embodied the conception of immobility. There was no doubt as to which of our HC2 would finally triumph. It would be the power of enlightenment, the power that made for rational advance and development. For human progress snatched up ever more peoples with it on its brilliant course, it conquered more and more in Europe itself and was already pressing Asiawards. Much still remained to be done, sublime exertions WCRE still demanded from those spirits who HND received the light. Then only the day would come when thrones would crash and outworn religions crumble, in those remaining countries of which had not already enjoyed the blessings of 18th century enlightenment, nor yet of an upheaval like 1789. But the day would come, said, with his suave smile, it would come, he replied, if not on the wings of doves, then on the pinions of eagles, and dawn would break over Euro-ER, the dawn of universal in THC name of justice, science, and human reason. It would bring in its train a new holy alliance, the alliance of the democratic peoples of Europe, in opposition to that other holy alliance, the thrice infamous organ of PNNCCS and cabinets, which Grandfather Giuseppe had personally regarded as his deadly foe. In a word, it would bring in its train THC Republic of the XUFT. But before that could happen, the Asiatic principle must be met and crushed in its very stronghold and vital centre, that was to say, in Vienna. Austria must be crushed and dismembered, first to wreak vengeance for the past, and second to lead in the new law of justice with truth on earth. Hans C. Dotterstorp did not cark for this last drift in Herr Settembriny's sonorous vow of words. He mistrusted it, it sounded too much like a personal or national animus. As for Joachim Z. Emson, whenever the Italian fell into this vein, he scowled and turned away his head, or sought to create a diversion by saying it was time for RHC rest cure. Neither did Hans Castorp fear obliged to listen when the conversation took these devious paths, they clearly fell outside the limits within which his conscience prompted him to profit by Herr Settembriny's words. Yet conscience still urged him to continue in the effort, so clearly that often, as opportunity arose, he would even invite the Italian to discourse on the subject of his ideas. Those ideas, ideals, and efforts of the aspiring will were, Settembrini said, traditional in his family. He inherited them. Grandfather, son, and grandson, each in his turn, had dedicated them their entire lives and all their spiritual energy. THC Farthka in his own way had done so no less than Grandfather Giuseppe. True, he had not been political agitator or active combatant in the cause of freedom, but a quick and sensitive scholar, a humanist sitting at his writing desk. But what, after all, was humanism if not love of humankind, and by that token also why, lyrical activity, rebellion against all that tended to defile or degrade our conception of humanity? He had been accused of exaggerating the importance of form. But he who crished beauty of form did so because it enhanced human dignity, because THC Middelkags, in striking contrast, had been sunk not only in hostility to the human spirit, but also in a shameful formlessness. From the very beginning he had defended the right of human being to his earthly interests, to liberty of thought and joy in life, and insisted that we could safely leave heaven to take care of itself. Who, had not Prometheus been the earliest, and was he not identical with Satan hymned by Carducci? If the cousins had only heard that Arch-CNCMY of the Alerch, at Bologna, pouring the vials of his sarcasm upon the Christian sentimentalism of the Manzonis upon the shadows and moonlight of the romantic which he had compared Luna, heavens none but that was a joy to listen to. And they ought to have heard Carducci interpret Dante, celebrating him as the citizen of a great city-state, who had out against asceticism and the negation of life. And on the side of the world transforming and reforming, it was not the sickly and mystagogic of Beatrice which they had celebrated under the name of Donna Gentile, rather it had been his wife, who represented in the Epetos epoch the principle of worldly knowledge and practical work-a-day. Thus Hans Castorp came to hear something Dante, and certainly from the lips of authority. He was not too much inclined to beg implicitly all Settembrini said, he considered him much of a windbag for that. Still it was an interesting ception, this of Dante as the wide-awake citizen of a great metropolis. And now went on to speak of himself, and to explain how the tendencies of his immediate forebears, the political from his grandfather, the humanistic FMRN his father, had united in his own person to produce the writer and independent man of letters. For literature was after all nothing else than the combination of humanism and a conjunction the more immediate in that humanism itself was politics and politics humanism. Hans Castorp did his best at this point to listen and comprehend, in the hope of finally learning wherein had consisted the crass ignorance of Magnus the brewer, and finding out what else literature actually was. Above and beyond beautiful character, Settembrini asked his audience whether they had ever heard of Brunetto Latini, a Florentine notary, who about year 250 had written a book on the subject of the virtues and the vices. He it was who had sharpened the wits of the Florentines, taught them the art of to the rules of eatuage, and how to guide their acora politics. There you have it, gentlemen, thcre you have it. Settembrini cried with ardour, and enlarged upon the cult of the word the art of eloquence, which H.C. called the triumph of the human genius. For the word was the glory of mankind, it alone imparted dignity to life. Not only was humanism bound up with the word, and with literature, but so also was humanity itself, man's ancient dignity and manly self-respect. You heard, didn't you, Hans Castorp said Larker to his cousin, you heard him say that literature is a question of beautiful words? I spotted it directly, from which it followed that politics too is up with the word. Or, Rathke, it followed directly from the unity that subsists between humanity and literature, for the beautiful word it's the beautiful deed. 200 years ago, Settembrini said, you had a poet in your country, a magnificent old chatterbox who set great store by good handwriting because he thought it must induce a good style. He should have won a further and said that a ed style would lead to good creeds. Settembrini added. For WRTTLNG well was almost the same as thinking well, and thinking well was the next thing to acting well. All moral discipline, all moral perfection derived from soul of literature, from the soul of human dignity, which was the moving spirit of both humanity and politics. Yes, they were all one and the same force, one and the same idea, and all of them could be comprehended in one single word. This word, it was already familiar to their ears, eth would wager the cousins had never before rightly its meaning. And its majesty, the word was, civilization. And as Settembrini brought it out, he flung his small, yellow-skinned right hand in the air, as though proposing a toast. Well, all that $1 Hans Castorp found worth listening to, precisely over, White Elm, of a value largely experimental, but still worth listening to. He said as much to Joachim Ziernsen later, but Joachim had his thermometer in his mouth and could not reply to his cousin, nor had he afterwards leisure. When, on raking IR, he read THC Figurk and entered it in his notebook. But Hans C.A. Storp good-naturedly took cognizance of point of view and tested by it his own inner experiences, from which self-examination it principally apfarked that the waking man has an advantage over the sleeping and dreaming one. For whereas the sleeping Hans Castorp had more than once upbraided the organder to his face and done his utmost to drive him away because Ken felt him a disturbing influence, the waking one lent him an attentive ear and made an honest effort to minimize the opposition which his mentor's idcus and conceptions persistently aroused in him. For it cannot be denied that there was such opposition, some of it such as he must always have felt from the very beginning, the rest answering from the particular situation and his partly vicarious, partly secret and personal expense among those upherg. What a creature is man, how idly his conscience betrays him. How easy is for him to think H.C. hears, even in the voice of duty, a license to passion. Hans Castorp listened to Herr Settembrini out of a SCNSC of duty and fairness, in the idea of hearing both sides, with the of intentions he tested the latter's views on the subject of the Republic, reason and the bellow style. He was entirely receptive. And all the while he was finding it more and more permissible to give his thoughts and dreams free rein in another and quite opposite direction. Indeed, to give expression to all that we suspect or divine, we think it not unlikely that Hans Castorp hearkened to Herr Settembrini's discourse in order to get from us own conscience an indulgence which otherwise might not have been forthcoming. What, or who, was it that drew down the other side of the scales? When weighed over against patriotisme, belles lettres, and the dignité of man? It was, Davdia Shochat, Kirghiz sighed, relaxed, and tainted within, when he thought of HCR, though thinking is far too tame a word to characterize THC impulse that yearned all his being in her direction. It was as though he were sitting again in his boat on the Lark in Holstein, looking with dazzled eyes from the glassy daylight of the western shore to the mist and moonbeams that wrapped the eastern heavens. TB thermometer Hans Castorp's week here ran from Tuesday to Tuesday, 4-0. Tuesday HC had arrived. 2 or 3 days before, HC had gone down to the office and paid his second week of bill. An oddest AC count of around 106 francs, modest and cheap enough, even without taking in consideration the nature of some of the advantages of a stay up here, advances priceless in themselves, though for that very reason they could not be included in the bill, and even without counting extras like the fortnightly concert and Dr. Krokowski's lectures, which might conceivably have been included. The sum of 160 francs represented simply and solely the actual hospitality extended by the Berghof to Hans Castorp, his logement and his 5 stupendous meals. "It isn't much, it is rather cheap than otherwise," remarked the THC old inhabitant. "You cannot complain of being charged up here. You need around 650 francs a month for board and lodging / treatment included. Let us assume that you another 30 ranks tips, if you are decent and like to have friendly facts atuutu. That makes 680. Good. Of course I know there are fixed fees and other sorts of small expenses, toilet articles, tobacco, drives, and excursions, now and then a bill for shoes or clothing. Very good. But all that won't bring it up to 1,000 francs, say what you like. Not 800 even. That isn't 10,000 francs a year. Certainly not more. That is what it costs you." "Mental arithmetic very fair," Joachim said. "Never knew you were such a shot at doing sums in your head. And how broad-minded of you to calculate it by the year like that. You've learned something since you've been up here. But your figure is too high. I don't smoke, and I certainly don't expect to buy any suits while I am here, thank you." "Then it would be lower still," Hans Castorp answered, rather confused. Why, indeed, he should have included tobacco and a new wardrobe in his calculation of Joachim's expenses is a puzzle. For the rest. His brilliant display of arithmetic had simply been so much dust thrown in his cousin's eyes, for here, as elsewhere, his mental processes were rather slow than fast, and THC truth is that a previous calculation with pencil and paper underlay his present facility. One night on his balcony, for he even took CVC in Kirk out of now, like the rest, a sudden thought had struck him and he had got out of his comfortable chair to fetch pencil and paper. As the result of some simple figuring, he conchided that his cousin, or, speaking generally, patient at Berghof, would need 12,000 francs a year to cover the sum total of his expenses. Thus he amused himself by establishing the fact that he, Castorp, could amply afford to live up here, if he chose, tring a man of 8,000 francs yearly income. HC had, as we have said, paid his second weekly bill 3 days before, and accordingly found himself in the middle of the third and last week of his Orient stay. The coming Sunday, as he marked to himself and to his cousin, would see the performance of another of fortnightly concerts, and the Monday another lecture by Dr. Krokowski. Then, on Tuesday or Wednesday, he'd be off, and Joachim would be left up here alone, poor Joachim, for whom Radamanthus would prescribe God knew how many more months. Already there came a shade over his little black eyes whenever Hans Castorp's swiftly approaching parchak spoken of. Where, in heaven's name, had THC holiday gone? It had rushed past. It had flown, and left one wondering how. For, after all, 3 weeks, 21 days, is a con stretch of too long, at least, one to end at the BC Gening. And now, on a sudden, there remained of it no more than miserable 3 or 4 days, nothing worth mention would, it was true, comprehend the lecture and the QCCRT, those 2 recurrent variations in the weekly program, and, thus weighted, might move a little more slowly. But on the other hand, THEV would taken up with packing and leave racking. 3 weeks up here was as nothing at all, they had all told him so in the beginning. Smallest unit of time was the month, Sectum Briney had said, and as Hans Castorp's starve was less than that, it amounted to nothing, it was a weekend visit as Hofrat Behrens put it. Had the swift flight of time up here anything to do with the uniformly accelerated rate of organic combustion? At any rate, HCRC was a consoling thought for Joachim during his 5 remaining months, in case HC really got off with 5. UT Hans Castorp felt that during these 3 weeks they ought to have paid more attention, to have kept better watch, as Joachim did in his daily during which the 7 men, Ute sekmaked like quite considerable stretch of time. Ham Castorp grieved for his cousin, reading in his eyes his pain at reapproaching. He felt the strongest possible sympathy at RHC thought OT poor chaps having row stop on up HCRE when he himself DMV in the flatland, helping bring the nations together through the development of commerce and communications. His own regret was at times so lively as to burn in his breast and cause him to doubt whether he would have the cart, when the time came. To leave Joachim alone, and this vicarious suffering. Was probably the reason why he himself referred less and less to his impending departure. It was Joachim who came back to it, for Hans Castorp, moved by native tact and delicacy, seemed to wish to forget it up to the last moment. At least Joachim said more than once in these days, "Let us hof, it has done you good to be up here, and that you will feel the benefit when you are at home again." "I'll remember to everybody," Hans Castorp responded, "and say you are coming back in 5 months at the outside. Done me lud _z if it has done good to BC up here? Should like to think so, some improvement must surely have taken place, even in this short time. Have received a great many new impressions, new in every sense of the word, very stimulating, but a good deal of strain too, physically, and I have not at all the feeling of having really got acclimatized, which would certainly be the first necessary step toward improvement. Marla, thank goodness, is her old self. For several days now, I have been able to get the aroma. But my handkerchief still becomes red from time to tune when I use it, and this damned heat in my face, and these idiotic palpitations, I shall apparently have them up to the last minute. No, it seems I can't talk about being acclimatized, how could Sitha, in so short a time? It would take longer than this to overcome the charm of atmosphere and adjust oneself to the unusual conditions, so that a real recovery could begin and I should commence to put on flesh. It is too bad. It was certainly a mistake not to have given myself more time, for of course could have had it. I have RHC feeling that once I am at home again I shall, NCED to SLCEPTHRCC weeks on end to get rested from the rest I've had. That shows you how tired I sometimes feel. And now, to cap the climax, I get this catarrh. It looked, in fact, as though Hans would return home in possession of a first-class cold. He had caught it, probably, in the rest cure, and, again probably, in the Kvenning rest kirk, which for almost a week now he had been taking in the balcony, despite the long spell of cold, wet weather. HC was a walk that weather of this kind was not recognized as bad, such conception hardly existed up here, where the most inclement conceivable went unheeded and had no cause for anvone underscore with the cass of adaptability of youth, which suits itself to affia environment. Harris Castorp had begun to imitate this indifferent. It might rain in bucketfuls, but the all was not supposed to be the more damp for that, nor was it, in probability, for the dry heat in the faces as rid, as though after drinking wine, or string in an over-heated room. And however cold it got, The radiators were never heated unless it snowed, so it was of no avail to take refuge in one's chamber, since it was quite as comfortable on THC balcony, when one lay in one's exquisite chair, wrapped in a paletot and 2 good camel-s hair rugs put on according to the ritual. As comfortable? It was incomparably more so. I was, in Hans Castorp's reasoned judgment, a state of life which more appropriate to him than any in all his previous experience, so far as he could remember. He did not propose to be shaken in this Vic for any Cranbonaro or Quill Driver existence, no matter how many malicious and equivocal jokes he made on the subject of the horizontal. Especially he liked it in the evening, when with his little lamp on the stand beside him and his long-lost and now restored Maria a light tea atween his lips he enjoyed the ineffable excellences of his reclining chair. True, his nose felt frozen, and the hands that held his book, he was still reading Oceanstem_ships, were RCD and cramped from the cold. He KCD through THC arch of his loggia over the darkening valley, joiled with clustered or scarkdomed lights, and listened to the muzzle that drifted nearly every evening for almost an hour. THCRC was a concert low, and HC could hear, pleasantly subdued by the distance, familiar operatic selections, snatches from Carmen, Trovatore, Fries Schutz, or well-built, facile waltzes, marches so spirited that he could not help keeping time with his head, and gay mazurkas. Mazurka? No, Rusja was HCR name, Marisja of the Little Ruby. And in RHCNCXR loggia, the thick wall of milky glass, lay Joachim, with whom Hans Castorp exchanged a word now and THCN, low-toned, out of consideration for the other horizontalers. Joachim was as WCLL off in his loggia as Hans Castorp in his, though, BCMNGCNTTRCLY unmusical, he could not take the same pleasure in the concerts. Too bad. He was probably study his prime instead. But Castorp should JP5 fall on the coverlay and gave up to the music, he contemplated with such inward gratification the translucent depth of a Musiel invention full of individuality and charm that he thought with nothing but hostility of Settembrini and the irritating HC had said about, that it was suspect was T worst, and look better than the remark of grandfather Giuseppe about the July Revolution and 6 days of creation. Joachim, though he could not partake of Hans Castorp's pleas in THC music, nor the purulent gratification pervade BV Maria, lay as snugly ensconced as his cousin. THC day was at an end. For the time everything was at an end, there would be no more CMO. Chanel alaroons, no more strain on the heart muscles, but equally there was the assurance that tomorrow it would all over again, all the favouring probabilities afforded by propinquity and THC household regimen. And this pleasing of snugness and confident HOF together with the music and the restored charms of Maria, made the evening cure a state almost amounting to beatification for young Hans Castorp. All which had not prevented the guest and novice from catch the evening rest cure, or else, with oppression in the frontal sinus, and infant uvula, he could not gather easily through, HC passage provided by nature, the air struck cold and painful as it struggled through, and cat LSCD constant coughing. His voice took on oath Karemgur the tonal quality of a hollow bass RHC worse for strong drink. According to him, HC had not closed an eye, his parched throat making him start up every 5 minutes from his pillow. Very vexatious, Joachim said, and unfortunate. Colds, oh you know, are not the thing at all, up here, they are not recuse. Authorities don't admit their existence, the official attitude is that the dryness of the air entire vents them. If you WCRC a print, you would certainly fall barons. If you went to him and said you had a cold. But it is a little different with a guest, you have a right to have a cold if you want to. It would good if WC could check the Qatar. THCRC are things to do, down below, but herc, I doubt if anyone would take enough interest in it. It is not advisable to fall ill up here, you aren't taken and notice of. It's an old story, but you are coming to hear it at end. When I was new up here, THCRC was a lady who complained of HCRE for a whole week and told everybody HCP.V she suffered. Behrens finally looked at it. Make yourself quick easy, madam, he said, it is not tubercular. That was an CND of the matter. Well, we must seek what can be done. I will speak to our HC bathing master early tomorrow morning, when he comes to my room. Then it will go through the ocular channels. And perhaps something will come of it. Thus Joachim, and the regular channels proved reliable. On Friday, after Hans Castorp returned from THC morning round, there was a knock at his door, and he was vouchsafed the pleasure of a personal acquaintance with Fräulein von Miltendank, Frau Director, as she was called. Up to now he had seen this over-occupied person only from a distance, crossing the corridor from one patient's room to another, or when she had popped for a moment in the dining room and HC had aware of her raucous voice. But now he himself was THC aware of her visit. His catarrh had fetched her. She knocked a short, bony knock, entered almost before he had said come in, and RHCN, upon the threshold, bent round to make sure of the number of the room. 34, she croaked briskly. Right. Well, young UN, centimeter me dir, Q cots ave pris Freud. WY, casquebet $IA, pros rudilla $I, lay eraf redato, I hear you have caught a cold. What language do you speak? Oh, I see, you are Youngslson's guest. I am Duck in the operating room. They're to be chloroformed, and he has just been eating bean salar. I have to have my CYCSCVCRY where? Well, young UN, so you have a cold. Hans C. Castorp was taken aback by this mode of address, in the mouth of a dame of Ansichten lineage. In her rapid spsec SHC slurred over her words. All the rhymelessly moving HC head about with a circular action, the nose sniff Y in the air, THC motion of a caged beast of prey. Her freckled right hand, loosely closed with the thumb uppermost, she held in front of her and waved it to and fro on the wrist, as though to say, come, make haste, don't attend to what I say, but say what you have to and let me off. She was in the 40s, of stunted growth, without form or cleanliness, clad in a belted pinaforish garment of clinical white, with a garnet cross on HCR breast. Sparse, reddish hair showed beneath the white coif of her profession, her eyes were a watery blue, with inflamed lids, and on of them, as finishing touch, had a sty in a well-advanced srag of development in the corner. Their glance was unsteady and mechanical. Her nose was turned up, her mouth like a frog's, and furnished to boot with a wry and protruding lower lip, which she used like a shovel to get her words out. Hans Castorp looked at her, and all the modest and confiding friendliness native to him spoke in his eyes. What sort of cold is it? Repeated the she seemed to try to concentrate HCR gaze and mark it penetrate, but it slipped aside. We don't care for such colds. Are you subject to them? Your cousin has been too, hasn't he? How old are you? 24. Yes, it's the age. And so you come up HCRC and get a cold? THCRE ought not to be any talk about colds up here, that of twaddle belongs down below. It was fearsome to see how outward with her lip. Why oh you have a bow, teethful bronchial catarrh, that is plain. Again she made that furious effort to ick him with her gaze, and again she could not hold it steady. But catarrhs are not caused by cold, they kick from an infection, which one takes from being in a receptive state. So the question is, are dealing with a harmless infection or with something more serious? Everything else is twaddle. It is possible that your receptivity inclines to the harmless KLNCT, she went on, and looked at him with her over-ripped eye, he knew not how. Here, I will give you a simple antiseptic, it may do you good, and she took a small packet out of the leather bag Varahan from her girdle. It was formament. But you look flushed, as you had fever. She never stopped trying to fix him with her gaze, and always the eyes glided off to one side. "Have you measured?" He answered in the negative. "Why not?" she asked, and her protruding lower lip hung in the air after she spoke. He needed no answer. The poor youth was still young, he had never got over his schoolboy shyness. He sat, so to speak, on his bench, did not know the answer and took refuge in dumbness. "Perhaps you never do take your yes, Frau Director, when I have fever. MV dear child, on tax it in the first instance to see whether 1H fever. According to you, you have none now?" "I can't tell, Frau Director. I cannot really tell the difference. Ever since I came up here, I have BCCNHRRLE hot and shivery." "Aha, and WHCRC is your thermometer?" "I haven't one with me, Frau Director." "Why should I am not up here on a visit." "Rubbish. You sent for because you weren't know." He laughed politely. "It was because I caught little cold. We've often seen such colds." "Here, young," she said, and rummaged again in her bag. She brought out 2 longish Icatha, one red and one black, and put them on THC table. "This one is 3 francs 50, the other 5. The franc one is better, of course. It will last you a lifetime if you take care of it." Smiling, he TCTJK up the red case and opened it. The glass instrument lay like a jewel within, fitted neatly into its red velvet groove. The degree were marked high red strokes, the tenths by black ones, the figures were in red and the tapering end was full of glittering quicksilver. The column stood below blood heat. Hans Castorp knew what was due to himself and his upbringing. "I will take this on," HC said, not CVCN, looking at the other. "The one at 5 francs. "May I, then that's settled," croaked the directress. "I see you don't ie over in tant purchasks. No hurry, it will come on the give him to me. We'll drive him height down." She took the thermometer out of his hand and UND it several times through the air, until the mercury stood down 950. "He'll climb up again," she said. "Here is your new acquisition. You know how we do it up here? Straight under the tongue, 7 minutes, 4 times a day, and shut the lips well over it. Well, young fun, I must get on. Good luck." And she was out at the D00. Hans Castorp bowed her out, then stood by the table, staring from the door through which she had disappeared to the men she had left that he thought was von Meilendenk. Certain Bryony doesn't care for her, and certainly she has her unpleasant side. The sty isn't pretty, but of course she does not have it all the time. "But why dosh call me young UN like that? Rather rude and familiar, seems to me. She has sold me a thermometer, I suppose she always has 1 or 2 in her. They are to be had everywhere here," Joachim said, "even in shops where you would least expect it. But I didn't need to take the trouble to buy it, it just fell into my lap." He took THC article out of its case, looked at it, and walked restlessly up and down the Hieruk toward the room. His heart beat strong and rapidly, in counsel of Joachim, but thought theatre of it and paused again by the table. He cleared his throat by way of testing his voice, then he coughed. "Yes," he said. "I must see if I have the fever that goes with the cold." Quickly HC per the thermometer in his nodure, the MCRQ ibnkath the tongue up, so that RHC instrument stuck slantingly upwards from his lips. He closed THCM firmly, that no air new tea get in. Then he looked at his wrist watch. It was 6 minutes a the half hour. And he began to wait for the 7 minutes to pass. A second too, he thought, and not one too short. They can depend on me, in both directions. They needn't give me a silent sister like that Ottilie Neefke told us of. He walked about, pressing down the thermometer with his tongue. The time crept on, the term seemed unending. When he looked at his watch, 2.5 minutes had passed, and he had feared the 7 minutes were already more than up. He did 1,000 things, picked up objects about the room and sct them down again, walked out on the balcony, taking care that his cousin should not notice his presence, and looked at the landscape of this high-dollar valley, now so familiar to him in all its phases, with its horns, crests and walls, with the projecting wing of the Bremba, the ridge of which sloped steeply down to the valley, its hanks covered with rugged undergrowth, with its formations on the right side of the Valsey, whose names were no less familiar than the others, and the Old Sinwand, which from this point appeared to close in the valley on the south. H.C. looked down on the garden beds and paths, the grotto and the silver fir, he listened to the murmur that rose from the rest hall, and he returned to his room, settling the thermometer under his tongue. Then, with a motion of the arm which drew away the SLCCVC from his wrist, he brought the forearm before his eyes and found that by dint of pushing and shoving, pulling and hauling, H.C. had managed to get rid of full 6 minutes. The last one he spent standing in the middle of the room, but then, unfortunately, he let his thoughts wander and fell into a doze so that THC 60 seconds knew by on the wings of the wind, and, when he looked again, his sight minute was already past its first water. It doesn't really matter, so far as the result is concerned, he thought, and tearing the instrument out of his mouth, he stared at it in confusion. He was not immediately the wiser. Of the quicksilver fell with the acficreon of the glass case where the light struck it, and H.C. could not tell whether H.C. Mercury had ascended the whole length of the column, or WHCTHCR it was not there at all. He brought the instrument close to his eyes, turned it hither and thither, all to no purpose. But at last luck of turn gave him a kulkaka. He hastily arrested his hand and brought his intellidirectress said. The column stood several of the black strokes above normal. Hans Castorp had 99.60. 99 6/10 sticks in broad daylight, between 10 and half past in the morning. That was too much. T was temperature. It was the consequent on an infection, for which Lucaston had been eager. The question was now, what kind of infection? 99.6, why, Joachim had no more, nor any in cup here, except moribund and bedridden. Not Frau Ein KLCCFCLD with her pneumothorax, nor Madame Chochat _naturally, in his case it was not the same kind, certainly not, he had what would have been called at home a feverish cold. But, H.C. distinction was not such simple one to make. Hans Castorp doubted whether the fever had only come on when the cold did, and he regretted not having consulted a thermometer at the outset, when the Hofrat suggested it. H.C. could say now that this had been very reasonable advice, Settembrini had been wrong to sneer at it as he had, set with his republic and his style. Castorp loathed and condemned the public second the Baino style as he stood there consulting his thermometer, he kept on losing the and turning the instrument in this way and the to find again. Yes, it reaches cred 99.60, and this in the early part of the day. H.C. was thoroughly upset. H.C. walked the length of the room twice or thrice, the thermometer held horizontally in his hand, so as not to jiggle TT and make it read differently. He carefully deposited it on the wash-hand stand, and went with his overcoat and rugs into the balcony down. He threw the covers about him, with practised hand, first from one side, THCN from the other, and lay still, waiting until it should timp for Joachim to fetch him for second breakfast. Now and then he smiled, it was precisely as though he smiled at somebody. And now and then his breast caved as he caught his breath and was seized with his bronchial cough. Joachim found him still lying when he entered at 11 at sound of the gong for breakfast. Well, he asked in surprise, coming up to his cousin's chair. Hans Castorp sat a while without answering, looking in front of him. Then he said, well, the latest is that I have some fever. What do you mean? Joachim asked. Do you feel feverish again? Hans Castorp let him wait a little for answer, then delivered himself airily as follows, feverish, my dear fellow, I have felt for long time, all the time I have been up here, in fact. But at the moment it is nor a matter of subjectivation, but of fact. I have taken MV temperature. You've taken your temperature? What with? Joachim cried, startled. With a thermometer, naturally answered Hans Castorp, not without a caustic tinge to his voice. Frau Director sold me one. WHV she should call me young UN I can't imagine. It is distinctly not coim il brute. But she lost no rhyme in selling me an excellent thermometer. If you would like row convince yourself, you can, it there on the wash hand stand. It is only slight fever. Joachim turned on his heel and went into the bedroom. When he came back, he said hesitating, yes, it is then it has gone a utile. His cousin responded hastily. It was 6. But you can't call that slight fever, Joachim said. Certainly not for the forenoon. This is a pretty hook ye do. And he stood his cousin's side as one stands before her arms imbo and head dropped. You'll have to go to bed. Hans Castorp had his answer ready. I can't see, he remarked, why should go to bed with a temperature of 90.60 when the rest of you, who haven't any ICS, can run about as you like. But that is different, Joachim said. Your fever is acute and harmless, the result of a cold. In THC first place, said Hans Castorp, speaking with dignity and dividing his remarks in row categories. I cannot comprehend why, with a harmless fever, assuming for the moment that there is such a thing, one must keep one's bed, while with one that is not harmless thou needn't. And secondly, I tell you the fever has not made me hotter than I was before. Position is that 99.65 is 99.60. If you can run about with it, so can L. But had to lie for 4 secs when first, objected Joachim, and they only ICTMC up when it was clear that the fever persisted CVCN after I had lain in bed. Hans Castorp smiled. Well, and, he asked. I thought it was different with you. It seems to me you are contradicting yourself. First you say our cases are different, then you say they are alike. That seems sheer twaddle to me. Joachim made a right-about turn. When he turned round again, his sun-tanned visage showed an even darker shade. No, he said, I am not saying they are alike, you're getting muddled. Only can that you've a very nasty, can hear it in your voice, and you ought to go to bed, to cut it short, if you and to go home next WCCK. But if you don't want to, I mean go to bed, why, don't. I am not prescribing for you. Anyhow, let's go to breakfast. Make haste. We are late all could righto, said Hans Castorp, and flung off his covers. He went into his room to run the brush over his hair, and Joachim looked again at the thermometer on the wash-hand stand. Hans Castorp watched him. They went down, silently, and took Air Place's MTHC dining room, which, as always at this hour, shimmered white with milk. The dwarf waitress brought Hans Castorp his Kulmbach beer, as usual, but he put on a long face and waved it away. He would drink no bsatu day, he would drink nothing at all, or at most a swallow of water. The attention of his table mates was attracted. They wanted to know the cause of his. Hans Castorp said carelessly that HC had a little fever, really minimal, 99.60. Then how altogether ludicrous it was to sec them. I shook their fingers at him, they winked maliciously, they put their heads on one side, crooked their forefingers beside their ears and wagged gled them in a pantomime suggestive of their delight at having found him out, who had played the innocent so long. Aha, said THC schoolmistress, the bush mounting in her ancient cheek, what sort of scandal is this? And aha, WCN Frau Sear too, holding her stumpy finger next her stumpy nose. So our respected guest has something from Rue. Foxy Loxy is in the same boat with the rest of us after all. Even THC great-aunt, when the news travelled up to her end of the table, gave him a meaningful glance and smile. Pretty Ma Ruzja, who had barely looked at him up to now, leaned over and stared, with her round brown eyes, her handkerchief to her lips, and shook her finger too. Frau Stoll whispered the news to Dr. Blumenkohl, who could hardly do otherwise than iron in the game, though without looking at Hans Castorp. Only Miss Robinson sat as she always did and took no share in what was going on. Joachim kept his eyes on the tablecloth. It flattered Hans Castorp's vanity to be taken so much notice of, but he felt that modesty required him to disclaim their attentions. "No, no," he said. "You are all mistaken, my fever is the most harmless thing in the world, I simply have a cold, my eaves run, and my chest is stopped up. I have coughed half the night, it is thoroughly unpleasant of course." But they would not listen, they laughed and their hands at him. "Yes, of course, we know all about it, we know these colds, they are all gammon, you can't fool us," and with one accord they challenged Hans Castorp to an examination on the spot. The news excited them. Throughout the meal their table was the liveliest among the seven. Frau Stoll became almost hysterical. Her peevish face looked scarlet above her neckruch, and tiny local veins choked in the cheeks. She began to talk about fascinating it was to cough. It was a solid satisfaction, when you felt a tickling kick in your chest, deep down, and grow, to reach down after it, and get at it, so to say. Snatching was much the same thing. You kept on wanting to sneeze until you simply couldn't stand it any longer, you looked as if you were tipsy, you drew a couple of breaths, then out it came, and you forgot everything else in the bliss of THC sensation. Sometimes the explosion repeated itself 2 or 3 times. That was the sort of pleasure life gave you free of charge. Another one was the joy of scratching your chilblains in the spring, when they itched so gorgeously, you took a furious pleasure in scratching till the blood came, and if you happened to 1 mk in THC glass you would be astonished to see the ghastly face you made. The coarse creature regaled the table with these repulsive details throughout the brief but hearty meal. When it was over, the cousins walked down to the Platz. Joachim seemed preoccupied, Hans Castorp was in an agony of snuffles and cleared his rasping throat continually. On the way home Joachim said, "I'll make you a suggestion. Tomorrow, after midday meal, I have my regular monthly examination. It is not the general, Baron's lust or skultates a little and has Krokowski make some notes. You might come along and ask them to listen to you a bit. It is too absurd, if you were at home, you would send for Heidegger, and up here, with 2 specialists in the house, you run about and don't know where you are, nor how serious it is, and if it would not be better for you to bed." "Very good," said Hans Castorp. "It's as you say, of course. I can do that. And it will be interesting to second examination." Thus it was settled between them, and it fell out that as they arrived before the sanatorium, they met the Hofrat and took the occasion to put their request at once. BCHRCNS came out of the vestibule, tall and stooped, a bowler hat on the back of his head, a cigar in his mouth, purple CHCCKCD, watery-eyed, in THC full flow of his professional activities. He had just come from the operating room, so he said, and was on his way to private practice in THC village. "Morning, gentlemen, morning," he said. "Always on the jump, eh? How's everything in the big world? I've just come from an unequal duckle with saw and seal, great thing, you know, resection of ribs. 50% of the cases used to be left on the table. Now I'd have it down finer than that, but even so it's a good 'un to get the mortis causa fixed up beforehand. The chap today knew how to take the joke, put up a good fight for a minute or so. Crazy thing, a human thorax that's all gone, pulpy, you know, nothing to catch hold of, slight confusion of ideas, so to speak. Well, and how are your constitutionalities? Sanctified metabolisms functioning okay, doing their duty in the sight of the Lord? The walks go better in company, Ziemson, Olafillo, what? Hello, what area about, Mr. Trip Fr? He suddenly turned on Hans. RT's only my cold, Herr Horfrat answered. Hans don't know how I did it, but I've a simply priceless catarrh. It's right down on my chest, and I cough a good deal too. Indeed. Behrens remarked. You ought to consult a reliable physician. Both Cuzzy 1ls laughed, and Joachim answered, heels together, WC were just going to, Herr Horfrat. I have my examination T and MOROW, and we wanted to ask if would be so kind as to look my cousin over as well. The question is whether he will be well enough to travel on a Y, said Behrens. At your service. With all the please you in life. Ought to have done it long ago. Once you are up here, why not? But one doesn't like to seem off-putting. Very good then, tomorrow at 2, Drechtlv after grub. I have a IIRTLCFCVCRU. Hans Kastorp Firthkerbska.rcd. You don't say. Behrens cried out. Suppose you think you are telling me news, do you think I've no eyes in my ad? He int with his great index finger to his goggling, bloodshot, watery eyes. Well, and how much? Hans Kastorp modestly mentioned the figure. For a noon, that's not so bad. Not bad at all, for a beginner, shows talent. VCRY Gok Ki then, the two of you, tomorrow at 2. Very much honoured. Well, long, enjoy yourselves. He pedalled away downhill, his knees leaving a streamer of cigar smoke behind him. WCLL, that came out just as you wanted it to, Hans Kastorp said. We couldn't have struck it luckier, and now I am in for it. He won't be able to do much, of course. He may prescribe sort of pectoral syrup or some cough lozenges. Ever, it is good to have a little encouragement when thou feel the way I do. But for heaven's sake, what makes him rattle on so? It struck me as funny at first, but in the long run I can't say I like it. Sanctified metabolism, what sort of gibberish is that? If I understand what he means by metabolism, it is nothing but physiology. To talk about its being sanctified, irreverent. Don't seeing him smoke, either, it distresses me, because I know it not good for him and gives him melancholia. Setembrini said his joviality is forked, and on must admit Rick Setembrini has his own views and KNMVS whereof he is facts. I probably ought to have more opinions of my own. As he says, and not take everything as I comes. The wow I do. But sometimes one starts out with having an opinion and feeling righteous indignation and all that, and THCN something comes up that has nothing to do with judgments and criticism, and then it is all up with your severities, and you feel disgusted with the Republic and the bellow style. He rambled on incoherently, not clear himself as to what he wanted to say. His cousin merely gave him a side glance, then turned away with an au revoir, and each betook him to his own balcony. How much? Asked Joachim softly, after a while, as though he had seen Hans Kastorp consult his thanator. And the latter answered indifferently, nothing new. He had in fact, directly he entered, taken up his new acquisition from the wash-hand stand and plunged it repeatedly across the air, to obliterate the morning's record. Then he went into TE balcony with the glass cigar in his mouth, ilk an old hand. But contrary to some rather exaggerated expectations, Mercurius climbed no further than before, though Hans Kastorp kept the instrument under Hour's tongue 8 minutes for good measure. But after all, 90.60 was unquestionably fever, even though no higher than the earlier record. In the afternoon the gleaming column mounted up far as 99 to 72, Huck declined to 99 to 52 BV evening, when the patient was weary with RHC excitement of the day. Next morning it showed 99.6, climbing during the morning to the same level as before. And so arrived the hour for the main meal of the day, bringing the examination in its wake. Hans Castorp later recalled that Madame Chauchat was wearing that day a golden yellow sweater, with large buttons and broad pockets. It was a new sweater, at least new to Hans Castorp, and when she made her entrance, tardily as usual, SHC had paused an instant and, in the way he knew so well, presented herself to the room. Then she had glided to her place at the table, slipped softly into it, and begun to eat and chatter to her table mates. All thus was as it happened every day, 5-day, Hans Castorp absode IC as usual, or perhaps even more poignantly than usual, looking over at the good Russian table Cetrembrini's back, as HC sat at crosswise table between, HC saw THC turn of her head in conversation, the rounded neck, the stoop in her back. Frau Chauchat, for her never once turned round during the whole meal. But when the swecker had been handed, and the great clock on the wall above the bad Russian table struck 2, it actually happened, to Hans Castorp's CNR and mystification, that precisely as THC hour struck 1, 2, the fair patient turned her head and a little twisted her body and looked over her shudka quite openly and pointedly at Hans Castorp's table. And nor only at HW table. No, SHC looked at himself, unmistakably and personally, with a smile about the closed lips and THC narrow, Mslav eyes, as though to say, well, it is time, are you going? And Che eyes said thou, for that is the eon age of the eyes, even when the tongue uses more formal D***CSS. This episode shook and bewildered Hans Castorp to the depths of his tring. He hardly trusted his senses, and at first gazed enraptured in Frau Chauchat's, then, lifting his eyes, stared into vacant over the top of her head. Was it possible she knew he was to examine at 2 o'clock? It looked like it, but that was as impossible as that she should be aware of the thought that had visited his mind in the last minute, namely, that he might as clearly send word to the Hofrat, through Joachim, that his cold was better, and he considered an examination serious. This idea had presented itself to him in an advantageous light. But now withered away under that searching smile, transmuted into a hideous sense of futility. The second after, Joachim had laid his rolled-up serviette beside his plate, signalled to his cousin by raising his eyebrows, and with a bow to the companion risen from the table. Whereat Hans Castorp, inwardly reeling, outwardly firm in step and bearing, rose too, and fecaling that look and smile upon Lou's back, followed cousin Joachim out of the since the previous morning they had not spoken of what lay tia for THCM, and silently now THCY moved down the corridor together. Joachim hastened his steps, for it was already past the appointed hour, and Hofrat Behrens laid stress on punctuality. Passed the door of the office and went down the clean linoleum-cred stairs to the basement. Joachim knew KED at the door facing them, it bore a porcelain shield with the word consulting room. Come in, called Behrens, stressing the first word. He was standing in the middle of the in his white smock, holding the black stethoscope in his hand and rapping his thigh with it. Tempo, tempo, said he, directing his goggle-eye gaze to the clock on the wall. Un poco più presto, signori. We are not here simply and solely for the honourable gentleman's con. Dr. Krokodovsky was sitting at the double-barreled writing table by the window. He wore his usual black alpaca shirt, strung off the pallor of his fac, his elbows rested on THC table, in one hand a pen, the other fingering his beard, while before him lay various leapers, probably the documents in RCFC-RCNCC to the patients to examine. He looked at THC cousins as they entered, but it was with the idle glance of a person who is present only in an auxiliary faculty. Well, give us your Rep.RT card, the Hofrat answered to Joachim's apologies, and took the fever chart out of his hand. He looked it over, while the patient made haste to lave off his up fur garments down to the watched and banged THCM on rack by the no-on troubled about Castorp. HC looked on a while standing, then let himself down in a little old-fashioned easy chair with bob tassels on the arms, beside a small table with a carafe on it. Oak cases lined the walls, full of pamphlets and broad-backed medical T_RKS. Other furniture there was none, except an adjustable chaise longue cord with oilcloth. It had a paper serviette spread over the pillow. Point 7, Point 9, Point 8 Behrens said, running through the weekly card, whereon were read the results of Joachim's 5 daily measurings. Still little much lighted up. My dear Ziemsen. Can't exactly say you've got more robust just lately. By the lately he meant during the inst 4 weeks. Not FRCC from infection, he said. Well, that doesn't between one day and the next, WCRC not magicians. Joachim nodded and shrugged his bare shoulders. He refrained from saying that he had been up here since a good deal longer than yesterday. How about the stitches in the right hilum, where it always sounded so sharp? Ichtka? Well, come along, I see me thump you about a bit. And the auscultation began. The Hofrat stood leaning backwards, feet wide apart, his stethoscope under his arm, and tapped from the wrist, using the powerful middle finger of his right hand as a hammer, and the LCFT as a support. He tapped first high up on Joachim's shoulder blade at the side of the back, above and below, the well-trained Joachim lifting his arm to let himself be under THC armpit. Then the process was repeated on the left side. Then the Hofrat commanded, turn, and began tapping the chest, first next the collarbone, then above and below the breast, right and left. When he had tapped to his satisfaction, he began to listen, setting his on Joachim's chest and back, and putting his ear to the earpiece. Then Joachim had to breathe deeply and cough, which seemed to strain him, for he got out of breath, and tears came in his eyes. And everything that the Hofrat heard he announced in curt, technical phrases to his assistant over at the right-hand table, in such way that Hans _Stork was forcibly reminded of the proceedings at the tailor's when very correctly groomed gentleman measures you for a suit, laying THC your trunk and limbs and calling off the figures in the order hallowed tradition for the assistant to take them down in his book. Faint diminished dictated Hofrat Behrens. Vesicular and then again vesicular. That was good, apparently. Rough, he said, and made a face. Very rough. Raunchy. And fur. Krokowski entered it all in his book, just like THC Taylor's assistant. Hans Castorp followed the proceedings with his head on one side, absorbed in contemplation of his cousin's torso. The ribs, thank heaven, he had THCM all. Rosk under the taut skin as he took deep inhalations, and the stomach fell away. Hans Castorp studied that youthful fgurk, SLCNDCR, yellowish bronze, with a black fell along the breastbone and the powerful arms. On one wrist Joachim wore a gold chain bracelet. Those are the arms of an athlete, thought Hans Castorp. I never made much of gymnastics, but he always liked them, and that is partly the reason why he wanted to be a soldier. He has always been more inclined than I to the things of the TAD, or inclined in a different way. Always been civilian and cared more about warm and good eating and drinking, whereas he has gone in for manly excursion. And now his body has come into the foreground in another sense and made itself important and independent of the rest of him, namely, through illness. Allah is all height up with Yoon and can't get rid of the infection and become healthy, poor Joachim, no matter how much he wants to get down to the valley and be a soldier. And yet 100k how he is developed, like a picture in a book, a regular Apollo Belvedere, except for the hair. But the disease makes him ailing within and FCVCRCD without, Drilskase makes MCN more physical, it ikafks them nothing but, his own thought startled him. And he looked quickly at Joachim with a questioning glance, that travelled from the bared body up to the large, gentle tears stood out in them, from the effort of the forced breathing and coughing, and they gasped into space with a pathetic expression as the examination went on. But at last Hofrat BCHRCNS had kicked to an end. VCT good, Ziemsen, he said. Everything in order, so far as possible. Next time, that would be in 4 weeks, it is bound to show further improvement. AQD Herr Hofrat, how much longer do you think you are going to pester me? Do you to give your lads the devil down below, in the lit up state you are in? Told you THC other day to call it half a, you can reckon from then if you like, but you must it as minimal. Have a little ordinary politeness. It's a decent enough life up here, after it's not a convict prison, nor a Siberian SCRTLCMCNT. Or perhaps you think it very good, Zemskin, BC off with you. K extension. Step lively. He stretched out his arm and handed the stethoscope to Dr. Krokowski, who got up and began some supernumerary tapping on Joachim's person. Hans Castorp had sprung up. With his eaves fixed on the Hofrat, standing there with his legs apart and mouth open, lost in thought, the young man began in all haste to make ready, with the result that he defeated his own POSC and fumbled in getting out of his shirt. But finally he stood blonde, white-skinned, and narrow-chested, before Hofrat BCHRCNS_ compared with Joachim, he looked distinctly THC civilian type. The Hofrat, still lost in thought, let him stand. Dr. Krokowski had finished and sat down, and Joachim was dressing before curtains finally decided to take notice. "Oh ho," he said, "so that's you, is it?" He gripped Hans Castorp on the upper arm with his merry hand, pushed him away, and looked at him sharply, not the face. As one man looks at another, but I see his body, turned him round, as one you old turn an inanimate object, and looked at his back. I am, he said. Well, we shall see. And began tapping as before. Went back and tapped again. For some while, for purposes of comparison, HC tapped by turns on RHC left-hand side near the collarbone, and then somewhat lower down. "Here chat," HC asked Dr. Krokowski. And the other, sitting at the table 5 paces off, nodded to signify that he did. He threw his head on his chest with a serious newen, and the of his whiskers stuck out. "Breathe deep. Cough," commanded the Hofrat, who had taken up the stethoscope again, and Hans Castorp worked hard for 8 or 10 minutes, while the Hofrat listened. He uttered no word, simply the instrument herk or there and listened with particular care at the plaques he had Turlbenek, stuck the stethoscope under his arm, looked at the door between himself Hans Casto. Yes, Castorp, he said, this was the first time he had called the young man simply by his last name. The thing works out as I thought it would. Had my suspicions, can tcllu now. From the first day I had the undeserved honor of making your acquaintance, I made a pretty shrewd ux that you WCRC on of us and that you would find it out. Many another who has come up here on a lark and gone about with knock in the air, only to discover, one fine day, that it would as for, and not only as that, to make a more extended stay, without RCFCRCNCC row the beauties of the Sen cry. Hans Castorp had flushed. Joachim, in act to button his braces, paused as he stood, and listened. "You have such a kind, sympathetic cousin over there," went on the offer it, motioning with his head in Joachim's direction and balancing himself on his heels. "Very soon, we hope, we will be able to say that he has been ill, but even when he gets that far, it will still be true that he has been ill, and the fact, a priori, as the philosophers say, casts a certain light upon yourself, my Dr. Castorp. But he only my step-cousin, Herr Hofrat. Tut! You won't disown him, will even a step-cousin is a blood relation? On which side? THC Mothkas, Herr Hofrat. HC is the son of a STCP, and your mother, she is pretty old. No, SHC is dead. She died when I was little. And of what? Of a blood clot, HCR Hofrat. A blood clot, eh? Well, that's a long time ago. And your edict of pneumonia, Hans Castorp said, and my grandfather too, he added. Both of them, illo good. Much for your ancestors. Now about we ourself, have been rather chlorotic, haven't you tire easily at physical or mental, or did you, what, a good deal of palpitation, only of late, good. And strong inclination to catarrh hal and bronchial trouble, did you know you have TRN infected before now? Yes, I have you personally in mind. Can you hear any? The Hofrat tapped turns on Hans Castorp's left side, first above and then lower down. It sounds in $3 there, said Hans Castorp. C.Anatol, you ought to be a specialist. Well, that a dullness and such dullness are caused by the old places, where fibrosis has supervened. Scars, you know. You are an old patient, Castorp. But we won't lay up against anybody that you weren't found out. The early diagnosis is very difficult, particularly for my colleagues down below. I won't say we have tracars, though the regular practice docs do something. But the air helps us here, if you understand what I'm gan. This thin, dry atter up here. Certainly, of course, Hans Castorp said. Very good, Castorp. And now listen, young man, to my words of wisdom. If that WCRC all the trouble with you, if it was a case of nothing but the dullness and the scars on your bagpipe in there, I should send you back to your lairs and penates and not trouble my head further about you. But as things stand, and according to what we find, and since you are already up here, well, there is no use in your going down, for you'd only have to come up again. Hans Castorp felt the blood rush back to his heart, it hammered violently, and Joachim still stcnd with his hands on his back buttons, his eyes on the floor. For besides the dullness, said RHC Hofrat, you have on the upper left side a rough breathing, the acust bronchial, and undoubtedly comes from a fresh place. I won't call it a focus of softening, but it is certainly a moist spot. And if you go down below and begin to carry on, why, you'll have the whole lobe at the devil before you can say Jack Robinson. Hans Castorp stood motionless. His mouth twitched fearfully, the hammering of heart against his ribs was plm to see. Elsie looked across at Joachim, but could not meet his cousin's eye, then again in the Hofrat's face, with blue cheeks, blue, goggling eyes, and little, crooked moustache. Independent confirmation. Behrens continued, have your temperature of 99.60 at 10 o'clock in the morning, which corresponds pretty well to the indications given by the auscultation. Thought Hans Castorp said, that fever came from my cold. And the cold, rejoined the Hofrat, where does that come from? Listen, Castorp, let MC tell you something, and mark my words, for so far as I can tell, you've all the cerebral convolutions a body needs. Now, our air up here is good for the disease, I mean good against the disease, you understand, you think so, don't you? Well, it is true. But also it is good for the disease, it begins by speeding it up, in that it revolutionizes the whole body, it brings the latent weakness to THC surface and makes it break out. Why our catarrh, fortunatel for you, is a breaking out of that kind. I can tell if you were for all down below, but it is certainly my opinion that you have been from your first day up here, and not merely since you had your catarrh. Yes, Hans Castorp said, I think so too. You were probably fuddled right from the start, in opinion the Hofrat confirmed him. Those work the solid toxins thrown off by the bacteria, they act like an intoxicant you the central nervous system and GTV you a hectic flush. Castorp, we'll stick you into bed and see if a couple of weeks rest sober you up. What follows will follow. Take a handsome X-ray of you, you'll enjoy seeing what goes on in your own inside gut. I tell you straight away, a case like yours doesn't get well from one day to the next, it isn't a question of the miracle cures thou read about in advertisements. I thought when I eyes on you that you would be a better aunt than your cousin, with more talent for illness than our Adia General here, who wants to clear out directly he has a of points less fever. As if lie down isn't just as good a word of command as stand up, it is the citizen's first duty to be calm, and impatience never did any good to Anbone. Now, Castor, watch out you don't disappoint me and GEETHC lie to my knowledge of human nature. Get along now, into the caboose with you, march. With that Horfend Behrens closed the interview and sat down at the writing table. This man of occupations began to fill in his time with writing until the advent of Che next patient. But Dr. Krokowski arose from his place and strode up to Hans Ca Storp with his head tipped back sideways, and one hand on the young man's shoulder, smiling so heartily that the velloish teeth showed in his beard. He shook him by the band. Chapter V Soup e Lazing, and now we are confronted by a phenomenon upon which the author himself may well comment, lest the reader do so in his stead. Our account of the first 3 weeks of Hans Castorp's stay with those up Herc 21 Midsummer Davs to which his visit, so far as human CYC could SCC, should have been confined, has consumed in Riekling an amount of time and space only too well confirming the author's expectations, while our narrative of his next 3 weeks will scarcely cost as many lines, or even words and minutes, as the earlier 3 did pages, quires, hours, and working days. Apprehend that these next 3 weeks will be over and done with in the twinkling of an eye. Which is surprising, yet quite in order, and conform able to the laws that govern the telling of stones and the listening to them. For it is in accordance with these laws that time seems to us just as long, or just as short. That it expands or contracts recisively in the way, GND to the extent, that it did for young Hans Orp, our hero, whom our narrative now finds Vigka with such an unexpected blow from the hand of fate. May even be well at this point to prepare the reader for still other surprises. Still other phenomena, bearing on the mysterious ELCMCNT of time, which will confront us if we continue in our hero's campaign. Moment we need only recall the swift fluid GHT of time, even of a quite considerable period of time, which WCSFND in bed when we are ill. All the days are nothing but the same day repeating itself, or rather, since it is always the same day, it is incorrect to speak of repetition, a continuous present, an idn ev clastings. Such words as these would better convey the idea. They bring you your midday broth, as they brought it yesterday and will bring it tomorrow, and it comes over you, but whence or how you do not know. It makes you quite giddy to sex hear broth coming in, that you are losing a sense of the demarcation of time, that its units are running together, disappearing, and what is being revealed to you as true content of time is merely a dimensionless present which they eternally bring you the broth. But in such a connection it be paradoxical to speak of time as passing slowly, and paradox, with acquaintance to such a hero, we would avoid. Hans Castorp, then, went to bed on the Saturday afternoon. As it had been ordained by Horfrat Behrens, the highest authority in our little world. There he lay, in his nightshirt with the embroidered monogram on the pocket, his hands clasped at the back of his head, in his cleanly white bed, the death BCD of the American woman and in all probability of man another there with his confiding blue eyes, glassy wit directed toward THC ceiling, and contemplated THC singularity of his fate. This is not to say that, if he had not had a cold, Luz would have been any clearer or more single-minded. No, as it was, it accurately mirrored his inner state, and that, whatever its simplicity, was full of troubled, involved, dubious, not quite ingenuous thoughts. For as he lay, he would be shaken from deep within him by a frantic burst of triumphant laughter, while his heart stood still with an anguish of extravagant anticipation like nothing he had ever known before. Again, he would feel such a shudder of apprehension as sent HC colour from his CHCEK, and then it was conscience itself that knocked, in the very throbs of his heart as it pulsed against his ribs. On that first day Joachim left him to his rest, avoiding all discussion. He went 2 or 3 times tactfully into the sick room, nodded to the patient, and inquired if HC could do anything. It was easy for him to understand and respect Hans S. more in that he shared even feeling his position to be more difficult than the others. But on Sunday forenoon, when he came back from the walk which for the first time in weeks had been solitary, there was no putting I off any longer, they must take counsel together over the necessary next step. He sat down bv the bed and said, with a sigh, "Yes, it's no good, we must, RHCY are expecting you down not at Hans Castorp Anscott. No, inside the next few days, Wednesday or Thursday. Oh, THCY aren't expecting me so precisely on a particular day Hans Castorp sigh and they have other things to do sides counting the days until get back. 111 be there when I get there. And Uncle Ed time? And if one don't arrive, it Uncle James, be some time before THEV notice it, you may be sure of that. Of course, after a while we'd have to ICTRHCM know. You can SCE how unpleasant THC thing is for me Joachim said, sighing again. What is to happen now? I feel in a way responsible _ you come up here to me a visit, I take you in, and you arc, and who knows when you can get away and go into your position down below. You must see how extremely painful that is to me _ just a moment said Hans Castorp, without removing his hands from their clasp behind his neck. Surely it is unreasonable for you to kick your head over it. Did I come up here to visit you? Well, of course in a way I did, but after all, the principal reason was to get the rest Heidekin prescribed. Well, and now it appears I need more of a rest than HC or any of us camped. I am not the first who thought of making a flying visit up HCRC for whom it fell out differently. Remember about Desai's doer's second son, and HCNV it turned out with him don't know WHCTHCRHC is still alive or not, .prefs they have FCTCHCD him away already, while we WCRC sitting at our meal. That I am somewhat infected is naturally a great surprise to MC, I must get used to RHC idea of being a patient and one of you, instead of just a guest. And YCT in a way I am carkly surprised, for INCVC I have been in such blooming health, and when I think how young both my parents were when they died, I realize that it was natural I show DNR particularly robust. We can't deny that you had a weakness that way, we make no bones of it, even if it is as good as cured now, and it may easily be that it runs a little in THC family, as trends suggested. Anyhow, I have been lying here since yesterday thinking it all over, considering what my attitude has been, I felt toward the whole thing. To life, you know, and the demands it makes on you. A certain seriousness, a sort of disinclination to rough and noisy ways, has always been a part of my nature. WC were talking about that lately, and I said I sometimes should have liked to be a clergyman, because I rook such an interest in mournful and edifying things, a black pall, you know, with a silver cross on it, or a P, in pace, you know. That seems you me the most beautiful expression, I look it much better than his early good flow which is simply rowdy. I think all that comes from the fact that I have a weakness myself. And always felt at home with illness, the way I do now. But things liking as they are, I find it very lucky that I came here, and that I can't. To go down and continue I have been, I should have hole at the devil before I could say Jack Robinson. You can't tell, Joachim said. That is just what you never can tell. THEV said thou had already had places, of which nobody took and nonce Anna THCY healed of themselves, and left nothing but a few trifling dullnesses. It might have been the same way with the moist spot thou are supposed to have now, if you hadn't come up here at all. One can never know. No, as far as knowing goes, we never can. But just for that reason, we have no right to assume the worst, for instance with regard to how long I shall be obliged to stop here. You say nobody knows when I shall be free to go into the shipyard, you say it in a pessimistic sense, and that I find premature, since we cannot know. Behrens did not set a limit, He is a long-headed man, and doesn't play the prophet. There are the X-ray and the photographic plate yet to come before we can definitively know the facts. Who knows whether they will show anything worth talking about, and whether I shall not be free of fever before that, and can say goodbye to you. I am all for our not striking before our HC time and crying wolf to the family down below. It is quite enough for the present if we wear and say, I can do it myself with the fountain pen if I sit up a little, that I have a severe cold and am febrile, that I am stopping in bed, and shall not travel for the present. The rest will follow. Good, said Joachim. We can do that for the present. And for the other matters we can wait and see. What other matters? Don't be so irresponsible. You only came for 3 weeks, and brought a steamer trunk. You will need car and linen, and winter clothes, and more footwear. And anyhow, you will want money sent. If, said Hans Castorp, if I need it. Very well, wait and see. But we ought not, Joachim paced up and down the room as he spoke, we ought not to be like ostriches. I've been up here too long not to know how things go. When Behrens says there is a rough place, almost raunchy, oh well, of course, we wait and see. There, for the time, the interested, and the weekly and fortnightly variations of renormal day SCRLN Hans Castorp could partake of them even in his present state, if not at first hand, then through the RFV.RTSJMC Himgave when he came and sat by the bedside for 15 minutes. His Sunday morning breakfast tray was adorned with a vase of flokers, and they did not fail to send him his share of the Sunday pastries. After luncheon the sounds of social intercourse floated up from the terrace low, and with tantara and squealing of clarinets the fortnightly concert began. During its progress Joachim entered, and sat down by the open balcony door, his cousin half reclined in his tea-road, with his head on one side, and Lou's eyes swimming with pious enjoyment excess he listened to the and bestowed a momentary metaphorical shoulder shrug upon Settembrine's twaddle about music psing politically suspect. And, as we have said, he posed the sights and events of the sanatorium life. Had there, he asked, been ANV toilets made in honour of the DAV, lace matinees or that sort, thing, though for lace matinees the weather WXS too cold. Whether there were fropy going driving, certain expeditions had in fact been undertaken, among others BV the Half-Lunk Club which had gone in EU, DY to Clavidal. The next day, Monday, he demanded to hear all about Dr. Krokowski's lecture, when Chim came from it and looked in upon his cousin on his way to the rest cure. Joachim did not feel like talking, he appeared disinclined to make a report. HC would have let the subject drop. As it had after the previous lecture, had not Hans Castorp persisted, and demanded to hear details. I am lying up HCRC, he said, paying full pension. 1-2 me entitled to have all that is going. HC recalled the Monday of 2 weeks ago, and his solitary walk, which had done him so little good, and committed himself to the view that it was that walk which had revolutionized his system and brought to the surface the latent infection. But what a stately and solemn way the Pope'll hereabout have of talking, he said, mean the common people, almost like poetry. Then think ye kindly and say be with ye, he repeated, giving the words the woodman's intonation. I heard that up in the woods, and I shall remember it all my life. You to associate a thing like that with other memories and impressions, you know, and you never forget it as long as you live. Well, so Krokowski held forth again on the subject of love, did he? What did he say about it today? Oh, nothing in particular. You know from the other time how he talks. But what did he offer that was new? Nothing different. Oh, well, the stuff today was pure chemistry. Joachim unwillingly condescended to enlighten his cousin. It seemed there was a sort of poisoning, an auto-infection of the organisms, so Dr. Krokowski said. It was caused by the disintegration of a substance, of the nature of which we were still ignorant, but WHJCH was present in the body, and the products of this disintegration operated like an intoxicant upon the nerve, centers of the spinal cord, with an effect similar to that of certain poisons, such as morphia or cocaine, when introduced in the usual way from outside. And so you get the hectic flush, said Hans Castorp. That's all worth hearing. How will the man know? He must have simply lapped it up. You just wait, one of THCSC days HC will discover what that substance is that exists everywhere in the body and sets free the soluble toxins that, like a narcotic on the nerve or use, then HC will able ro fuddle us all more than ever. Perhaps in THC past THCYWCRC able to do that VCRY thing. When I listen to him, I could almost think there is some truth in the old legends about Lufk Fu, Shins and THC like. Are you going? Yes, Joachim said, I must go lick down. My curve has risel, since yesterday. This affair of yours had its effect on that was THC Sunday, and the Monday. The evening and the morning made the third day of Hans Castorp's sojourn in the caboose. It was a day without distinction, an ordinary weekday, the Tuesday, but often, it was the day of his in this place. He had been here around 3 weeks, and time PRCSCD, he would have to send a letter home and inform his uncle of the state of affairs, even though cursorily and without reference to their true inwardness. HC stuffed his down quilt behind back, and wrote upon the note paper of the establishment, to the effect that his deperua was bung delayed beyond the time. He was in bed with a feverish cold, which Hofrat Behrens, over-conscientious as he probably was, refused to take lightly, insisting on regarding it as immediately connected with his, Hans C.A. Storp's, constitution and general state of health. The physician had directly he saw him that H.C. was decidedly anemic, and take it all in all, it seemed as though the limit he had originally set for his stay was not regarded by the authorities as long for a full recovery. He would write again as soon as H.C. could. That's the idea, thought Hans Castorp, not too much or too little, and whatever the issue, it will satisfy them for a while. The letter was given to the servant, with instructions that it be taken directo the station and sent off BVTHC earliest possible train, instead of being posted in the usual V.ATN the house letterbox. With consequent delays. Our adventurous youth felt much relieved to have set affairs in such good train, likewise a good deal plagued by his cough and the heavy-headedness caused by his catarrh, and now H.C. began to live each day as it came, a day which never varied, which was always broken up into a number of sections, and which, in its abiding uniformity, could not be said either to pass too fast or to hang too heavy on the hands. In the morning the bathing master would give a MLHTY thump on the door and enter, a nervous individual named Turnhair, who wore his sleeves rolled up, and had great standing veins upon his forearms. And a gurgling, impeded he addressed Hans Castorp, as he did all the partients, by the of his room, and rubbed him with alcohol. Not long after he LCFT. Joachim would appear ready dressed, rogrect his cousin, inquire after his 70 CR temperature, and communicate his own. While H.C. breakfasted below, Hans Castorp did the same above, his down quilt tucked behind his back, in etiopement of the good appetite a change engenders. He was scarcely disturbed by the bustling and bustin-like entrance of the two swains, who at this hour madca hurried round of the dining hall and the rooms of the end moribund. Hans Castorp, with his mouth full of jam, announced himself to have slept splendidly and looked over the of his cup at the Hofrat, what leaned with hours fists on the centre table, and hastily scanned the FCVCR chart. Both physicians wished him good morning, and he responded in an unconcerned drawl as they went out. Then he lighted a cigarette, and beheld Joachim return from the morning walk, almost before he reobserved his darchik. Again they chatted of this and that. Joachim went to HC down until second, and the interval seemed so short that even THC emptiest headed could hardly have felt balked. Hans Castorp, indeed, had so much FCUD for chut in the events of the past 3 weeks, so much to ponder in his present state and what might kick of it, that although 2 bound volumes of an illustrated periodical from the Berghof Library lay upon his night table, he had no need to resort to them. It was no different with the brief hour during which Joachim took his regular walk down to the Platz. He came into Hans C.A. Storp afterwards, told him whatever of interest he had seen, and sat or stood a few minutes by the sick, and die before H.C. withdrew to his own balcony for the midday rest. And how long did that? Again, only a brief hour. It seemed to Hans Kaskorp he had barely set CD to communal with his thoughts, hands folded behind his head and eyes directed upon THC ceiling, before the gong droned through CHC house, summoning all though not bedridden or moribund to prepare for the principal meat of the day. Joachim went down, and the midday broth was brought, broth in a symbolic sense merely, considering what it consisted. Hans Kastorp was not on sick diet. He lay there and paid full pension, and what they brought him in the abiding present of that midday hour was by no means broth, it the full-course Berghof dinner, in all its amplitude, with nothing left out. Even on weekdays this was too sumptuous, on Sundays it was a gala banquet and gourd prepared by a cosmopolitan chef in the kitchens of THC establishment, which were precisely those of a Euro-Econ Hotel Deluxe. The dining-room girl whose duty it was to serve the bedridden brought it to him in dainty FMOts under nickel-plated DISIFCCWCRS. She produced an invalid table, a navel of one-legged equilibrium, adlusted it across his bed, and Hans cast a pea banquet like the tailor's son in the F.A. Ervstove. As he finished, Joachim would return, and it might be as late as 2:30 before THC went into his 10A, and the hush of the main rest period fell THC Berghof. Not quite, perhaps, it would be seen nearer the truth to call it a quarter after, but these hid quarter hours outside the round figures do not count, they are swallowed up unregarded, in places where on reckons time in large units, on long train journeys of man-hours on end, wheat all one's being or hukka on is in a state of vacant suspense concentrated on pulling the time behind one. 2:15 will pass for 2:30, even par_SS for 3, on the theory that it is already well on the way toward it. The 30 minutes are taken as a sort of onset to the full hour from 3 to 4, and inwardly discounted. In this wise the duration of THC main rest period finally reduced to no more than an hour, and even this hour was lopped off at latter CND, elided, as it were. Krokowski played repart of apostrophe. Nowadays when Krokowski went his independent afternoon round, he no longer made a circle round Hans Kastorp. Our young man was no longer an interval and hiatus, he counted as much as the others, he too was a patient. He was questioned, not ignored, as had so long been the to his slight and concealed but daily recurring annoyance. It was on Monday that Dr. Krokowski for the first time manifested himself in the room, manifested T1ing the only proper word for the phenomenon as Hans Kastorp, with an involutive start. Perked it. He lay in half, or quarter, slumber, became aware that the assistant was beside him, having entered not through the door, but approaching from outside. His round at this time lay not through the corridor, but along the balconies, and he had come through the open door of the loggia with an effort of having flown through the air. There he stood at Hans Kastorp's bedside, in all his pallor and blackness, broad-shouldered and squat, 2 lips parted in a mantle smile that showed the Velnwish text through his beard. You seem surprised to see me, Herr Kastorp, he said, mildly baritone, drawling, suddenly rather affected, he gave the a foreign sound not rolled, but pronounced with a single impact of the tongue against the upper front tccth. But I am only performing my pleasant duty in seeing after your welfare. Your relations with us have entered upon new _overnight the Gukst has become the comrade. HTS patient was rather alrmed by the word comrade. Who would have thought it, he st'd fraternal. Who would have thought it on that evening when I had the honour of making your acquaintance, and you applied to my mistaken supposition, at that time mistaken, with the explanation that you perfectly healthy. I expressed some doubt, but I assure you I did not mean it in that SCNSE. I we not pretend to being more sharp-sighted than I am. I was not thinking of my remark only in the general, philosophical sense, as a doubt WHCTHCRRHC Teutons, man and PCRFCCT health, were after all consistent one with the other. Even today, after the examination, I confess that I, as distinguished from my honoured chief, cannot add the moist spot as the most important factor in the situation. T is, for me, a secondary phenomenon, the organic always secondary. Hans Castorp drew a short breath. And thus Book.part is, in my view, a third-line phenomenon. Dr. Krokowski concluded, very softly. How is it? The rest in BCD will undoubtedly be capacious, in this respect. What have you measured today? And from then on the assistant's visit was in the key of an ordinary professional call, to which it kept during the following days and weeks. Dr. Krokowski would enter by THC open balcony door at 3:45 or greet the patient with manly readiness, put the usual professional questions, with perhaps a little personal touch as well, a jest or two, and if all this had a slight aura of the questionable about it, yet one can get used even to RHC questionable, provided it keeps within bounds. It was not long before Hans Castorp forgot any feeling he may have had about Dr. Krokowski's results. THEVTCM then place in the program of the normal day, and performed, as it were, an elision in the latter end of the main rest field. The assistant would return along the balconies at 4 CL, RK or thereabouts, that is to say mid-afternoon. Yes, thus suddenly, before one realized it, their onk was, in the very deep of the afternoon, and still deepening on toward twilight. Before tea was finished drenching. Up above and down below, it was well on the way toward 5 o'clock, and by the time Joachim returned from Lou's third daily round and looked in on his cousin, it would be near enough to 6 to reduce the remaining rest period to no more than a single hour, a compte always in round numbers. It was an easy matter to kill that much time, if one had ideas in one's head, and a whole orbis pictus on the table to boot. Joachim, on his way to RHC evening met, stopped to say good byc. Hans Castorp's tray was brought. The valley had long since filled with shadow, and darkened apace as HC ate. When he had done, he leaned back against his down quilt, with the magic table cleared before him, and looked into the growing dusk. Today's dusk, YCT scarcely distinguishable from the dusk of yesterday or last week. It evening, and had been morning. The day, artificially shortened, broken into small bits, had literally crumbled in his hands and was reduced to nothing. He remarked it to him SCLF with a start, or, at any rate, HC did at least remark, for to shudder at it foreign to his years. It seemed to him that from the beginning of Tim he had been lying and looking thus. One day, some 10 or 12 had passed since Hans Castorp retired to bed. There was a knock on his door at about this hour, before Joachim had returned from dinner and the social half-hour. Upon Hans Castorp's inquiring come in opened, and Ludovico Settimni appeared, and 10, on the instant the room was flooded with light. Fock the visitor's first motion, while still on the threshold, had been to turn on THC electric light, which filled the room in a trice with vibrating brilliance, and reverberated from the gleaming white ceiling and furniture. Italian had been the only one of the guests after whom Hans Castorp had expressly asked in these days. Joachim inked, when he stood or sat by his cousin for 10 or 15 minutes, and that happened 10 times in the course of the day, would relate whatever there was of interest or variation in the daily life of the community, and Hans Castorp's questions, whenever he put any, had been of a general nature. The exile wished to know whether there were new guests, or if any of the familiar faces were absent. It seemed to gratify him that only the former was THC cask. There was one newcomer, a hollow-cheeked, green-complexioned young man, who had been given a place at the next table on the reek with Frau Iltis and the ivory-skinned Levi. Hans Castorp ought look forward THC pleasure of seeing him. So no one had LCFR, Joachim answered in a curt negative, his eyes on the ground. But he had to reply to this question every day or so, until at last he became restive and sought to answer once for all by saying that, so far as he knew, no one was purposing to leave, nobody did leave very much, up here, as a matter of fact. But Hans Castorp had asked after by name, and desired to hear what he had said to it. To what? Why, that I am in bed and supposed to be it had XPRCSSCD himself on THC subject, though briefly. On the very day of Hans Castorp's disappearance he had come to end out his WHCRE abouts of Joachim. I prepared to hear that THC guest had departed, and on learning explanation he'd res FN, did only in Italian, first echo, and then poveretto. As much to say, there you are, poor chap. It needed no more Italian than the cousins could to understand the sense in which he uttered the words. Why poveretto? Hans Castorp inquired. He sits up here with his literature mad of politics and Hernanism, and he is very little good for the ordinary interests of life. He needn't 100k down his knock and pity like that. I shall get down to the flat land before he does. And NMV Herr Settembrine stood Herc in the suddenly illuminated room. Hans Castorp, who had raised himself on his elbow and turned blinking toward the door, recognized him and busked. Settembrine wore, as usual, his thick coat with the wide frayed turnover collar, and the check triskas underscore as he came from he was armed with the usual wooden toothpick. The corner of his mouth, neath the beautiful curve of his moustache, the familiar fine, critical smile. Good evening, engineer. May I be permitted to in on you? If so, I neck light, you will pardon my taking it upon myself, and he waved his small hand toward the lamp in the ceiling. You were absorbed in contemplation, I should nor wish to disturb you. A tendency to meditate is surely natural under the circumstances, and if you want to talk, you have your cousin. I am well aware that I am superfluous. But even so, we live here close together, a sympathy springs up BCTWCCN man and man, intellectual and emotional sympathy. It has been a falsick that we have not you. I began to think you had left, as saw your place empty down in the refectory. THC Lieutenant told me better, or should we say worse, if that would not sound in LLTC? Well, and how are you? Do you not too much cast down? That is you, Herr Settembrine. How friendly of you. Refectory, I say, that is good. Always at your keys, but do down. You are nor disturbing me in the was lying there musing, no, musing is much to say. I was simply to turn on the light. Thanks very much, I'm good as normal, and my cold much BCTTC are from lying in BCD. But I was a secondary phenomenon, so every HDY tells MC. MVREM temperature is still not what it should be, I have 99 to 56 to the ohm. You take your temperature regularly. Yes, 6 times a day, like the rest of you. Pardon me, I am still at our dining hall or refectory. That is what they are call, CD in a cloister, isn't it? After all, THCRC is somic RCSCM blants, not that I have been in cloister, but I imagine they are something like this. And I have the rule at my fingers' ends, and observe it faithfully. As a pious brother should. One might say that your novitiate is at an end and you have made your profession. My formal you even say our dining hall. But, without meaning to affront your manly dignity, you remind MC more of a young nun than a monk, a regular new shorn, in-end bride of Christ, with great martyr-like eyes. I have seen such I ams, here and there about the world, never without certain access of sensibility. Yes, your cousin has told me about it. So you had yourself examined after all, at the 11th hour. Since I was febrile, of course, Herr Settembrine. What do you want? If I had been at home, I should have consulted a Kian. And Herc, at the Salk and found, so to speak, WI2 specialists in the house, it would have been very strange, of course. And you TCKJK your 10 Thatcher, before they told you to. But they did recommend it, from the beginning. And the Mlndunk slipped you RHC thermometer? MC, since the arose, I bought on from I understand. An irreproachable transaction. And how many months did the chief knock you down for? Good heavens, I have asked you that before. Do you remember? You had just come. You answered with such a asteriskurance, of course remember. Have knew since that time, but thar I remember as though it were yesterday. You were so amusing, and spoke of barons as the lug of the lower regions, dames, was it? No, wait, that is something else. I have called him that. I'm afraid I do not remember every phrase that happens to well up to my lips. Radamanthus, of course. Minos and Radamanthus, and you spoke to us of Carduxi at the same time. Pardon me, my dear Vang friend, we will, if you please, leave him out. The name, at this moment, sounds too strange upon our tongue. That's good too, laughed Hans Castorp. But have learned a good deal about him through you. Yes, at that time I had not the faintest suspicion. I answered you that I was Herc for 3 weeks, I did not know and different. THCKLCCFCLD girl had lust zen whistling at MC with her pneumat horax, I hardly knew where I was. But I was feeling febrile even then, for the air up HCRC is not only good against the illness. You know, it is also good at, it sometimes brings it to the surface, which is of course a necessary step in the cure. And Alluring and Behrens also told you about THC German Russian unmanned WC had Herc last year, no, year before last, for 5-month $HC did not, HC should a charming woman, of origin. A Laung mother. She came from the Baltic provinces somewhere, lymphatic, anemic, but probably Somic Morsk now's trouble as well. She spent a month here and commented that she felt all the time. They told her to be patient. Nuthkamua passes, SHC continues to assert that she is actually worse instead of better. They point out to her that only THC physician can judge how she is, SHC herself only knows how she feels, which does not signify. They are satisfied with the condition of HCR Lovegood. SHC says no more, SHC goes on with the cure, and loses weight BVTHC week. The 4th month she faints during the coming out long. That Nuth says Behrens, her lung is perfectly satisfactory. But by the 5th month she cannot get about, she goes to bed and writes to her husband. Out in THC Balak provinces, Behrens gets a iktka from him and urgent in a very firm hand, I saw it myself. Yes, says Behrens, and shrugs his shoulders, it seems to be indicated that she certainly cannot stand the climate up Herc. The woman was beside herself. He ought to have said that before, she had felt it from the beginning, she declared, they had killed her on THCM. LCT us hope she recovered her strength when she went back to her husband. Oh, that's good, that's very good. You do tell stories capitally, Herr Settembriny, every word is so plastic. And that story about THC girl that went bathing in THC lake, THC one they gave the silent sister to take her temperature with, I have often laughed at it, all by myself. Yes, what strange things do happen. On lives and learns. Gut my own case is still quite uncertain. The Horfrat is supposed to have discovered a trifling weakness, places where I go, I heard them myself when he tapped was infected a ND fresh aces he see he in our, what a foo w ord fresh is to use in such a connection. But so far there are only the acoustic indications, real diagnostic certainty we shall arrive at when TAG and THE X-ray ND photography VE taken P then we shall have positive GNOLD you think so? You know that plate often shows that are taken for cavities when there are none there? And that, sometimes, it shows no FS although THCRC is something there. Madonna, the photographic plate. There was a young up here, with and since he had fever, there were cavities plain to be seen on THC plate. They could even hear them. They catched him for phthisis, and he died. THC post-mortem showed his lung to be sound, the cause of his death was some coccus or other. Oh, come, Herr Tambrani. Talking post-mortems already. I haven't got that far RT, I assure you. Engine Kerr, you wag. And you are an out-and-out critic and skeptic, I must say. You do not even believe in science. Can you see spots on your plate, Herr? Yes. It shows some spots. And you really are ill too. Yes, I am unfortunately rather ill, replied Settembrini, and his head drooped. There was a pause, in which he gave a little cough, hands from his bed, regarded his guest, whom he had abducted to silk. It seemed to him that with his two simple inquiries he had refuted Settembrini's whole position, even the Republic and the Bellow style. And he did nothing on his side to resume the conversation. After a while Herr Settembrini straightened Herrnsolf, with a "Tell me, England he said, how have your family taken the what news do you mean? Of my delayed return? Oh, my family, you know, consists of 3 uncles, a reatuncle and lose 2 sons, who are more like my cousins. Other, Emily I have none, I was doubly orphaned when I was very small. As to HMV they took it, they know as much, and as little, as I myself. At first, when I had to go to bed, I wrote that I had severe cold, and could not travel. Yesterday, it seemed rather long after all, I wrote again, saying that my catarrh had drawn Hoyratbergen's attention to the condition of my chest, and that he insisted should remain until he is clear what the condition is. You may be effectly sure THCY took it calmly, it didn't upset them. And your position? You spoke of a sphere of practical activity, where you were intending to enter shortly on certain duties. Yes, as Rear apprentice. I have asked them to excuse me for the present. You must not in they are in spare of defection. They can carry on indefinitely without an assistant. Good. Everything is in order, then, in that direction. Perfect equanimity all along THC link. It is a phlegmatic race of people in your part of the country, is it not, but energetic, certainly. Oh, yes, very energetic, said Hans Castorp. He mentally assayed the temper of his native circle, and found that his interlocutor had characterized it justly. Phlegmatic and energetic, yes, should say they are. Assume, continued Herr Settembrini, in case your stay is prolonged, we shall make the acquaintance of your uncle, I mean your great-uncle, shall we not? He will undoubtedly come up to ascertain your condition. Out of the question, cried Hans Castorp. Under no conceivable circumstances. Wild horses could not drag him up here. My uncle is apoplectic, you understand, he has almost no neck at all. No, HC has to have a reasonable atmospheric pressure, it would be worse for him up here than it was for your lady from the Baltic provinces, he would be in a dreadful way. I am disappointed. And apoplectic, energy and phlegm are not much use under those circumstances. Your uncle is rich, I suppose? You are all rich down your way, Hans Castorp smiled at Herr Settembrini's literary generalizations. And again, from his distant couch, H.C. cast a metaphorical eye the sphere from which he had been snatched. He called up memories, he made an effort to judge objectively, and found that distance him to do. He answered, one is rich, or else one isn't. And if not, so much the worse. I myself am no millionaire, but what I have is secured to me, I have enough to live on and be independent. But personalities aside, well, if you had said one must be rich, I should have agreed with you. If you aren't rich, or if you leave off being, then woe be unto you. Oh, here, they will say about this or that person. He hasn't any money, has he? Literally that, and making such a face. I have often heard them, and I see now it made an impression on me, which it would not have done, of course, it had struck me as strange. Or don't you think that follow asterisk no, don't think you, for instance, as homo-dramas, would feel very comfortable down there? It often struck me that it was pretty strong, as I can see now, though I am an arivk of the plaque and for MVSCLF have never had row sufka from it. If a man docs not serve the best and dearest wines at his dinners, people don't go, and his daughters left on his hands. That is what they are lying herk, and looking at it from this I find it pretty. What were the words you used? Fukmarik and concagetic. That's very good. But what does it? It means hard, cold. And what do hard and mean? Mean cruel. It is a cruel atmosphere down there, cruel and ruthless. When you lie here and look at it, from a distance, it makes you shudder. Setcombrani listened, and nodded after Hans Casto had come to an end, for the pre**nt of HS pronoun Cacton fallen silent. Then he took a breath and said, I will not seek to extenuate the forms which life's cruelty assumes in your native sphere. 1. For the reproach cruelty rests up on somewhat sacramental grounds. You would scarcely even have levelled it, while you were in that atmosphere, for fear of being ridiculous in your CNVN eyes. You left it to the drones to make, and a right love. That you make it now beats witness to a certain estrangement, which I should sorry to SCE increases, since he who falls in the habit of making it is in danger of being lost to lifk, to THC manner of life to which he was. Do you know, engineer, what I mean BV tring lost to life? I know it, I see it here every day. 6 Monty LS at most after THEV get here, these young pet, and they are mostly young Theo come, have lost every they had, except flirtation and temperature. And if they remain a year, they will have lost the power of grasping any other, they will end any other cruel, or, more excisely, ignorant and inadequate. You are fond of anecdote, could serve Guram. I could tell you of a young man, no, a husband and son, hoers up here for Kulvanmant S. He was a little older than you, yes, rather older. They let him go home, provisionally, as much imparemrid, HC returned to the bosom of us familv, not uncles. Stand, but his wife and his mother. The whole day HC lay with the thanametka in his mouth. HC took no interest in anything CLSC. You don't understand, he said. No one understands who has not lived up there. Down here the fundamentation is lacking. In the CND it was the mother who settled it. Go back, she said. There is nothing to be donk with you anymore. HCWCNT back, went back home, UKNRW, don't you, that they call this home when they have once lived here? He was totally estranged from his young wife, she lacked the fundamental conception, and she gave up trying to get it. It was borne in upon her that he would find a Matkup Herc who had it, and that he would stop with HCR. Hans Castorp seemed to be only half HC, went on staring into the incandescent brilliance of WHLTE room, as into far space. HC laughed belatedly, and said, he called it home, that TS sentimental, as you say. You know no end of stones. I was still thinking of what we about hardness and cruelty, the same idea has gone through my head a number of NMES in these days. You see, a person has to have a rather cheek skin to find it natural, the way they have of thinking and talking down there, the has he got any, and the face they make when they say it. It never came quite natural to me, though I am no boomanus. I can see, now I look back, that I always struck by it. Perhaps that had to do with MV tendency to illness, though I did not know about it at those old places which I heard MYSCLF the other day. And now Behrens has found a fresh place. That, I must say, was a surprise to me, and yet, in a way, don't know that it was, after all. I never have felt myself as firm as a rock, and my parents, of them, dying so young, for I have been doubly orphaned from youth up, you know Herskbrinidskan but a single gesture, with head, hand, and shoulders. Pleasantly, courteously, it put thc question, well, and what of it? You are an author, Hans said, a literary man. It must be easy for you to understand a thing like that. You can feel how under those circumstances a man might not be of to enough fibre to find that sort of cruelty quite natural, the crew of and making moan, and if I am expressing filling the Settembrini bowed. You mean, he interrupted, that the early and refated contact with death developed in you a tendency which made you sensitive to the harshness and crudity, I say the cynicism, of our everyday, worldly existence. Precisely, cried Hans Castorp. TN honest enthusiasm. You have expressed it to a Herr Settembrini. On tact with death. Was sure that you, as a literary, Settembrini put out his hand, laid his head on one side, and closed his. It was a mild and beautiful gesture, a plea for silence and further hearing. HCHCLD at some seconds, even after Hans Castorp had ceased to speak and was waiting in S.NSE for what was to cook. But at length HC his black eyes, organ grinder eyes, and spoke, permit me, Enginzer, to say to you, and to bring it home to you, that the only sane, noble, and I will CXPRCSSLY add, the only really AIS way to think of death is as part and parcel of life, to regard it, with the understanding and which the emotions, as the inviolable condition of life. It is the very opposite of sane, noble, occasionable, or religious to divorce it in any way from life, or to play it off against it. The ancients adorned their sarcophagi with the emblems of life and procreation, and even with obscene symbols in the religions of antiquity. The sacred and the obscene often lay very close together. These men knew how to pay homage to death. For death is worthy of homage, as thc cradle of life, as the womb of Enlinksis. Ed from life, it becomes a spectra, a distortion, and worse. For death, as an is a lustful power, hoc vicious, to feel drawn to it, to feel sympathy, attraction is strong with it, is without any doubt at all the most ghastly aberration to which the spirit of man is prone. HCRRM Briny IC feet of king. He finished with this generalization, and made it the finite period of his discourse. He had in a very serious vein and by no means with conversational intent, he even refrained from giving Hans Castorp thc opportunity for a rejoinder, but simply dropped his voice at this T and concluded his remarks. He sat with lips closed, lands folded in his lap, on leg in its check trouser flung over the other, slightly swinging the foot, which he regarded with an austere expression. Hans preserved silence. He leaned back in his men, turned his head to the wall, and drummed with his finger ends on the coverlay. He felt set to rights, chidden, corrected. In his silence there was no little childish obstinacy. The pause lasted. At length Herr Settembrini lifted his head, and said with a SMI, "See, you very likely Rael, engineer, that we have had a similar discussion once before, one might say the same discussion. We were talking about disease and dullness, I think WC were taking a walk, and you found the combination a paradox, on the ground of your preference for ill health. I called that reverence a dismal fancy which dishonoured human thought, and I was gratified to find you not disinclined to entertain my plea. We spoke of the garrulity and the intellectual indecision of youth, of its liberty of choice, of its inclination to play with all possible points of view, and that one should not, or need not, regard these experimentarians as final and definite elections. Will you permit MC?" Herr Settembrini smiled and bent forward as he saw, his feet close together on the floor, his hands between his knees, his head stretched out and a little on one side. "Will you permit," and his voice had the faintest tremor in it, "to be beside you in your essays and experiments, and to exercise a corrective influence when there appears to be danger of your taking up a destructive position?" "Why, certainly, Herr Settembrini." Hans Castorp husked to abandon his forced and even attitude, stopped drumming on the bed cover, and turned to his guest with friendliness, even with contrition. "It is uncommonly kind of you. I must ask myself if I really, that is, if there is anything, sine pecunia, of course," quoted Herr Stambrini, as he rose. "I can't let myself be outdone." They both laughed. THC outer door opened, next moment the inner one as well. M was Joachim, returned from society. WHCNHC saw the Italian. He flushed, as Hans Castor had done, the deep bronze of his face deepened by another "Oh, you have company," he said. "How nice for you." Was detained. "They made me make one of a table of bridge." "They call it bridge," he said, shaking his head, "as they do outside, but it was really something else entirely. I won 5 marks, only so it doesn't become a with you." Hans Castorp laughed. "Ahem. HCR Stambrini has beguiled the time for, no, that is not the proper expression, though it may be all for your bridge. Herr Stambrini has filled the Tim C or me, and given it content, whereas when mock bridge breaks out in our midst, a respectable man feels he has to fight his way through. And yet to have the privilege of listening to HCR Stambrini, to get the benefit of his good counsel, I could almost wish to keep my fever, and stop up here with you indefinitely. They would have to give me a silent sister to measure with." "Ref cat, engineer, you are too wag," said THC Italian. He TCK, leave gracefully and went. Alone with cousin, Hans Castorp heaved a sigh. "Oh, what a schoolmaster," he said. "A humanistic one, of course. He never lets off setting you right, first by means of anecdote, then by abstractions. And the things one gets to talk about with him, things you would next have thought you could talk about, or even understand. And if I had MCT him down B," he added, "NCVC I should have understood." At this hour Joachim would remain with him for a while, sacrificing a half or 3/4 of an hour of the evening cure. Sometimes they played chess on Hans Castorp's MIC table. Joachim had brought a SCT of Chase MCN from below. TNHC would take his wrappings and go into the balcony, thermometer in mouth, and Hans Castorp too took his temperature for the last time, while soft music, near or far, stole up the dark. The cure CNDCD at TCN. HC heard Joachim, HC heard the pair from the Bad Ruston table. He turned on his side and invited slumber. The night was the harder half of day, for Castorp woke often, and lay not seldom hours awake, either because his slightly abnormal kept him stimulated, or his horizontal of life detracted from the power, or the desire, to sleep. Too up for their briefness, his hours of slumber were animated by Kuxrockmelly liveful and varied dreams, which he could ponder on awaking. And if THC hours of the day WCRE shortened by their frequent division into small sections, it was the blurred monotone of the marching hours of the night which with then as came on, he found it diverting to watch the gradual growth, the slow emergence of the room and the objects in it, as though BVTHC drawing of veils, to see day kindling outside, with smouldering or with lively glow, and I was always a surprise when the moment came round again and the thump of the bathing master on his door announced to Hans Castorp that THC daily program was again in force. He brought no calendar with him on his holiday, and did not always find himself sure of the date. Now and then he asked his cousin, who, in turn, was not always quite sure either. True, the Sundays, particularly the fortnightly one which _H the concert, it was THC second Hans Castorp had spent in this situation, gave him a fixed much was certain, that by little and tick they had now got well on in September, close on to the muddle. Since he went to T Road, the cold and cloudy weather had given place to a succession of wonderful midsummer though. Every morning Joachim appeared arrayed in white flan trousers, to greet his cousin, and Hans Castorp felt a pang of regret, in which both and youthful muscles joined, at THC loss of all this splendid weather. He murmured that it was a shame, but added to console himself that even if HCWCRC up and about he would hardly know how to take advantage of it, since it seemed did not answer for him to exert himself much. And the wide-open balcony door did afford him some share of the warm outside. But toward the end of his prescribed term of the weather veered again. Grew misty and cold overnight, the valley was hid by gusts of wet snow, and the dry heat of the radiator filled the room. Such was the day on which Hans Castorp reminded thee on his morning round, that the 3WCCK5 out, and asked leave to get up. What the, you don't say? Said time's up, is it? Let's see, yes, right, good Lord, how fast we grow old. Nings haven't changed much with you, in the meantime. Yesterday, up to 6 o'clock the afternoon. Well, Castorp, I won't grudge you human society any longer. Up with thou, man, and get on with your walks, within RHCPRCSCNBCD limits, of course. We'll take a picture of the inside of you, make a note of it, he said as he went out, jerking his cat thumb over his shoulder at Hans Castorp, and looking at the palled eye and distant with his bloodshot, watery blue eyes. Hans Castorp left the CA in with his collar turned up. He accompanied his cousin once more to THCBCNCH by the watercourse and back. On THC way he raised the Kooksnon of how long the Hofrat might have him lie had he not reminded. And Joachim, 1001 anged his mouth to emit a single syllable, spread his hands in an expressive gesture, and gave it up. Sudden enlightenment a week past Hans Castorp received, through the Directress von Meilendenk, the summons to present himself in THC X-ray laboratory. HC had not liked to press Matkas. THC Burgoth was busy place, assistants had their hands full. Guests had recently in, 2 Russian students with shocks of hair and black blouses closed to the throat, showing not a vestige of linen, a Dutch married couple, who were given at Setyev Bryny's table, and a hunchbacked Mexican, who frightened his table by fearful attacks of asthma, when HC would clutch his neighbour, whether man or in an iron grip like a vice, and draw him, as it were, strut in and crying for help, into the circle of a ningroom was nearly full, though his own extreme winter season did not actually begin until October. And Hans C.A. Storp's case was scarcely of such severity as give him any special claim to attention. Frau Stoer, for all her stupidity and ill-breeding, was unquestionably worse off than he, not to McNary on Dr. Blumenkohl. One must have lacked all discrimination not to have behaved tiringly, in Hans Castorp's place, particularly since discrimination was in the atmosphere of the house. The mild cases WCRE of no great account, that he had often heard. They slightingly spoken of, looked at askance, not only by the more serious and the very serious cases, but even by other. Logically, of course, each mild case was thus driven to think slightingly of itself, yet preserved its individual self-respect by merging it with THC general, as was natural and human. OTHCY would say, of this or that patient, there's not much amiss with him. He hardly CVCN ought to up here, he has no cavities at all. Such was the spirit, it was aristocratic in its special sense, and Hans Castorp DCFCRRED to it, out of an inborn respect for law and order of every sort. It was natural to him to conform to the proverb which bids us, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And indeed travellers show breeding when they jeer at the customs and standards of their hosts, for of characteristics that do honour to their possessors there are all sorts and kinds. Even toward Joachim Hans Castorp felt certain deference, not so much because he was the older inhabitant, his guide and cicerone in these new surroundings, as because he was unquestionably the more serious case of the two. Such eyeing the attitude, it was easy to understand that patient inclined to make the most HCCXULD of his individual case, even exaggerating its seriousness, so as to belong to the or come as close to it as possible. So Hans Castorp, when asked at table, might add a couple of tenths to his temperature, and could not help feeling flattered when RHCYSHC their fingers at him and called him an artful dodger. Even when he laid it on a little, HC still remained a member of the lower orders, in whom an attitude of unassuming indifference was only right and proper. HC took up the life of his first 3 weeks, that familiar, regular, well-regulated life with Joachim, and it went as though he had never left it off. The interruption, indeed, had been insignificant, as he saw when he resumed his seat at table. Joachim, who laid deliberate stress on such occasions, had decorated his place with FEV flowers, but there was no great ceremony about the greetings of the other guests. These were almost what they would have been after a separation of 3 hours instead of 3 weeks. This was not due to indifference toward his simple and sympathetic personality, nor to preoccupation with their own sort of physical stare, but merely because they had actually not been conscious of the interval. And Hans Castorp could readily follow them in this, since sitting in his place at the end of the table, between the schoolmistress and Miss Robinson, was as though he had sat here no longer ago than yesterday at the furthest. If, even at his own table, THCCND of his retirement caused no stir, how should it have BCCN remarked in the rest of the dining room? And literally no soul had taken notice of it save Settembrini, who strolled over at the end of the meal to exchange a lively greeting. Hans Castorp, indeed, would have made a mental reservation, in which he may or may not have BCCN justified. He told himself that Claudia Schochat had noticed his return, that she had no sooner made her tardy entrance, and let the glass door slam behind her, than she rested her narrow gaze upon him, which he had met with his own, and that even after she sat down, she had turned and looked at him, smiling over her shoulder, as SHC had 3 weeks before, on the day of his examination. THC movement had been so open, so regardless of both himself and the Uthkagooks, that he did not know whether to be in ecstasies over it or to take it as a mark of contempt and feel angry. At all events, his heart had contracted beneath this glance, which so markedly and intoxicatingly gave the lick to the lack of social relations subsisting between him and the fair patient. It had contracted almost painfully at the moment when the glass door slammed, for to that moment he had looked forward with ideas breath coming thick and fast. It must said that Hans Castorp's sentiments toward the participant of the good Russian table had made distinct progress during his retirement. The sympathy HC entertained in his nund and his simple heart for this medium-sized person with the gliding gait and the Kyrgyz eyes, good as amounted to being in love, we shall let the word stand, although in strictness it is a conception of down a word of TKE planes, capable of giving rise to a misconception, namely, that the tender ditty beginning one word from thy lips was to some extent applicable to his state. Her picture had hovered before him in those early hours when he had eaten or walked and watched THC dawn unveil his chamber, or at evening when the twilight chickened. It had BCCN vividly present the night Settembrini suddenly entered his RCNOM and turned on the light, was the rear sun why he had colored under the humanistic eye. In each hour of his diminished day he had thought of her, her mouth, her cheekbones, her eyes, whose color, shape, and position bit into his very her drooping back, the posture of her head, her cervical vertebra above the rounding of her blouse, her arms enhanced by their thin gauze covering. Poskstethesk thoughts, his hours had sped on soundless feet. If we have concealed the fact, we did so out of sympathy for THC turmoil of his which mingled with the terrifying IOV his visions imparted. Yes, HC felt both terror and dread. He, elter vague and etundious, utterly mad and extravagant anticipation, a name, anguish of joy which at times so orest the young man's heart, H is and corporeal at oneh in THC neighborhood of that organ, whilk HC carried THC other to his brow and held it like a shield his eyes, whispering, my God. For behind that brow were thoughts, or half-thoughts, which imparted to the visions their furulous sweetness. Thoughts that had to do with recklessness and her ailing state, the heightening and accentuation of her physical parts by disease, THC corporealization, so to speak, of all her being as an effect of disease, an effect in which he, Harris Castorp, by the physician's verdict, was now to share. He comprehended the ground and of her audacity, her total disregard in smile and glance of fact that no social existed between them, that they did not even know each other. It was as though they belonged to no squeal system, as though it were not even necessary that they should speak to each other. Precisely this it was that frightened Hans Castorp, for frightened he was, in the same sense as when, in the consulting room, he had looked from Nud's body with panic-stricken sketch-MG up to his eyes, only that then the grounds of his fear had BCCN pity and concern, where Rex here something quite different was in play. But now the Berghof life, that wonderfully favoured and well-regulated existence, was once more in full swing on its narrow stage. Hans Castorp, whilst awaiting his X-ray examination, continued to envoy its measured course, to get go with good % using Joachim, and to do, hour for hour, precisely as he did. No question but his cousin's society was beneficial to our young man. For though Joachim's were but a companionship in tearing, yet H.C. suffered, as it were, conformably with military Kvan. Though unconsciously, to THC point of finding satisfaction in the service of the cure, of substituting it for the service down below and making of it an interim profession. Hans Castorp not so dull as not to achieve all this, yet at the same time he was of its corrective and restraining influence upon his more Kvahan temper. It may have been this companionship, its extent and read exercised, which held overt and rash undertakings. For he saw all that Joachim had to endure from the Dale assaults of an orange-scented atmosphere, commingled of such comments as round brown exarub. A gar deal of unwarranted laughter. And a bosom fair to outward eyes. The honour and good sense which Joachim these enticements gripped Hans Castorp, kept him under control, and prevented him from borrowing a pencil so to, the narrow-eaved one, a thing which he otherwise, from what W.C. know of him might well have, earned to do. Never spoke of the Maruzia, and thus Hans Castorp could not mention Claudia Schochat. He made up for this by his stolen commerce with the schoolmistress at table, when he would sit supporting his clun after the manner of old hands and tax the SPMSTCRHCR weakness for the charming invalid, until her face positively flamed. H.C. pressed her to find out new and interesting facts about Madame Schochat's personal, her origin, her husband, her age. The particulars of her illness. H.C. wanted to know if she had children. Oh, no, she had none. What should a woman like her do with children? Probably SHC was strictly forbidden to have any, and if SHC did, what kind of children would THEV be? Hans Castorp was forced to acquiesce. And now it was late in THC day, he threw out, with prodigious objectivity. Madame Schochat's profile, at times, seemed to him already a little sharp. She must be over 30. Fru Olsen Engelart recried the idea with scorn. 30s at worst, not more than 28. SHC forbade her neighbour to use such words about Claudia's profile. It is the softest, sweetest, most youthful profile in the world, and at the same time interesting. Of course I was not the profile of any ordinary healthy bread-and-butter miss. To punish him, SHC went on to say that she knew Frau Schochat entertained a male visitor, a certain fellow countryman who lived down in the Platz. SHC received him afternoons in her chamber. It was a good shot. Hans Castorp's face charmed in spite of himself. He tried to react, saying, well, well. You don't say so. But the words sounded strained. He was incapable of treating lightly the existence of this fellow countryman of Frau Schochat. Much as he wished to appear to do so, and came back to it again and again, his lips twitching. A young man. Young and good-looking, according to 8 accounts, the schoolmistress's worked, SHC could not say from HCR own observation. Was he ill? Only a light cask, at most. Let us hope, Hans Castorp remarked with scorn, that he displays more linen than the other two, at the bad Russian table. Fräulein Engelauer, on punishment intent, said she could vouch for that. He gave in, and admitted that it was a matter for concern. He earnestly charged her to find out she could about this young who came and went between the Platz and Frau Schochat's RCRM. A few days later she brought him, not information about the young Russian, but a fresh and startling piece of news. She knew that Claudia Schochat was having her portrait painted, and asked Hans Castorp if he knew it too. If not, he not assured she had it on the best authority. She had been sitting for some time, to a GNHCRC in the house, and the person was, the Hofrat. Yes, Elia Hofrat Bortens, no less, and HC received her for the purpose almost daily in Auer's private dwelling. This intelligence affected Hans Castorp even more than the other. He made Erl forced jokes about it. WHV, certainly, the Hofrat was known to occupy himself with oil painting. Why not? It wasn't a crime, anybody was FRCC to paint. And the sittings took place in the widower's own house. He heard, at least, that Fräulein von Meilendank was present. The schoolmistress objected that the DWRCCTRCS was probably busy. No busier than the doctor ought to be, Hans Castorp severely accused. The remark wasn't final, but he was far from letting the subject drop. He exhausted himself in questions, about the picture, what size it was, and whether it was a head or a knee length, about the hours of the sitting. But Fräulein Engelart could not gratify him with these particulars, and had to put him off until she could make further inquiry. Hans Castorp measured 0 as a result of this communication. The Sitzfrau Schochat Rexievt upset him far less than these she made. Personal and private life, quite aside from what went on in it, had begun to be a source of anguish and unrest. How keener were his feelings when he heard such questionable things about the way she her time. Speakingly, it was altogether possible that her relations with the Ussian visitor had a disinterested and harmless character. But Hans Castorp had been for some time now inclined to reject harmless and disinterested explanations as being in the nature of twaddle, nor could he regard in any other light this oil paint, considered as a bond of interest between a widower with a robust vocabulary and a narrow-eyed, soft-stepping YCNMG female. The taste displayed by the Hofrat in his choice of a model was too like Hans Castorp's own for him to put great faith in THC de Seinkerk's character of the affair, and RHC thought of the Hofrat's purple cheeks and bloodshot, goggling CYCS only strengthened his skepticism. An observation which H.C. made in these days, of his own AC chord and quite by chance, had a different effect upon him, though here again what he saw confirmed his own taste. There sat, at the same table with Salomon and the greedy schoolboy with the glasses. At the cousin's left, near the side door, a Patikant who was, so Hans Castorp had card, a native of Mannheim. H.C. was some 30 years older. His hair was thin, his teeth poor, and he had a self-depreciating of speech. He it was who played THC piano evenings, usually the wedding march from Midsumnal Nights Dram. He was said to be very religious, as though Cup here naturally often were. Every Sunday he went to Cervik down in the Platz, and in the rest cure read books with a chalice or palm branch on the front cover. This man's eyes, so Hans Castorp one day observed, travelled the same road as his. They hung upon Madame Schochat's lissom person with timid, dog-like devotion. Once Hans Castorp had remarked this, he could not forbear corroborating again and again. He saw him stand, of evening, in the card-room, among the other guests, quite lost in gazing at the lovely, contaminate creature on the sofa in the small salon, in talk with the whimsical, fuzzy-haired Tamara, Dr. Blumenkohl, and the hollow-chested, stooping young men who were her table-mates. H.C. saw him turn away, then twist his head, with a piteous expression of the upper lip, and roll his back over his shoulder in her direction. Ble saw him colour and not look up, Burr then gazed avidly as with a crash the glass door fell to, and Frau Schochat slipped to her place. And more than once he saw how the poor Soa would place himself, after THC meal, the good Russian table and the exit, in order that SHC might pass close by him. She gave him neither glance nor thought, while he devoured her at close range with eyes full of sadness to their very depths. This discovery of his affected young Hans stopped no little, though the plaintive, devouring gaze of the did not trouble his rest like the thought of Claudia Schochar's private relations with Hofer at Behrens, man so much his superior in age, person, and Evsinen. Claudia took no interest in the Mannhicker. Had she done so, it would not have escaped Hans Castorp's perception. In this ease it was not the dart of jealous he felt pierce his soul. But HC did have all the sensations which drunkenness of passion knows, when it sees us own cask duplicated in the outer world, and which form a most fantastic mixture of disgust and fellow-feeling. To explore and lay of all the windings of his emotions would keep us far too long. Suffice it to say that his Erbsnown of the Mannheimer gave our young FNCND enough to think to suffer underscore in this wise past the week before his X-ray examination. He had not known it was so long. But one morning at Earl breakfast he received the order through the directress, sheer fresh STVE, so this harmless though disfiguring ailment was clearly constitutional, to himself in that afternoon, and behold, WHCN he came to think of it, a week had passed. He and his cousin were to go together, a half-hour before tea. The occasion would for Joachim to have another X-ray taken, as now out of date. The old onk was THEV short the mat rest by 30 minutes and, promptly as the clock struck 3:30, descended THC stairs to THC so-called basement. And sat down in the small antechamber between the consulting room and the laboratory. Joachim was quite cool, this being for him no new experience. Hans Castorp rather feverishly expectant, as no one, up to THC pre-QNT, had ever had a view into his organic interior. THEV were not a lonk. Other patients were already sitting when they entered, with tattered illustrated magazines on their laps, and they all waited Togthka, a young Swede, of heroic who sat at Tembrini's table, of whom one heard that, when HC entered, the previous April, he had been so ill THEV had almost refused to take him, but he had put on nearly 6 stone, and was about to be discharged cured. There was also a mother from the Bad Russian table, herself a lamentable case. With her long-nosed, Uglevboff, named Sasha, whose case was more lamentable still. Thesthik had been waiting longer than THC cousins and would therefore go in before them. Evidently there had been some sort of hitch in the laboratory, and a cold tea was on the cards. THEVWCRC busy in there. The voice of the Hofrat could be heard, giving directions. It was somewhat past the half-hour when the door was opened by the technical assistant admit the Swedish giant and Fortune's minion. His predecessor had evidently gone out by another door. But matters moved more rapidly. After no more than 10 minutes THEV heard the Scandinavian stride off down the corridor, a walking testimonial to the Lishment and the health resort, and the Russian mother was admitted with her Sasha. Both times, as the door opened, Hans Castorp observed that it was half dark in the X-ray and artificial twilight prevailed there, as gehinkt. The windows were shrouded, daylight sure out, and 2 electric lights were burning. But as and his mother went in, and Hans Castorp gazed after the corridor door opened, and the next patient entered, he waiting room, she was, of course, early, on account of the delay in the laboratory. It was Claudia Schochat who appeared thus suddenly in the little waiting room. Hans Castorp recognized her, staring CYCD, and distinctly felt the blood leave his cheeks. His jaw relaxed, mouth was on the point of falling open. Her had taken place so casually, so unforeseen, she had not been there, and then, all at once, Verk SHC was, and sharing these narrow quarters with the cousins. Joachim flung a quick glance at Hans Castorp, afterwards not only casting down his eyes, but taking up a $ANTHC illustrated sheet he had laid aside, and burying his face in it. Hans Castorp could nor summon resolution to do THC same. ELC grew very RCD, after his sudden pallor, and his heart pounded. Frau Schohat seated HCRSCLF by the laboratory door, in a little round easy chair with stumpy, as it were rudimentary arms. She leaned back, crossed one leg lightly over the other, and stared into space. She knew she was being at, and HCR Priboslav eyes shifted their gaze nervously, almost squinting. She wore a white sweater and blue skirt, and had a book from the lending library in her lap. She tapped softly with THC sole of the foot that rested on the floor. After a minute and a half SHC changed her position, looked round, stood up, with an air of not knowing what SHC was to do or where to go, and began to SK. She was asking something. SHC addressed a question to Ochim, though HC sat there apparently deep in his magazine, while Hans Castorp was doing nothing at all. SHC shaped words with her lips and gargled them voice out of her white throat. It was the voice, not DCCP, but with the slightest edge, and pleasantly nasky, that Hans Castorp knew, had known so long ago and yet heard so lately, asterisking, with leisure, only you must be circ to give it me back to the lesson. Those words had been uttered clearly and fluently, these camped rather hesitatingly and brokenly. The S-faker had no native right to them, she only borrowed them, as Hans Castorp had do before, when he experienced the mingled feeling of superiority and ecstasy we have described. On hand in her sweaterket, the other at the back of her head, Frau Chauchat asked, "May I ask for what time you had an appointment?" And Joachim, with a quick 100k at his cousin, answered, drawing his heels together as sat, for 3:30. She again, mine for 3:45. What is it then? It is nearly 4. Some people entered, did they not? Yes, 2 people. They were ahead of us. There seems to be delay, everything is a half hour late. It is disagreeable, she said, nervously touching her hair. Rather, responded Joachim. Have been waiting nearly half an hour already. NUS they conversed, and Hans Castorp listened in dream. For his cousin to speak to Frau Chuckett was almost the same as his doing it himself, and yet HMV altogether different. That rather had affronted him, it sounded odd and brusque, if not worse, in view of the circumstances. To think that Joe Satitin could speak to her like, to think that he could yake to her at all. And very likely he prided himself on his FRT Rathke, much as Hans Castorp had played up before Joachim and Settembrini when he was asked how long he meant to stay, and answered, 3. It was to Joachim, though he had the paper in front of his nose, that she had turned with her question, because he was the older inhabitant of course, whom SHC had known longer by sight, but perhaps for another reason as WCLL, because they too might meet on a conventional footing and carry on an ordinary conversation in articulate words, because nothing wild and deep, mysterious and acrifying, held sway between them. Had it been somebody brown-eyed, with a ruby ring and orange fume, who sat here waiting with them, would have been part to the conversation and save, rather, in the punty and detachment of his sentiments. Yes, madame, certainly rather un cassant he would have said, and might have taken FO of his beeriest POC wit HA and blown nose. Have patience, our case is no better than how surprised Joachim would have been at his fluency, without seriously wishing himself in Hans Castorp's place. No, and Hans Castorp was not jealous of Joachim for being able to talk to Frau Schohat. He was satisfied that she should have addressed herself to his cousin, it showed that SHC recognized the situation for what it was. His heart p-umed. After Joachim's cavalier treatment of Madame Schochar, in which SCCMCD to savour something almost faint hostility on his cousin's part toward their fair fellow patient, a hostility at which he could not help smiling, despite the Como Ryan in his mind, Claudia tried to turn up and down the room. Finding the two confined, she too N10K into the easy chair with the rudimentary arms. Grandfather, it was laughable to see how like the old man he looked. Frau Schochat had crossed one leg over the other in, and her knee, even the whole slender line of the thigh, showy beneath the blue skirt. SHC was only of middle height, a thoroughly progger and delightful height, in Hans Castorp's CVCS, but relatively long-legged, and narrow in the high. She SHT leaning forward, with HCR crossed forwards sup RTE on her knee, her shoulders drooping, and HCR back round so that RHC NCCK bone stuck out prominently, and nearly Che Hulk SPMC was marked out under the close-fitting sweater. Her breasts, which were not high and voluptuous like Maruzia's, were small and made love. Work PRCSSCD together from both sides. Hans Castorp recalled, suddenly, that she too was sitting here waiting to be X-rayed. The Hofrat painted her, he product her outward form with oil and colours upon the canvas. And now, in KHC twilight he would direct upon her the rays which would reveal to him the inside of her dy. When this idea occurred to Hans Castorp, he turned away his head and put on a primly direct air, a sort of obscurantism PRC, and did itself to him as the only correct attitude in the presence of such a thought. THC waiting together in the Lertalk room did not last for long. They evidently gave rather short shrift to Smha and Lou's mother in their effort to make up for lost time. The technician in his white smock once more appeared. Joachim stood up and tossed his paper back onto the table, and Hans Castorp, not without inward hesitation, followed him to the open door. HC was struggling with chivalrous scruples, also with temptation to put after all, conventional terms with Frau Schochat. To speak Roher and offer her precedent in French, if he could manner still he sought to muster the words, the sentence structure. He know if such courtesies were practised up here, probably the established order was more fue than the rules of chivalry. Joachim must know, and as he made no motion to defer to SCX, even though Hans Castorp looked at him imploringly, the latter followed Kiss cousin past Frau Schochat, who merely glanced up from her stooping posture as they went through the door into the laboratory. He was too much possessed by the events of the last 10 minutes, and by what he left behind, for his mind to pass immediately with his body over the threshold of the X-ray laboratory. He saw nothing, or only vaguely, in the artificially lighted room. He still heard Frau Schochat's pleasantly veiled voice, with which she had said, "I want it, the asterisk. Some people have just gone in. It is disagreeable." The sound of soul shivered sweetly down his back. He saw the shape of her knee under the cloth skirt, saw the bone of her neck. Under the short reddish-blonde hairs that were not gathered up into the braids, and again the shiver ran down his back. Then HC saw Hofrat Behrens, with his back to them, standing before a sort of built-in recess, looking at a black plate which he held at arm's length toward the dim light in the sefting. They passed him and went on into the room, followed by the assistant, who made reparation to dispatch their affair. It smelled odd in HCRC air was filled with a sort of stale ozone. The built-in structure, projecting between the two black hung windows, divided THC room into two unequal parts. Hans and Castorp could distinguish physical apparatus. Lenses, switchboards, towering measuring instruments, a box like a camera on a rolling stand, glass diapositives in rows SCR in the walls. Hard to say WHCTHCR this was a photographic studio, a darkroom, or an inventor's workshop and technological witch's kitchen. Joachim had begun, without more ado, to lay bare upper half of his body. The HCLPCR, a square-built, rosy-checked young native in a white SMCNK, motioned Hans Castorp to do the same. It went fast. And HC was next in turn. As Hans Castorp took off his waistcoat, Bertens came out of the smaller recess where he had been standing into the larger one. "Hello," said he. Here are our Dioscuri, Castor and pillars. If you feel any inclination to blub, kindly suppress it. Just wait. We shall soon SCC through you both. I expect, Castor P, you feel a little nervous about exposing your Inca SCLF to our gaze? Don't be alarmed, we preserve all the amenities. Look here, have you my picture gallery? He led Hans Castorp by the arm before the rows of dark plates on the wall, and turned on a lee behind them. Hans Castorp saw various members, hands, knee pans, high and leg bones, arms, and pelvises. But the living form of these fruitions of the human body was vague and showy, like a pale and misty envelope, within which stood out the clear, sharp nucleus, the skeleton. Very interesting, said Hans Castorp. Interest in Cirque enough, responded the Hofrat. Useful object lesson all the young. X-ray anatomy. You know, triumph of the age. There is a female arm. You can tell by its delicacy. That's what they put around you when THEV make love, you hear, and D his th the C loose-crow D moustache went up still more on IDC. The picture's fat. Hans Castorp turned his attention to the preparations for taking Joachim's X-ray. It was donk in front of that structure on the other side of which Hofrat Behrens had been standing when they entered. Joachim had taken his ace on a sort of shoemaker's bench, in front of board, which he cambracked with his arms and pressed his breast against it, while the assistant improved the pose anon, massaging his back with kneading motions, and putting his arms further forward. Then he went behind the camera, and just as a photographer would, legs apart and sto over, to look inside. He expressed his satisfaction and, going back to Joachim, warned him to draw in his breech and hold it until all was over. Joachim's rounded back expanded and so remained. THC assistant, at the switchboard, pulled the handle. Now, for the space of seconds, fearful were in play, streams of thousands, of 100 volts, hands seemed to, which were necessary to pierce through solid matter. They could hardly be confined to their office, they tried to escape through other outlets, there were explosions like pistol shots, blue sparks on the measuring apparatus, long lightnings crackled along the wall, as somewhere in the room appeared a red light, like a threatening eye, and a file in Joachim's rear filled with Gretchen. Then everything grew, phenomena disappeared, and Joachim let out his breath, a sigh. It was over. Next delinquent, said the Hofrat, and nudged Hans Castorp with his elbow. Don't pretend you're too tired. You will get a free copy, Castorp, then can project the secrets of your bosom on the wall for your children and grandchildren to SCC. Joachim had stepped down, the technician changed the plate. Hofrat Behrens personally instructed the novice how to sit and hold himself. Put your arms about it, he said. Embrace the board, tend it's something else, if you like. Press your breast against it, as though it filled you with rapture. Like that. A deep breath. Hold it. HC commanded. Now, please. Hans Castorp waited, blinking, lungs distended. Behind him the storm broke loose, it crackled, lightened, detonated, and grew still. The lens had looked into his inside. HC got down, dazed and bewildered, notwithstanding he had not trend physically sensible of the penetration in the slightest. Good lad, said the Hofrat. Now we shall see. The experienced Joachim had already moved over toward the entrance door and taken position at a stand. At his back was RHC lofty structure of the apparatus, with a bulb half full of water, and distillation tubes. In front of him, breast high, hung a frame screen on pulleys. On his left, between switchboard and instrumentrium, was a red globe. THC Hofra, bestriding a stool in front of the skissen, lighted the light. The ceiling light went out, and only the red glow illumined scene. Then the master turned this too off, which a quick motion, and thick darkness enveloped the laboratory. We must first accustom the eyes, the Hofrat was heard to say, in the darkness. We must get big pupils, like a eats, to see what we want to sec, you understand. Our everyday eyesight would not be good enough for our pearl ses. We have to banish the bright daylight and its pretty pictures out of our minds. Naturally, said Hans Castorp. He stood ac the Hofrat's shoulder, and closed his cycs, since the darkness was so profound that it did not matter whether he had them open or shut. First we wash our eyes with to sce want to see. That is plain. I find it quite right and proper, as a matter of fact, that WC should collect ourselves a little, beforehand, in silent prayer, as it were. I am standing here with MVEs shut, and have quite pleasant sleepy feeling. But what it oxygen, said the Hofrat. You notice in the is oxygen. Atmospheric product of our IIRTLC private thunderstorm, you know. Eyes open, he commanded. The magicking is about to begin. Hans Castorp hastened to obey. They heard a switch go on. A motor started up, and sang furiously higher and higher, until another switch controlled and srugardiced it. The floor shook with an even vibration. The little red light, at right angles to THC ceiling, looked threateningly across at them. Lightning flashed. And with a nulky gleam a window of light emerged from the darkness. It was the squeeing screen, before which Hofrat bestrode his stool, his sprawled apart with his fists supported on THM, his blunt nose close to the pane, which gave him a view of a man's intita. Do you see it, young man? He asked. Hans Castorp leaned over our shoulder, but then raised his head again to look toward the WHCRE. Joachim's eyes were presumably gazing in the darkness, with the GCNTLC, SAD CXPR Seaston they had worn during THC other examination. May I? He asked. Of course, Joachim replied magnanimously, out of the dark. And to the pulsation of the door, and the snapping and cracking of re-forces at play, Hans Castorp peered through THC-lighted window, peered into skeleton. Breastbone and spine fell together in single Dara column. The frontal structure of the ribs was cut across by the paler structure of the back. Above, the collarbones branched off on TH sides, and the framework of the shoulder, with the joint and THCBC ginning of Joachim's arm, showed sharp and bare through THC soft envelope of flesh. The thoracic cavity was light, but blood vessels were to be seen, some dark NTS, a blackish shade of clear picture, said the Hofrat, quite a decent leanness, that's the military youth. I've had paunches here, you couldn't see through them, hardly recognize a thing. The rays are yet to be discovered that will go through such layers of fat. This is nick clean work. Do you see the diaphragm? He asked, and indicated with his finger the dark arch in the window, that rose and fell. Do you see the bulges herc on the left side, reprotuberances? That was the inflammation of the pleura he had when he was 15 years old. Breathe deep, he commanded. Deeper. Deep, I tell you. And Joachim's diaphragm rose quivering, as high as it could, the upper parts of the lungs could be seen to clear up, but the Hofrat was not satisfied. Not good enough, he said. Can you see the hyalus glands? Can you see THC adhesions? Look at the cavities here, that is where the toxins come from that fuddle him. But Hans Castorp's attention was taken up by Sornitfying-like bag, a strange, animal shape, darkly visible behind the middle column, or more on the right side of it, the right. It expanded and contracted regularly, a little after the fashion of a swimming jellyfish. Look at his heart, and the Hofrat lifted his huge hand again from his thigh and pointed with his forefinger at the pulsating shadow. God, it was the heart, it was Joachim's honor-loving heart, that Hans Castorp saw. I am caging at your heart, he said in a suppressed voice. Go ahead, answered Joachim again, probably he smiled mildly up there in the darkness. But the Hofrat told him to quiet and not betray any sensibility. Behrens studied the and the HNES, RHC black festoon in the intercostal space. Hans Castorp gazed without wearying at Joachim's grave-sillage shape and bony tenement, this lean memento mori, this scaffolding for mortal flesh to hang on. Yes, yes. I see, he said, several times over. My God, I see. H.C. had card of a woman, a long-dead mimine of the Tyre-Napple connection, who had been endowed or afflicted with a heavy gift, which she bore in all humility, namely, that the skeletons of persons about to die would appear before her. Thus now Hans Castorp was privileged to behold the good Joachim, but with the aid and under the auspices of physical science, and by his cousin's express mission, so that it was quite legitimate and without gruesome significance. Yet a certain sympathy came over him with the melancholy destiny of his clairvoyant relative. He was strongly moved by what H.C. saw, or more precisely, by the fact that he saw it, and felt stirrings of uneasy doubt, as to WHCTHCR it was a call permissible and to stand here in the quaking, crackling darkness and gaze like this, his itch to commit THC in discussion conflicted in bosom with religious emotion and fecklings of concern. But a FCW minutes later he himself stood in the pillory, in the midst of the electrical storm, while Joachim, his body up again, put on his clothes. Again THC Horfrat through the milky S, this time into Hans Castorp's own inside, and from his heart cranks, his broken phrases and bursts of scolding, the young gathered that what he saw corresponded to his expectations. He was so kind as to permit the patient, at his request, to look at his own hand through the screen. And Hans Castorp saw, precisely what H.C. must have EF'd, but what it is hardly permitted man to see, and what he had never thought it would be vouchsafed him to see, he looked into his own grave. The of decay was forestalled by THC powers of the light ray, THC-TLCSH in which he walked disintegrated, annihilated, dissolved in vacant mist, and lurk within it was the finely turned skeleton of his own hand, the seal ring he had inherited from his grandfather hanging loose black on the joint of his ring finger, a hard, material object, with which man adorns the body that is fated to melt beneath it, when it onto another flesh that can cover it for yet a little while. With the eyes of his Tyre-Napple ancestress, fnecrating, prophetic eyes, he gazed at this familiar part of his own body, and for the first time in his life he understood that he would dick. At the thought there came over his face the expression it usually wore when he listened to music, a little dull, sleepy, and pious, his mouth half open, his head inclined toward the shoulder. Horfrat said, "What?" "Yes, there's something he seized off the current." The floor ceased to vibrate, the lightnings to play, the magic wind was quenched in darkness. The ceiling light came on. As Hans Castorp flung on his clothes, the Horfrat gave the two young men the results of his observations, in non-technical language, out of regard for their lay minds. It seemed that in Hans Castorp's case, the test of the eye confirmed that of the ear in a way to add luster to science. The Horfrat had seen the old as well as the fresh spots, and strands ran from the bronchial tut-ns rather far into the organ itself, strands with nodules. Hans Castorp would able to see for himself later, in the diapositive which they would give him for his very own. The word of command was calm, patience, manly self-discipline, measure, eat, lie down, wait, and donk tea. They left. Hans Castorp technician, Frau was entering the laboratory. Freedom, how did it seem now to our young Hans Castorp? Was it as though the 7 weeks which, demonstrably and without the shadow of a doubt, he had spent with them up here, were only 7 days? Or, on the contrary, did they seem much longer than had actually been the case? He asked himself, inwardly, and also by way of asking Joachim, but he could not decide. Noth were probably true, when he xjked back, The time seemed both naturally long and unnaturally short, or rather it seemed anything but what it actually was, in saying which we assume that time is a natural phenomenon, and that it is admissible to associate with it the conception of actuality. At all events October was before the door, it might enter any day. The calculation was an easy one for Hans Castorp to make. He gathcooked thc same result from the conversation of his ICL low patents. Do you know that in 5 days it will the first again, he heard Ermine Kleefeld say to two of her familiars. RHC student Rasmussen and the thick-lipped young man, whose name was Ginska. It was after luncheon, and the guests lingered chatting in the dining RMJM, though the air was heavy with the odours of the meal last served, instead of going into the afternoon rest kirk. The 1st of October, I saw it on the calendar in the Otfic. That makes the second of its kind IVC-SFNT in this pleasure resort. Well, summer is over, in so far as there has been a summer, that is, it has really been a sill, like Lifkingrel. SHC shook HC uckered, FCTCHCD a sigh H from her one lung, and rolled you to the ceiling her dull and stody eyes. Cheer up, Rasmussen PC said, and slapped her comrade on the drooping shoulder. Make a few jokes, I don't know many, he responded, letting his hands fluff in like before his breast, and those I do I can't tell, I'm so tired all the time. Not even a DY Ganser said through his teeth, would want to live longer, if he had to live like this. They laughed and shrugged their shoulders. Settembrini had been standing near them, his TM, thick between his lips. As they went out he said to Hans Castorp, don't you believe them, engineer, never believe them when they grumble. They all do it, without exprion, and all of them arc only too much at homic up herc. THCY lead a loose and idle life, and imagine themselves entitled to pity, and justified of their irony, cynicism. Pleasure, she said. Well, isn't it a plaisir resort, then? In my humble opinion it is, and in a very questionable SCNSC life is a cell up here at this pleasure resort. But once let them go down below and their manner of life will be such as to leave no doubt that they mean to come back again. Irony, forsooth. Guard yourself, Ineer, from the sort of irony that thrives up HCRE, guard yours F altogether from taking on their mental attitude. Where irony is not a direct and classic device of oratory. It for a moment equivocal to a healthy mind, it makes for depravity, it becomes a drawback to civilization, an unclean traffic with the forces of reaction, vice, and materialism. As the atmosphere in which we live is obviously very favourable to such miasmic growths, I may HOF, or rather, I must fear, that you understand my meaning. Truly the Italian's words were of the sort that *Ven weeks down in the flatland, would have been empty sound to Castorp's ears. But his stay up here had made his mind receptive to them, rec ve in the sense that he comprehended them with mind, ifp/ot with his simthers, which would have meant even more. For although he was at bottom glad that Settembrini, after all that had passed, continued, as he did, still to talk to him, admonishing, instructing, seeking to establish an influence upon his mind, yet his understanding had reached the where he was critical of the Italian's words, and at times, to a point, withheld his assent. Imagine, he said to himself, if he talks about irony as he does about music, he'll soon telling us that it is politically suspect, that is, from the moment ire ceases to be a direct and classic device of oratory. But irony that is not for a moment equivocal, what of irony would that be, I should like to ask, if I may make so bold as to put in my it would be piece of dried up pedantry. Thus ungrateful is immature youth, takes all that is offered, and bites THC hand that feeds it. Buck it would have seemed too rich to put his opposition into words. He confined himself to commenting upon what Herr Settembrini had said about Carmine Kleefel, which he found generous, or rather, had his reasons for wishing to find it so. But the girl is ill, HC said. She is seriously ill, without the shadow of a doubt. SHC has every occasion for F5 cymism. What do you expect of HCR? Disease and despair, Settembrini said, are often only forms of depravity. And Lepidi, thought Hans Kastorp, who definitely DC spared of science and progress. And our schoolmaster himself? He is infected too and keeps coming back here, and Carduxi would have had small joy at him. Aloud HC said, you me good. Why, the girl may lie down and die any day, and you call it depravity. You'll have to make that a little clearer. If you said that illness is something a consequence of depravity, that would at least be sensible. Very sensible indeed. Settembrini put in. My word. So if I stop at that, Val would be satisfied? Or said illness may serve as a pretext for depravity, that be all right, too. Gragi tanto, viti? That is to say, not origi but illness a form of natin in depravity, but depravit asterisk that seems to I beg of you, engineer, not to import to me anything of the sort. I despise paradoxes, I hate them. All that I said to you irony I would say over in about paradoxes, and more besides. KWCR of Ctism, THC iridescent surface paradox is the poisonous of the rotting mind, the greatest depravity of all. Moreover, I note that you are more defending disease. No, what you are saying in percent interests me. It reminds me of things under lectures. HC explains. Dr. Krokowski says organic disease as phenomenon. Scarcely the pure idealist. What have you against him? Just that. You are down on analysis. Not always, I am for it and against it, both by turns to understand that. Analysis as an instrument of enlightenment and civilization is good, insofar as it shatters absurd convictions, acts as a solvent upon natural prejudices, and undermines authority, good, in other words, in that it sets free, acfinks, humanizes, marks slaves ripe for freedom. But it is bad, very bad, insofar as it stands in the way of action, cannot shape the vital forces, maims lift at its roots. Analysis can be a very unappetizing affair, as much so as death, with which it may well belong, allied to the grave and its unsavour of anatomy. Val roared. Lion Herr Kastorp could not help thinking, as he often did when Herr Settembrini delivered himself of something pedagogic. Aloud HC only WCVC been having to do with X-ray anatomy in these days, down on the lower floor. Behrens called it that, when he X-rayed so that stage I saw the skeleton of my hand, Hans Kastorp said, and sought to call up the feeling that had mounted in him at the sight. Bid you them to show you yours, don't take the faintest interest in my skeleton. But what was the physician's verdict? He saw strands with nodules. The scoundrel! I have heard you call Hofrat Behrens that before, Herr Settembrini. What do you mean by it? I assure you the epithet was deliberately chosen. No, Herr Settembrini, there I find you are unjust. I admit the man has his faults, his manner of se-rec becomes disagreeable in the long run, there is sx.mithing forced about it, esp when one remembers HC had RHC great sorrow of Ios wanting his wife up here. But what an estimable and meritorious man he is, after all, a benefactor to suffering humanity. I met him the other day coming from an zero eration. Resection of ribs, a matter of life and death, you know. It made a great impression on me, to him fresh from such exacting and splendid work, in which he is so much the master. HC was still warm from it, and had lighted a cigar by way of reward. I envied him. That was commendable of you. Well, and your sentence? He has not set any definite time. That is G.N. D2. And now let us betake us to our cure, engineer. Each to his own place. They parted at the door of number 34. You are going up to the roof now, Herr Settembrine, it must be more fun to lie in company than alone. Do you talk? Are they pleasant people? 01, they are nothing but Parthians. And are you mean Russians? Russians, male and female, said Settembrine, and the corner of his mouth spanned a little. Goodbye, Engineer. He had said that of malice aforethought, undoubtedly. Hans Castorp walked into his own room in confusion. Was Settembrine aware of his state? Very likely, like the schoolmaster he was, he had been spying on him, and seen which way his eyes were going. Hans Castorp was angry with the Italian and also with himself, for having by his lack of self-control invited the thrust. He took up his writing materials to carry them with him into the balcony, for now it was no more use. The letter home, the third letter, must be written, and as he did so he went on wiping up his anchor, muttering to himself about this windbag and a jick-chopper, who meddled with matters that were no concern of his, a chirrup to the girls in the street. He felt quite disinclined to the effort of writing. The organ grinder had put HTM off it altogether, with his innuendo. But no matter what his feelings, he must have winter clothing, money, footwear, linen, in brief, everything he might have brought with him had he known he was coming, not for the short summer weeks, but for an indefinite stay which was curtailed to last for a piece into the winter, or rather, considering the notions about time current up here, was quite likely to last all the winter. It was this he must ICT them KNCNV at home, even if only as a possibility. He must tell the whole story, and not put them, or himself, off any longer with pretexts. In this spirit, then, H.C. wrote, practicing the technique he had so often seen Joachim practice, with a fountain pen, in his deck chair, with his knees drawn up and the portfolio laid upon them. He wrote upon the letter paper of the establishment, of which he kept a supply in his table drawer, to James Tynap /L, who stood closest to him among the three uncles, and CSKC him to the news on to the consul. He spoke of an unfortunate occurrence, of suspicions that had proved justified, of the medical opinion that it would be best for him to remain where he was for a part, perhaps for all of THC winter, since casks like his often proved more obstinate than those that began more alarmingly, and it was clearly advisable to go after the infection energetically and root it out on for all. From Th1's point of view, he considered, it had been a most fortunate circumstance that he had chanced to come here, and been induced to submit to an examination, for otherwise he might have remained for some time in ignorance of his condition, and been apprised of it later and more alarmingly. As for the length of time which would probably be required for the cure, they must not be surprised to hear the whole winter might casually slip away before Lusitum, in short, that he might come down hardly earlier than Joachim. Ideas about time WCRE different up here from those ordinarily held about the length of stay at the baths, or at an ordinary cure. The smallest unit of time, so to speak, was THC month, and a single month was almost no time at all. The weather was cool, he sat in his overcoat, with a rug about him, and his hands were cold. At times he looked up from the paper which he was covering with these reasonable and sensible phrases, at the landscape now so familiar he scarcely saw it any mark, this CXTCNDCD Valsy with its up-peaks at the entrance. They looked pale and white to day with its bright and populous floor, which glistened when the sun shone full upon, and its forest, clad or meadowy whence came the sound of cowbells. He wrote growing ease, and one kicked why he had dreaded to write. For as he wrote he felt that nothing could clearer than his presentation of the matter, and that, here was no doubt it would meet with perfect comprehension at home. A young man of his class and circumstances acted for himself when it seemed advisable. He took advantage of the facilities which existed expressly for him and his like. It was fitting. If H.C. had taken the journey home, they would have made him come back again on hearing his report. He asked RHCM to send what things he needed. And at the end he asked to have money sent. A monthly check of 800 marks would cover everything. He signed his name. It was done. This last letter was exhaustive. it covered the case, not according to the time conceptions of down below, but according to those obtaining up Herc, it as skittered Hans Castorp. Is this his own word, albeit not expressed? He would hardly have shaped the syllables even in his mind, but he felt the full sense of its meaning, as he had come to know it during his stay up here, an underscourse which had little to do with the Setembriarian significance, and his breast was shaken with that excited alarm, which swept over him in a wave, as it had done before. His head was hot with the blood that had gone to it as he wrote, his cheeks burned. He took the thermometer from his lamp stand and measured as though to make use of an op.fn, a 20. Mercurius had on up to look at that he thou percentility and added a postscript to his letter. It did strain me rather, after all, to write this. My temperature is 1000. I see that I must be very for the Prusken. You must excuse if don't walk often. Then H.C. lay back and held up his hand toward THC light, palm outward, as he had HCLD behind the light screen. But the light of day did not encroach upon its living outline, rather it looked more substantial and opaque for its background of bright air, only its outer edges were illuminated. This was his living hand, that he was asked to SCC, to use, to wash, not uncanny which he had beheld through the screen. Analytic then opened was closed again. Whims of October began as months do, their entrance is, in itself, a new and ostentatious and soundless affair, without outward signs and tokens, as it were, steal in softly and, thou are keeping close what escape your notice altogether. Time no divisions to mark its passage, there is never a thunderstorm or blare of trumpets to announce beginning of a new month or underscore even when a new Kanururi begins. It is only we mortals who ring and fire off pistols. To Hans Castorp the first day of October and the last day of September were as like as rua peas, both were equally cold and UN-friendly, and those that followed were the same. In the rest cure one used one's quercoat and both camel's hair rugs, not only in the evening, but in the daytime. The fingers that held the book were stiff and however the checks burned, and Joachim was strongly tempted to resort to his fur sack, but resisted, in order not to pamper himself thus early in the season. Days later, however, that is, it's in the beginning and middle of the month, there came another change, a latter summer set in, with amazing splendor. The praises of this mountain October, which Hans Castorp had heard, WCRC not idly sung. For some 2.5 weeks all the glories of heaven reigned over valley and mountain, one day outvid another in blueness and clarity, and the sun burned down with such immediate power that everyone felt impelled to don the lightest of wear, muslin frocks and linen trousers already put aside. Any adjustable canvas parasol without a handle was called into requisition, and fitted by its cunning device of holes and onto the arm of the reclining chair, and even its shelter was felt to be insufficient against the midday glare. I'm muled I'm here still, for this said Hans Castorp to his cousin. It has been so wretched at times, and now it is as though we had the winter behind us, and only good weather to look forward to. HC was quite right. There were not many signs that pointed to the true state of the and even those there were did not strike the eye. Aside from the few oak TRCCS that had been set out down in the Platts, where they had just managed to survive, and long before now had despondently shed their leaves, whole region held no deciduous trees to give the landscape an autumnal cast, only the hybrid alpine alder, which renews its soft needles as though they were icicles, showed a wintry baldness. The other trees of the region, whether towering or stunted, were evergreen pines and firs. Invincible against the assaults of this irregular winter, which might scatter its snowstorms through all the months of the year, only the many-shaded, rust-red tone that lay over the forest gave notice, despite the glowing sunshine, of a declining year. Yet, looking closer, there were the wild speaking, though softly, yet to the same effect, the meadow orchis, the bushy aquilegia were no longer in bloom, only the gentian and the lowly autumn crocus, bearing witness to the inner sharpness of the superficially heated air, that could pierce one to the bone as one sat, like a chill in fever, though on glowed outwardly from the ardour of the sun. Hans Castorp did not keep inward count of the time, as the man who husbands it, notes its passing, divides and tells and labels its. He had not heeded the silent entry of the 10th month, but HC was arrested by its apical to THC senses, this glowing heat that concealed the frost within and bncath it. It was a sensation which, to anything like this degree, he had never before experienced, and it aroused him to TKE culinary comparison W hemad to Joachim, of an omelette en surprise, holding an ice cone sealed within THC hot froth of the beaten egg. HC often made such comments, talking headlong and volubly, as a man does in a feverish chill. But between whiles HC was silent, we shall not say self-absorbed, for his attention was presumably directed outwards, though upon a single point. All else, whether of the animate or the inanimate world, swam about him in a mist, an usk of his own making, which Hofratmuens and Dr. Krokowski would doubtless have explained as the product of soluble toxins, as the befuddled one himself did also, though without having the slightest where or even dent to rid himself of the state they induced. For that is an intoxication, by which one is under the influence of which one abhors nothing more than the thought of sobriety. It asserts itself against impressions that would weaken its force, it will not admit them, it wards chemistry off. Hans Castorp was aware, and had even spoken of the fact, that Madame Profile was not her strong point, that it was no longer quite youthful, was even a little sharp. And THC consequence? He avoided looking at her in profile, he literally closed his eyes when he caught that view of her, even at a distance, it pained him. Should not a cousin have leaped to take advantage of the favourable moment to raise it itself? But what do we ask? He grew pale with rapture when, tempted by the brilliant weather, she appeared at second breakfast in the white lace matinee which made her look so ravishing, appeared late, accompanied by THC banging of the door, smiling, her arms raised in a pretty gesture, and presented herself thus to the dining room before SHC guided to her seat. But he was enraptured not so much because SHC looked so charming, as because her charm added strength to the intoxication his brain, the intoxication that willed to be, that cared only to justified and nourished. An authority of Ludovico Settembrini's way of thinking, might as depravity, as of depravity such a lack of GCXD intention. Hans Castorp sometimes pondered over the literary things the Italian had said about illness and, which he had found incomprehensible, or at least pretended to himself to find them so. He ICNKCD at Claudia Shochat, at RHC flaccidity of her back, the posture of her head, he saw her corn her biurally late to table, without reason or excuse, solely out of a lack of order and disciplined energy. HC saw the same lack when SHC let slam Eve door through which she passed, when SHC moulded bread lets at the tar when she gnawed HCR fingers, and he had a suspicion, which he did not put into words, that if she'll, and that she was, probably incurably, she had been up here so often and so long, her illness was in GCK, D-part, if not entirely, a moral one, as Settembrini had said, neither the ground nor the of her heart precisely and the same thing. He recalled the contemptuous of the humanist when he spoke of the Parthians and Huns in hoc company he was forced to take the rest cure. It had been a not only of deliberate, but also of natural and instinctive and that feeling was quite comprehensible to Hans C.A. Storp. Had he not once, who always sat so erect at table, loathed and despised the banging of doors, and never was tempted to gnaw his fingers, because to that end Maria had given him instead, had he not once taken deep offence at the unmannerly behaviour of and felt an unconquerable sense of superiority when he heard the narrow-eyed one essay to speak his Mothka tongue? The present state of his feelings, however, had put on one side any such as THCSC, it was now the Italian who was the object of his irritation, because he, in his benignness, had spoken of Parthians and had not meant thereby the penons at the bad Russian table, the shock-headed, linenless students, who sat there disputing endlessly in their outlandish tongue. which was obviously the only one they knew, and which, in its soft, spinkless character reminded Hans Castedy of the thorax without ribs Hofrat Behrens had described to him. True, the manners and customs of such people might readily awaken feelings of disgust in the breast of a humanist. They ate with their knives, and unmaintainably messed the front of their blouses. Stambrini asserted that one of them, medical student well on in his training, was so ignorant of Latin as not to know, for example, what the word vacuum meant. As for the married couple in number 32, Hans Castorp's own daily experience of them was such as to render quite comfortable Frau Stoers that when the bathing master entered her room in the morning for the usual massage, they received him lytng in together. All this mtght well be true. But after all, the distinction between good and bad was a plain one, it did not exist for nothing. Hans Castorp assured himself that he felt only contempt for any propagandist of the Republic and THC Bellow style who went about with his knock in THC or, and calmly, with particular calm, although at THC same time both febrile and fuddled, loomed the of both tables together under the title of Parthians and Scythians. Hans Castorp understood only well the sen asterisk in which he used it, since HC had begun to understand THC connection Iatwick and Frau Schochat's illness and her slackness. But as he had on day put it to Joachim, one begins by being angry and disgusted, and then all at once something, egite enters in with your severity, you are simply not at Horn Row pedagogic influences, however republican, however cloquent. But, we are impelled to ask, probably again in the spirit of Ludovico Settembrini, what sort of questionable experience is this, which palsies a man's judgment, robs him of all claim to or CVCN him waive that claim, and experience in so doing the abandonment of ecstasy? We do not ask its, for that everyone knows. Question rather refers to its moral quality, and we confess that we do not anticipate any very self-confident reply. In Hans Castorp's case its nature was evident in the extent to which he not only ceased to excuse his judgment, but even began to experiment for his own part and upon his own mortal vesture. He tried, for instance, how it would feel to sit at table with his back all relaxed, and discovered that I afforded sensible relief to the aerobic muscles. Again, one day, instead of punctiliously closing a door behind him, HCICT it slam, and this too he found both fitting and agreeable. It corresponded to the shoulder shrug with WICH Joachim had greeted him at re-station, and which was so habitual among those up here. In brief, our traveller was now overhead and cars in love with Claudia Orchat. We may still use the rays, since we have already obviated any possible misunderstanding on the score of it. We have seen that the essence of his passion something got other than THC TCNDCR and pensive mood of that oft-quoted ditty, rather it was a wild and vagrant variation upon the lovesick hue of as mingled frost and fire, like the state of a FCWC attempt, or the October you're in these high altitudes. What he actually lacked, in fact, was an emotional bridge between two extremes. On the one hand his passion dwelt, with an immediate that left the young man pale and staring, upon Frau Schochat's knee. The line of her thigh, her back, her neck bone, her arms that pressed together her little breasts, in a word, it dwelt upon her body, her idle, accentuated bod, exaggerated by disease and rendered twice over bod. And, on other hand, it was something in the highest degree fleeting and tenuous, a thought, nay, a dream, the frightful, infinitely alluring dream of a young whose unspoken, unconscious questioning of the universe has received no answer save a hollow silence. WC have as much right as the next person to our private thoughts about the story we are relating, and WC would hear. Hazard the surmise that young Hans Castorp would never have overstepped so far the limits originally fixed for his stay if to his soul there might have been vouchsafed, out of the depth of his time, any reasonably satisfying explanation of the meaning and purpose of man's life. For his lovesick state afforded him all the anguish proper to it the world over. The anguish is acute, it has, like all anguish, a mortifying element, it shatters the nervous system to an extent that takes the breath away, and can wring tears from the eyes of a grown man. As for the joys, to do them justice, they were manifold, and no less piercing than the anguish, though their occasion might be trifling indeed. Almost any moment of the Berghof day might bring one forth. For example, about to enter the dining room, Hans Castorp would perceive the object of his dreams behind him, an experience clear and simple in anticipation, but inwardly ravishing to the extent of tears. Their ears meet at close range, his MVN and share grey-green ones, whose owly oriental and position pierce him to thc very marrow. He is incapable of connected thought, but unconsciously step back to give her precedence through the door. With half SMI a half-audible messy she accepts his conventional courtesy and, easing him by, enters the room. HC stands there, within the aura of HCR as it sweeps east, idiotic with happiness at the encounter, and at the word which has Tyrion uttered by her mouth directly for his car. HC follows her, he moves unsteadily to his own table and, sinking into his chair, becomes aware that Claudia, as she too takes HCR place, has returned to at him. He thinks she ween expressed and as though musing on their encounter at the door. Oh, unspeakable adventure! Oh, joy, rapture, and boundless exultation! Ah, no, this drunkenness of fantastic bliss Hans Castorp could never have experienced at thc glance of any healthy little goose down in thc flatland, to whom he might have, calmly, correctly, and with most finer intentions, given his heart and devoted the sentiments in song. He greets the schoolmistress with feverish sprightliness, she has seen the whole thing, and her downy old cheek wears its dusky signal, and then imbards Miss Robinson with English conversation, so absurdly that she, not versed in the ecstatic, fairly recoils, and measures him with mistrustful eyes. Another time, as they sit at the evening meal, the serene rays of the setting sun fall the good Russian table. Curtains have been drawn over the window and the veranda door, but somewhere there is a little crack, and through it the radium finds its way, not hot, but dazzling, and falls upon Frau Orchat's face, so that she shields it with her hand as she sits talking with the concave countryman on her right. It is annoying but not serious, nobody troubles about it. Probably not even the fair one herself. But across the dining room Hans Castorp sees it, quiescent a while, like the others. He examines thc situation, follows the course of the ray of light, up his mind where it enters. It comes from the bay window in the right-hand corner, the veranda door and the bad Russian table, at a goodish distance from Frau Schochat's place, and almost equally far from Hans Castorp's. Without a word HC gets up and, serviette in hand, crosses over among the tables, draws the cream-coloured curtains so that they lap well over one another, convinces himself by a glance over his shoulder that the ray from rising sun is shut out and Frau Schochat relieved, and with an air of perfect equanimity goes back to his place. An observant young man, who takes it upon himself to perform a needful courtesy neglected by others. But few of them even noticed his act. Frau Schochat, however, instantly FCL other relief, and turned round, remaining in that position until Hans Castorp had resumed his place and, sitting down, looked over at her, WHCN she thanked him, with a friendly, rather surprised smile. And that was less an inclination than shoving forward of the head. HC acknowledged by a bow in his rum. I's heart stood stock still, it seemed not to beat. Only after the whole thing was over did it begin again, and hammered, and only then did he become conscious that Joachim had kept his eyes directed upon his late. Afterwards, too, he realized that Frau Stoll had not Dr. Blumenkohl in thc side, and then looked about at their own and other tables trying row catch people's CYCS. All this is the sheerest commonplace, but thc commonplace becomes remarkable when it springs from remarkable soil. There were periods of strain and periods when the cohesion between them beneficently relaxed, though perhaps the tension existed less between them than it did in Hans Castorp's fevered imagination, for far Madame Gauchat was affected we can only guess. In these days of fine weather the majority of the GUC5TS betook themselves to the veranda, after the midday meal, and stood about in groups, sunning themselves, for a quarter-hour or so, in scene much like that on the Sunday afternoons of the Fort, hourly concerts. All these young poe, absolutely idle, oathker on a meat and sweet diet, and without exertion feverish, chatted and laughed, philandered, made EY equals. Frau Salomon from Amsterdam would perch on THC balustrade, hard on the right by the knees of the Ganser, on ear left by the Swedish minion, who, it appeared, was quite recovered, but extending his cure for a little space before Gottner home. Frau Iltis was apparently a widow, for she had RC10 ICC only lately in the visit of a fiancé, a melancholy, inferior-looking son, whose presence had not in the least prevented her the attentions of the hook-nosed, fiery-eyed Captain Maclusier him of the waxed mustachios and swelling chest. New figures turned up on THC terrace, ladies of various nationalities from THC genera, rest halls, and new arrivals since the 1st of October, whom Hans Castor barely knew by name. Then there were cavaliers of Herr Albin's kidney, youths of 17, a spectacled, RLFY-faced young Dutchman with a mania for collecting post-ag stamps, certain Greeks, with pomaded hair and almond-shafted eyes, inclined to overreach at table, and a pair of young dandies who were nicknamed Max and Moritz, and bore a great reputation for breaking out of bounds. The humpbacked Mexican, whose ignorance of any language save his own lent him the facial expression of a deaf person, took endless photographs, dragging his from one point to another on the terrace. Sometimes the Hofrat would appear, and perform his stunt with THC bootlaces. And somewhere in THC thick of THC crowd would lurk solitary the religious devote from Mannheim. Hans Castorp would watch disgustedly to see his great sad eyes take their secret war. But to return, by way of example, to those strains and stresses to which Hans Castorp's state was prone. Our young man was sitting on a painted garden chair, with his back against the wall, talking with his cousin, whom he had forced, against HLS will, to come outside. In front of him, by the balustrade, Frau Schochat stood smoking with her table mates. He talked for her benefit, she turned her back. His thirst for conversation not satisfied by Joachim, H.C. must needs make an A.C. Ants, and whose? No other than Hermann Kleefels. Direct a casual word toward that young lady, then presented himself and his cousin by name, and drew up another chair, in order to carry on the game. Did she know, he asked, what a deuce of a fright she had put him in, at their first encounter, when SHC had whistled him such an inspiring kulkuk? He did not mind owning that she had accomplished her purpose. He had felt as though Mon had hit him on the head, Schmidt asked his cousin. He called it an outrage, frightening harmless strangers like that, piping at Rem with her pneumothorax. And so forth and so on. Joachim, quite aware of the role that being forced upon him, sat with his eyes on the ground. Even Fräulein Klesfeld gradually perceived, from Hans C.A. Storp's distraught and wandering eye, that she being made a tool of, and felt piqued accordingly. And still the poor youth went on smirking and turning phrases and modulating his voice, until at last he actually succeeded in ma Frau Schochat turn round and look HTM in the face. But oh why for a moment? Her Priboslav eyes glided rapidly down his figure, as H.C. sat there one knee over the other, with a deliberate insouciance which had all the effect of scorn. They paused for a space upon his yellow boots, and then carelessly, with perhaps a smile in their depths, w-ed. It was a bitter, bitter blow. Hans Castorp talked on a while, feverishly. Then, inwardly smitten by the power of that gaze upon his boots, he fell silent foot in the middle of a word, and lapsed into deep dejection. Fräulein Kleefeld, bored and offended, went her way. Joachim remarked, not without irritation, that perhaps they might go up to the rescue now. And it answered feebly that they might. Broken and Atrop anguished piteously for 2 days. Nothing occurred in that time to be balsam for his smarting wound. What had she meant by a look? Why, in the name of reason, had she visited him with her scorn? Did she regard him mcrcly as a healthy young noodle from down in the flatland, whose receptivity was sure to be of the harmless sort, as a guileless, ordinary chap, who went about laughing and his bread and filling his belly full, as a model pupil the school of life, with no comprehension of anything but the tedious advantages of a respectable career? Was he asked himself, a mere feckless tourist and WCCKS guest, or was he a man who had his profession on the score of a moist ot, a member of the order, one of those up here, with a month's to his credit, and had not Mercurius only yesterday evening climbed up to 1,000? Ah, here, even here, lay the bitter drop that overdoubled his cup. Mercurius had ceased to mount. The fearful depression of these days had a chilling, sobering, relaxing effect on Hans Castorp's system, which, to his profound chagrin, mislaked itself in a reduced degree of fever, scarcely higher than normal. Had the cruel experience of proving to himself that all his anguish, all his dejection, had no other result than to parrot him still further from Claudia, and from that which was significant in her existence. The 3rd day brought blessed release. It was early upon magnificent October morning, sunny and fresh. The meadows were covered with silvery grey webs. The sun and the waning moon both hung high in a lucent heaven. The cousins abroad earlier than usual, meaning to honour the fine weather by extending their morning walk a little further than the prescribed limits, and continuing the forest path beyond the bench by the watercourse. Joachim's curve, too, had lately shown a gratifying cask. Had accordingly suggested this refreshing irregularity, and Hans Castorp had not said no. "We seem to be cured," he said, "no fever, free of infection, as good as ripe for re-world again. Why shouldn't we have our Finn?" They wait out with walking sticks, and hatless, for since his profession Hans Castorp had resigned himself to the prevailing custom, despite the original assertion of his own contrary-minded conventions. But they had not yet the initial ascent of the reddish path, had arrived only at about that point where the novice had once encountered the pneumatic crew, when they saw at some distance ahead of them, slowly mounting, Frau Schochat in white, a white sweater and white flannel skirt, even white shoes. Her red blonde hair gleamed in the morning sun. To be precise, Hans Castorp saw her. Joachim was mad aware of HCRPRCNCC by an unpleasant sensation of eking dragged and pulled along by his cousin, who had started up at a crete pace, after having suddenly checked and almost stood still on the path. Joachim found the compulsion CXCCEDLNY annoying. His breath came shorter, he began to cough. Ans Castorp, with his eyes on his goal, and his breathing apparatus apparently in splendid trim, gave little heed, and Joachim, having recognized the situation for what it was, drcw his brows together and kept step for step, feeling it out of the question to let his cousin go on alone. The lovely morning made Hans Castorp sprightly. And his soul, in that of black depression, had secretly assembled its powers. He felt a intuition that moment was come to break the ban. He strode on, dragging the panting and reluctant Joachim in his train, and they had as overtaken Frau Klauchat. At the point where the path grew level and turned to the right along the wooded hillock. Here the young man slackened loose pace, not too breathless with exertion in the moment of carrying out his purpose. And just beyond the bend in the tween mountain and precipice, where the sunlight slip crathwart the boughs of the rust-coloured firs, Itakura fell out. The wonder came to pass, that Hans Castel, on Chim's left, overtook the fragile fair one. H.C. went by her with manly stride, and then, at the moment when he was beside her, on her right, greeted H.C. with a profound, respectful, hatless inclination of the head, and a murmured good morning, to which she answered by a friendly bow that showed no trace of surprise, and a good morning in her She said it in Hans Castorp's mother tongue, and smiled with her eyes. And all that was something different, something fundamentally and blessedly other than that she had bent upon his boors. It was a gift of fortune, an unexampled turn in affairs, a joy well nigh beyond comprehending. It was the blessed release. Transported by that word and smile, half blinded by his senseless joy, Hans Castorp trod on winged feet, hurrying the misused Joachim with him, who uttered not a word, and gazed away down the steep. It had been a maneuver of a rather unscrupulous sort. In Joachim's eyes, as Hans Castorp well knew, it looked very like treachery. Yet it was not the same thing as borrowing a lead pencil of a perfect onc. Might CVCN say it would have BCCN ill BRCD to pass by a lady with whom one had been for months under the same roof and nor salute her. They had even been in conversation with her. That time in the waiting room was why say nothing, but Hans Castorp well knew another reason that his honour-loving cousin walk on in silence with averted head, while he himself was so supremely happy, so glad all over, at the success of his manoeuvre. Never a man down in the flatland who had given his heart to some healthy, commonplace little goose, been successful in his suit, and experienced all the orthodox and anticipatory cations proper to his state, never could such a man bliss you no, not half so blissful, as Hans Castorp now over this momentary joy which H.C. had snatched. And so, after a while, he clapped his cousin heartily on the shoulder and said, "Hello, wharf's the matter with it, magnificent TTE? Let's go down to the Cahors afterwards, there will probably be music. Perhaps they'll play that thing from Carmen. What's the has anything got on Cavor's skin?" "No," Joachim answered. "But you look so hoar, I'm afraid your curve has gone up again." It had. The greeting he had exchanged with Claudia Chauchat had overcome the mortifying depression. It was at bottom the consciousness of this Hwick, had I am at the root of Hans C.A. Storp's gratification. Yes, Joachim was right. Mercurius was mounting again. When Hans Castorp consulted him, on their return from their walk, he had climbed up to 10,040. Encyclopedic. If certain insinuations on Herr Settembriny's part had angered Hans Castorp, the annoyance was quite unjustified, as also his feeling that the schoolmaster been spying on him. A blind man must have seen how it stood with the youth. He himself did nothing to conceal to state, being prevented by a certain native arid lofty simplicity. He inclined rather to wear his heart his sleeve, in contrast, if you like, favourable contrast, to the devotee from Mannheim, within hair and furtive mien. But in asterisk we would emphasize the fact that people in Hans' state feel a craving for self-revelation, an impulse to themselves, a blind preoccupation with self, and a thirst to poke thc world of their own emotions. Which is the more offensive to the sober onlooker, the less sense, reason or hope RHCRC lies in the affair. How people in this state go about to betray them *LVES is hard to define, but it seems they can neither do nor leave undone anything which would not have that effect. Doubly so, then, in a society like that of the Ickerhof, where, as the critically minded Herr Settembriny once expressed it, people WCRC possessed of two ideas, and only two, temperature, and then again TCM for Ruhr. By THC second Knucksruhr HC meant preoccupation with such questions as, for instance, with whom Frau Consul General Wunbrand from Vienna consoled herself for the defection of Captain McCloskey, with the Swedish minion, or lawyer Paravant from Dortmund, or both. Everybody knew that the between the lawyer and Frau Salomon from Amsterdam, after subsisting for several months, had been broken by common consent, and that Frau Salomon had followed the lean-ins of her time of life and tacked up with callow youth. The thick-lipped Ganser from Hermann Kleeffeld's table was for the present under her wing. SHC had taken him to have and to hold as Frau Stoer, in legal parlance, yet not without perspicuity, had put it, and thus Lauer Caparavant was free either to quarrel or to comedy with the Swede over the favours of the Frau Jean as seemed to him adv these affairs then, in which, of course, the passage along the balconies, at the end of the glass partitions, played a considerable role, were rife in Kehove, particularly among the fevered youth. They occupied people's minds, they were a sarcant feature of life up here, and CVCN in saying thus much we gre far from having precisely defined THC Enelschen with regard to them. Hans Castorp, on this subject, received a singular impression. It was that a certain fundamental fact of life, which is conceded THC world over to be C of great MD, the fertile theme of constant allusion, both in jest and earnest, that this fundamental fact of life bore up her an entirely altered emphasis. It was weighty with a new weight, it had an accent, a value, and a significance which were utterly novel, and which SCTTHC fact itself in a light to make it look much more alarming than it had been before. Thus far, whenever we have referred to any questionable performances at the Kehove, we have done so in what may have seemed a light and jesting tone, this without prejudice to our real opinion as to the levity, or otherwise, of the performances, and for the usual obscure reasons which prompt other people to adopt the same. But as a matter of fact, that tone was far less usual in our present sphere than it is elsewhere in the world. Hans Castorp had considered himself pretty well informed on THC sub JCCT of the above-named fact of Efe, which has always and everywhere been such a favourite target for shafts of wit. And HC may have right in so considering. But now he found that the knowledge he had down in the flatland had been inadequate, that he had actually been in a state of simple ignorance. For his personal emotions in the time of his stay up Herk, upon the nature of which we have been at some pains to enlighten the reader, and which had been at moments so acute as to wring from the young man that cry of "Oh, my God!" had opened his eyes, had made him capable of hearing and comprehending the wild, the overstrained, the namelessly extravagant key in which all the affairs up here were set. Not that, even up here, they did not mark jests on the subject. But up here, far more than down below, jests seemed out of place. They gnawed one's teeth to chat TCR, and took away one's breath. They betrayed themselves too plainly for what they were, a thin and obvious disguise for a hidden extremity, or rather, an extremity impossible to hide. Hans Castorp well remembered the mottled pallor of Joachim's skin when, for the first and only time, he had innocently alluded to Maruzia's physical charms in the light tone he might have assumed at home. He remembered the chill withdrawal of the from his own face, the time he had drawn the curtain to shield Madame Chauchat from the sun. He knew that he had seen the same 100k on other faces up here, before and since. HC usually remarked it in pairs, as, for example, on the faces of Frau Salomon and young Ginzer, in the beginning of that relation between them so happily described by Frau Stoer. Hans Castorp, we say, recalled all this, and realized that under such circumstances it would not only have been very hard for him not to betray himself, but that the effort would not have worth his pains. In other words, not alone the noble simplicity which did him honor, but also a certain sympathetic something in the air urged him not to do violence to his feelings or mark any secret of Too's condition. Joachim had, as we know, early spoken of the difficulty of forming acquaintances up here. In reality this arose chiefly from the fact that the cousins formed a miniature group by themselves in the society of the cure, but also because the soldierly Joachim was bent on nothing else but speedy recovery, and hence objected on principle to any closer contact or more social relations with his fellow sufferers. It was a good deal this attitude of his that prevented his cousin from expressing his feelings more freely to the world at large. Even so, there came an evening when Joachim might behold his cousin the centre of a group composed of Hermann Kleefeld, Rasmussen, youth of the monocle and the fingernail, making an impromptu speech on the subject of Frau Chauchat's peculiar and exotic facial structure, and betraying himself by his unsteady voice and the excited glitter of his eyes. Until his listeners exchanged glances, nudged each other, and uttered. This was painful for Joachim, but the object of their mirth seemed insensible to his own self-betrayal. Perhaps he felt that his state, if concealed and unregarded, would never come to any proof. H.C. might count, however, on a general understanding of tea, and as for the inevitable malice that went with it, he took that for granted. People, not only at his table, but at neighbouring ones as WCLL, knew seeing him flush and pale when the glass door slammed. And this gratified it was in confirmation and assertion of his inner frenzy, which seemed to see him calculated to forward his affair, and encourage his vague and senseless HOFS. And so it too made him happy. It came to this, that people actually stood about in groups to observe the infatuate youth, Africa dinner, on the terrace, or on Sunday afternoon before the porter's lodge, when the letters WCRC distributed, for on that day they were not carried to the ruins. Hugh was quite generally known to be very far gone, drunk as a lord and not caring who knew it. Frau Stoer, Fraulein Engelbart, Hermine Klesfeld and her friend the tapir-faced Burl. Herr Albin, the young man with the fingernail, and perhaps others among the guests, would stand together and watch with the corners of their mouths drawn down, fairly chortling, whilst he, poor White, his face aglow with the heat that from the first had never left him, with the glittering eye the gentleman cough had kindled, would forlornly and frantically in one certain direct it was really splendid of Herr Settembrini, under these circumstances, to go up to Hans Castorp, engage him. Conversation, and ask him how H.C. did. But it is doubtful whether the young in KNCW how to value and to be grateful for such benevolence and freedom from prejudice. One Sunday afternoon the guests were thronging about T.H.C. Porter's lodge, stretching out their hands for letters. Joachim was among the foremost, but Hans Castorp had stopped in the rear, angling, in the fashion we have described, for Aitchk from Claudia Schochat. She standing by, among a crew of her table-mates, waiting until the press about the lodge show, DBC lightened. It was an hour when all the patients mingled, an hour rich in opportunity, and for that reason beloved of our young man. The week before, he had other windows so close to Madame Schochat that she had in fact jostled him, and then, with a little had said, "Pardon." Whereat he, with a feverish presence of mind for which he thanked his stars, had re-SAENDCD, passed a quoy, madame. What a blessed dispensation of Providence, he thought, that a Sunday after CMN distribution of letters there should be one might say that he the week waiting for next week's delivery. And waiting means hurrying on ahead, it means regarding time and the present moment not as a but an obstructiony, it means so actly null and void, by mentally overleaping them. Waiting, we say, is long, we might just as well, or more accurately, save it short, since it consumes whole spaces of time without our living them or making any use of them as such. We may compare him who lives on expectation to a greedy man, se digestive apparatus works through quantities of food without converting it into anything of value or noun shrunken to his system. WC might almost go so far as to say that, as undigested FHD makes man no stronger, so in waiting makes him no older. But in practice, of crews, there is hardly such a thing as perk and unadulterated waiting. Well, the week had been somehow devoured, and the hour for the Sunday afternoon post came round again, so like the other it seemed never to have changed. Like to that other, what thrilling opportunities it offered! What love concealed within it, coming into social relations with Frau Schochat! Prosk RCTS that RMD the heart of young Hans Castorp leap and contract, yet without actually issuing in action, for against their doing so lay certain obstacles of a nature partly military, partly civil. In other words, they were in part the fruit of Joachim's presence, in part the result of Hans Castorp's own moral compunctions, but also, in part, they rested upon his sure intuition that social relations with Frau Schochat, conventional relations, in which one made bows and addressed her as and spoke French as far as possible, were not the thing at all, were neither necessary nor desirable. He stood and watched her as she spoke, as Pribislav had laughed as he spoke, that in the schoolyard, she opened her mouth rather wide, and her slanting, green eyes narrowed themselves to slits above the cheekbones. That was, to be sure, not beautiful, but when one is in love, the aesthetic judgment counts for as little as the moral. You are expecting dispatches, engineer, only one person could talk that, he a disturber of Hans Castorp's peace. The young man started and turned toward H.C.R. Tembrani, who stood there smiling the same fine, humanistic smile that had sat his features when he greeted the comer, at the bench by watercourse. Now, as then, it mortified Hans Castorp. We know how often, in his dreams, he had sought to drive away the organ grinder as an element offensive to his race, but the waking man is more moral than the sleeping. And, as before, the sight of that smile not only had sobering effect upon Hans Castorp, but gave him a sense of gratitude, as though it had responded to his need. Dispatches. Herr Tembrani? Good Lord, I'm no ambassador. There might be a FN, scar there for one of us. My cousin is just asking. That vil on 2 sticks in Rahurk has handed mine out to me already, Herr Tembrani said, and carried his hand to the side pocket of the inevitable pilot coat. Interesting matter, I must confess. Of literary and social import. It is about an encyclopedic publication, to which a philanthropic institution has considered MC worthy to contribute. Beautiful work, in short, Herr Tembrani interrupted himself. But how at HUTU? He asked. How are your affairs going? For instance, how far has the process of acclimatization gone? You have not long among us, but that on still put the question. Thanks. Here it still has its difficulties, it seems. It very likely will have, up to the last day. My cousin told me when I came that many people never got used to it. But one gets used in time to not getting used. A complicated process, laughed the Italian. An odd way of place. But of course youth is capable of settling down in a thing. It doesn't get used to things. It strikes roots. And after all, this isn't a Siberian penal settlement. No. Ah, you have a fancy for Oriental simile. Natural enough. Asia surrounds us, wherever one's glance rests, a Tartar Yisvognotnv. Herr Tembrani gave a discreet glance over his Oldka. Genghis Khan, he said. I volks of the steppes, snow, vodka, the knout, Holy Russia. They ought to set up an altar to Palace Athknk, here in the vestibule, to ward off the evil spell. Look yonder, there is a species of Ivan Ivanovich without a shirt front, having a disagreement with lawyer Paravant _ both of them want to be in the front rank to receive Sir Leticus _ I can't tell which of them is in the right, but, form part, lawyer Paravant fights under the aegis of the goddess. And as, of course, at least he knows some Latin. Hans Castorp laughed, a thing Herr Tembrani never did. One could not imagine him laughing heartily. He never got there than the fine, dry crisping of the cornca of his new earth. He looked at THC laughing young man, and presently asked, have you received your diapositive? I have received it, Hans Castorp sightily affirmed. Just other day. Here it, and HC felt for it in his inner breast pocket. Ah, you carry it in a case. Like a certificate, as it were, a sort of card. Very good. Let me see it. And Herr Tembrani held it against the light. Between the thumb and forefinger of his left hand, a little glass plate framed in strips of black porker. The gesture was a common one you hear, one often saw it. Whose face displayed a slight knack as the black almond SHC did so, but whether this happened in RHC effort to see more clearly or for other causes, he did nor permit it to appear. Yes, yes, HC said, after a while. Here is your identity card. Thanks very much, and he handed the plate back to Hans Castorp over shoulder, without looking. Did XOU see the strands? Asked Hans Castorp, and the nodules. You know, Herr Setemrini answered him very deliberately, my opinion of these productions. You know that those spots and shadows there are very largely of physiological origin. Seen 100 such pictures, looking vet, why like this of yours, the decision as to WHC her they offered definite proof or not was left more or less to the discretion of the person looking * them. I speak as a layman, but a layman of a good many years' experience. Docs your own 100K much worse than this one? Rather worse. I am aware, however, that our lords and masters do not base any diagnosis on the evidence of these toys alone. Then you purpose stopping the winter up here with us? I am beginning to get used to the idea of yes, Lord knows, not until my cousin Aos used, that is, to not getting used, you put that very wittily. 1 hope you have received supplies from Homok, winter clothing, stout footgear? In the order. I informed my relatives, and our housekeeper sent everything by express delivery. Shall do nicely now. I am relieved. But hold, you need a bag, a fur sack. What are WC thinking of this late is treacherous, it can turn to winter inside an hour. You will be spending the coldest months up here. Yes, the sleeping sack, Hans Castorp said. That LS a key sight, suppose. It crossed that we must be going down to the Platz onk these days soon to buy one. One never needs chaffing again, of course, but even for the 5 or 6 months it is worthwhile. It is. Engineer, said Herr Setemrini in a low voice, coming close to RHC young man as he addressed him, don't you fall in RHC way you hink THC months know there is something fog about? Frightful because unnatural, inconsistent with your character, it is due solely to the facility of your time of life. Ah, the fatal facility of youth. It is the of the teacher, for its proneness to display itself in the wrong direction. I beg you, my young friend, not to adopt THC phrases current up here, but to speak the language of the European culture native to you. Up here there is to Asia. It is not without significance that the place is full of Muscovite and Mongolian types. These people, Setemrini motioned with his chin over his shudka, do not put yourself in tune with them, do not be infected with their ideas, rather set yourself against them, oppose your nature, your higher nature against, cling to everything which to you is by nature and tradition holy, as a son of the godlike West, a son of civilization, and, for example, time. This barbaric lavishness with time, if in the Asiatic style, it may be a reason why the children of the fast feckle so much at home up here. Have you never remarked that when a Russian says 4 hours, he means what we do when we say 1? It is easy to see that the recklessness of these people where time is concerned may have to do with the conceptions proper to people of such endless territory. Great space, much time, they say, in fact, that they are that has time and can unnate. We Europeans, we cannot. WC have as little time our great and finely articulated continent has space, we must be as economical of the one as of THC other, we must husband them, engineer. Tack our great cities, the centers and foci of civilization, THC crucibles of thought, just as THC soil there increases in value, and space becomes and more precious, so, in the same does time. Carpe diem. That was the song of a dweller in a great city. Time is a gift of God, given to man that he might use it, engineer, to serve THC advancement of humanity. Whatever difficulty, if his phrases offered Herr Briny's Mediterranean palate, he brought them out with a clarity, a one might almost say a plasticity, that was truly fetching. Hans Castorp made no answer save the short, stiff, embarrassed bow of a pupil receiving a reprimand. What could he have said? Herr Rini had a private lecture. Almost whispered it into his ear, with his back to the rest of the people in the room. It had been so poicked, so unskilled, so little conversable in its nature, that merely to commend its eloquence seemed lacking in tact. One does not tell a schoolmaster that he has expressed himself well. Hans Castorp, indeed, had done so opcc or twice in the Kali days of their acquaintance, probably from an instinct to preserve the social equilibrium, but THC humanists' utterances had never before reached quite such didactic pitch. THC see nothing for it but to pocket the admonition, feeling as embarrassed as a schoolboy at so much moralizing. Moreover, one could see by Herr Settembriny's expression that HC had not finished his train of thought. HC still SQ, so close to Hans Castorp that the young'un was constrained to bend a little backwards, and his black eyes gazed fixedly into the other's face. "Thou suffer," Engineer HC went on. "You are like one distraught, who could HCLP sing it, but your attitude toward suff firm can be a European attitude, it should not be the Oriental, which in its soft abandonment inclines so readily to seek this spot. The Oriental attitude toward suffering is on of pity and a boundless patience, that cannot, it ought not to be ours, to be yours. Look, we're speaking of what the ENJST had brought us, 100k at these. Orkic with MC, it is impossible here, let us withdraw, and I will disclose to you certain matters. Come with me." And turning, HC drew Hans Castorp AVA, and they entered on of the small reception rooms, the first on the right next the vestibule, which stood empty. It was furnished as a reading and writing room, with oak and a light, vaulted cases, a centre table covered with newspapers in holders and surrounded with seats, and writing appurtenances arranged in the bay windows. Herr Settembriny advanced as far as the neighbourhood of one of the windows. Hans Castorp followed. The door remained open. The Italian sought the baggy side pocket of his pilot coat, and drew thence with impetuous a bundle of papers in a large, already opened envelope. Its contents, various printed matka, and a sheet of writing, he ran through his fingers under Hans Castorp's. "These papers," HC said, "bear the stamp, in French, of the International League for THC or Annexation of Drugs. I have them from Lugano, where there is an office of a branch of the League. You inquire after its principles, I will define them for you, in 2 words. The League for the Organization of Progress deduces from Darwinian theory the ossificance that profoundest natural impulse is in a direction of realization. From this it follows that all those who seek satisfaction of this impulse must become collaborators in the cause of human progress. Many are those who have to recall, there is a considerable membership, in France, Italy, Spain, Turkey, and in Germany itself. I myself have the honor of having my name inscribed on the roll. A comprehensive and significantly executed program has been drawn up, embracing all the projects for human improvement conceivable at the moment. We are studying the problem of our health as a race, and the means for combating the degeneration which is a triple accompanying phenomenon of our increasing industrialization. The League envisages the founding of universities for the people, the resolution of the class conflict by means of all the social ameliorations which recommend for the and finally the doing away with national conflicts, the abolition of war through THC development of international law. You perceive that the objects toward which the League directs IB efforts are ambitious and broad in their scope. Several international periodicals are evidence of its activities, monthly advics, which contain articles in 3 or 4 languages on the subject of the progressive evolution of civilized humanity. Numerous local groups have been established in the various countries. It is expected that THEV will CXCRT and Edify MG and in Lee 91 tending inductance by means of discussion evening dollars and appropriate Sunday observances. Above all, The RAG will stnve its utmost to aid with the material at its disposal the FM, to take I part of progress in CVCRY country. You follow me, Ingmasa, absolutely Hans Castor plicked, with precipitation. HC had, as he spoke, the feeling of a man who finds himself slipping, for the moment contrives to KCCP his feet. HCR certain Briney appeared satisfied. I assume that these are new and surprising ideas to yes, I confess this is the first time I have heard of these concavers. Seton Briney murmured, if you had only heard of them earlier. But, Rap, it is not yet too late. These circulars, you would like to know what THEV say? Listen. Last spring a formal meeting of the League was held, at Barcelona. You are all that city can boast of a quite special affinity with raw political ideas. The Congress sat for week, with quits and festivities. I wanted to go qui God, I went to be THCRE and take part in the deliberations. But that scurvy rascal of a Horfrat forbade me on of death, so, I was afraid should die, and I didn't go. I was in despair, as you may imagine, over trick my unreliable health had played MC. Nothing is more painful than to be prevented by our physical, our animal nature FRCML being of service to a person. My satisfaction, therefore, over this communication from Lugano is that you are curious to know what it says. I can underscore but FRST. Few brief explanations. The League far the organisation of progress, mindful of its task of furthering human happiness, in other words, of combating human suffering by HC available social methods, to the end of finally eliminating it altogether, mindful also of the fact that this lofty task only be accomplished by the aid of Seolog, the end and aim of which is the perfect stare. The League, in session at Barcelona, determined upon the publication of a series of volumes bearing the general title, The Socnology of Suffering. It should be the of the series to classify human suffering according to classes and categorics, and to treat it systematical, and exhaustively. You ask what is THC use of classification, arrangement, systematization? I answer you, order and simplification are the first steer toward the mastery of a subject, the actual enemy is the unknown. WC must lead the human race up out of the primitive stages of fear and patient stupidity, and set its feet on the path of conscious activity. We must lighten it upon 2 points. First, that given effects become void when one first recognizes and then removes their causes, and second, that almost all individual suffering is due to disease of the social organism. Very well, is the object of the sociological pathology. It will issue in some 20-folio volumes, treating every species of human suffering, from the most and intimate to the great collective struggles arising from the conflicting interests of classes and nations. It will, in short, exhibit the chemical elements whose combination in various proportions results in all the ills to which our human flesh is heir. The publication will in every case take as its norm the dignity and happiness of mankind, and seek to indicate THC mesorks and metals calculated to remove the cause of each deviation. Famous European specialists, physicians, rheumatologists, and economists will share in the composition of this encyclopedia of suffering, and the General Editorial Bureau at Lugano will act as THC reservoir to collect all the articles which shall flow into it. I can read in your size the question as to what my share is to be in all these activities. Hear me to the end. This great work will neglect the belletrist in so far as he deals with human suffering. A volume is projected which shall contain a compilation and brief analysis of such masterpieces of the world's literature as come into question by one or other kind of conflict, for the consolation and instruction of the suffering. This, then, is the task entrusted to your humble servant, in the letter USCEHCRE. You don't say, Herr Setkenbriny. Allow me to offer you my heartiest congratulations. That is a magnificent commission, just in your line, I should think. No wonder THC League thought of you. And what joy you must feel to aid in the elimination of human suffering. It is a work VCR abroad in its scope, Herr Settembrini said thoughtfully, and will require much consideration and wide reading. Especially, he added, and his gaze seemed to lose itself in the immensity of his task, since literature has regularly chosen to depict suffering, and even second- and third-rate masterpieces treat of it in one form or another. But what of that? So much the better. However comprehensive THC work may be, it is at least of a nature that will permit me to carry it on, if needs must, even in this accursed place. I need not be here long. That is something, H.C. sighed, enough to bring it to a moving closer row Hans Castorp, and subduing his voice and gulp to a whisper, that is something which can hardly be said of the duties nature lays upon you, engineer. This is what I wanted to bring out, this is the word of warning I have been trying to utter. Thou know what admiration, Feckle, for your profession. But as it is a practical, not an intellectual calling, you are differently situated from myself, in that you can only pursue it down in the world, only THCRC can you be a true European, only there can you actively fight suffering, improve the time, further progress. With your own and in your own way. If I have told you of the task that has fallen to my lot, it wxs only to remind you, only to recall you to yourself. Only to clarify certain conceptions of yours which the atmospheric conditions up here were obviously beginning to becloud. I would urge it upon you, hold yourself upright, preserve your self-respect, do not give ground to the unknown. Flee from this sink of iniquity, this island of Circe, whereon you are not Odysseus to dwell in safety. You be going are inclining toward forward on all fours, already extremities, and present you will begin to aunt, have a care. THC Humanist had uttered these admonitions in the same low voice, shaking his head impressively. He finished with drawn brows and eyes directed toward the ground. To answer him slightly or jestingly, as Hans Castorp would once have done, was out odd RHC question. The young man weighed that possibility for a second, standing with lowered lids. Then he lifted his shoulders no louder than Herr Settembrini. What shall I do? What I told you. You mean, go away? Here is what you mean to say is that I should leave, for it was THC advice I gave you on the first evening, Engineer. Yes, and then I was free to do so, though it seemed to me silly to throw up the sponge just because the air up here put me about a bit. But now it is rather different state of affairs. I have been examined, and Hofrat Behrens told MC in so many words that it would be no gockney my ring home, I should only have to on back again, and that if stopped down there, the whole lobe would be at the devil before you could say Jack Robinson. I know, and now you have the evidence in you say that so ironically, with the right kind of irony, of course, that cannot for a moment be misunderstood, the direct you say. But do you thies to the X-ray and Renz's diagnosis, you take it upon your SCLF to advise me to go home? Stumney hesitated for a second. Then HC drew himself up, and directed his eyes full upon Hans' face. HC answeria. With emphasis, not QMRC without theatrical effect, engineer, rake it upon MVSCLF. But Castorp's gum too had chit-tend _ he stood with his heels togthka, and looked straight at Herr Settembrini in his roan. This time it was a duel. Hans Castorp stood his ground. Influences from nor far off gave HTM strength. Here was schoolmaster, Hut Vonda was woman with narrow eaves. He made no apologies for his words. HC did not beg Herr Settembrini not to take offence. He answered, then you are more prudent for yourself than for others. You did not go to Barcelona in the fac of RHC doctor's orders. You were afraid of death, and you stopped up here to ascertain Herr Settembrini's pose was undeniably shaken, his snule, as he answered, was slightly forced. Know how to value a ready answer, even thrr gvor logic smacks of sophistuff. It would disgust MC to see NTC other the fists in the sork of rivalry that is too corrupt and too herk, otherwise I might reply thou my cask far more serious tea and yours, so much more, fact, that it is on of by artificial means, almost bv deliberate self-psioin, that I e'er keep a lively hope of I cavilling this place and having sight of the world below before I die. In the moment when that can no longer decently in that moment shall turn my back on this establishment, and tack private lodgings somewhere the valley. Thou will be sad, hut as the sphere of labours is the facest, the least material in the world, the change cannot prevent MC from resisting the forces of disease and serving the cause of humanity, up to my latest breath. The difference between us, in this respect, I have already pointed out to thou. Engineer, you are nor the man to assert your better self in these roundings. I saw it at our first meeting. You reproach me with not having gone to Barcelona. I subnerd RHC prohibition, not to destroy myself untimely. But I did so with the most stringent reservat and MS, my protested in pride and anguish against the dictates of my wretched bod whether that protest survives in pin with behests of our powers that BC, you, as you whether it is not rat or the body, the and its propensities, to which you lend a ready car, what have you against the body, interrupted Hans Castorp suddenly, and looked at him with wide blue eyes, the whites of which were veined with blood. He was giddy with his own temerity and showed as much. Vivativka am I saying, he thought. I'm getting out of my depth. But I won't give Wav, now I have begun, I won't give him the last word if I can help it. Of course he will have it anyhow, but NCVC I mind, I will make the most of it while can. He clagged his objection, but you are humanist, are you not? What can you have to say against the body? Settembrine's smile this time was unforced and confident. What have you he quoted, with his head on one side. I vow down on anal you will always find ready to answer you, engineer, he said, with a sweeping downward motion of the hand, particularly when your opposition is spirited, and you parry not without elegance. Humanist, yes, certainly, I am a humanist. You could NCVC are convict of ascetic inclinations. Affirm, honour, and love the body, as protest I affirm, honour, and love form, beauty, freedom, gaiety, the enjoyment of life. I represent the world, the interest of this life, against a sentimental withdrawal and negation, against romanticism. I think my position is unequivocal, but there is on power, one principle, which commands my deepest assent, my highest and fullest allegiance and love, and this principle, is re-intellect. However much I dislike hearing our conception of moonshine and cobwebs call the soul played off against the bod, yet, within the antithesis of BCDY and mind, the body is the evil the devilish principle, for the body is nature, and nature, within the sphere, I repeat, of her antagonism to the mind, and to reason, is evil, mystical and evil. You are humanist? By all means I am a humanist, because I am FNCND of mankind, like Prometheus, a lover of humanity and humanability. Vulnerability is comprehended in the Nund, in the reason, and therefore you will against MC in vain THC reproach of Ori_Stian, Hans Castorp demurred. You will Herr Settembrine persisted, level this reproach in vain, if humanistic pride one day icons to feel as a debasement and disgrace the fact that the intellect is bound up with the body and with nature. Did you know that the great Plotinus said to have made the remark that he was ashamed to have a body, asked Settembrine. H.C. seemed eager for a reply, and Hans Castorp was constrained to confess that this was the first he had heard of it. W.C. have it from Porphyrius _ an absurd remark, if you like. But the absurd is the intellectually honourable, and nothing can.